Chapter 1. Have I transcended? In a modest chamber, Ye Muyun reclined upon his bed, engrossed in a tale of transmigration. He mused to himself that if he were to ever traverse into another realm, he would surely adopt a strategy of survival. Embarking on such a perilous journey with reckless abandon would undoubtedly lead to his demise. The path of preservation is, after all, the essence of wisdom. Good fortune, come forth. At that moment, Ye Muyun's phone suddenly erupted into sound, displaying an unfamiliar number. He hadn't ordered any delivery, so who could be calling? Perhaps it was a scam or a sales pitch. With this thought, Ye Muyun rejected the call, noticing that time was slipping away. He rose to prepare for his morning routine. Good fortune, come forth. Once again, Ye Muyun heard his phone ring, and with a sigh of exasperation, he glanced at the screen to find the same number. He promptly hung up and turned to gather his belongings for washing up. Good fortune, come forth. As he approached the bathroom door, the phone rang yet again. Ye Muyun turned around and answered it. You need not speak, thank you. I'm not interested in insurance or subscriptions. After concluding his statement, Ye Muyun ended the call and set his phone down, just as he was about to leave when it rang once more. His irritation mounting, he answered with a sharp tone. Haven't I made myself clear? Why are you still calling? That after expressing his frustration, he prepared to disconnect the call when he heard an unusual rustling sound on the line. Puzzled yet undeterred, he ended the call, switched his phone to airplane mode, and turned away. Once Ye Muyun exited, the screen of his phone illuminated suddenly, displaying a series of peculiar symbols that radiated an ethereal aura, enveloping the device. Gradually, the symbols faded, and tranquility returned to the phone. Ye Muyun emerged from the bathroom clad in his shorts, shaking his hair dry. Striding toward the mirror with an air of self-satisfaction, he tousled his hair and gazed at his reflection, marveling at his own dashing allure. After a considerable time spent adjusting his hairstyle, Ye Muyun reclined on his bed, once again reaching for his phone at that moment. A faint glow emanated from the device, penetrating Ye Muyun's being, causing him to shudder and immediately drop his phone. What on earth is happening? Is my phone malfunctioning? Ye Muyun scrutinized his hand, which had just been styling his hair, and brought it to his nose, inhaling the pleasant scent of his shampoo, a delightful fragrance reminiscent of milk. Tentatively, he touched the phone again, finding it normal, which eased his apprehension. He resumed his reading of the transmigration tale, occasionally erupting into laughter. Before long, a wave of drowsiness overcame him. He slapped his own cheek, admonishing himself for allowing distractions while reading. Resolutely, he continued, but eventually succumbed to sleep, the phone slipping from his grasp and striking his head without eliciting any response. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. System activation in progress. System activated. 20. System activated. 50. System activated. 99. System activation complete. May I inquire if the host chooses to traverse dimensions? Once more, may I inquire if the host chooses to traverse dimensions? Due to the host's lack of response, the default choice of dimension traversal has been selected. At this moment, Ye Muyun frolicked carefreely in his dreams, lying in whatever manner he pleased. Suddenly, a voice inquired whether he wished to traverse dimensions. Did he even need to ponder this? Certainly, the answer was refusal. The other world was a perilous realm, rife with conflict and danger. Individuals perished with alarming frequency. It baffled him how those endowed with various abilities in such a world did not elevate their standard of living. Thus, he resolutely chose to refuse. How delightful it was to simply recline. I refuse. Ye Muyun shouted defiantly towards the heavens, yet it proved futile. The voice persisted in its inquiry, prompting him to hastily shout, I will not go. Due to the host's lack of response, the default choice of dimension traversal has been selected. What the hell? This is utterly unreasonable. I have clearly shouted my refusal multiple times, yet you persist with this farce. Who could withstand such an ordeal? Fuming, Ye Muyun yelled in exasperation, but it was to no avail. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, his eyes dimming as he muttered, I will not go. Then, realizing he was in a dream, his eyes sparkled anew, and he burst into laughter, resuming his idle demeanor. That as dawn's golden rays cascaded over the earth, dispelling darkness and illuminating a certain forest, a young boy lay upon a patch of grass. He was clad in a t-shirt emblazoned with the words idleness and colorful capri pants, peacefully slumbering. Upon closer inspection, one could hear the steady rhythm of Ye Muyun's breath, stirring the petals that adorned his face. Occasionally, birds alighted upon him, searching for their morning meal. Ah, this sleep is truly delightful. Before long, Ye Muyun awoke, groggily opening his eyes and shielding them from the sunlight. He turned to resume his slumber. The birds, startled by his movement, took flight, their chirps filling Ye Muyun's ears. Initially, he paid little mind, as there were always birds nesting in the trees nearby his dwelling. As he rolled over, he felt a tickle on his nose from the grass below. He scratched at it, placing his hand on the ground, when he suddenly sensed something peculiar beneath his palm, prompting him to open his eyes wide. I could see that moment. Ye Muyun beheld the grassy expanse before him, initially believing it to be a dream. Skeptically, he chuckled and closed his eyes once more. Suddenly, Ye Muyun opened his eyes again. Gazing at the grass before him, he plucked a blade and chewed on it, only to be met with a nauseatingly familiar taste that made him retch violently. What the hell? This grass is poisonous. Ugh. After gagging for a while, Ye Muyun sat up and surveyed his surroundings, utterly bewildered, his mind in turmoil. What in the world is happening? How did I end up in a forest? Am I sleepwalking? Ye Muyun pondered for a moment and realized her hunger had overwhelmed her thoughts. She abandoned her contemplation and chose a direction to seek breakfast, setting off with purpose. Before long, she spotted a river not far ahead and quickened her pace. Leaning down, she cupped her hands to scoop up the water for a brief wash. I could see that moment. A shadow emerged in the river, slowly making its way toward her. Sensing something amiss, Ye Muyun instinctively stood up and began to retreat. However, before she could fully withdraw, a massive fish surged forth from the water, its gaping maw aimed straight at her. What on earth is this creature? It's enormous. I doubt I could even fit in its mouth. Realizing the imminent danger, Ye Muyun swiftly dove to the side, narrowly escaping the fish's jaws. With a resounding crash, the colossal fish collided with the riverbank, snapping a nearby tree branch and landing heavily on the ground, thrashing its tail in distress. Turning around, Ye Muyun chuckled at the sight of the fish, now incapacitated on the ground. This foolish fish, does it truly think it could consume me? A striking figure like myself? She picked up a branch from the ground and approached the fish, delivering a sharp blow that resulted in a snap as the branch broke. That this fish truly so tough? Realizing the branch was ineffective, Ye Muyun grabbed a stone from the riverbank and struck the fish forcefully. The fish writhed in pain, swinging its tail wildly and inadvertently delivering a resounding slap to Ye Muyun's face, leaving her momentarily dazed. Goodness, at my age, this is the first time I've been slapped by a fish. How can I endure this? Enraged, Ye Muyun seized the stone and struck the fish repeatedly, finally removing her oversized sandal and using it to smack the fish's head. Smack! Smack! That'll teach you for slapping me. It'll make sure you regret it. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Muyun vented her frustrations and sat down to catch her breath, examining the fish further. It appeared to be an unfamiliar species, and she wondered if it was even edible. Suddenly, she heard rustling in the nearby bushes. Someone's coming. I must hide. If they discover I've killed this large fish, it could be a rare species, and I'd be in trouble. Upon hearing movement in the underbrush, Ye Muyun quickly darted behind a tree and concealed herself, intently watching the foliage. Before long, a figure emerged from the bushes. Chapter 2. The Whirlwind Ninja. Ye Muyun remained hidden behind the tree, observing the figure that appeared from the nearby thicket. The individual had tousled blonde hair, several whisker-like markings on their face, and bright blue eyes radiating youthful exuberance. Clad in a faded yellow shirt, the child's attire struck Ye Muyun as peculiar. What kind of fashion is this? Is it a new trend? Ye Muyun scrutinized the child's clothing, her curiosity piqued. What could a mere child be doing in such a place? She continued to hide behind the tree, intent on observing further. As Uzumaki Naruto emerged from the thicket, he beheld a fish of considerable size before him. Thrilled by the prospect of a hearty meal, he rushed forward, adeptly beginning to process the magnificent catch. From behind a tree, Ye Muyun observed this scene, understanding the boy's intentions. He stepped out and kindly cautioned, "Hey, young lad, it would be wise to refrain from consuming that unknown fish. It might lead to undesirable consequences." Naruto, upon hearing someone call out behind him, turned around in confusion to face a strangely attired youth. I apologize, I shouldn't have touched your fish." Realizing that this youth was the fish's owner, Naruto felt a pang of embarrassment for potentially causing trouble by coveting the catch, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. "No, that's not what I meant. I'm saying you shouldn't indiscriminately consume unknown things. It's dangerous." That Ye Muyun approached Naruto, who was of a similar height, and waved dismissively. "What on earth is happening? Why has my body shrunk?" Upon standing before Naruto, Ye Muyun suddenly realized that his form had indeed diminished. Anxiously inspecting his hands and face, he glanced downward. What is going on? Can someone explain what has transpired? I truly cannot fathom this." Naruto watched the handsome youth before him uttering strange words and performing odd gestures, filled with bewilderment, unsure of how to react. Gurgle, 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 gurgled at that moment. Both their stomachs growled, prompting Ye Muyun to feel a bit embarrassed. He composed himself and exchanged glances with Naruto, initiating a dialogue. Shall we cook this fish after all? Absolutely. I'm famished. Let's roast it together. I'm quite skilled in cooking, and I assure you'll be pleased. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement at Ye Muyun's words, eager to boast about his culinary prowess. No way. You can roast fish? Impressive. When I was your age, I was just playing in the MUD. I am not a little brat. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. All right, little brat, noted. Now, let's hurry and roast the fish. I'm eager to taste your culinary skills. Prepare to be amazed by my prowess. Naruto wore a smug expression that made Ye Muyun feel an impulse to punch him. However, thinking of the upcoming roasted fish, he decided not to argue, realizing he lacked cooking skills himself. Ye Muyun found a clean spot to sit, leaning against a tree while observing Naruto bustling about. He couldn't help but ponder, what sort of place have I stumbled into? What does the surname Uzumaki signify? Is it truly a legitimate surname? I've never heard of it before. Moreover, what is the meaning behind my transformation? How did I arrive in this place? Hey, the food is ready. Come eat. Hurry over. Before long, Naruto Uzumaki urged Ye Muyun, interrupting his thoughts. He directly stood up and walked over to Naruto, accepting the fish from his hands. Upon seeing the golden, juicy grilled fish, his appetite surged, and he began to feast. Naruto, your culinary skills are quite impressive. You managed to make it this delicious without any seasoning. I applaud you. Hee, it's not as remarkable as you say. Naruto, upon receiving Ye Muyun's praise, smiled shyly, though his joy was unmistakable in his eyes. By the way, Naruto, how did you end up here? Where's this place? Do you know? While savoring the grilled fish, Ye Muyun remained aware of his situation. Naruto's presence could provide some hints, prompting him to ask directly. It's called Konoha Village. What did you say? Can you finish chewing before you talk? I'm really at a loss. Listening to the unclear response, Ye Muyun turned to see Naruto's mouth stuffed with food, chewing as he spoke, leaving him feeling helpless. Ugh. My apologies. I meant to say, this is Konoha Village. From the looks of you, you don't seem to be from this village. How did you end up here? Naruto struggled to swallow his food, glancing at Ye Muyun's attire, and expressed his curiosity. Konoha Village? I've never heard of it. Moreover, I have no idea how I ended up here. Just thinking about it is frustrating. Ye Muyun, feeling bewildered, expressed his plight, his inner turmoil, rendering the fish tasteless. Are you hurt? How are you doing? Do you want me to take you to the hospital in Konoha? Upon hearing Ye Muyun mention frustration, Naruto looked concerned, fearing he might be seriously injured, and kindly offered to take him to the hospital. When did I say I was hurt? You clearly just mentioned your frustration. No, I was using it as a metaphor for venting my emotions. Oh, I'm glad to hear you're not injured. Seeing Naruto's innocent expression, Ye Muyun helplessly explained his previous words. Why don't you come to my village? Konoha is a wonderful place. Everyone treats me well. You should come with me to my village. Perhaps the Hokage can assist you. He is particularly kind and will surely help. An idea struck Naruto, and he promptly invited Ye Muyun to accompany him to Konoha. Konoha Village. All right, since I have no idea where I am now, perhaps I can inquire with your village. Elder Ye Muyun pondered for a moment and concluded that this method was indeed feasible. However, upon realizing that she had left her phone behind, a sense of helplessness washed over her. Otherwise, she could have easily consulted the satellite map to locate her position and return home. Before long, the two had satisfied their hunger. As they gazed at the substantial portion of fish that remained, Uzumaki Naruto felt a twinge of regret at the thought of discarding it. He inquired whether Ye Muyun would permit him to take it with them, to which she readily acquiesced without any hesitation. Consequently, after they tidied up, Uzumaki Naruto took the lead, guiding Ye Muyun toward Konoha Village. Along the way, their conversation flowed with laughter, and Ye Muyun playfully suggested that Naruto call her big brother, considering her actual age surpassed his by quite a margin. Overjoyed at having made his first friend, Naruto cheerfully embraced the title. After a considerable time, the pair arrived in Konoha Village, with Uzumaki Naruto directing Ye Muyun towards the Hokage building. As they walked, Ye Muyun was taken aback by the peculiar architecture and the diverse attire of the villagers. She even witnessed someone sprinting atop a building, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Amusedly, she mused that perhaps she had been disoriented from sleep, her mind racing to quickly find someone in the village to inquire about her situation. Two individuals traversed the pathways of the Hidden Leaf Village, occasionally besieged by mischievous children hurling stones their way, leaving Ye Muyun utterly perplexed. Was this a customary practice here? Suddenly, a stone struck Naruto Uzumaki on the head, eliciting a pained exclamation from him. Instinctively, Ye Muyun raised his hand to shield against the barrage of stones. Bellowing at the group of youngsters, "What are you doing? Can't you see you're hitting someone? Do you dare believe that I won't come over there and give you a few well-deserved slaps?" The impudent children paid no heed to Ye Muyun's threats, instead making faces at him before scampering away. Naruto, upon hearing their taunts, wore a gloomy expression, keeping his head lowered and choosing silence. As if the incident bore no relation to him, his previous cheerfulness evaporating. "Hey, you little rascals, and men, if you have the guts, don't run away. Just watch me pin you down and teach you a lesson." Ye Muyun's ire intensified at their antics, prompting him to pursue and reprimand them, only to be halted by Naruto, who grasped his garment and wore a wry smile, urging him, "Forget it, brother. Let us first find Grandpa Hokage. Fine. If you insist, I shall let it go." But what on earth were they referring to regarding a fox demon? Ye Muyun, upon hearing Naruto's words, reluctantly lowered his hand, curiosity piqued. "And nothing. Come on, let us hurry," Naruto replied, his expression suggesting reluctance to elaborate. Ye Muyun, recognizing his hesitation, chose not to press further and followed him toward the Hokage's office. Chapter 3. I have truly crossed over after a considerable time. The pair finally arrived at the base of the Hokage building. Naruto, familiar with the surroundings, guided Ye Muyun to the Hokage's office. With a swift motion, he pushed open the door and entered, exclaiming, "Grandpa Hokage, I've come to see you. Today, I made a friend, and I brought him to you. It seems he is in some trouble. Please, I beg you, assist him." Naruto approached the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with uncontainable excitement, pointing to Ye Muyun as he explained, "Ho ho ho, Naruto, making a friend today, how wonderful. Since it is your request, I shall do my utmost to assist. Now, let me see what trouble your friend has encountered." The third Hokage, with a gentle hand ruffling Naruto's hair, listened intently to his plea with a serene smile, then turned his gaze toward Ye Muyun, beckoning him closer. "Child, do not be afraid. Come here. I would like to get a good look at you. May I ask your name?" "Village Chief. I am Ye Muyun." "Village Chief? An intriguing name you have. Ye Muyun, quite peculiar indeed. I wonder what difficulties you face that necessitate my assistance." "It is as such, Village Chief, that I found myself inexplicably in the nearby forest today. Had I not encountered Naruto, I might still be wandering aimlessly." Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Ye Muyun shared his experience candidly. "Oh, is that so, Naruto?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, looking down at Naruto while pondering Ye Muyun's words. "Indeed, Grandpa Hokage. I was on my way to the river to catch some fish when I came across this brother, so I brought him back with me. You won't hold it against me for bringing an outsider to the village, will you?" Naruto gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a look of apology, his eyes betraying a desire to keep Ye Muyun around. "How could I, Naruto? You are a well-behaved child. As long as you speak the truth and inform me of the situation, how could I blame you?" Sarutobi Hiruzen met Naruto's gaze calmly, his eyes radiating warmth and kindness. "Muyun, may I call you Muyun?" "Certainly, Village Chief. So how may I assist you?" "I was hoping to borrow a mobile phone. That way I might find my way home." Sarutobi Hiruzen, realizing Ye Muyun was still present, turned to him, eager to understand the nature of his request. "A mobile phone? What is that?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend the concept of a mobile phone. "Oh, Village Chief, you do not possess a mobile phone? What shall I do then? How will I return home? My mind is in turmoil." Ye Muyun's response left him bewildered, his frustration palpable. "Oh, from your words, it seems you wish to return home?" Sarutobi Hiruzen noted Ye Muyun's statement, contemplating its implications, wary of the possibility that he might be a spy from another village. "Yes, Village Chief. Do you have a way to help me return home?" Ye Muyun looked at him with hopeful anticipation. "Your situation is indeed unique. I currently have no immediate solution. Perhaps it would be best for you to remain in the village until I devise a plan. What say you, Muyun?" Sarutobi Hiruzen found Ye Muyun suspicious and resolved not to let him leave until he uncovered the secrets he harbored. "Wonderful, brother. Why don't you just stay here? We can live together, and that way, I can see you every day, big brother." Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed with excitement, hoping that Ye Muyun would remain, as he had finally made his first friend, bringing him immense joy. "Naruto, your place is small. Adding another person would surely make it cramped," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, exasperated by Naruto's exuberance, which highlighted his own predicament. What should we do then, Grandpa Hokage? You must think of a solution, Naruto cried out, his face falling in despair as he looked pleadingly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, how about this, Yun? I will arrange a place for you to stay, and you can gradually pay me back. How does that sound? After some contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to secure Yun's accommodation. Goodness, I've inexplicably ended up residing in this village. There's no way back home right now, so I might as well settle in for the time being, Ye Muyun thought, reluctantly agreeing after considering their offer. Yay, this is wonderful, big brother. From now on, we can see each other every day? Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. Naruto shouted in exhilaration, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that the matter is settled, you both should head back, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed, waving them off as they exited the Hokage's office. Ye Muyun, I wonder what your true intentions are. Should you dare to threaten the village, I shall show no mercy. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated as he watched Ye Muyun leave. Bang. Hiruzen, I've heard that an outsider has come to our village, and you've actually arranged for him to stay. What if he poses a threat to the village? Can you bear that responsibility? Hand him over to me. I will ensure a satisfactory resolution. Shortly after their departure, an elder, his left eye concealed and his right arm bandaged, entered the Hokage's office with a cane and shouted at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seated at the Hokage's desk. Tuanzong, why did you barge in without knocking? Are you challenging my authority as Hokage? Hiruzen exclaimed, startled by the sudden entrance and glaring at him with irritation. Humph. Hiruzen, you must be getting old. Your mind has clearly become muddled if you allow an unidentified outsider to remain in the village. Why not just resign and let me take over as Hokage? Tuanzong stated brazenly, indifferent to Hiruzen's authority. Humph. You can forget about ever becoming Hokage. Hiruzen glared at him in anger, yet he suppressed the urge to resort to violence. What is it that you truly desire? If there is nothing else, please leave quickly. Do not disturb my work. Sarutobi Hizashi glared at him, attempting to discern the true intentions of Shimura Danzo. Humph. An outsider is so close to the Nine Tails. And you take no measures? I am truly disappointed in you, Hizashi. As for what I desire, it is simply to hand over that outsider to me. Should you refuse, I will not hesitate to take action. Shimura Danzo gazed at Sarutobi Hizashi with a look of disappointment, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he revealed his purpose for this visit. Impossible. Shimura Danzo, I will handle this matter myself. If you act rashly and alert the enemy, I shall not spare you. I have turned a blind eye to your actions over the years, but if you interfere again, you shall forever forfeit your chance to become Hokage. Sarutobi Hizashi slammed his hand on the table, rising to confront him, threatening Shimura Danzo. Hizashi, you will regret today's decision. With no other choice, Shimura Danzo resorted to verbal intimidation before departing in frustration. Once Danzo finally left, Hizashi sat down, smoking, pondering. Who would have thought that this outsider would cause such a stir? Does he harbor some secret? Otherwise, Root would not have sought him out for no reason. It seems I must increase surveillance. At this moment, Ye Muyun had no inkling that he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Instead, he was troubled by his inability to return home, gazing at everything in the village and wondering if he had truly traversed into another world. Ding! The host has indeed crossed over. Oh my! Ye Muyun was startled by the voice in his mind, his exaggerated reaction catching the attention of Uzumaki Naruto, who looked at his brother in bewilderment. Brother, what is wrong with you? Uzumaki Naruto, concerned, observed his brother's peculiar behavior since they met, suspecting that something might be amiss with his brother's mind. Oh, it's nothing at all. I am fine. Naruto, you needn't worry. Ye Muyun calmed himself, noticing Naruto's worried expression and his suspicion of his mental state, and playfully punched him lightly, offering a helpless explanation. Brother, as long as you're okay. I thought you. Uzumaki Naruto sighed in relief upon hearing his brother's words, patting his chest. Meanwhile, Ye Muyun, uninterested in the antics of this little brat, directly inquired in his mind about the earlier voice. Who are you? Why did you say I have crossed over? Ding. I am the strongest auxiliary system, dedicated to serving the host. Ye Muyun felt a wave of confusion upon hearing the system's response, utterly bewildered by the nature of this so-called system. Oh, a system? What is this? The system's response to the host. This system is not merely an object. It serves as a tool to assist the host in becoming the strongest. Oh my, does that mean I am about to ascend? But what did you mean when you said I had crossed over? The system replied. Due to the host's prolonged silence regarding the choice of crossing over, the system has defaulted to that option. Chapter 4. The system. That cunning entity, upon hearing the system's words, Ye Muyun was utterly devastated. So, all those statements made in a dream were indeed the work of this cunning entity. Am I truly in another realm? Ye Muyun pondered, harboring a flicker of hope to confirm his situation. Yes, host, the system affirmed. Oh my you. Please communicate civilly, or this system will impose penalties. Civil communication? Just then, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Ye Muyun and causing him to emanate smoke. Ah, brother, what has happened to you? It smells delectable. Feast, feast. Naruto Uzumaki, startled by the scene, abandoned his brother to hide momentarily, only to return later and discover his brother was cooked to perfection, tears of sorrow streaming down his cheeks. Cough, cough. I nearly became a feast. I am utterly exasperated with this cunning system. Ye Muyun regained consciousness, cursing at the system, completely failing to learn from the earlier incident. He was suddenly silenced by the ominous rumble of thunder overhead. Brother, how are you? I almost thought you were done for. Hearing Naruto's concerned words warmed Ye Muyun's heart. He thought to himself that his newly acquired little brother was quite endearing. However, upon turning to see Naruto drooling, he was infuriated, delivering 2 swift punches. Realizing his brother still had the strength to retaliate, Naruto understood that Ye Muyun was unharmed. Had that bolt of lightning struck him instead, he might have truly met his end. Instantly, he gazed at his brother with admiration, thinking, indeed, my brother is extraordinary. Brother, since it is still early, allow me to take you to my humble abode. Certainly, let us be on our way. Ye Muyun playfully tousled her unruly hair and glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, whose face radiated anticipation. Unable to resist his enthusiasm, she acquiesced, initially intending to seek a tranquil place to delve into the intricacies of the system. But this detour to Naruto's home seemed fortuitous. After some time, the two arrived at Naruto's residence. Upon entering, Ye Muyun's first impression was that of a dim, cramped, and disordered space, with unfinished cups of instant noodles languishing on the table. Naruto, this cannot possibly be where you reside. What of your parents? Can such a small place accommodate your entire family? Ye Muyun surveyed the confines of the house, traversing a few steps to grasp its layout, and voiced her concerns to Naruto. I am an orphan. I have never met my parents. As Naruto recounted his background, his demeanor shifted to one of despondency, culminating in an outpouring of tears. Goodness, why are you crying? Naruto, please do not weep. It is all right. Being an orphan is not the end of the world. I share your plight. Seeing Naruto in such distress rendered Ye Muyun momentarily at a loss for words. She stepped forward, gently patting his head in an attempt to console him. Brother, you too are an orphan? Naruto, upon hearing Ye Muyun's words, ceased his tears, sniffling as he explained the reasons for his emotional outburst. The act of crying in front of others left him feeling quite embarrassed. Do not worry. I shall not mock you. It is but a trivial matter. Does shedding tears truly bring one what they desire? Crying merely serves to embolden those who look down upon us. So we must summon our strength, live in the present, and embrace each day. Ye Muyun gently ran his fingers through Uzumaki Naruto's hair, casually sharing some motivational wisdom he had once heard, effectively uplifting him. I understand now, brother. I will earn the recognition of those people and become Hokage. After sipping the uplifting words, Naruto enthusiastically proclaimed his aspirations, his eyes shining with unwavering confidence. Observing Naruto's invigorated demeanor, Ye Muyun felt a twinge of awkward kindness and touched his nose in mild embarrassment. Having navigated through the earlier interruption, Ye Muyun noticed the disarray of the house, which unsettled him, prompting both him and Naruto to tidy up. After a considerable time, they completed their task and sat at the table, chatting and sipping freshly brewed hot water. During this exchange, Ye Muyun gradually grasped the dynamics of the village, and their relationship blossomed, transforming them into playful, almost brotherly companions. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted their conversation. Ye Muyun glanced at Naruto in confusion, assuming someone was looking for him. To his surprise, Naruto mirrored his bewildered expression, leaving Ye Muyun speechless. How could anyone be seeking me upon my arrival? Naruto, it seems someone is outside looking for you. Go see who it is, Ye Muyun said, exasperated by his brother's lack of awareness. Oh, right, brother. Upon hearing Ye Muyun's words, Naruto sprang up to answer the door, revealing a young man clad in a green vest whom he did not recognize, who directly inquired about his purpose for visiting. Who are you? I am here on behalf of Lord Hokage to arrange accommodation for Ye Muyun. Is he present? Hearing the commotion outside, Ye Muyun stood and approached the door. I am here. Shall I accompany you now? Yes. I will take you to your lodging immediately, the Umbu ninja responded upon seeing Ye Muyun. Very well, let us depart. Brother, I want to go too. I wish to see where you will be staying. Then come along. Yay. As Ye Muyun was preparing to depart with the Umbu ninja, he heard that Naruto Uzumaki intended to accompany them. Thus he reluctantly agreed to their joint venture. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at a residence that appeared marginally superior to Naruto's own abode. However, Ye Muyun paid little heed to such trivialities. His mind solely focused on swiftly locating a serene space to delve into the system. Upon reaching their destination, the Umbu ninja briefed Ye Muyun on several points of caution before taking their leave, allowing Ye Muyun to usher Naruto into the house. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust erupted, accompanied by a musty odor that provoked a fit of coughing from both individuals. Cough, cough. How long has this place been uninhabited? Fortunately, Naruto came along. If I had to clean this alone, it would have been exceedingly exhausting. Ye Muyun surveyed the disheveled scene before him, feeling a mix of exasperation and gratitude for having brought along a diligent companion. Goodness, this house is even filthier than mine. Not even a dog would reside here, Naruto exclaimed, staring blankly at the untidy room, unwittingly echoing words he had learned from his elder brother, oblivious to Ye Muyun's darkening expression. Bang! Ouch! That hurts. Brother, have mercy. Upon hearing Naruto's remarks, Ye Muyun immediately retaliated with a couple of punches. Incensed by the audacity of the young boy who dared to compare him unfavorably to a dog, causing Naruto to yelp in protest. All right, let's get to work, Naruto. After venting his frustrations, Ye Muyun exhaled the pent-up tension and beckoned Naruto to commence the cleaning of the room. After an extensive period of labor, the two collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, yet they surveyed their accomplishments with considerable satisfaction. Just then, a rumble from one of their stomachs broke the silence, and they exchanged glances, confirming the identity of the source. Ye Muyun promptly directed his young companion to retrieve a box of instant noodles left behind by the Umbu ninja, and after preparing 2 bowls, the delightful aroma wafted through the air, prompting them to indulge eagerly. Once they had satiated their hunger, Naruto remained behind to engage in heartfelt discussions with his elder brother, enraptured by the motivational words shared, feeling increasingly like the chosen one. As he departed, he appeared reluctant to leave. After Naruto's departure, Ye Muyun, taking precautions, drew the curtains, closed his eyes, and lay upon the bed, calling out to the system. Hello, system. Are you there? Beep. I am here, host. How may I assist you? I wish to understand how you came to be within me. Beep. This occurred when the host experienced an electric shock. Electric shock? Could it have been at that moment? Ding. As you wish, host. System. You are rather unscrupulous in your dealings. I implore you to engage in civil discourse. Otherwise, you shall face repercussions. Wait. I understand. Upon hearing the system's trickery, Ye Muyun was immediately incensed and let loose a string of curses. However, the sudden rumble of thunder outside quelled her fury, and she had no choice but to rein in her emotions. System, you claim to be the most formidable auxiliary system. I am curious to know what functions you possess. The functions of this system are as follows: the realm of enlightenment, automated cultivation, the celestial furnace, and the yin-yang cauldron. Upon hearing the system enumerate its functions, Ye Muyun found herself perplexed and promptly sought further clarification. System, could you elaborate on these functions? Ding. The realm of enlightenment is a self-contained world where the flow of space accelerates, the essence of the laws permeates the air, and spiritual energy is abundant. It is the ideal place for comprehension. Ding. Automated cultivation, as the name suggests, allows the system to automatically absorb spiritual energy to assist the host in cultivating based on the chosen techniques. Ding. The celestial furnace is designed to provide the host with magical artifacts, elixirs, and other cultivation necessities. Simply input the materials, and the system will refine them according to the host's requirements. Ding. The yin-yang cauldron allows the host to contribute their cultivation achievements to obtain corresponding materials, fulfilling the host's needs for elixirs and magical artifacts. As Ye Muyun listened to the system's introductions, she increasingly felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her. How could she cultivate without any techniques? She promptly inquired of the system. System, you have mentioned so much, yet I possess no techniques. How am I to cultivate? Ding. The host may enter the realm of enlightenment and create their own techniques. Even so, I lack the foundation to create anything. Ding. Do not worry. The system will simulate the most suitable techniques based on the host's desires, allowing the host to subsequently create their own methods. System, I have another question. Is it not said that cultivation depends on one's innate talent? If I lack talent, will I be unable to cultivate? Rest assured, host, within the realm of enlightenment. Regardless of one's innate gifts, simply remaining there will naturally lead to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. In that case, it follows that we can simply rely on resources, indeed, quite extravagant. Upon hearing the system's explanations, Ye Muyun's doubts vanished, and she felt a sense of reassurance. As long as she could cultivate, she could survive in this otherworldly realm. By the way, system, since you are the most powerful auxiliary system, is it possible for you to send me back home? Ding. The host merely needs to diligently cultivate to shatter the void and return home. How wonderful. There is finally hope for a return. Upon hearing the news of his potential journey back, Ye Muyun could not contain his joy and exclaimed loudly. The inexplicable circumstances of his transmigration had always left him in despair. However, now that he had discovered a method, he resolved to endure and cultivate earnestly in hopes of returning home as soon as possible. System, I wish to enter the enlightenment realm now. Understood, host. You are now entering the enlightenment realm. As soon as Ye Muyun finished his request, he was whisked away into a breathtaking paradise surrounded by majestic mountains, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, enveloped in ethereal mist. He was utterly astonished and called out to the system in excitement. System, is this truly the enlightenment realm you spoke of? It is absolutely magnificent. Tell me, are those adorable creatures truly real? Ding. Host. The enlightenment realm is as real as the world itself, though the beings within are manifestations of concentrated spiritual energy. Such a superb environment for cultivation. I could stay here forever and train. Ding. The system appreciates the host's ambition, yet regrettably, your current low realm prevents you from remaining here for long. Otherwise, you risk being assimilated by this realm, losing your self-awareness and becoming a mere puppet. Goodness, system, were it not for my inquiry, would you have let me fall into such a trap? Ye Muyun, upon hearing the potential consequences of a prolonged stay, felt his plans evaporate in an instant. Cold sweat trickling down his back as he grew exasperated with the system's behavior. Boom. A bolt of lightning descended from the enlightenment realm, striking Ye Muyun, causing him to convulse violently on the ground, resembling a fish out of water, muttering, "System, you," seemingly unwilling to concede as he continued to voice his grievances. Boom. System, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Ye Muyun, hearing the thunderous roar overhead, instinctively wrapped his arms around his head, crouching on the ground while pleading for mercy. Please be mindful of civilized communication, host. Ye Muyun observed that the anticipated lightning had yet to strike, and he let out a sigh of relief. Rising to his feet, he brushed off his clothes nonchalantly and tousled his hair, assuring himself that he would continue next time. Ding. Please, host, make haste in your cultivation. System, what should I do now? Ding. The host merely needs to sit cross-legged and contemplate the essence of the technique. Upon hearing the system's words, Ye Muyun instantly understood the course of action. He settled onto the ground, delving into the creation of a technique, aspiring to design his own method inspired by the novels he had previously read. Before long, Ye Muyun entered a meditative state, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. An aura of law enveloped him, sharpening his thoughts and granting him clarity, almost lulling him into slumber. At this moment, he began to outline the fundamental framework of his technique, while the system, in accordance with his design, allowed a spectral image of a technique to gradually materialize above his head. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki remained blissfully unaware of his brother's extraordinary encounter. Filled with joy, he dashed home, leaping onto his bed and rolling about, elated at having made his first friend. After a short while, Naruto calmed his excitement, reflecting on the day's events. Initially, he had merely sought to satisfy his hunger for meat, planning to catch a fish in the river he often frequented. To his surprise, he encountered his brother there. When Naruto first spotted the stranger, he felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that his identity as a fox demon would be revealed. However, his instincts assured him that the person before him harbored no ill intentions, genuinely concerned for his well-being. A warmth filled his heart, solidifying his resolve to befriend Ye Muyun, a wish that was ultimately fulfilled. Suddenly, Naruto found himself in a dim, damp place, perplexed. He walked forward and spotted a massive iron cage adorned with peculiar talismans, piquing his curiosity to venture inside. Bang! At that moment, a crimson claw slammed against the cage, sending a gust of wind that knocked Naruto to the ground. From the shadows emerged a fearsome red fox with 9 tails, glaring menacingly at him. What on earth is this? Had I entered, I might have been devoured. Recalling the words he had learned from his brother, Naruto vividly expressed his fear. Gazing at the formidable fox, he instinctively knelt in supplication. Understanding that a true man could bend without breaking, he would not let his life slip away. For a gentleman's vengeance is best served in due time. The 9-tailed fox was momentarily taken aback by this display of reverence, having never encountered such deference upon first meeting. Originally intending to toy with the host, the fox found its plans interrupted and cleared its throat to ease the awkwardness. Ahem. Well, young one, seeing your attitude, I shall refrain from devouring you. Is that so? How splendid. I am eternally grateful, esteemed elder, for sparing my life. Naruto Uzumaki, realizing that the great fox would not consume him, promptly rose to his feet, secretly vowing to remember this grudge while sweetly ingratiating himself to the formidable creature. Little brat, your exuberance earlier had a rather unpleasant effect on me, thus I decided to bring you into my realm. What? You are the fox spirit they speak of? You reside within me? Upon hearing the words of the 9 tails, Naruto was utterly stunned, for he had come to the startling realization that he was indeed the fox spirit, filling him with a sense of unease. Humph, fox spirit? I am the 9 tails, a pack of ignorant humans. Once I am free, I shall feast upon them all. Those wretched Uchiha, and you, Hashirama and Madara, who dared to claim my power was formidable and sought to seal me away, only to slap me across the face in return. Do you comprehend the profound trauma that slap inflicted upon my tender psyche? The 9 tails, enraged by Naruto's reference to the fox spirit, became infuriated and, recalling its current predicament, unleashed a torrent of curses upon those who had caused its present state, venting its frustrations by striking the iron cage with its claws, producing a cacophony of sound. Since learning from the 9 tails of his true nature, Naruto's mind was flooded with memories of the Hidden Leaf Village as he wandered alone through its streets, shunned by all. There were moments when stones were hurled in his direction, while he watched other children bask in the warmth of parental affection, retreating home only to hide in the corners and weep, feeling utterly wronged. Yet, he bore no resentment towards the 9 tails, for it too had been forced into his body. Enough. Chapter 6. The Infinite Path. Enough. Naruto thought he could forgive the 9 tails for its indirect harm, believing that taking a step back would lead to broader horizons. However, the more he contemplated, the angrier he became, and he directed his ire towards the complaining 9 tails. 9 tails, since you are aware of the circumstances outside, surely you understand the extent of my suffering due to you. Therefore, 9 tails, you are nothing but. As Naruto began to express his anger, he ultimately broke down in tears, realizing that his words would bear no weight. Recalling his elder brother's teachings that venting one's emotions onto others is an act of weakness, he refrained from bringing shame upon his brother. Roar, you insolent brat! How dare you insult me? Once I am liberated, I shall ensure your torment is everlasting. You infuriate me. The 9 tails, taken aback by Naruto's audacity to insult it, bellowed in a fit of rage. Ugh, goodness, 9 tails, when was the last time you brushed your teeth? You reek. After Naruto Uzumaki finished crying, his mindset shifted. He no longer felt intimidated by the 9 tails. He disregarded its threats and pretended to retch, as if to provoke the beast that had brought him so much suffering, treating the moment as a chance to collect some interest. You despicable little brat. I am a tailed beast, a manifestation of chakra. How can I possibly be tainted by your filthy human presence? The 9 tails retorted angrily, furious at Naruto's nonchalance, and even more so at the hint of amusement on his face, causing it to leap in frustration and expel Naruto from its domain. Before long, Naruto opened his eyes and realized he was still in his room, a wave of relief washing over him. He brushed off the 9 tails' earlier words, finding amusement in its exasperation, and soon erupted into hearty laughter, his most liberating laugh in years. The Umbu ninjas surrounding Naruto's home were puzzled by his laughter and contemplated investigating, yet hesitated for fear of revealing their presence, ultimately dispatching a comrade to report to the 3rd Hokage. Meanwhile, Ye Muyun in the realm of enlightenment was still crafting his techniques in his mind. However, his progress was abruptly halted, leaving him bewildered as he opened his eyes and inquired about the system. System, what is happening? I was just on the verge of transcending to immortality. Beep. The host's boundless imagination is too taxing for this system, rendering it incapable of simulating further techniques. You must elevate your strength promptly, came the reply. Ah, I see. I was hoping to achieve the path of the great sage like in the primeval times, so I could return home. The system remained silent, seemingly unimpressed by Ye Muyun's ambitious aspirations. Since my progress has been interrupted, does this mean the system has already organized the techniques? Beep. Affirmative, host. Upon grasping the situation, Ye Muyun directly inquired about the advancement of his techniques. To his surprise, a book imbued with the essence of the Tao began to hover slowly before him. Why can't I touch it? The system, what is happening? Ye Muyun, upon seeing the martial arts technique before him, excitedly reached out to grasp it, only for his hand to pass through as if it were non-existent. Ding. Host, as previously mentioned, this system will simulate the most suitable martial arts technique based on your needs, but it is merely a simulation. The host must create the authentic technique based on the projection in their mind. So that is how it is. But how should I proceed? Ye Muyun, upon hearing the system's words, instantaneously comprehended that the technique had not yet been fully realized. Indeed, I wondered how a martial art could be so effortlessly attained. He intended to inquire further about the subsequent steps, only to find that the projection of the technique had swiftly entered his body, prompting him to inwardly curse the system for its mischievousness. At that moment, Ye Muyun closed his eyes, merging his spirit with his mind. As the earlier projection of the martial arts technique emerged vividly in his consciousness, and he began to forge the technique based on that projection, time seemed to slip away unnoticed, and eventually, Ye Muyun slowly opened his eyes, which now shimmered with a profound radiance. As he regained his senses, he surveyed his current state and summoned the system. System, why is it that I can only create a technique that reaches the foundation establishment stage and no further? The host's spirit at this moment is exceedingly frail. Even with the assistance of this system, it can merely manage to create a rudimentary cultivation technique. I urge the host to strive diligently in their practice. Thus, having crafted a unique technique, it would be remiss not to endow it with a name of grandeur. I shall call it the Infinite Tao Scripture. Congratulations to the host for the creation of the Infinite Tao Scripture cultivation technique. Would the host like to initiate automatic cultivation? Absolutely. Let us proceed without delay. The host has activated automatic cultivation and is currently engaged in the practice. After naming his technique, Ye Muyun promptly commanded the system to commence automatic cultivation. At that moment, spiritual energy began to flow into his body. The progress was not rapid, yet it allowed him to steadily grow stronger, enhancing his physical capabilities. Ye Muyun marveled at the transformation within his body, feeling a warm current coursing through his meridians, circulating throughout him. Soon, he experienced a delightful warmth enveloping him, utterly comfortable. System, activate the celestial melting furnace. The celestial melting furnace is now activated. Please observe, host. Ye Muyun recalled that there were several functions he had yet to explore and swiftly instructed the system to open them. He witnessed a particle of light emerge from his body, gradually enlarging before his eyes, levitating in midair. Before him was a furnace reminiscent of the Bagua, shimmering with golden light and buzzing as it emanated profound Taoist rhythms. Spectral images of divine beasts floated around the celestial melting furnace, exuding an extraordinary aura. Overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of such a majestic furnace, he eagerly summoned the system. System, given the grandeur of this celestial melting furnace, it must be worth a fortune if sold, wouldn't you agree? Please refrain from entertaining such peculiar thoughts, host. This celestial melting furnace is an unparalleled treasure, beyond the comprehension or touch of mere mortals. Goodness, if that's the case, practicing alchemy in the future will appear as if I am conjuring elixirs from thin air. What an impressive feat that would be. Ding. Please refrain from wasting your thoughts on such trivial matters. How could it be trivial? Just thinking about it feels incredibly sophisticated. The system found itself at a loss for words in response to the host's comments and fell into a contemplative silence, pondering how it came to exist within this individual were it not for that person's presence. System, please do not remain silent. You must instruct me on how to operate this furnace. Ding. Host, you need only envision the item you wish to create in your mind. Place the materials into the furnace, and it shall be done. Is it truly that simple? I cannot fathom who could have crafted such an extraordinary device. Ye Muyun grasped the general usage of this heavenly melting furnace and realized its immense potential to assist him. The thought of simply tossing treasures during a battle thrilled him, prompting him to inquire further about the remaining yin-yang cauldron. System: how does one utilize the yin-yang cauldron? Ding. Host: the yin-yang cauldron functions by absorbing your cultivation, manifesting the materials you require. As long as your cultivation is sufficiently powerful, it can materialize various substances. Wait, so I must have my own cultivation absorbed in order to use it? If it could simply be absorbed entirely, wouldn't that suffice? Rest assured, dear host, when your cultivation is insufficient, you are unable to materialize the required resources. Moreover, this system will inform you of the necessary cultivation level for utilization. That is indeed a relief. Otherwise, curiosity might lead to my own demise, resulting in an untimely end. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Ye Muyun felt reassured, no longer fearing an inexplicable consumption of his essence. After all, this system, with its unpredictable antics, often left him exasperated, prompting him to cautiously inquire further about certain details. After a considerable time, Ye Muyun suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor, initially suspecting someone had soiled the area. Realizing he was in the realm of enlightenment, he instinctively checked himself, only to discover an unpleasant scent that nearly made him retch. Hastily, he located a nearby river and leaped in to cleanse himself of the filth. Once submerged in the river, he instantly felt his entire being rejoicing, absorbing the river's spiritual energy. As if he were reclining upon a cloud of cotton, a sensation of unparalleled comfort that lulled him into slumber. The duration of his slumber remained a mystery, but eventually, Ye Muyun opened his eyes and emerged onto the riverbank, feeling a warm, rejuvenating sensation enveloping him. Clenching his fists, he sensed a surge of strength coursing through him. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed a punch that reverberated through the air, producing a resounding crack. To his astonishment, he had become remarkably formidable after a mere nap. And these 8 sculpted abdominal muscles, who would believe it? Even he found himself salivating at the sight. Surprised by his newfound prowess, Ye Muyun lifted his shirt to admire his defined abs, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him as he playfully tossed his hair. However, the system, witnessing his self-satisfied demeanor, was rendered speechless and promptly transported Ye Muyun back. Chapter 7. The simple folk of Konoha village. Upon being returned by the system, Ye Muyun stared blankly at the familiar room, his mind in disarray, utterly bewildered by the system's sudden intervention. System, you rascal. Did you not instruct me to focus on my cultivation? Suddenly, I was transported back without a word. I was still hoping to stay a bit longer. Ye Muyun felt an immense displeasure at being forcibly returned by the system and cursed in frustration. Ding. The host has remained inside for over a week, reaching the limit of endurance. Thus, for the host's safety, this system has returned you directly. The system remained unperturbed by the host's outburst, thinking it had to deal with such a host, and decided to hasten the return as a slight reprimand. Ah, so that's how it is. It seems I misunderstood the system. Thank you for your assistance. Ye Muyun, oblivious to the system's hidden motives, felt it was acting in his best interest and let the matter slide. Realizing he had been away for so long, yet returned shortly after his departure, he pondered and inquired of the system. System, you said I had been inside for quite a while, yet I feel no different. Ding. The host has indeed spent a week in the Tao realm, where the laws abound, making it impossible for the host to perceive the passage of time. Logically, having gone without food or water for so long, I should have noticed by now. What is going on? Ding. The host has satisfied his needs by absorbing spiritual energy, thus rendering daily sustenance unnecessary. Then, system, what is my current strength? I feel significantly stronger. Ding. The host's current strength is still too weak for the system to detect any enhancement. What the hell, system? Who do you look down upon? What's wrong with being weak? Does weakness mean I have no rights? Ding. Please refrain from unreasonable outbursts. Hearing the system's disdain for his strength, Ye Muyun felt anger rise within him. However, recognizing the precariousness of his situation in this foreign realm, where he lacked any sense of security, he resolved that he needed to cultivate urgently. Finding a favorable spot in his room, he settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and focused on his cultivation while recalling his techniques. Streams of spiritual energy began to converge from afar, flowing into his body with each breath, reaching his dantian. Meanwhile, the shadow ninjas surrounding the house remained oblivious. merely questioning the earlier outburst, attributing it to Ye Muyun's own issues, especially since the Hyuga clan's ninja in the team had not detected anything unusual. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the shadow ninjas, Ye Muyun spent the entire night in cultivation, uninterrupted until dawn, feeling no discomfort thanks to his improved constitution. Before long, the streams of spiritual energy gradually dissipated, and Ye Muyun opened his eyes, realizing he had made progress in his strength. And his heart swelled with joy. He was one step closer to returning home. At that moment, however, his stomach growled. Having cultivated all night, he was indeed hungry and needed to find something to eat. Why was I only given a box of instant noodles? Sigh. Never mind, I shall find a way later. Ye Muyun rose and rummaged through the food supplies, disappointment washing over him as he gazed at the open box of instant noodles. Resigned, he settled for a meager meal, preparing the noodles and consuming several bowls before feeling somewhat satiated. Were it not for the dwindling stock of noodles, he would have long since finished them. This simply would not do. He needed to devise a means of earning money. For if he did not perish by the hands of others, he would surely starve first. Observing the remaining instant noodles with a sense of helplessness, Ye Muyun resolved to tidy up and prepare to venture out. Big brother, are you awake? At that moment, he heard someone calling for him from outside. Realizing that Naruto Uzumaki had come looking for him, he promptly opened the door and stepped outside. Good morning, Naruto. You're up early to seek me out. What brings you here? Ye Muyun greeted Naruto with a wave. Good morning, big brother. I woke up with nothing to do and thought I could come and play with you. I hope I'm not being a bother. Naruto replied, his heart swelling with joy at the first greeting directed towards him, smiling broadly and feeling a touch of embarrassment for his unexpected visit. Not at all. In this village of Konoha, you are the only person I know. Since you're here, I was hoping to explore the village as well. I didn't get a proper look yesterday. It was all too rushed, Ye Muyun remarked, sensing Naruto's humble demeanor and dismissively waving his hand, inviting Naruto to be his guide. Big brother, no problem. As for the simple and honest village of Konoha, I am very familiar with it. Today, I'll show you around. Without hesitation, Naruto accepted his big brother's invitation, eagerly volunteering to lead the way. Let us go. We shall set off now. Let us do this, Ye Muyun declared, raising his right fist with fervor. Okay, let us do this. Naruto, taken aback by his brother's sudden outburst, quickly joined in, raising his fist in enthusiasm and following Ye Muyun as they dashed forward. Nearby, a hidden shinobi was left speechless by Ye Muyun's exuberance, reminded of someone else in the village, noticing a semblance between the two. Before long, they arrived at the most bustling street in Konoha, curiously observing the vendors shouting from either side of the road. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from a nearby gambling house, pursued by a throng of individuals. They descended upon a man on the ground, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving him battered and bruised. Everyone move aside. On the other side, a passerby was abruptly knocked to the ground by a wild boar, followed by several individuals shouting for everyone to get out of the way. Ye Muyun and Naruto Uzumaki felt a surge of anxiety as they witnessed the massive boar charging towards them. It stood 2 to 3 meters tall, resembling a tank in its relentless advance. Suddenly, a ninja clad in a green vest and sporting a watermelon hairstyle dashed before them, executing a leaf whirlwind that sent the boar flying, rendering it unconscious upon impact. Naruto, is this what you call a simple and honest community? Walking down the street, one is constantly faced with peril. If not for that ninja's timely intervention, that boar could have trampled us to death. What on earth did that beast eat to grow so large? Ye Muyun turned to Naruto, bewildered and incredulous. Brother, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation, Naruto replied, equally perplexed. Trust me, I don't believe we will ever face this again. The absurdity of the situation struck them both. Who would raise a pig that could roam the streets, especially one of such considerable size? Hey there, young ones. Are you all right? Have you felt the vigor of youth? As they continued their animated discussion, the watermelon-haired ninja approached them with a broad smile, flashing a thumbs up and exuding youthful enthusiasm. Thank you immensely. If it weren't for your timely intervention, we would likely be in a hospital right now, preparing for a feast. Ye Muyun expressed his gratitude, shaking hands with the ninja who had come to their aid. Such is the fervor of youth. Let us not squander our youth. Let us run 100 laps around Konoha together. The ninja, moved by Ye Muyun's enthusiasm, shed tears of youthful exuberance. Pointing down the road with his right hand and turning to offer them a radiant smile, inviting them with a thumbs up. Ye Muyun and Naruto stood in stunned silence. Bewildered by the peculiar turn of events, acutely aware of the strange stares from onlookers, which made them feel increasingly awkward. No, no. I have already sensed your youthful spirit. So let us save our adventures for another time. We have urgent matters to attend to. Thank you for your help. Ye Muyun, feeling the weight of the curious gazes upon him, promptly grabbed Naruto and maneuvered through the crowd, eager to escape the scene. Young ones, run towards your youth. As a tribute to youth, let me run 500 laps around the Hidden Leaf Village. The watermelon-headed ninja disregarded the peculiar gazes of those around him, continuing to engage in his eccentric movements. Observing the retreating figures of Ye Muyun and his companion, he then broke into a sweat and sprinted off in a particular direction. After a considerable duration, Ye Muyun and his companion finally halted in an area devoid of strange individuals, panting heavily as they exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. Ye Muyun, along with Uzumaki Naruto, found themselves in an unfamiliar locale. Scanning their surroundings, he noticed a ramen shop not far away, bustling with patrons. A plan began to form in his mind. Working at the ramen shop could alleviate his current predicament while allowing him to gradually immerse himself in this village. Naruto, let us explore that place, he suggested, and the two made their way towards the ramen shop. Chapter 8. My job at Ichiraka. Welcome to Ichiraka Ramen. May I take your order? Upon entering the shop, Ye Muyun and Naruto were greeted by a middle-aged man in a chef's attire, wearing a tall hat and squinting with a smile. Ichiraka-san, it's me, Naruto, exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto, recognizing the familiar figure. Oh, it is you, Naruto-kun. Are you here to enjoy some ramen? We have a new dish today. Would you care to try it? Ichiraku, noticing the exuberant Naruto, inquired with a smile. Oh, I would love to try it. But I'm afraid I don't have any money. Naruto lamented, filled with anticipation, only to discover his empty wallet, forcing him to decline regretfully. Do not worry. Since you were the first to taste my new creation, all I ask in return is your feedback. Ichiraku seemed to have anticipated this scenario, effortlessly alleviating Naruto's awkwardness. That is fantastic. Thank you so much, Ichiraka-san. I promise to repay you later. Naruto exclaimed, his spirits lifted. And what about you, young man? Would you like to order something as well? Ichiraka noticed Ye Muyun standing nearby and warmly inquired. I also have no money. Haha, Ye Muyun admitted, feeling embarrassed despite his desire to sample the dish. Not a problem. If you could provide me with some suggestions later on, I would be immensely grateful. Ichiraku replied with a carefree smile. By the way, Ichiraka-san, I see your business is thriving. Perhaps you could consider hiring an extra hand? How do you view me? I cannot simply indulge without contributing. Although Ye Muyun understood Yao's goodwill, she firmly declined and expressed her intentions. Indeed, there is a shortage of hands. My daughter is away, so you could substitute for her and assist me. Yao surveyed the shop's situation, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately agreed to Ye Muyun's request. Very well, boss. Let us have 2 bowls of your new product and consider the bill as part of my wages. Upon hearing Yao's consent, Ye Muyun generously invited Uzumaki Naruto to enjoy some noodles. Brother, you are too kind. When I have money next time, I will treat you to noodles as well. Uzumaki Naruto remarked, visibly moved as he patted his chest. No worries. As the elder brother, it is merely a small gesture to treat my younger brother to a meal. Do not take it too seriously, Ye Muyun replied nonchalantly, gently ruffling Uzumaki Naruto's hair. Here we go. The seafood ramen you requested. Please enjoy and provide your feedback on the taste. After a while, Yao placed 2 steaming bowls of noodles before Ye Muyun and Uzumaki Naruto, promptly stating, wow, this looks absolutely delicious. I shall dig in. As Naruto Uzumaki beheld the bowl brimming with seafood, the enticing aroma ignited his appetite, causing him to swallow his saliva eagerly. He clapped his hands in delight, ready to indulge. Watching Naruto's exuberant manner, Ye Muyun felt a sense of decorum lacking, having experienced numerous culinary delights. He was not swayed by mere presentation, for he valued the texture above all. Thus, he began to eat at a leisurely pace. The flavor is delightful, and the seafood is plentiful. The broth is rich and fragrant. The noodles possess a satisfying chewiness. Overall, it is quite delectable. Ye Muyun pondered as he savored each bite, seeking any shortcomings, yet concluded that it was satisfactory, as his primary criterion was simply that it complemented his meal. On the side, Ichiraku watched the two enjoy his noodles with a surge of accomplishment swelling in his heart, smiling as he anticipated their feedback. With a resounding clap, Naruto finished the broth entirely, gently placing the bowl on the table. Wiping his mouth with his hand, he joyfully exclaimed to Ichiraku, "Uncle Ichiraku, your noodles are incredible. I have never tasted such delicious noodles before. I must return for more next time." Feeling the sincerity in Naruto's praise, Ichiraku beamed with joy and turned his gaze toward the more reserved Ye Muyun, eager for his opinion. "Boss, your noodles are indeed commendable. However, if you could provide a dish of pickles, it would enhance the experience, as the noodles alone can be a bit greasy. Furthermore, having a pack of napkins nearby would surely make guests feel more at ease," Ye Muyun thoughtfully offered, feeling somewhat exasperated at Naruto's casual wiping of his mouth. "Thank you immensely for your feedback. It is invaluable to me," Ichiraku replied, attentively noting Ye Muyun's suggestions in a small notebook, resolved to make improvements in the future, and expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "By the way, boss, should I start working now?" Ye Muyun suddenly remembered his intention to work at the establishment and inquired directly. Not today, you can come by tomorrow. For now, just familiarize yourself with the process." Ichiraku contemplated briefly before responding to Ye Muyun. "All right, no problem. Naruto, if you have anything to attend to, feel free to head back. I'll stay to work, so you can manage by yourself," Ye Muyun stated, glancing at Naruto after receiving the boss's directive. Brother, I will just stay here. After all, I have nothing to return to." Uzumaki Naruto decisively declared his intent to remain. Ye Muyun, seeing Naruto's choice to stay, had no alternative but to begin familiarizing himself with the arrangements at Ichiraku Ramen. While Naruto sat idly on a stool, swinging his legs and resting his chin on his hands, contemplating something inscrutable. Meanwhile, in the office of the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was toying with a glass orb on his desk, occasionally emitting a rather peculiar chuckle that left one perplexed. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Sarutobi hastily concealed the orb, straightened himself, and assumed a composed demeanor as he called out, "Ahem. Come in." As soon as he spoke, the door swung open, and a youthful, refined-looking boy entered, promptly reporting to Sarutobi. "Hokage-sama, the individual you instructed me to monitor, Ye Muyun, has taken up work at Ichiraku Ramen, and Uzumaki Naruto is accompanying him." Upon hearing the report, Sarutobi pondered for a moment while smoking, unable to discern Ye Muyun's true intentions behind this action. He then replied, "Uchiha Shursui, since Ye Muyun currently exhibits no suspicious behavior, we shall temporarily disregard him. That matter can be set aside for now. However, I have recently heard unsettling remarks emerging from within the Uchiha clan. They seem to be growing restless." Uchiha Shursui, upon hearing Sarutobi's words, knelt on one leg, cold sweat trickling down his back as he contemplated the implications of his statement. He had only recently become aware of the situation and had yet to fully comprehend it when Sarutobi summoned him. Clearly, there were those within the Uchiha clan who were aligned with Sarutobi, though he could not discern who they might be. "This situation requires your investigation. The current state of Konoha cannot withstand upheaval. For the sake of Konoha's continuity, we must not err," Sarutobi continued. "Shursui, I recognize your unwavering dedication to Konoha. You possess a keen sense of the larger picture. In order to maintain stability within Konoha, we must resolutely suppress these dangerous elements. If you manage this well, Shursui, you will be hailed as a great hero, and all of Konoha will express their gratitude." Sarutobi spoke calmly regarding the Uchiha clan's circumstances, placing a reassuring hand on Shursui's shoulder, appealing to both his emotions and reason. "Yes, Hokage-sama, for the sake of Konoha, I shall personally eradicate those who threaten our village. Rest assured, I will accomplish this task." After absorbing Sarutobi's words, Uchiha Shursui resolved to eliminate any threats to the village. Observing Shursui's demeanor, Sarutobi's gaze was inscrutable. He merely patted Shursui's shoulder gently before returning to his seat. Shursui, perplexed by the lack of further instructions from Sarutobi, was on the verge of inquiring when he was dismissed. Thus, he stifled his words, turning to leave while reflecting on the earlier exchange. Yet unable to grasp its full meaning, he cast aside his distractions and began to contemplate the happenings within the clan. After Uchiha Shursui departed, Sarutobi approached the window. Watching Shursui head toward the Uchiha district, musing softly to himself, Shursui. Chapter 9. Uchiha Shursui. As Uchiha Shursui made his way toward the Uchiha district, he sensed several hostile presences upon reaching the entrance. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately chose to step inside. Hey, isn't that the esteemed Shursui?" It appears that the events in the Hidden Leaf are unfolding with great vigor. At that moment, several youths adorned with symbols resembling paddles approached Uchiha Shisui, their expressions menacing as they spoke with a mocking tone. What is the matter? Choosing silence? It seems our esteemed Shisui is not as formidable as he seems. Reduced to speechlessness from fear. Haraha. Uchiha Shisui chose to disregard the provocations of his clansmen, observing their clownish antics with quiet disdain. What do you intend to achieve? He inquired, his voice laced with displeasure. Humph. Shisui, do not presume that your closeness to the clan leader grants you the liberty to act so brazenly. I advise you to temper your temper. We are Uchiha, not your subordinates. A descendant of a certain elder boldly reprimanded him, showing no regard for Shisui's esteemed status. All right. Clan leader. We came to seek you out. There is a matter to discuss. One of the clan members interjected, sensing Shisui's rising fury and attempting to mediate. Humph. Should you dare provoke me again, know that Uchiha Shisui is not so easily intimidated. Upon hearing the earlier remarks, Shisui unleashed his Sharingan, intimidating the group of miscreants with its power, and disdainfully departed from their midst. You, cursed Uchiha Shisui, I shall make you pay. In an instant, the Uchiha members present were struck with fear by the might of Shisui's Sharingan, leaving the instigator of the provocation speechless, ultimately compelled to allow him to leave unscathed. Before long, Shisui arrived at the doorstep of the clan leader's residence, hesitating to step forward as he pondered how best to face the situation. Brother Shisui, you've come. Why don't you go inside? At that moment, the door to the clan leader's home swung open, revealing a younger boy approaching him. Itachi, what brings you home? Aren't you on a mission today? Upon witnessing Itachi Uchiha emerge, Shisui Uchiha understood that escape was no longer an option and prepared to confront the clan leader with composure. It was a holiday, and he was at home, instructing his younger brother in training. Itachi led Shisui into the house, his face aglow with happiness as he spoke of his brother. Ah, so that is how it is. You have worked hard, Itachi. However, considering Sasuke's age, it is indeed time for him to begin school, Shisui remarked, affectionately ruffling Itachi's hair. Shisui, please refrain from patting my head. I am no longer a child, Itachi replied, evading the gesture with sincerity etched upon his face. Itachi felt at ease only in Shisui's presence. He would never allow others to touch him, let alone ruffle his hair. Brother, why did you suddenly run off? Did you sneak out to play without me? At that moment, a small boy, resembling Naruto Uzumaki, burst from the room, his expression one of indignation. Apologies, Sasuke. I noticed someone had arrived, which is why Itachi patiently explained, meeting his younger brother's furious gaze. I don't care. Brother. You must teach me how to train. I want to be as strong as you, Sasuke declared, venting his frustrations in a childish manner before Itachi. Look who has come to visit, Itachi exclaimed, turning to introduce Shisui, who stood nearby. Well, Sasuke, I didn't expect you to have grown so much. Humph. Brother, once you have completed your tasks, please hurry over to teach me the ways of cultivation. I shall await you outside. Uchiha Sasuke merely cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha Shisui before turning on his heel and hastily departing, dismissing him entirely. His gaze was solely fixated on his elder brother. This is rather unfortunate, Shisui. My younger sibling possesses such a temperament. His eyes are only for me, his brother. Uchiha Itachi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding his brother's demeanor and turned to express his apologies to Uchiha Shisui, though the affection he harbored for his brother was unmistakably evident in his eyes. Not at all, Itachi. I am indifferent to it. I heard that the clan leader sought my presence, so I took the liberty of visiting, Uchiha Shisui remarked nonchalantly, clarifying the purpose of his visit. I see. Father has gone on clan business, and I am uncertain when he will return. Why not sit for a while, Shisui? Uchiha Itachi suggested, intending to guide Uchiha Shisui to a place of rest until their father returned. Yet, Uchiha Shisui outright declined. Itachi, perhaps another time. I have other obligations. Since the clan leader is absent, I shall return at a more opportune moment, Uchiha Shisui declared, resolutely turning and exiting the room. Shisui, you have arrived. As Uchiha Shisui stepped out of the clan leader's residence, he heard the voice of Uchiha Fugaku behind him, causing him to halt abruptly, his mind racing to formulate his next words. He turned to face Uchiha Fugaku and replied calmly, Clan leader, you have returned. Shisui, why do you not take a moment to sit in my home before rushing off? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, his expression stern as he scrutinized Uchiha Shisui, seemingly searching for something in his demeanor. "Father, you are back. Thank you for your efforts, father." At that moment, Uchiha Itachi rushed out to join them. "Oh, it is you, Itachi. Huh, it was no trouble at all. Come, let us return home. Shisui, you two should come inside." Uchiha Fugaku, upon seeing his beloved Itachi approach, affectionately ruffled his hair, a smile breaking across his face, momentarily alleviating his burdens. He then turned to invite Uchiha Shisui to join them. "Yes, clan leader." Upon hearing the clan leader summon him, Uchiha Shisui had no choice but to accompany them inside. "Come now, Shisui, there's no need to be so formal. Consider it your own home. Ever since you joined the Umbu, you have seldom visited my residence," Uchiha Fugaku remarked, maintaining a stern expression as he gazed at Shisui from across the table. "Esteemed clan leader, the duties of the Umbu are quite demanding, and Uchiha Shisui felt a cold sweat break out at the clan leader's words, desperately seeking an excuse to deflect the conversation. "Shisui, there is no need for further explanation. I understand your predicament," Uchiha Fugaku interjected firmly, demonstrating his empathy. "I heard that you summoned me for a matter of importance. May I inquire if there is a task you wish for me to undertake?" Uchiha Shisui deftly shifted the conversation, steering directly towards the crux of the matter. "Shisui, you remain as meticulous and astute as ever. I trust you can surmise the purpose of my summons." Uchiha Fugaku cast the matter back to Shisui, intent on both revelation and examination. "Esteemed patriarch, I presume certain members of our clan wish to facilitate the induction of individuals into the Umbu, correct?" After a moment of contemplation, Shisui discerned Fugaku's underlying meaning. "Indeed, Shisui, you have not disappointed me. My choice to enlist you in the Umbu was undoubtedly wise. Now, you have earned the trust of the Hokage and become one of his favored confidants. The other clan members are undeniably envious. They have approached me frequently of late. And you must comprehend the burden this places upon me, Shisui." Fugaku regarded Shisui with admiration, plainly articulating the purpose of their meeting. "Patriarch, this matter may not be as straightforward as it appears," Shisui began, but Fugaku promptly interrupted, understanding his intent. "Shisui, the clan has invested considerable effort in nurturing your potential. Now, as we face challenges, it is time for you to illuminate the path for our clan. Otherwise, as the clan leader, I will be unable to quell the unrest among our people, which could potentially disrupt Konoha." Fugaku's gaze was profound as he spoke earnestly to Shisui. "Rest assured, Patriarch, I will convey today's discussion to the Hokage. However, I cannot guarantee the outcome of his decision." Shisui pondered for a moment, opting to defer the matter to the Hokage while assuring Fugaku, "Yes, as long as you relay my words to the Hokage, I trust the clan will comprehend whatever decision is ultimately made, sparing you from undue hardship." Fugaku exhaled a sigh of relief, his demeanor softening. "Patriarch, having conveyed your wishes, I shall take my leave if there is nothing further." "Very well, you may depart." With Fugaku's acquiescence, Shisui turned and exited. Chapter 10. A reunion with the melon-headed one come forth, Itachi. After Shisui's departure, Uchiha Fugaku resumed sipping his now lukewarm tea, speaking with a hint of indifference. "Father, I did not intend to eavesdrop," Uchiha Itachi confessed, emerging cautiously, his expression laced with regret. "Itachi, there is no need for concern. You are my most cherished son and the most gifted member of the Uchiha clan. You will inevitably succeed me as the leader, guiding our family. Consider this an early exposure to the responsibilities that will soon rest upon your generation." Fugaku gazed at his son with pride as he quietly sipped his tea, a reflective expression gracing his features. "Do not worry, father. I will lead the Uchiha clan and restore our rightful glory." Uchiha Itachi gazed earnestly at his father, speaking with unwavering confidence. "Ha ha ha, Itachi, you are still quite young. These matters are perhaps too premature for you," Uchiha Fugaku remarked, feeling a sense of pride upon hearing his son's words. "Since you have overheard our earlier conversation, let us discuss this matter in your capacity as the young clan leader." Uchiha Fugaku looked at his son with a mixture of pride and intent, preparing to test his understanding. "Yes, father," Itachi replied. "What I gathered from your discussion is that the clan members are primarily motivated by a desire for greater power to satisfy their own ambitions, ultimately pursuing their own ends. Uchiha Shisui has become a bridge for our clan to communicate with the higher-ups, fostering a sense of hope among the clan members, who are now beginning to stir restlessly. Thus, I personally believe that even if they achieve their goals, it will never be enough to satiate their desires. Instead, it will only exacerbate their ambitions, making our Uchiha clan the focal point of attention in the entire Konoha. At that point, it could lead to turmoil in the village, providing an opportunity for other clans to undermine our strength. I fear the higher-ups in Konoha might use this as a pretext to take action against us, which would not bode well for our clan. Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment, offering a serious analysis. Itachi, you have indeed not disappointed me. However, there is one aspect you have overlooked, Uchiha Fugaku responded, pleased yet maintaining a serious demeanor, pointing out his son's oversight. Itachi, you must understand that since the Uchiha clan merged with Konoha, we have not received the respect we deserve. Rather, we have been consistently suppressed by the higher-ups. The current state of affairs was, unfortunately, inevitable. The clan members can no longer endure this situation. Were it not for my constant restraint, I fear. Therefore, since some have proposed allowing our clan members to join the Umbu, I intend to use this opportunity to quell the discord within the clan while also conveying our dissent to the higher-ups. The purpose of this action is to make it clear that although the Uchiha may no longer bask in the glory of yore, we are still not a people to be oppressed by anyone, Uchiha Fugaku stated earnestly, hoping his son would grasp the gravity of their circumstances. I understand, father, Itachi replied, having absorbed his father's explanation and gaining some insight into the clan's situation, a sense of unexplainable emotion gradually taking root within him. Well then, you need not worry about these matters, Uchiha Fugaku said, noticing his son's commendable attitude as he prepared to leave. Father, how long has it been since you last played with Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi thought of his younger brother, looking at his father with anticipation and speaking directly. Perhaps next time? Uchiha Fugaku responded, pausing briefly to glance at Sasuke, who was diligently training in the courtyard, before continuing on his way. Father, as Uchiha Itachi witnessed his father preparing to depart, he called out to him with reluctance, yet Uchiha Fugaku paid him no heed. Sasuke, I shall protect you without fail. No matter who it may be, should anyone dare to harm you, I will not let them escape unscathed. Itachi cast a glance at Sasuke in the courtyard, resolutely solidifying his inner vow. In the Ichiraku ramen shop, Ye Muyun had spent the entire day absorbing all the relevant information and, with a sigh of relief, reflected on his new life as a worker, feeling a sense of resignation as he glanced down at the two characters emblazoned on his short-sleeved shirt, which seemed to diminish its elegance. Hey boss, serve me a bowl of ramen brimming with youth. At that moment, a man with a watermelon-shaped head entered the shop, exuberantly exclaiming, Welcome. Ye Muyun greeted him with a slight bow. Ah, so it's you, my young friend. It seems this is the essence of youth, boss. Bring me 10 more bowls of ramen. The watermelon-headed man, upon recognizing a familiar face, was overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of joy and giving a thumbs up. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen. Oh, it is Mr. Guy? Indeed, today is filled with youthful exuberance. Ichiraku greeted the incoming customer with enthusiasm upon recognizing Might Guy. Ye Muyun observed this peculiar scene, his lips twitching with awkwardness as he fidgeted with his feet. Ah, you are the kind gentleman who helped us. Have you come for ramen as well? The ramen here is exceptionally delicious, especially the new product just released today. Naruto Uzumaki, seated nearby, had fallen asleep but was suddenly jolted awake by the mention of youth, seeing a familiar silhouette and excitedly exclaiming, Oh, so you are here too. It seems that my efforts today have borne fruit. Perhaps I shall run another 500 laps around Konoha. Might Guy cast a glance at the exuberant Naruto Uzumaki beside him, his enthusiasm palpable. The group soon engaged in lively conversation, allowing Ye Muyun to gain a deeper understanding of this individual. In summary, he was a passionate youth, his snug attire rendering Ye Muyun momentarily speechless. Noticing Ye Muyun's gaze, Might Guy flashed a brilliant smile, his teeth glimmering. Ye Muyun discovered that this fellow was quite amiable. Apart from his peculiar antics, he exuded a warmth that was genuinely appealing. He learned from him that he was a formidable ninja, which piqued Ye Muyun's curiosity about the ninja world. As Ye Muyun gradually absorbed this newfound knowledge, he felt a flicker of excitement upon realizing that one could earn substantial wealth as a ninja. However, the thought of the violence inherent in such a life, coupled with his current limitations, unable even to best a mere pig, prompted him to dismiss the idea. In contrast, Naruto looked at Might Guy with unabashed admiration, captivated by his spirited demeanor, nearly swept away by the fervor. Had it not been for his older brother's timely intervention, he might have succumbed entirely to the enthusiasm. The group joyfully reminisced about the various anecdotes from the Hidden Leaf Village, and time flew by swiftly. Before long, evening had descended. After assisting his employer with the day's tasks, Ye Muyun received his wages, contemplating treating Naruto to a meal as a reward for keeping him company throughout the day. Naruto, let's see what delicious fare awaits us. Your older brother will treat you to a feast, Ye Muyun proclaimed, brandishing his earnings with a sense of generosity. That sounds splendid, big brother. I know a place that serves delightful dumplings. Let us head there together, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling at the prospect of the treat. Just don't get too close. I can hardly bear it, Ye Muyun remarked, playfully shoving Naruto away to avoid the drool that threatened to spill over. Very well. Then you lead the way. Naruto Uzumaki, noticing his brother's disdainful push, remained unperturbed, excitedly raising his right fist and exclaiming, "Youth is truly wonderful. Congratulations, Naruto." Beside him, Iruka observed Naruto, reminiscing about the events of the past few years. Each time they met, Naruto had appeared out of place, wandering the streets in solitude, his face devoid of smiles. Now, witnessing Naruto's radiant grin and the expression of pure happiness on his face, Iruka felt a genuine joy for him and silently offered his blessings. Unbeknownst to Naruto, who was eagerly tugging at his brother to move faster, Iruka gazed at him with a heart full of encouragement. Ye Muyun, feeling impatient, halted Naruto, advising him not to rush, and proceeded to offer him a few motivational words, which brought a sense of calm between them. The two departed amidst laughter and conversation. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, shadowy figures of the Umbu ninjas silently trailed their every move, their forms flickering like phantoms, subtly altering the air around them. Before long, Ye Muyun and Naruto found themselves in a bustling street, observing the throngs of passers-by. Comparing it to the places they had known before, the disparity was stark. Yet, acknowledging this was an alternate world, they quietly followed Naruto to a popular dango shop teeming with customers. Chapter 11. First encounter with Itachi Uchiha, standing at the entrance of the dango shop. Ye Muyun and Naruto surveyed the crowd inside, realizing that it would take some time to squeeze in. Meanwhile, Naruto fidgeted anxiously, worried that by the time their turn arrived, there would be nothing left. Naruto, with so many people here, it's likely that by the time it's our turn, there won't be any left. Perhaps we should look for another place, Ye Muyun suggested, curiosity piqued by the sheer number of patrons drawn to this establishment. Don't give up, brother. Let us wait a little longer, shall we? I'm sure it will be our turn soon, Naruto replied, eager to taste the dango he had long desired, feeling his brother's impatience. All right, let us wait a bit longer. If it's sold out by the time we get to the front, I won't take responsibility. Ye Muyun conceded, unable to resist his brother's longing for the treat. Yea, truly, my dear brother, your kindness knows no bounds, exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto, his heart swelling with joy upon receiving his brother's approval. He leapt into the air, thumping his chest in assurance. As the two deliberated whether to enter, a striking young man emerged from the crowd, cradling 2 servings of dango as he approached them. Ye Muyun regarded the advancing youth with a blend of curiosity and scrutiny. He appeared to be of a similar age, yet exuded a sense of maturity and composure. Naruto, his eyes gleaming with eagerness, swallowed hard, fixated on the delectable dango in the young man's grasp. Here you go. I overheard your earlier dispute, and thought I might assist by purchasing a portion for you, the young man said casually, presenting one of the servings directly to Ye Muyun. Thank you ever so much. Were it not for your timely intervention, we would surely have missed out. Ye Muyun replied gratefully. Ah, by the way, my name is Ye Muyun, and this is Uzumaki Naruto. May I inquire your name? Ye Muyun extended his hand to accept the dumpling from the young boy, expressing his gratitude while introducing himself and his companion. No need for formality. Greetings. I am Uchiha Itachi. Upon hearing their words, Uchiha Itachi searched his mind for information about the two, realizing they were outsiders recently spoken of in the village. He relaxed his guard and shook hands with them, stating, "Brother, hurry, let me sample that dumpling." Uzumaki Naruto, looking anxious, urged his elder brother. Here you go. Remember to save one for me, Ye Muyun remarked, noting Naruto's eagerness, and handed over the dumpling, turning his attention back to the young boy. How much did you spend on those dumplings? Allow me to reimburse you, Ye Muyun said, counting the money he had prepared to offer. No need. Let us consider this a new friendship. Next time, You can treat me to dumplings, Uchiha Itachi replied, noticing that this outsider was different from others, lacking the peculiar gaze often cast by villagers, which made him feel at ease and inclined to foster a bond. Well, in that case, I shall treat you next time. Ye Muyun conceded, as Itachi declined his offer, and he quietly returned the money to his pocket. Well then, it's getting late. I should take my leave. Until next time. Uchiha Itachi sensed a slight shift in the atmosphere around him and quickly devised an excuse to depart. Ye Muyun observed Itachi's hasty exit with a hint of confusion, while Uzumaki Naruto, who was preoccupied with eating, suddenly felt frustrated and snatched the dumpling away, taking a bite and discovering it to be overly sweet for his taste. After leaving, Uchiha Itachi entered the Uchiha clan grounds, the peculiar feeling dissipating as he began to reflect on the earlier encounter. That sensation was reminiscent of the feeling his brother Shursui had once given him. Could it be the Umbu? Why would the Umbu be monitoring those two? What could their purpose be? Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment, dismissing any distracting thoughts. For this matter was of no concern to him. As long as his younger brother remained unharmed, that was sufficient. With this resolution, he joyfully returned home. Captain, that young boy just now, he belongs to the Uchiha clan, doesn't he? Should we report this initial contact between the Uchiha and the Nine Tails to our superiors? Inquired a member of the Umbu, having observed the situation and seeking guidance from his leader. This encounter appears to be coincidental. There is no need for alarm. Were it not for that boy's cleverness, I would have been compelled to teach him a lesson. The Umbu captain assessed the situation before instructing his team to continue their surveillance. I shall report to Lord Hokage. Once the captain departed, another member voiced his curiosity. Why is it that this outsider, who has made contact with the Nine Tails, has managed to survive thus far? Could he possess some secret? Why is it that the higher-ups remain indifferent to this? How should I know what the higher-ups are thinking? However, I believe it won't be long before they take action. Let us allow this boy to live a little longer, replied another member of the Umbu. Enough. What nonsense are you all spouting? Do you really think it's your place to question the decisions of those above? Remember your duties. Otherwise, when the captain returns, you shall face the consequences. One of the Umbu ninjas could no longer endure the idle chatter and interjected to halt their nonsensical discourse. Fearing that their imprudence might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives and jeopardize their mission. Consequently, the remaining Umbu members fell silent, focusing intently on their designated targets. Little did they know, not far from their position, a member of a certain clan had gleaned insights into their situation and promptly departed to report back to their clan leader. Leader, I have returned. What is the situation? Why have so many Umbu been dispatched? Leader, I just overheard them mention that an outsider has made contact with the Nine Tails, and remarkably, they are still alive. They speculate that this outsider harbors some secret. Upon hearing his clansman's words, the clan leader began to ponder the implications of such actions by the higher-ups, especially as they had taken no measures against the outsider's interactions with the Nine Tails, merely opting for surveillance. Very well, there is nothing more to discuss. You may leave. Noticing that his clansman lingered, the leader gestured for him to depart, turning his attention back to the Hokage building, lost in contemplation. Simultaneously, leaders from other clans were also investigating the matter, expressing confusion over the higher-ups' behavior, and began cautioning their clansmen against any contact with the Nine Tails, lest they invite disaster upon their own clans. Within the office of the Hokage building, the third Hokage was intently observing the movements of Ye Muyun and Uzumaki Naruto through a crystal orb, seeking to unravel the purpose behind the outsider's connection with the Nine Tails, yet finding no discernible flaw. Knock, 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 enter. Upon hearing a knock, the third Hokage summoned the visitor inside. The Umbu ninja entered and immediately knelt on one knee to report the current situation. Are you saying that the Uchiha clan has begun to engage with the Nine Tails? Indeed. Hokage-sama, I just witnessed Uchiha Itachi proactively approach Ye Muyun and Uzumaki Naruto, though I am unaware of their conversation. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated the Umbu ninja's words, recalling the events he had observed through the crystal orb, which aligned with the report he had just received, leading him to ponder the Uchiha's intentions as he anxiously smoked his pipe. The Umbu ninja, noticing the Hokage's silence, remained in his position, awaiting further instructions. Where does Ye Muyun stand at this moment? Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately failed to discern Uchiha's true intentions and had no choice but to change the subject. Regarding the Hokage, he has remained silent, and I fear that prolonged exposure to the Nine Tails may lead to circumstances beyond our control. Therefore, my subordinate's counsel is to resolve this uncertainty at the earliest opportunity. The Umbu ninja, upon hearing the Hokage's inquiry, respectfully reported the findings, along with his considerations. Very well, I understand. Continue your surveillance, and report to me immediately should anything arise. You may go now. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having grasped the situation, found himself unable to make a decisive judgment and opted to postpone the matter, wishing to observe Ye Muyun's intentions further. Surely, the current state of affairs has reached the ears of various clans. The thought of Konoha's predicament filled Sarutobi with a headache, particularly with the impending arrival of Danzo, who would inevitably arrive brooding and smoking, lost in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Ye Muyun and Uzumaki Naruto were blissfully unaware of the recent developments, engaging in light-hearted banter, completely oblivious to the looming crisis. As night descended, Konoha village gradually succumbed to darkness, with an ominous atmosphere brewing, while a voice from a distance echoed with fervor. Ah, this is the essence of youth. Chapter 12. The Hidden Peril of Night. After bidding farewell to Uzumaki Naruto, Ye Muyun returned to his dwelling. Collapsing onto his bed in exhaustion, he began to reminisce about better times, only to suddenly vent his frustrations at the system. If it weren't for this insufferable system, I would never have traversed dimensions. Alas, my fate is wretched. When shall I return home? With a sigh, Ye Muyun lamented while lying on his bed. System, can I access the Enlightenment realm now? The thought of returning home jolted him upright, prompting him to inquire of the system. Beep. The host is not yet able to enter. How long must I wait to gain access? Beep. Under the current circumstances, entry is permitted once a month. What? Must I wait so long? Disappointment washed over Ye Muyun upon hearing the system's response. He had hoped to expedite his training, only to realize that the journey would be long and gradual. Thus, after resting for a short while, Ye Muyun promptly began to meditate and cultivate. Bang! Shimura Danzo forcefully kicked open the door to the Hokage's office, striding in with an unfriendly demeanor, and shouted at the dazed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you scoundrel! Today, I heard from my subordinates that the Uchiha have begun to actively engage with the Nine Tails. How can you remain indifferent? What exactly are you planning? Hiruzen, do you intend to witness the destruction of Konoha at your own hands? Danzo, you are becoming increasingly brazen. This is not your route, and as for my intentions, must I report them to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Shimura Danzo, who exuded an air of arrogance, and with palpable indignation, he rebuked him. If you are incapable of fulfilling your duties, then step down from the position of Hokage. I shall assume the role, and I assure you I would perform far better. Since you seem unable to manage this situation, allow my route to handle it. Shimura Danzo, leaning heavily upon his cane, struck the ground emphatically, calmly expressing his intentions. Do not even entertain the thought of acquiring the Nine Tails. It is not yours to command. Step aside and let me deal with this. I have already devised a plan, and you would do well to remain obediently in your place. Sarutobi Hiruzen unflinchingly dismissed Danzo's proposal, fabricating an excuse to deflect. Humph. Hiruzen, do not presume I am unaware of your motivations. You are burdened by guilt towards the fourth Hokage and wish to compensate for his child's plight. Hence your desire to take charge of this matter. Reflect upon your actions over the years. The Nine Tails harbors no gratitude towards you. You are well aware of the villagers' sentiments towards it. Do you still believe it harbors loyalty to Konoha? It would be far wiser to relinquish it to me, where I can impose strict control. Danzo ruthlessly stripped away Hiruzen's facade, lacing his words with scorn. Hiruzen, upon hearing Danzo's piercing remarks, fell into deep contemplation, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Given the current involvement with Yumu, the uncertainties were daunting, compelling him to feign ignorance while puffing on a cigarette. Thud. If your heart is too soft to make a decision, then I shall take matters into my own hands. You may continue your duties as Hokage. Observing Hiruzen's prolonged silence, Danzo turned to address the matter himself. Wait. I reiterate, the Nine Tails is off limits. Do not force my hand, Danzo. Hiruzen glared at Danzo, attempting to dissuade him from his course of action. Very well, but what do you intend to do about that child? Danzo, noticing Hiruzen's serious demeanor, ultimately relented and shifted the topic. I have been closely observing this outsider for some time and have detected no anomalies. Therefore, Hiruzen recounted his insights from recent intelligence, articulating his strategy. What? You wish for this outsider to reside in Konoha? Ever since the fourth's demise, The situation in our village has grown increasingly precarious, with other villages seeking retribution. Are you truly so muddled as to allow an unknown individual to stay here long-term? Danzo, recognizing Hiruzen's intentions, slammed his hand upon the table in a fit of rage. Am I not keenly aware of the circumstances you described as Hokage? The reason I chose to keep him around was to trace the threads back to the mastermind behind it all. At that point, we would be able to strike back and deal a significant blow. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a cigarette in hand, calmly observed Shimura Danzo as he continued speaking. Humph. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. During this time, I have been observing this outsider from another village, and the unusual harmony with the Nine Tails is quite conspicuous. You wish to atone for your guilt towards Naruto, do you not? What a clever calculation, Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo remarked darkly, his gaze fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Cough cough, what you say does hold some truth, but the primary concern is for the sake of Konoha. If we were to act against an outsider without cause, and word of it reached other villages, it would greatly impact us and could potentially cause turmoil within our own village, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, clearing his throat awkwardly, yet maintaining a serious demeanor. Since you claim it is for the good of Konoha, I shall tentatively trust you. However, if you wish for him to remain here, I must first meet him before deciding whether to concur with your perspective, Shimura Danzo stated, seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed considering the village's welfare over his personal interests, thus temporarily acquiescing. Very well, I shall arrange for him to be brought here at once. Someone, summon Yemu from the hidden leaf. Upon hearing Danzo's agreement with his viewpoint, Sarutobi Hiruzen directed one of the Umbu to find Yemu in the Uchiha compound. Itachi Uchiha had just returned home when he noticed his father's stern expression, indicating that his father was likely aware of recent events. He approached and knelt beside him. Itachi, you're back. His father, Fugaku Uchiha, greeted him. I have returned, father, Itachi replied calmly. I heard you caused quite a stir in the village today. The Umbu followed you to the Uchiha compound. Itachi, tell me what transpired. Fugaku's deep gaze bore into his son, eager to learn the full account of the events. Yes, father. I went to the dumpling shop and bought an extra portion for Yemu. After that, I was followed by the Umbu. Itachi recounted the situation with a composed demeanor. Yemu? Is he the outsider? Fugaku inquired, puzzled. Surely, an outsider would not warrant such a significant Umbu presence. Itachi, aside from the two of you, were there others present? Father, Naruto Uzumaki was also there. Itachi recalled the scene and informed his father directly. Naruto Uzumaki, you say? It is no wonder, then. Now that the matter has been revealed, you should refrain from any contact with them, lest it brings adverse consequences to our clan. Uchiha Fugaku solemnly advised upon hearing Naruto Uzumaki's words. Father, may I inquire why? Itachi Uchiha expressed his confusion, believing that the two individuals posed no significant threat to Konohagakure. Itachi, the intricacies of this situation pertain to the deeper secrets of Konoha. I have only gleaned fragments of information from others, but I can assure you that it is prudent to avoid any interaction with them. Uchiha Fugaku responded, rising to depart immediately. Noticing his father's reluctance to divulge the reasons, Itachi recalled the subtle shift in his father's expression when Naruto was mentioned. The crux of the matter seemed to lie with Naruto Uzumaki. Could it be the Nine Tails? That would explain much. Itachi began to reflect on the incident where Naruto was called a demon fox in the streets. A sudden realization illuminating his thoughts as he discerned the source of the issue, silently burying this secret within his heart. At this moment, Ye Muyun remained engrossed in his tranquil training, utterly unaware of the palpable anxiety permeating Konoha that night, oblivious to the impending crisis, and solely focused on his aspiration to return home swiftly. Knock, knock, knock. Ye Muyun's meditation was abruptly interrupted by the sound of knocking at his door. Irritated, he glanced towards the entrance, initially assuming it was Naruto seeking him out. Frustrated, he strode to the door and opened it, only to be met by a ninja exuding an aura of menace, who uneasily inquired, "What do you seek from me?" "The Hokage summons you. Prepare your belongings and come swiftly." "Very well, I have little to gather. I shall depart at once." Upon hearing the intent of the individual, Ye Muyun obediently followed him, recognizing his own weakness. Thus, the two arrived before the Hokage building, oblivious to the fate that awaited him. Chapter 13. A narrow escape. Knock, knock, knock. The Umbu ninja escorted Ye Muyun to the door of the Hokage's office and knocked directly. "Come in." Upon hearing the voice of the third Hokage from within, The Umbu ninja pushed open the door and entered with Ye Muyun. Inside, Shimura Danzo observed the entrance of a strikingly handsome youth, taken aback by his youthfulness. He noted the boy's attire was unfamiliar, evoking a sense of surprise, as he had never encountered such fashion trends in all his years of gathering intelligence from other villages. As Ye Muyun stepped into the room, he spotted an elderly man standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Noticing the bandages wrapped around the elder's right hand, he mistakenly assumed he was gravely injured, and thus gazed upon him with sympathy. Danzo, noticing Ye Muyun's gaze, was perplexed by the boy's expression. He let out a cold chuckle, recognizing that the youth was unaware of the impending events. Such naive adversaries were the easiest to manipulate, prompting him to lower his guard. Hokage-sama, the individual has been brought. The Umbu ninja turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who occupied the Hokage's seat, and spoke. Thank you for your efforts. You may leave. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Sarutobi gestured for him to depart. Clears throat. Ye Muyun, I apologize for the sudden summons this evening. Sarutobi began to engage in pleasantries, offering a slight apology with a glance toward him. It's quite all right. I wasn't asleep anyway. Ye Muyun, sensing the heavy atmosphere surrounding him, offered a simple smile and waved it off dismissively. Humph, child, spare me the niceties. State your purpose for coming to Konohagakure, or the consequences will be yours to bear. Danzo, disliking formalities, bluntly articulated the reason for their summons. What purpose? I scarcely know how I arrived here. How could I possibly know? Besides, I never intended to come to Konohagakure. Had I not been unable to find my way home, I would have understanding Danzo's unfriendly tone. Ye Muyun recognized that the man was seeking confrontation and candidly expressed his true circumstances, gazing at him with an innocent countenance. Do you think you can deceive Naruto? Do you believe you can deceive me? It seems that a lesson is required for you to divulge your intentions. Shimura Danzo, observing Ye Muyun's reluctance to reveal his purpose, resolved to resort to violence and approached him menacingly. Enough, Danzo. Until we possess evidence that he is an envoy from another village, I cannot permit you to act with hostility, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, slamming his palm upon the table to halt Danzo's aggression. Hiruzen, have you become senile? Given the current state of Konoha, do you truly believe he arrived in our village without ulterior motives? The existence of evidence is inconsequential to me. I would rather err on the side of caution and eliminate him, Danzo asserted resolutely, advancing to seize Ye Muyun by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Ye Muyun, caught in Danzo's grip, struggled desperately, his face turning a deep crimson as he gasped for air. What is happening? Why is he so weak? Could it be that I have misjudged? Danzo effortlessly restrained Ye Muyun, who, if he were indeed a spy from another village, should at least have put up a fight, yet Ye Muyun appeared utterly feeble. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he regarded the two men. Just as Ye Muyun's eyes threatened to roll back in his head, and he was on the verge of unconsciousness, Hiruzen bellowed. Consider yourself fortunate. Danzo, noticing Hiruzen's anger, unceremoniously hurled Ye Muyun against the wall. The impact left Ye Muyun sprawled on the ground, coughing violently, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Cough, cough, damn you, old man. If you dare to let me go, just wait. Once I attain true mastery, I will annihilate you. Ye Muyun's mind was a blur. He felt the searing pain in his throat, having never been so close to death before. And resentment toward Danzo surged within him. Ye Muyun, how are you feeling now? Are you all right? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with concern as he observed Ye Muyun lying on the ground, attempting to collect himself. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. Ye Muyun struggled to rise, every part of his body aching, responding weakly. Child, I have no patience for your idle chatter. Speak forth your purpose without delay. Do not presume that escaping unscathed from this encounter signifies your safety. Danzo coldly dismissed Ye Muyun's disheveled state. Danzo, do you still intend to strike? This is the Hokage's office, not your domain. Ye Muyun, do not worry. With my presence, you need not fret. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a furious glare at Shimura Danzo, his eyes shimmering with a deceptive light as he feigned concern. Ye Muyun, however, paid little heed to Hiruzen's words, recognizing the theatrical charade between the two, who were ostentatiously pretending to have his best interests at heart. It was lamentable that his own strength was insufficient, a bitter truth he loathed. Ahem, Ye Muyun, Danzo's words do possess a modicum of validity. If you truly harbor no ill intentions, simply articulate your thoughts, and we shall not impose any difficulties upon you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, perceiving Ye Muyun's indifference, awkwardly cleared his throat, continuing to gaze intently at him. Very well, I understand. However, I have a condition. Once Ye Muyun steadied himself, his mind seethed with indignation. What ulterior motive could he possibly have? He merely sought refuge in Konoha village. Such baseless prejudice. It would be prudent to vacate this place swiftly and seek a tranquil location for his training. You insolent brat, are you courting death? How dare you propose conditions to me? Shimura Danzo, upon hearing Ye Muyun's audacity to demand terms in such a precarious situation, glared at him with murderous intent. Danzo, if you find this intolerable, then return to your roots. First, state your conditions. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing Danzo's outburst, felt a headache creeping in and scolded him before turning to Ye Muyun with a softer tone. Recalling their quarrel and the events of the night, Ye Muyun realized that if he expressed a desire to leave the village, he would undoubtedly be pursued. With his current abilities, survival was improbable, and the outside world remained a mystery. The most prudent course of action was to remain in the village, at least for the time being, to secure temporary safety. I overheard your suspicions regarding me being a spy from another village. If I were indeed a spy, I would possess exceptional skills, certainly not the attributes of an ordinary individual. Therefore, if you could send someone to ascertain whether I am a ninja, you would have your answer. Should I prove not to be the spy you suspect, my condition is merely a sum of money sufficient to sustain me for several years. Thus, Ye Muyun altered his approach, seeking financial support to ensure his livelihood, allowing him to dedicate time to his training without unnecessary distractions. Indeed, your reasoning holds some merit. I can send someone to investigate whether you are a ninja. If you are merely an ordinary person, I will take it upon myself to allow you to stay and provide you with a stipend for your living expenses. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback by Ye Muyun's words, realized he had not considered the possibility of his being an ordinary man, as it was unlikely an average person could traverse a forest teeming with beasts. Beside him, Shimura Danzo, witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's agreement, could only seethe in silence, increasingly irked by this little brat. After all, he had meticulously devised a plan to tarnish Sarutobi's reputation, thereby creating an opportunity for himself to ascend to the position of Hokage. Someone, fetch a member of the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly commanded, addressing the door. After a while, a ninja possessing the Byakugan entered the room. Sarutobi explained the situation to him. Use your Byakugan to ascertain whether he possesses chakra. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Hyuga ninja responded, activating his Byakugan and scrutinizing Ye Muyun. A peculiar sensation washed over Ye Muyun, akin to something sweeping across his body. Report, Hokage-sama. This individual does not possess a trace of chakra, nor any signs of having trained in chakra, the Hyuga ninja confirmed earnestly after multiple assessments. He then respectfully relayed the information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is it truly absent? Shimura Danzo, bewildered by the Hyuga's proclamation, gazed at him with skepticism. All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts. You may leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Danzo, dismissing the Hyuga ninja with a wave of his hand. Muyun, you are indeed just an ordinary person. We have misjudged you, and for that, we sincerely apologize. Therefore, I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us for the events of this evening. Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly shifted his demeanor, looking at Ye Muyun with kindness and a sincere expression of regret. Wait. Chapter 14. I must survive. Wait. Ye Muyun swiftly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazing at him with an unruffled demeanor. Muyun, I understand you harbor grievances, but this is for the sake of Konoha village. I hope you can set aside your prejudices, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly stated, observing Ye Muyun's displeasure. Is the harm inflicted upon me tonight to be so easily overlooked? Ye Muyun retorted. Ah, so this is Konoha village. Very well, I shall take my leave. Ye Muyun, uncertain of why Sarutobi Hiruzen was inclined to spare him, surmised that the Hokage must desire something from him. Realizing he would not be allowed to depart freely, he boldly confronted them. Little brat, do you think you can simply come and go as you please in Konoha village? Danzo, be silent. Were it not for your reckless actions, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with indignation, interrupted Shimura Danzo, exclaiming that had Danzo not acted impulsively and disrupted his meticulously laid plans, he would not be in such a precarious situation. If he could not exit safely, by dawn he would surely be beset by other clans, inciting panic within Konoha. which would ultimately hinder the village's development. Danzo, you. Humph. Shimura Danzo, taken aback by the blatant disregard from a longtime friend, glared at him with a countenance marked by displeasure. Though he acknowledged his own recklessness, it had all been for the sake of Konoha. To his astonishment, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to align himself with outsiders against him. Muyun, I shall compensate you for the harm caused tonight. However, given the current scarcity of resources in the village, I shall provide you with a portion now and the remainder later. How does that sound? Sarutobi Hiruzen, aware of the village's strained resources, had no choice but to resort to this compromise. That is acceptable, but I require a year's worth of living expenses up front. Ye Muyun, understanding the necessity of restraint to avoid losing everything, acquiesced. Very well, since this is merely a misunderstanding, let us set aside our grievances. As long as you adhere to the village's regulations and do not pose a threat, all will be well. I shall arrange for your return at once. All right, you may go. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled with relief upon hearing Ye Muyun's words. Otherwise, he would have to bear the financial burden himself. The thought of Danzo's reckless behavior filled him with ire. Humph, you little brat, should you dare endanger the village, I shall be the first to eliminate you. I hope you tread carefully. Danzo, feeling dissatisfied with the resolution, threatened Ye Muyun directly. Ye Muyun, dismissing Danzo's threat entirely, recognized that their enmity had been established. There was no point in feigning civility. She turned and departed without a backward glance. Hiruzen, you will come to regret today's choices. He will undoubtedly harbor resentment against us. Were it not for his current status as an ordinary individual, otherwise Danzo, seething with frustration at being ignored by Ye Muyun, directed his ire towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo, I strongly advise against any further foolishness. It has been established that he is merely an ordinary person in our village. We should extend our welcome rather than complicate matters for him. Otherwise, how will outsiders perceive Konoha, who would wish to join our village and contribute to its growth? Sarutobi Hiruzen warned Danzo against his impending folly. Humph. Ignoring Hiruzen's counsel, Danzo kicked open the door and stormed out. Cursed Danzo. Seeing the arrogant demeanor of Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth and spoke with evident disdain. After completing their mission, the members of the Hyuga clan promptly returned to their village to seek out their leader. What was the purpose of the Hokage summoning you? Hyuga Hayashi inquired, hands clasped behind his back, as he regarded the clan member kneeling before him. Clan leader, the Hokage asked me to utilize my Byakugan to ascertain whether that outsider is an ordinary person. The Hyuga clan member replied with utmost respect. And what was the outcome? Hyuga Hayashi asked, his curiosity piqued. Clan leader, that outsider is indeed just an ordinary person, yet it appears he has offended Shimura Danzo. The specific reason for this? I do not know, the clan member recounted, recalling the earlier scene. Oh, so he is merely an ordinary individual. How is it that such a person could catch Danzo's attention? Surely, the situation is not so simple, mused Hyuga Hayashi, pondering the Hokage's stance on the outsider. From what I gather, the Hokage seems to hold this outsider in considerable regard. Otherwise, based on the principles of the root, this person would have long since met his demise, the clan member remarked, recalling the marks he had seen on Ye Muyun's neck during the examination. It seems that Konoha is not at peace. Even a mere ordinary person can incite such commotion among the higher-ups, Hyuga Hayashi lamented, gazing contemplatively at the moonlit sky. Now, you may return. Speak of tonight's events to no one. Unbeknownst to them, the various clans of Konoha were already aware of the developments, resulting in widespread unease and speculation regarding the implications of the higher-ups' actions. Fearing that this incident might lead to repercussions against their own families, the clans were destined for a sleepless night. Meanwhile, after departing from the Hokage building, Ye Muyun walked alone through the unfamiliar and frigid streets, his heart heavy with grievance and resentment. He could only swallow his indignation, reminding himself that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Not long after, Ye Muyun returned to his residence. Just as he was about to close the door, a ninja thrust a compensation into his hand, casting a disdainful glance his way. Uttering the words worthless under his breath, Ye Muyun, with an expression of calmness, watched as the figure departed. His hand, however, instinctively clenched, the nails piercing through the flesh without hesitation. In that moment, he resolved to diligently cultivate his skills and seize control of his own destiny. The sensation of entrusting his life to another was suffocating, an experience he had never encountered before, causing a profound upheaval within his spirit. leading him to maturity. Ye Muyun stood outside for a considerable time, gazing at the moon above, reminiscing about the bright moon of his hometown, and with a resigned sigh. He turned and entered his room. Exhausted, he laid down on the bed, thoughts drifting to his system, and called out in his mind, "System, system. I'm on the brink of collapse, yet you remain silent. It's truly infuriating." Recalling the perilous scene he had just faced, he began to berate the system for its lack of responsibility. "Ding. Please refrain from being excessively rude, or this system will impose a penalty. How dare you? Not only do you refuse to assist me, but you also threaten me. I've never encountered a system like you." Ye Muyun's anger flared at the system's threat, and he retorted, "Ding. Host, you have only seen this one system. Have you encountered any others? Forget it. I'm exhausted and no longer wish to argue." Ye Muyun said, momentarily at a loss for words, unable to refute the system's assertions, and helplessly closed her eyes. "Rest assured, host, this system will ensure your safety," it replied. "Thank you for being there," she responded, somewhat resignedly. "By the way, let me check the compensation I received earlier, as it will determine how much time I have for cultivation." Recalling the remuneration provided by the ninja, Ye Muyun promptly sat up and began counting the money, discovering a total of 500,000 taels. Feeling somewhat content, she thought that with careful spending, it should suffice until the remaining compensation arrived. The realization of having funds to devote to her training brought her a small joy, swiftly dissipating her earlier gloom. Unbeknownst to her, this sum had been altered midway by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who reconsidered the necessity of such a large amount for an ordinary person like Ye Muyun. Consequently, he decided to grant her a significant sum all at once, which, if she were to discover, would likely infuriate her to the point of exasperation. Having experienced a brief moment of happiness, Ye Muyun was quickly reminded of the dangers of this unfamiliar realm. Instantly invigorated, she began her cultivation. While the system typically allowed her to train passively to conserve time, she understood that her current situation required diligent effort to elevate her skills, enabling her to relax later on. The system, observing Ye Muyun's dedicated practice, felt a sense of satisfaction. It had intended to intervene when witnessing her being bullied, yet refrained, believing that such experiences would serve as valuable lessons, fostering resilience and independence in her growth. As Ye Muyun commenced her training, in a distant part of Kanahagakure, a spiral of energy began to swirl. A man clad in a black cloak and wearing a mask emerged, gazing at the moonlit sky and reflecting, "The moonlight is truly exquisite tonight." Chapter 15. The masked man. The masked figure admired the moon for a moment, standing high above and surveying the tranquil village of Konoha, when thoughts of a certain individual surfaced in his mind. Softly yet resolutely, he declared, "Lin, I shall create a world with you in it." Suddenly, he sensed a surge of natural energy converging towards a specific location. Curiously, he assessed the direction and made his way there. Meanwhile, Ye Muyun remained unaware of the approaching presence, quietly circulating her energy, guiding the spiritual essence through her meridians. Practicing the small and large circulations, allowing her cells to gradually acclimate to the enveloping energy, slowly absorbing it, and keenly feeling her body grow stronger. "Host, a formidable enemy is approaching you." The system's voice abruptly startled Ye Muyun, disrupting her cultivation and leaving her feeling particularly vexed, wishing to obliterate the intruder. "What is happening to me today? Why must everyone come to disturb me? I yearn for a serene existence devoted to my cultivation, yet it seems an insurmountable challenge." Ye Muyun lamented with indignation, immediately contemplating a retreat into the mountains. "System, do you discern the intentions of this individual? Why have they sought me out? I have only just arrived. Why are enemies lurking everywhere? Ding. Please rest assured, host. It is likely that your cultivation has stirred the surrounding energies, attracting this person's attention. As long as you respond appropriately, leave the rest to this system." "What? Is it due to my cultivation? I am merely a weakling, without any celestial phenomena to draw attention. How could this person have discovered me? Furthermore, system, what do you mean by responding appropriately? There is nothing normal about the people here. Merely because I am an outsider, I nearly faced death." Upon hearing the system's unreliable explanation, Ye Muyun felt a profound sense of despair and sighed deeply. "Ding. Host, take heed. This individual has arrived." Upon receiving the system's alert, Ye Muyun sprang to his feet, scrutinizing the entrance with great care. "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed near his ear, startling him into a fall. The masked man found Ye Muyun's flustered state amusing, Yet he feigned composure as he scrutinized him closely. Who are you? Are you human or ghost? How did you enter? System, you wretched creature, why didn't you inform me he was behind me? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Ye Muyun gazed at the masked man in terror, inwardly cursing the system. I am Uchiha Madara. The masked man raised his hands, proudly declaring his name, seemingly eager to witness the fear in Ye Muyun's eyes. What? Uchiha Madara? I do not recognize this name at all. Ye Muyun, relieved to confirm the individual was human, felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he stared blankly. The masked man, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, thought to himself that this was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't it said that the name Uchiha Madara held great power? How could he encounter such an oblivious fool? Ahem, young man, you are so ignorant that you do not even know my esteemed name. Allow me to enlighten you. Stop right there. Ye Muyun, perceiving the inclination of the other party to embark on a lengthy discourse, promptly interrupted him and directly inquired about his purpose for seeking her. I am already aware that your name is Uchiha Madara, so I wish to ask what brings you here. The masked man, suddenly halted in his incantation by Ye Muyun's interruption, glared with disdain. Realizing how impudent the youth before him was, and an urge to discipline him surged within. Wait, I hold great admiration for Lord Madara. Since my childhood, I have aspired to emulate his greatness. Being in the presence of Lord Madara is truly exhilarating. I was indeed disrespectful moments ago. I beseech your forgiveness for my ignorance. At this moment, I yearn to hear of Lord Madara's illustrious deeds, that I may extol your name. Might you continue your tale, Lord Madara? Noticing the masked man's intent to ensnare him, Ye Muyun decided to play along, attempting to dispel the rising ire of the other. The masked man, witnessing Ye Muyun's sycophantic demeanor, felt utterly speechless and barked, "Enough!" Ye Muyun immediately ceased his act, feigning the wiping of tears while cautiously observing him. The masked man, possessing the Sharingan, discerned this charade effortlessly and, disinterested in his antics, inquired, "Has anything peculiar transpired here moments ago?" Ye Muyun, taken aback by the question, failed to grasp what the masked man meant by peculiar. Was there anything stranger than a figure drifting into his room in the dead of night with ulterior motives? Never mind, I shall take matters into my own hands. The masked man, noticing Ye Muyun's momentary daze, fixed his gaze upon him and employed Jinjutsu, seeking to extract information from him. Why do you keep staring at me? Ye Muyun assumed the masked man was about to attack and nonchalantly struck a pose, regarding him intently. The masked man soon realized his Jinjutsu was ineffective, leaving him astonished. He stepped forward and grasped Ye Muyun's shoulders. Release me. What is it that you desire? Ye Muyun, feeling the firm grip upon him, struggled fiercely to break free, only to discover he was ensnared, and he erupted in frustration. The masked man was taken aback to discover that his opponent was an utterly ordinary individual, devoid of any chakra. Disappointed, he released him. Ye Muyun was suddenly freed, momentarily bewildered by the peculiar behavior of his captor, who first glanced at him, then seized him, only to let him go, leaving Ye Muyun utterly perplexed by the encounter. Little ghost, should you divulge my visit to you tonight, I assure you, I will not let you off easily. The masked man had originally intended to silence him, but upon realizing the other was merely an ordinary boy, he softened and threatened instead. Fear not, Lord Madara, I am your devoted fan. How could I betray you? I would never reveal your presence here, Ye Muyun replied, quickly placing his hand over his heart in earnest assurance as he saw the masked man prepare to depart. The masked man cast a deep glance at Ye Muyun, and in an instant, a vortex appeared, drawing him in and causing him to vanish from sight. How is this even possible? This skill is truly impressive, Ye Muyun exclaimed, filled with envy at the stylish exit. At last, he sighed, he has finally left. Acting is so exhausting. Yet, I believe I noticed that his eyes were red with strange patterns in the pupils. Could he be ill? Whatever. It's none of my concern. Tonight, I shall forego training and enjoy a good night's sleep. I will resume tomorrow. As Ye Muyun reflected on the features of the masked man, he detected discrepancies, but soon dismissed the thoughts, worn out from the night's events, and resolved to rest well. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the ninja world, a vortex gradually formed and a figure emerged. He removed his mask and placed it aside, contemplating Ye Muyun, realizing there were numerous inconsistencies, and resolved to revisit Konoha village when the opportunity arose. Lord Madara, I have matters to report to you. The masked man abruptly heard a voice from outside and swiftly donned his mask once more, calmly stepping outside to confront the white humanoid figure before him. What is it? White Setsu. Lord Madara, I have discovered that the Uchiha clan in Konoha seems to be secretly plotting to overthrow the village. Should we intervene? Baiju gazed respectfully at the masked man before him, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Well, this matter can wait for another time. The pressing concern is to seek information regarding the other-tailed beasts. This is of utmost importance and cannot be neglected. The masked man contemplated the news from his clan for a moment before responding with calm assurance. Indeed, Lord Madara. Upon hearing the masked man's words, Baiju bowed respectfully and departed. The masked man turned his gaze to the moonlight streaming through the window, retrieving an old photograph from his pocket. The image depicted a charming girl with a smile, though her features were obscured, particularly his own face. Before long, my plan will come to fruition. This time, I shall protect you, Rin. This world is far from perfect. You alone are the epitome of beauty, he murmured tenderly, caressing the photograph of the girl while admiring the moonlight. In a distant village, a yellow-haired man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds raised his hands. Basking in the moonlight, he surveyed his kneeling subordinates with an air of authority and proclaimed, I am a god, the one who can alleviate your suffering. Embrace your pain. Revel in it. Only I can lead you to a world of peace. Chapter 16. Shadows of Dreams. The following morning, Ye Muyun was sleeping soundly in her room, dreaming of returning home. She reveled in the familiarity of her surroundings, excitedly lying on her bed, preparing to order takeout as a treat for herself. Just as she was about to place her order, a sudden knock at the door startled her, and she thought, that was quick. Ye Muyun rushed to the door, and upon opening it, she was taken aback by the sight of Shizen Toanzo at her doorstep. He struck a provocative pose, resting against her chest as he complained, Oh, my little cutie, have you come to my house so soon? I want to give you a little punch to your chest. Stunned, Ye Muyun stared at him, suddenly jolted into action. She swiftly kicked him away, slamming the door shut with a heavy thud, panting as she exclaimed, What the hell is this? Thump, thump, thump. Still shaken, Ye Muyun leaned against the door, cursing vehemently. She had barely caught her breath when the knocking resumed, sending her heart racing and rendering her hesitant to open the door. Grabbing a stick from nearby, she cautiously pulled the door open. Why is no one there? Ye Muyun peered outside, emboldened enough to extend her head and scan the surroundings. Yet finding no one, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Hey, who are you looking for? Goodness. Ye Muyun was startled by a sudden voice behind him and turned around, colliding face-to-face with the masked man. Upon seeing his crimson eyes, fear gripped him, and he instinctively swung his wooden stick, only to miss entirely. The masked man began to perform absurd movements, taunting Ye Muyun with a provocative gaze. What on earth? Are you all out of your minds, coming after me? Ye Muyun, filled with indignation, charged forward and swung his stick recklessly. In reality, Ye Muyun lay in bed, eyes closed, hands flailing, muttering through clenched teeth. Suddenly, with a forceful push of his right foot against the wall, he propelled himself off the bed, crashing onto the floor with a loud thud. Ouch, that hurts. Ye Muyun was jolted awake, curling up on the ground while cradling his head. Knock, knock, knock. The familiar sound of knocking at the door irritated him, and he contemplated unleashing his wrath upon the intruder. Rising, he seized the stick from beneath the bed and stormed out, flinging the door open and swinging the stick aggressively. Stop, please. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed, trembling at the sight of the approaching wooden stick. Recognizing that familiar voice, Ye Muyun managed to rein in his strength just in time, halting the stick mere inches above Naruto's forehead. Naruto? What brings you here? Ye Muyun inquired, observing the boy sitting on the ground as he withdrew the stick, a look of confusion crossing his face. Hey, I've got great news, Naruto exclaimed, brushing off his pants as he stood up, his excitement palpable. Great news? Since I've arrived here, I haven't encountered anything good. Ye Muyun rolled his eyes at Naruto's enthusiasm, yawning as he stepped back into his room. Brother, this really is good news. Last night, Grandpa Hokage visited my house and told me that the ninja school will be starting soon. He said I could go to school, and I thought of you. I asked him if you could come with me, and to my surprise, he agreed right away. Soon, we'll be the coolest kids in school. Just watch how I'll take them down. Naruto rambled excitedly, mimicking a fighting stance behind Ye Muyun. I'm truly at a loss for words with you lot. Just when I want to cultivate in peace, bizarre incidents keep finding me. How old am I? Am I really going to school with a little brat like you? Ye Muyun thought to himself, exasperated. Naruto, if you want to go, then go. I think being an ordinary person is quite fine, he replied, dismissing the idea. Go for it, you got this. Ye Muyun placed his hands firmly on Naruto Uzumaki's shoulders, gazing at him with utmost seriousness. Naruto, have you not always aspired to become Hokage? You must understand that there are no fated endings, only the arduous journey that shapes us. Be a person of confidence in the face of anyone. We are fundamentally the same. Therefore, Naruto, I will stand behind you, watching over you, for I truly believe you will become Hokage. Ye Muyun interrupted Naruto's attempt to speak, offering him a few words of encouragement. Brother, I will not let down your expectations. I shall undoubtedly become Hokage for you to see. Overcome with emotion, Naruto embraced Ye Muyun tightly, tears streaming down his face as he rubbed his damp clothes against him. Hey, that's enough. Why are you still crying? Naruto, you must be doing this on purpose. Just after waking up, and you've drenched me in snot and tears, how am I supposed to go out like this? As Ye Muyun observed Naruto's unrelenting tears, he pressed down on Naruto's head, bewildered by the strength he possessed, feeling quite helpless. Frustration surged within him as he recalled his attire, prompting an overwhelming sense of irritation. Enough. Ye Muyun could no longer contain himself. He executed a swift takedown, pinning Naruto to the ground, leaving him utterly bewildered. Finally liberated from the predicament, Ye Muyun glanced at the remnants of tears and snot on his clothes, feeling utterly uncomfortable, and promptly discarded the soiled attire into the bathroom bin. Brother, your physique is simply extraordinary, Naruto exclaimed as he beheld Ye Muyun's sculpted abs, his admiration evident as he reached out to touch them. What are you doing? Are you a pervert, or what? Ye Muyun observed Naruto Uzumaki with a foolish expression and swiftly slapped his hand away in irritation. Brother, I did not intend to. It simply feels as though something within my body has awakened. Naruto scratched his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. Well, you see, I have no clothes to wear, and it is impossible for me to go out. Thus, I wish to request your assistance. Ye Muyun crossed his arms, gazing earnestly at Naruto. Of course, brother. This matter shall be entrusted to me, Naruto replied, misinterpreting his brother's serious demeanor as an indication of an important task. He looked at him with a resolute expression. That is more like it. The task is quite simple. I need you to go to the ramen shop from yesterday and resign from my job. Oh, and please bring me some clothes as well. Seeing Naruto's agreeable attitude, Ye Muyun nodded affirmatively and stated, It is indeed that simple. Rest assured, brother. Then I shall go. Naruto exhaled in relief, immediately setting off to fulfill his brother's request. Do your best, young man. Whatever endeavor you undertake, if your words and actions consistently serve your desired goal, success shall not elude you. I am now even more convinced that you can become Hokage, Naruto. Charge forth. Ye Muyun cheered passionately from behind. Upon hearing his brother's profound words, Naruto was ignited with fervor and dashed away. Finally, it has quieted down. Now I shall commence my training, Ye Muyun exclaimed. Once Naruto departed, he swiftly found a spot to meditate and train, for time was of the essence. Who knows what the next moment may bring? At this rate, how long will it take to achieve mastery? He then cast aside distractions and began to circulate his energy. After a considerable time, Naruto arrived at the ramen shop, where he explained the situation to Iruka. Although Iruka was perplexed by Ye Muyun's decision to resign after such a short time, he wondered if he had perhaps mistreated him. To express his apologies, he instructed Naruto to bring a bowl of ramen to Ye Muyun. Dazed, Naruto stepped out of the ramen shop, holding the bowl in his hands, questioning his life choices. So, resigning can earn me ramen? Does that mean I could exploit this to eat ramen endlessly? Goo, my dear brother, it is not that I lack loyalty, but rather that I cannot restrain myself any longer. Uzumaki Naruto, enticed by the delectable aroma of ramen, felt his stomach grumble and decided to indulge before anything else, thinking he could simply apologize to his elder brother later. With this resolution, he began to feast. This ramen is utterly divine. Brother, your kindness knows no bounds. Uzumaki Naruto devoured the meal voraciously, oblivious to the gaze fixed upon him from behind. Not far from him, concealed behind a tree, stood a shy young girl, Hyuga Hinata, who quietly observed Naruto, as if he were the sole inhabitant of her world. She remained unaware as she slowly stepped into his line of sight, unabashedly revealing herself. Who are you? Why are you staring at me? Naruto exclaimed, noticing the gaze and looking up to confront her. Chapter 17. Hyuga Hinata, who are you? After finishing his ramen, Naruto approached the girl, eyeing her with curiosity. I Hinata stammered. Her face flushed crimson as Naruto drew near. She attempted to articulate her thoughts, but suddenly fainted. Whoa, what happened? Why did you faint? Naruto exclaimed, rushing forward to catch her as she collapsed. Puzzled, he contemplated his next move. Should he leave her here and walk away? No. His brother had once said that when chance encounters occur, they are destined, and one must summon courage to face them boldly. Initially considering abandoning the unconscious Hinata, Naruto recalled his brother's words, straightened his posture, and resolved to take responsibility. I never said that. You were slandering me. If Ye Muyun were present, he would undoubtedly shake his head in disagreement. Gently, Naruto laid Hinata on the ground and sat beside her, guarding her with tender care. This scene was undeniably heartwarming, drawing envy from onlookers. Yet, amid this warmth, Naruto's mind drifted to thoughts of how women might hinder his aspirations of becoming Hokage, recalling his brother's warning that women could slow his progress, disrupting his culinary ambitions time and again. Before long, Hinata stirred, her bright, clear Byakugan eyes meeting Naruto's gaze, rendering her momentarily speechless. Oh, how wonderful. You're finally awake. Now I can go find my brother. Naruto Uzumaki turned around to see Hinata Hyuga awakening, and he couldn't contain his excitement as he exclaimed. Thank you. Hinata, noticing that Naruto had been by her side, guarding her, shyly expressed her gratitude. Oh, it's nothing much. By the way, what is your name? For the first time, Naruto felt the joy of being acknowledged by another, prompting a beaming smile. I'm Hinata Hyuga, she replied, nervously tugging at her clothing, speaking in a soft voice. What did you say your name was? Naruto, unable to decipher her words, leaned in closer to catch what she had just said. And no, please. Don't come any closer. Hinata was startled by Naruto's sudden approach, her face flushed with embarrassment and her demeanor flustered. How else could I hear you if I don't come closer? Naruto responded nonchalantly, maintaining a serious expression. Thump. Hey, why did you faint again? Naruto shouted in panic upon witnessing Hinata lose consciousness once more. The onlooking Umbu ninja observed the scene with exasperation, irked by Naruto's impudent behavior. Thinking to themselves, I told you not to get so close, and yet you pressed right up against her? It's no wonder she fainted. After all, the Hyuga clan's delicate princess was well known for her fragility. They were astonished to see her so shy even while speaking to others, a revelation that reshaped their perceptions. Leave her to me, an Umbu ninja stated coldly, appearing suddenly beside Naruto. Who are you? I will never allow you to lay a finger on her. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Naruto was taken aback by the abrupt appearance, disregarding the stranger's identity, resolute in preventing him from taking Hinata away without revealing his intentions. Humph. You think you can stop me, little brat? The Umbu ninja dismissed Naruto's threats, advancing towards the unconscious Hinata on the ground. Damn it. Someone please help. There's someone trying to abduct a child. Naruto realized the gravity of the situation and, recognizing the disparity in their strength, shouted angrily to the street. Hey, you little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Stop right now. The shadowy ninja of the Umbu was suddenly startled by the presence of Naruto Uzumaki. Noticing the peculiar gazes of the passers-by around him, he felt an immediate surge of anxiety and hastened to intervene in Naruto's actions. The Umbu ninja swiftly covered Naruto's mouth, attempting to silence him, but Naruto retaliated by biting down fiercely, causing the ninja to cry out in pain. You wretched little brat. Die. The Umbu ninja, losing his patience, roared in indignation. Mortified at the thought of being outmatched by a mere child and determined to teach him a lesson. Naruto, witnessing the sudden kick aimed at him, braced for impact, knowing full well he could not evade it, filled with despair. Just then, a silver-haired man, his chin concealed by a mask, approached Naruto's side and grasped the Umbu ninja's foot, calmly stating, Is it truly necessary to treat a child in such a manner? Department Chief. The Umbu ninja, initially enraged by the interruption, grew uneasy upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer. Leave. Report to my office later. The silver-haired man coolly dismissed him without so much as a glance. Upon hearing this, the Umbu ninja hastily retreated from the scene. Are you all right, little one? The silver-haired man, casting a disdainful glance at the fleeing figure, turned back to Naruto with a gentle concern. I'm fine. Hee. Thank you, kind sir. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble. Naruto replied cheerfully, patting his head in gratitude for the timely assistance. The silver-haired man, observing Naruto's radiant smile, felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity wash over him, reminiscent of a beloved mentor, momentarily lost in thought. Hey, sir, are you all right? Concerned by the man's sudden stillness, Naruto waved his hand in front of him, anxiously calling out, fearing he might have sustained injuries while shielding him. Oh, I'm fine. You simply reminded me of someone. By the way, what is your name? The silver-haired man snapped back to reality, offering an apologetic explanation. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. My dream is to become Hokage. Naruto beamed with joy, delighted to have been asked his name today. Uzumaki. Naruto, you must be the child of my former mentor, the silver-haired man mused, piecing together the identity of the young boy before him. Naruto, is it? What a splendid name. I believe you will undoubtedly become the Hokage. The silver-haired man remarked with a smile, gazing earnestly at him. Really? Do you think so too, uncle? Exclaimed Naruto Uzumaki, his excitement palpable. Wow, I thought only my brother believed that. I didn't expect you to have such good discernment. He laughed heartily. It was indeed the first time Naruto had heard such words from anyone aside from his brother, leaving him utterly exhilarated. By the way, what just transpired? Why did that ninja resort to such heavy-handedness? The silver-haired man intended to offer a compliment to bridge their rapport, but was taken aback when his companion took him seriously. That ninja was truly despicable, attempting to take that person away without reason. I opposed it, and as a result, he sought to teach me a lesson. Naruto fumed, pointing towards Hinata Hyuga, who lay not far away on the ground. The princess of the Hyuga clan? What is she doing here? The silver-haired man noticed Hinata on the ground and felt perplexed, piecing together the events that had unfolded. Naruto, I believe I understand your perspective. Perhaps that ninja thought it inappropriate for her to lie there and intended to return Hinata to her clan. Thus, it seems you may have misunderstood. Wait, are you saying it's my fault? Naruto pondered for a moment, realizing that perhaps the ninja had indeed acted with that intention, leaving him momentarily speechless as he stared at the silver-haired man. That must be it. Ha. With the man's affirmation, Naruto laughed nonchalantly, recalling his brother's words. As long as he remained unembarrassed, the embarrassment would fall on others. Now that the matter is resolved, I shall take Hinata and leave. The silver-haired man stated, seeing the situation settle. He gently lifted Hinata from the ground, bid Naruto farewell, and swiftly departed, aware that lingering would attract the attention of onlookers. Oh, so her name is Hinata. Hinata, such a lovely name. Naruto mused, recalling the moment when the girl had introduced herself, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 18. Entering the chi training stage as Naruto walked down the street, he noticed the villagers casting malevolent glances his way, and his earlier good mood dissipated, replaced by a solemn expression as he headed towards a nearby shop. Why is that fox demon kid here again? What an unfortunate day. I should have checked the calendar before stepping out. Get away from me, you little rascal, lest you bring me misfortune. Just roll away quickly. It is because of you that I have faced defeat all day long. The villagers on the street cast disdainful glances at him, attributing all their ill-fated encounters to his presence. A group of children encircled him, singing mocking tunes with expressions of derision. Naruto Uzumaki chose to disregard the scene before him, yet the nine tails within him, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, seethed with fury, angrily striking the puddle beneath them and exclaiming, Naruto, release me at once. Let me unleash the anger festering within you. Will you persist in enduring this humiliation? The nine tails relentlessly swayed its tail, stirring up Naruto's inner turmoil. Enough, Naruto growled darkly, recognizing the source of his disquiet as the nine tails' influence. Suddenly, a ball soared through the air, striking Naruto on the head, causing him to grimace in pain. As he picked up the ball from the ground, intending to return it to the child from whom it came, he was met with a terrified scream. Stay away from me. Wah! The child collapsed in fright, bursting into tears. Keep that wretched fox spirit away from my child. A woman, hearing her child's cries, stormed out from a nearby shop. Upon seeing Naruto, she seized a broom and rushed toward her child, glaring at him with evident anger. Naruto yearned to explain that it was not his intention to frighten the child, but the murderous glare directed at him quelled his resolve. He bowed deeply and turned to leave. A youth from a nearby shop observed the entire scene in silence, his curiosity piqued by why the villagers chose to vent their impotent rage upon a mere child. After wandering for a while, Naruto found himself in front of a clothing store. He hesitated at the entrance, contemplating his circumstances and recalling his older brother, before finally stepping inside. Sir, I would like to purchase a few outfits, Naruto said nervously. Humph. Get out, get out. It's your fault that I have no business at all. You cursed fox spirit. The shopkeeper, initially pleased by a customer's arrival, was dismayed to see Naruto and hastily shooed him away. Please. I just want to buy a few clothes. I beg you. Upon observing the demeanor of his adversary, Naruto Uzumaki was immediately engulfed in a state of panic. Unwilling to depart in defeat, he implored fervently, leave at once. Do not even entertain the notion. I would rather perish from hunger than part with a single piece of clothing. The proprietor of the clothing store, upon uttering these words, seized a stick, intent on expelling Naruto by force. Just as the stick was about to collide with Naruto's head, it halted abruptly in midair. What is happening? Why can I not move? The shopkeeper was struck with terror, realizing he was rendered immobile. What a troublesome affair, remarked a lethargic youth with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle, standing behind Naruto. Who are you? Naruto exclaimed, his voice tinged with gratitude. Nonetheless, I am truly thankful. There is no need for thanks. Greetings, I am Shikamaru Nara, he replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Amusingly, the shopkeeper mirrored the gesture, oblivious to his precarious situation. Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki, he said nervously, sensing the kindness emanating from Shikamaru. You insufferable little brat. Release me at once, or you shall regret it. The shopkeeper threatened, completely unaware of the absurdity of his predicament. This is indeed quite troublesome. It appears I must take some measures, Shikamaru declared as he pretended to grasp the air, tapping his own head with vigor. In stark contrast, the store owner slowly steadied his grip on the stick and struck his own head forcefully, resulting in a gory wound and anguished cries. I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I will comply with whatever you demand. The shopkeeper, upon witnessing Nara Shikamaru preparing to confront him once more, was immediately struck with dread and swiftly pleaded for mercy. It's quite simple. Just sell your clothing to him, he urged. As the situation unfolded in a manner consistent with his expectations, Nara Shikamaru, feeling boredom wash over him, discarded his wooden staff and lifted the ninjutsu he had just enacted. Very well, dear customer, may I inquire what type of clothing you desire? I shall fetch it for you at once. The shopkeeper instantly altered his demeanor towards Uzumaki Naruto, exuding insincere flattery. There's no need to worry. Just go ahead and purchase what you wish, Nara Shikamaru reassured Naruto, who stood foolishly still, mistakenly believing that the shopkeeper would retaliate against him. Subsequently, Naruto followed the shopkeeper into the store, contemplating his elder brother's physique as he selected several outfits to buy. And he expressed his gratitude to Nara Shikamaru once again. Thank you, Shikamaru. Had it not been for your assistance earlier, I might have. I merely followed my curiosity and lent a hand. You needn't concern yourself with it. Well then, I must take my leave, Nara Shikamaru replied, feeling somewhat exasperated by Naruto's incessant thanks. Had he known it would be such a hassle, he would not have come along, and with a wave, he bid farewell. As Naruto observed Shikamaru's retreating figure, he bowed sincerely. While this incident held little significance for Shikamaru, for Naruto, being able to assist his elder brother was of utmost importance. After completing the tasks entrusted to him by Ye Muyun, Naruto set off towards her residence. Within Ye Muyun's abode, she had been seated in meditation for an entire day, her eyes gently closed as she attuned to the spiritual energy within her. As her cultivation technique flowed, her entire being felt as though it were enveloped in water, experiencing an unparalleled sense of ease, utterly devoid of fatigue, even growing more invigorated. At that moment, as her technique continued to circulate, waves of spiritual energy were absorbed into her dantian, gradually coalescing into a refined essence of energy, which visibly expanded before her. After a while, Ye Muyun slowly opened her eyes, exhaling the stagnant air and adjusting her breath, gradually returning to a state of awareness. Wonderful! I have finally reached the chi refinement stage. Truly, the heavens do not forsake those who are diligent. Hard work yields its rewards, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she felt her physical strength elevate to a new level. Warning, please do not become overly self-satisfied. You have merely just entered the chi refinement stage. The system interjected. System, you simply do not understand. That is the chi refinement stage, she retorted with a playful defiance. I have dreamed of cultivating immortality, soaring on a flying sword, surveying the rivers and mountains below. I aspire to become the most carefree sword immortal. Ye Muyun was taken aback by the system's cold response and immediately retorted, allowing her imagination to wander towards the splendid future that awaited her. The system, observing its host's lack of ambition, fell into a state of silence, utterly speechless. Ha ha ha. I have finally embarked on the path of cultivation, she exclaimed. Oh, by the way, system. Ye Muyun chuckled with unrestrained glee, then suddenly recalled something important and began calling for the system. Beep. How may I assist you, host? System, did you not mention that the Inyan Cauldron could exchange my cultivation for items? Look at my current situation. What can I possibly exchange? Ye Muyun gazed at the system with eager anticipation, thinking that at the very least, she could trade for some spirit spring water, which she had heard was delicious and sweet and long to taste. Beep. Please do not indulge in fantasies. Given your current cultivation, you will not be able to exchange for anything, even if you were to exhaust it all. What? System. What level of cultivation must I achieve to have the possibility of exchanging items? Ye Muyun gasped in shock at the system's words. After all, she had worked hard to reach the chi refining stage in just one day. How could she bear to regress? She anxiously inquired. Beep. Based on your current spiritual energy, you will require at least 10 times the amount to facilitate an exchange. 10 times the energy of the first layer of chi refinement? Ye Muyun calculated internally, realizing that she would need to reach at least the 5th layer of chi refinement to trade her cultivation, and that she would need to exhaust her energies, meaning she would have to attain at least the 7th or 8th layer to avoid a regression. It appeared she had a long and arduous journey ahead of her. Feeling weary at the thought of the lengthy time required to procure resources, Ye Muyun sighed. Beep. Please do not lose heart. The Inyan Cauldron is an unparalleled treasure that can autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the current absorption rate, you will be able to exchange for one material in a month's time. A month, huh? Perhaps that is acceptable. It is certainly better than having nothing at all. Upon hearing this good news, Ye Muyun felt a surge of joy and stretched her body, lying back on her bed. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock at the door startled her. Chapter 19. Am I to wear women's clothing? Knock, knock, knock. Ye Muyun, hearing the persistent knocking, felt a jolt of anxiety as memories of recent events flooded back, leaving her with a lingering fear of anyone knocking at her door. Who is it? After a long pause with no response, Ye Muyun took a deep breath and slowly approached the door, cautiously opening it. Ye Muyun, Lord Hokage is looking for you, a ninja stated coldly, standing at her doorstep. The village chief has summoned me again. I can only take one step at a time. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Ye Muyun immediately became vigilant, speculating on Sarutobi's intentions for seeking her out. Very well, I shall accompany you. However, I must wait a moment. Naruto has gone to purchase clothing for me and will return shortly. The ninja, noticing Ye Muyun's bare upper body, fell silent for a moment but ultimately consented to leave the area for the time being. What could the village chief possibly want with me? I suspect that there is more to this than meets the eye. I must prepare myself. System, I require your assistance. After contemplating for a while, Ye Muyun decided to consult the system to see if it had any solutions. Ding. How may I assist you, host? System, if I were to encounter a life-threatening crisis, what measures would you take to ensure my escape? Ye Muyun voiced her unease directly, gazing expectantly at the system. Ding. Should the host find herself in an insurmountable life-threatening situation, this system will utilize the spiritual energy accumulated during this time to establish a teleportation array, transporting the host to safety. Now that's more like it. The system lacks a sense of martial ethics. No wonder my cultivation has progressed so slowly. I spent an entire week in the realm of enlightenment without any advancement, and it turns out it was your fault. Ding. Please approach the situation with rationality. If it weren't for this system absorbing and storing spiritual energy, the host would have perished long ago, especially given your current lack of skill. Upon hearing the system's remarks, Ye Muyun ultimately closed her mouth, almost ready to unleash her scathing retorts. With the system's assurance, should anything untoward occur, at the very least, I would not suddenly meet my demise. Ecstatic, Ye Muyun knew her life was secure, and she immediately lay down on her bed, rolling about. Who knows if this would be the last time she would rest upon this bed. After a considerable time, Naruto Uzumaki arrived at Ye Muyun's residence, carrying items in hand and knocking vigorously on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Brother, I'm back. Hurry and open the door. Hearing Naruto's voice from outside, Ye Muyun felt a flicker of annoyance. At this age, he should be more composed. She promptly opened the door and exclaimed, Naruto, do you intend to break my door? My apologies, brother. I just encountered something joyous today and couldn't contain myself. Naruto admitted, scratching his head awkwardly, aware of his impulsiveness. All right. Did you manage to buy the clothes? Having made a purchase, I was uncertain of your preferences, so I casually selected a few garments for you. Upon hearing his brother's words, Uzumaki Naruto promptly handed over the items he held. Ye Muyun gazed at the packaging, envisioning the attire from another realm. To his astonishment, he discovered a cheapao and a fishnet shirt among the items. Naruto, is this truly what you bought? Why have you included women's clothing? Do you wish to see me in women's attire? Ye Muyun pondered the image of himself dressed as a woman, shuddering at the thought, and immediately grasped Naruto by the collar, demanding an explanation. I had no idea. Naruto stammered. The shopkeeper mentioned these garments are quite cooling. And considering you also wear such breezy clothing, I simply made the purchase. I apologize, brother, it was not my intention. As he spoke, Naruto noticed Ye Muyun's expression darkening, prompting him to hastily offer his apologies. Ye Muyun, recalling that it was he who had requested Naruto's assistance, suppressed his indignation and decided to let it go. He rummaged through the items and eventually managed to assemble an appropriate outfit, discarding the other garments onto Naruto before turning to change into clean clothes. Meanwhile, Naruto remained silent, trembling in a corner, observing quietly. System, could you please store these garments away? Ding the host may store the clothes within the enlightenment realm. System, how do I accomplish this? Ding the host simply needs to focus on the intention to store, and the system will automatically manage the process. Does this imply that I possess a spatial storage akin to an entire world? Ding, please refrain from considering the storage of trivial items, as the system reserves the right to intervene directly. With a sigh, Ye Muyun picked up his clothes and immediately began experimenting. With a swift motion, they vanished. Naruto, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the garments from his brother's hands, was struck with disbelief, utterly baffled by the method employed. Brother, how did you achieve that? Will you teach me? Naruto Uzumaki approached Ye Muyun, his eyes filled with anticipation. No, you won't be able to learn, he remarked playfully. By the way, Naruto, you mustn't disclose what just transpired to anyone. Otherwise, I shall no longer be your elder brother. Ye Muyun realized he had been overly careless, having been seen by Naruto, and, after careful consideration, spoke with a grave demeanor. Rest assured, elder brother, I would never betray you, Naruto declared, patting his chest with conviction upon witnessing his brother's serious expression. Yes, Naruto, I understand your aspiration to become Hokage. However, there is a saying, to achieve success in any endeavor, one must be willing to toil diligently and possess the perseverance to see it through, rather than merely proclaiming lofty ideals while idly wasting time. Over the course of their acquaintance, Ye Muyun had come to appreciate Naruto's character, though mischievous. His antics were merely a means to garner attention, much like Ye Muyun's own past desires for recognition. Naruto, soon someone will come to take me away. I am uncertain of what will transpire next, but if I am no longer present, you must learn to be strong. Do not seek to compare yourself with others, but rather strive to surpass your own limits. I am confident you will realize your dreams. Upon hearing his brother's solemn words, Naruto felt an unsettling wave of sorrow wash over him, sensing that his brother might soon depart. Elder brother, are you leaving? Is it because of the clothes I bought that you're upset and planning to go away? Please don't leave. I promise I will fulfill your requests. This was merely an accident, he cried, tears streaming down his face. Seeing Naruto on the verge of another emotional outburst, Ye Muyun swiftly placed a hand on his head to prevent him from coming closer. Fortunately, with his recent progress in cultivation, he no longer felt like a weakling. Enough of your tears. I am not dead yet, and here you are, mourning as if you cannot wait for a feast, Ye Muyun remarked, bemused by Naruto's dramatic display. It was merely a simple farewell, after all, yet he felt a warmth within his heart. I merely intended to say I would be stepping out for a while. We shall meet again in the future. If you continue this way, I may have to disown you as my little brother, he teased, feeling exasperated by Naruto's tears. Elder brother, I will stop crying, but could you please reconsider leaving? I cannot bear to part with you. Upon hearing that their relationship was to be severed, Uzumaki Naruto immediately stifled his sobs and, with a quivering voice, remarked, I do not wish to leave either, but there are those who desire my departure. Very well. Let it be so. Perhaps you shall still see me tonight. Upon noticing that Naruto had ceased his tears, Ye Muyun began to stride toward the door. However, upon opening it, she was met with the sight of a ninja. Instantly sensing that the situation was unusual, her heart began to race. Brother, I will await your return. You will always be my brother. Naruto, aware that he could not hinder Ye Muyun's advance, resolutely declared his intent. Understood. Ye Muyun waved her hand behind her before following the ninja away from that place. As Ye Muyun walked through the streets, she gazed at this unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar locale, contemplating what it might become in the future. You mentioned that the Hokage summoned me for a matter. Could you possibly divulge what it entails? Feeling bored, Ye Muyun turned to inquire of the ninja. The ninja, however, remained aloof and silent, trailing behind her with an air of urgency, as if fearing her departure. Humph, if you choose not to speak, then so be it. Who are you trying to impress with such a demeanor? Ye Muyun felt a surge of displeasure at the ninja's attitude. Before long, the ninja led her to a desolate area, the purpose of which remained unclear. Ye Muyun had sensed the ninja's peculiarities from the beginning, bolstered by her system's assurances. She resolved to discern the intentions behind seeking out an ordinary individual like herself. They soon entered a concealed structure, leaving Ye Muyun to ponder what awaited her next. Chapter 20. Escape from Konohagakure. Ye Muyun trailed the ninja into a secret passage, arriving in a dimly lit hall where she occasionally felt the weight of hostile gazes upon her. What kind of wretched place is this? Prolonged exposure here might drive one to madness, she thought, feeling an overwhelming discomfort, yet compelled to continue following. My lord, I have brought the person as instructed. After wandering for a while, the ninja abruptly halted, respectfully addressing a shadowy figure ahead. Thud, thud, thud. Ye Muyun recognized the sound of a staff striking the ground, feeling a sense of familiarity. Moments later, Shimura Danzo emerged from the darkness, standing a short distance from Ye Muyun, and spoke. You little brat, I never expected our paths to cross again. Not that wretched creature again. Ye Muyun recognized the formidable Shimura Danzo, the very person who had nearly taken his life, and an immediate surge of fury ignited within him. He glared intensely at Danzo, declaring, Today, you shall not find the obstinate Sarutobi Hiruzen to shield you. As for you, an outsider, I have long sought the opportunity to strike. How unfortunate that you have managed to prolong your existence for yet another day. Shimura Danzo, undeterred, slowly advanced with the aid of his cane, disregarding Ye Muyun entirely. What is it that you seek from me? I have not wronged you, Ye Muyun stammered, attempting to retreat, only to find himself obstructed by several ninjas that had appeared behind him. Reluctantly, he muttered, Humph. Do you truly believe that a deity would concern itself with the musings of mere insects? It is merely entertaining to me, and I shall crush you effortlessly. Ha ha. Observing the tremor in Ye Muyun's body, Danzo scoffed derisively. MMN, this old dog-esque laughter is truly repugnant. I wish fervently to deliver a few resounding slaps across his face. To consider oneself a god, surely, that is the mark of madness. Ye Muyun seethed with rage, casting a furious glare at Danzo, his thoughts filled with curses. Now, let us engage in one final game. I am eager to see just how long you can endure. Your despair and struggle against your own helplessness shall surely prove to be most entertaining, Danzo remarked nonchalantly, initially expecting Ye Muyun to cower in fear and beg for mercy. To his surprise, Ye Muyun remained remarkably composed, igniting Danzo's desire for amusement. You wretched beast, do not let me escape, or I swear I shall end your wretched existence. Ye Muyun exclaimed as he noticed the encroaching ninjas surrounding him, panic setting in as he began to unleash a torrent of curses. System, I am in dire straits. Hurry and transport me from this accursed place. Ye Muyun's mind raced as he implored the system for assistance. Ding. Please hold on a moment, host. This system is in the process of establishing a teleportation node. You system, why did you not inform me sooner? In such dire circumstances, how am I to endure? Ye Muyun retorted angrily, oblivious to the system's intentional delay. At that moment, a ninja from the Root organization, realizing that Ye Muyun was merely an ordinary individual, grasped Danzo's intent to slowly torment him and prepared to strike. Yet, sensing imminent danger, Ye Muyun instinctively evaded the attack. Humph. It appears that even the smallest of creatures will resist when cornered. The situation has become far more intriguing than before. Shimizu TZ observed Ye Muyun skillfully evade an attack, intrigued by the fact that an ordinary individual could indeed dodge an assault from the Root. Gasping for breath, Ye Muyun, in a moment of desperation, expended all his strength to escape the imminent danger, feeling a tumult in his chest as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. However, the Root ninjas had no intention of granting him respite, preparing to teach him a lesson. Everyone, stand down. I wish to see what potential this wretched brat possesses. At that moment, Shimizu TZ, witnessing a group advance, issued a command, thinking to himself that a mere child, surrounded by so many, could not possibly escape. He dismissed the notion of being accused of bullying the weak, for his prideful nature rendered him indifferent to such concerns. Are these fools out of their minds? They could easily overwhelm me, yet chose to spare me, he scoffed. Soon enough, they shall pay for their folly. Upon hearing TZ's words, Ye Muyun felt a surge of hope. As long as he persevered, escape was within reach. The root ninjas, upon receiving TZ's command, respectfully stepped aside, allowing one ninja to step forward and commence the lesson for Ye Muyun. In the office of the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, glared at the Umbu ninja before him. Upon hearing that Shimizu TZ had deceived Ye Muyun into joining the root under his name, he furiously pounded his desk. That despicable TZ! How dare he commit such vile acts in my name? I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. The Umbu ninja watched as Sarutobi vented his frustrations, remaining silent and patiently waiting in the shadows. Go, hurry and bring Ye Muyun back to me. If we delay, it will be too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated the repercussions of mishandling this situation, fearing it would incite unrest among the villagers. Considering Ye Muyun's predicament, he promptly commanded the nearby Umbu ninja. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu ninja sighed in relief and swiftly departed to execute the mission. I hope Ye Muyun can hold on until my rescue. That despicable Shimura Danzo, merely an ordinary person, resorting to such despicable means against a child. If anything were to happen to him, it would be difficult to explain to Naruto. If the Nine Tails were to rampage, it would spell disaster. I can only hope Naruto does not place undue weight on this so-called elder brother. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed his emotions, seated himself, and took a drag from his cigarette, reflecting on the situation. At this moment, Ye Muyun lay on the ground, battered and bruised, gasping in pain as he gazed at Shimura Danzo standing before him, filled with a desire to kill. I did not expect this little brat to disappoint me so greatly. You fell before we even began. It seems fate has decreed it so. Danzo had anticipated that Ye Muyun would provide him with a significant surprise, but this outcome? It extinguished his desire to recruit him into the root, and he mockingly retreated into the shadows. An Umbu ninja beside him immediately understood the unspoken command, unsheathing his blade and approaching Ye Muyun, ready to end his life. Initiating teleportation sequence. Prepare for host transfer. Please be ready. At last, I can finally leave. Ye Muyun exclaimed, elated. System, if you had delayed a moment longer, I would have had to bid farewell. Hearing the system's voice, he erupted into joyous laughter. How dare you laugh when death is imminent? It seems this is nothing more than a futile struggle. The root ninja noticed Ye Muyun's sudden laughter, momentarily halting his advance. It was this brief pause that cost him the opportunity to finish Ye Muyun. Boom. At that moment, a surge of powerful energy erupted around Ye Muyun, sending a fierce gust that knocked the surrounding root ninjas away, capturing the attention of the departing Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, you wretched cur, I will remember everything you have done to me. Before long, I shall return, so clean your neck and await my arrival. Ye Muyun shouted vehemently as he prepared to be teleported, releasing the pent-up frustration he had endured. Useless fools, stop him at once. Shimura Danzo was perplexed by the sudden outburst of Ye Muyun, immediately wishing to detain him to thoroughly investigate the secrets he harbored. However, he soon discovered the root ninja lying on the ground and could not help but bark out a reprimand. Just as Danzo finished speaking, Ye Muyun vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. How infuriating! To think that this little brat had a hidden card up his sleeve. Useless, utterly useless. Danzo watched helplessly as Ye Muyun escaped from his territory, his frustration mounting as he glared at the root ninja on the ground. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu appeared at the scene, startled to find a group of root members sprawled on the ground, unsure of what had transpired moments before. Lord Danzo, the Hokage has instructed you to release Ye Muyun, the Umbu ninja announced, braving the displeasure evident on Danzo's face. Upon hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched someone to retrieve him, Danzo offered no courtesy and turned to leave the area. The Umbu ninja stood there, bewildered by Danzo's reaction. Unable to comprehend where he had offended him, casting a glance at the scene, he could only depart, heading to report the situation to the third Hokage. In a remote corner of the shinobi world, a beam of light emanated, and a figure descended from it. Ye Muyun, who had been teleported. Lying on the ground, he cried out in anguish, his already injured body suffering further due to the system's abrupt teleportation, which had caused him to fall once more. Consumed by fury, he grimaced in pain, unable to move, and began to survey his surroundings, uncertain of his location yet sensing a rich aura of spiritual energy. Chapter 21. Myaboka Mountain. Due to his injuries, Ye Muyun could only lie quietly on the ground, reminiscing about his homeland and yearning for the comfort of his bed, contrasting starkly with his current predicament of lying on the ground. Rustling noises emerged from the surrounding grass, and Ye Muyun immediately perked up, anxious about the potential appearance of a wild beast. In his current state, he could only await his demise. Suddenly, a gigantic frog, several meters in size, leaped from the bushes, landing with such force that the gust of air it created left Ye Muyun feeling quite uncomfortable. What on earth? How could a frog be so enormous? Ye Muyun stared in astonishment at the colossal amphibian before him. Ribbit, human? How did humanity come to be here? Young tadpole, how did you find your way to Myomu Mountain? The great frog, upon spotting the diminutive Ye Muyun, picked him up with a puzzled expression and addressed him directly. Brother Toad, I implore you, spare me. I am utterly unpalatable, and I have no inkling of how I ended up here. Ye Muyun exclaimed in panic, flailing his limbs as he feared he was to be devoured. Why would I consume you? Are not the insects of Myomu Mountain far more delectable? The great Toad retorted. Indeed, you speak true, Brother Toad. I surely cannot rival the taste of insects. Ye Muyun, realizing the Toad had no intentions of eating him, promptly resorted to flattery. Hey, human lad. To trespass into Myomu Mountain without the consent of Toad Sage is a grave offense. Are you attempting to challenge the authority of our sage? The great Toad glared sternly at Ye Muyun, swinging him in the air, leaving him dizzy and in pain. Ah, Brother Toad, could you please cease? It hurts. Ye Muyun grimaced, his face contorted in agony. Without heeding his plea, the great Toad unceremoniously tossed Ye Muyun into his mouth, proceeding towards a certain location within Myomu Mountain. Ugh, how revolting. So slimy, I feel nauseous. Ye Muyun's mind blanked as he experienced a disconcerting sensation of being unclean. What? Ye Muyun has fled? In a corner of the Hokage building in Leaf Village, a wave of astonishment swept through as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, processed the report from an Umbu ninja. Utterly incredulous. Indeed, Hokage-sama, the Umbu ninja thought apprehensively, wiping cold sweat from his brow as he cautiously observed the grim expression on the third Hokage's face. How could he have escaped? Is he not an extraordinary individual? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his seat, murmuring in confusion. Go, summon Shimura Danzo for me. I must thoroughly understand the circumstances surrounding the incident. After contemplating for a brief moment, he commanded the ninja across from him. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninja, upon receiving the order, immediately utilized the body flicker technique to vanish from the location. Father, I have arrived. Yes, Itachi. Please take a seat. Upon hearing his father's words, Uchiha Itachi promptly settled down opposite him, attentively gazing at him. Itachi, the reason I summoned you today is to discuss an important matter. Father, what is your command? Uchiha Fugaku, noticing his son's respectful demeanor and his ability to discern their roles, continued. Itachi, I intend to assign you a task, one that requires utmost secrecy. What is it that father wishes me to do? Uchiha Itachi sat upright, curiosity evident in his eyes as he sought to comprehend the nature of the task. Today, a significant event transpired in the village. Leaf Muyun was taken by the root this morning. As far as I understand, he has somehow offended Shimura Danzo, and I had thought he would surely meet his demise. Strangely, this ordinary individual managed to escape from Danzo's grasp. It is suspected that he employed space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Fugaku shared the information he had gathered with his son, eager to see if Itachi could grasp his intent. What? Father, how could he? An ordinary man without chakra perform space-time ninjutsu? Could it be a bloodline limit? Yet, I have never heard of such a bloodline limit. Then, does father wish for me to? Upon hearing this revelation, Uchiha Itachi could no longer remain composed, quickly voicing his confusion while also realizing his father's objective. Itachi, you are mistaken in your assumptions. Given the circumstances, it is unlikely that this person utilized space-time ninjutsu. An ordinary individual devoid of chakra cannot perform any ninjutsu. Even a bloodline limit requires a foundation of chakra. Therefore, I suspect that this person possesses some extraordinary treasure, which he must have used to escape. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, directly addressing his son's erroneous thoughts. Does father mean to say that I should find this person and retrieve the treasure? Uchiha Itachi tentatively articulated his thoughts. Itachi, your reasoning still lacks maturity. If this individual concealed his true strength through some means and ultimately resorted to using the treasure upon being discovered by Danzo, then our actions would merely provoke a potentially formidable adversary for no reason. Otherwise, how could Shimura Danzo suddenly fixate on a newcomer who had barely spent 2 days in the village, a mere youth of comparable age to yourself? Therefore, I cannot concur with your perspective. Such an outcome is not what I desire. Uchiha Fugaku meticulously analyzed the situation while advising his son to exercise caution in all matters. Then, father, what should I do? Uchiha Itachi pondered his father's words, recognizing the wisdom in them. One must not recklessly offend a deeply concealed adversary. Well, I have heard that you have encountered him. Presumably, he possesses some understanding of you. Hence, I intend for you to engage with him discreetly. If you can forge an alliance, that would be splendid. If not, ascertain his true nature and seize the treasure. Uchiha Fugaku contemplated for a moment, originally intending to foster a rapport between his son and the individual, but reconsidered in light of the clan's precarious situation, where even the slightest disturbance would attract the attention of the higher-ups. However, father, as of now, I have no idea where Ye Muyun has gone. How am I supposed to make contact? Uchiha Itachi directly articulated the crux of the issue, his voice laced with confusion. You need not worry about that. He will undoubtedly return. Once he does, you will have the opportunity to engage with him, and at that juncture, you can execute the plan, Uchiha Fugaku confidently declared. Arms crossed. Father, why is that? Ye Muyun has suffered greatly at Danzo's hands, and will assuredly seek revenge. Moreover, I have heard he has a younger brother in the village, so he will certainly return. Uchiha Fugaku explained, observing his son intently. I understand, father. I will flawlessly accomplish this task, Uchiha Itachi affirmed earnestly, locking eyes with his father. Very well, then. In a few days, the Ninja Academy will commence. Remember to take Sasuke with you. I shall make an effort to attend if time permits, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, preparing to depart after finalizing the arrangements. Suddenly recalling the upcoming opening ceremony. Rest assured, father. I shall take care of Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi replied. A wave of happiness washing over him at the thought of his younger brother, promising his father. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku responded, reassured, before taking his leave. Ye Muyun. Who exactly are you? Why have you chosen to come to Konohagakure? What secrets do you harbor? I will undoubtedly unravel all of this, Itachi Uchiha contemplated. As thoughts of his conversation with his father began to shift focus onto the individual known as Ye Muyun. Meanwhile, within the other clans of Konoha, whispers of Ye Muyun's abduction by Root had begun to circulate, leaving many astonished by his subsequent escape from Danzo's grasp. Speculations arose that Danzo might have possessed prior knowledge of some secret, prompting him to act against Ye Muyun in an attempt to monopolize this information. Clansmen were dispatched to gather intelligence. As time passed, those sent out returned to their respective clans, bearing news that suggested Ye Muyun harbored some treasure, enabling an ordinary person to elude Root so effortlessly. Consequently, various clans commenced plans to locate Ye Muyun, eager to seize whatever valuable possession he held to bolster their own families. The third Hokage found himself overwhelmed by the actions of the clans and resorted to dispatching Anbu ninjas to quell the situation. Uninformed villagers feared the onset of conflict, their anxiety palpable. Despite the third Hokage's efforts to suppress the ensuing turmoil, the undercurrents of desire among the clans surged, ultimately prevailing over all else. For a time, Konoha would remain unsettled due to the repercussions of Ye Muyun's incident. Even spies within the village reported the developments to other villages, prompting them to send individuals in search of Ye Muyun. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the person in question was currently bathing in the mouth of a giant toad. Chapter 22. Audience with the Toad Sage in a secluded area of Mount Myaboku. Ye Muyun found himself enveloped within the mouth of a colossal toad, experiencing a disorienting sensation as the creature hopped about. Suddenly, he felt the movement cease, and with great effort, he wiped the sticky substance from his face, regaining his bearings to survey his surroundings. Before him stood an immense edifice, flanked by towering toad statues, leaving Ye Muyun utterly awestruck. Could this be? Before he could ponder further, the giant toad unceremoniously expelled him onto the ground, causing him to tumble headfirst and cry out in pain. Lord Shinzaku. I have discovered a human child in Mount Myaboku. I was uncertain how to handle the situation, so I brought him to you. The giant toad declared with a wide mouth, addressing the structure ahead. Shinzaka? Could it be another toad even larger than he? Ye Muyun mused. Curiosity piqued as he gazed at the imposing building. I understand now, the giant toad continued. The toad sage was already aware of the arrival of a human child and intends for me to take him to meet him. At that moment, a small toad, roughly half a meter in size, leapt from the building and spoke directly to the giant toad. Lord Shinzaku, is the toad sage awake? The great toad, upon hearing about the legendary toad sage, gazed with admiration at the diminutive toad Shinzwa before him and exclaimed with palpable excitement. Ribbit, ribbit. Well then, if there's nothing else, you may take your leave. I shall handle matters here. Toad Shinzwa leaped to the side of Ye Muyun and effortlessly lifted him, dismissing the great toad. Hiss, ribbit. Young human, you bear wounds. This will not do when you meet the toad sage later. Realizing he had inadvertently touched Ye Muyun's injury, Toad Shinzwa spoke kindly and proceeded to employ his toad sage techniques to heal him. Goodness, how did you manage that? Ye Muyun suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over her body, and she inquired with astonishment. Ah, young human, this is a technique unique to our Miao Mu mountain. It was precisely through the application of this celestial art that I was able to mend your wounds. Fortunately, your injuries were not severe, otherwise I would have been at a loss, explained the frog sage, Shinzwa, in a gentle tone, aware that the individual before him was favored by the frog deity. I am truly grateful to you, Lord Shinzwa. I feel much better now. Might you release me so I can walk on my own? Ye Muyun expressed her discomfort, finding it quite irksome to be carried by the diminutive frog. Indeed, that is feasible, as I too am experiencing this sensation for the first time. Since you have requested it, I shall set you down, Shinzwa replied, gradually placing Ye Muyun back on the ground. Upon confirming her recovery, he chose to remain silent. Lord Shinzwa, your frog celestial arts are remarkable. May I inquire if I could learn from you? Although Ye Muyun possessed her own cultivation methods, the impressive frog technique piqued her interest. She hoped there might be similarities that could expedite her own practice. Ah, I fear this may disappoint you. However, if the great frog sage consents, then I have no objections, Shinzwa responded, taken aback by her request to learn the celestial arts. Very well. If the great frog sage agrees, I hope you will not retract your promise. Ye Muyun had not anticipated such an unexpected opportunity. She merely wished to foster a closer connection. Let us proceed. The great frog sage has been waiting for quite some time. When we meet him, do remember to observe proper decorum, Shinzwa advised Ye Muyun before leading the way with a lively hop, while she curiously surveyed her surroundings, intrigued by the great frog sage. Brother, I cannot believe you truly left, lamented Uzumaki Naruto, sitting quietly on a swing in a park somewhere within Konoha, his head bowed in sorrow. Naruto, I cannot comprehend why you are so distressed. If only I were a bit braver, I could share your burdens. Hinata Hyuga mused from a nearby corner, watching him with concern as he sat lost in thought. My brother once said that to live is to strive for something, to dream, and to find joy in life. That is the ideal existence. I cannot continue to wallow in despair. Upon your return, dear brother, I shall undoubtedly astonish you. Uzumaki Naruto, having unintentionally overheard the villagers' conversations, initially felt a wave of despondency upon learning of his brother's departure. However, recalling his brother's words ignited a spark of determination within him, as he eagerly anticipated the upcoming school ceremony in just a few days. Wonderful, Naruto, you have regained your spirit. Hyuga Hinata exclaimed as she witnessed Naruto rising from the swing, immediately shrinking back in an attempt to avoid drawing his attention. Hyuga Hinata? What is she doing here? Is she perhaps seeking me for something? Naruto mused as he noticed the adorable Hinata peeking out from her hiding place, staring at him with wide eyes, prompting him to walk in her direction. Ah, he is coming my way. Has he noticed me? What should I do now? Hinata thought, her heart racing as she stood frozen in place, fearful that her sudden departure might lead to a misunderstanding with Naruto. Excuse me, are you Hyuga Hinata? Naruto inquired, his bright smile illuminating his face. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? If it's regarding the last incident, you needn't have gone out of your way to express your gratitude. As Naruto approached the petite figure of Hinata, he radiated warmth and cheer. In Naruto-kun, I am truly grateful for what you did last time. It was entirely my fault for being so clumsy, and I almost caused you harm. I sincerely apologize, Hinata stammered, her earlier anxiety dissipating as she reflected on the previous event, filled with both gratitude and remorse. Oh, it's quite all right. You cannot blame yourself for that incident. At the time, you were entirely unaware of what was transpiring. Had you known, you would surely have come to my aid, Naruto chuckled, feeling a bit bashful under Hinata's gaze as he scratched his head. And Naruto-kun, you are still as gentle as ever, Hinata murmured shyly, touched by Naruto's kindness. Hinata, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that, Naruto replied, his expression blank as he struggled to comprehend her words. It's nothing, Naruto-kun, Hinata giggled, finding his bewildered expression utterly amusing. Naruto Uzumaki found himself utterly bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. And Naruto-kun, can I be your friend? Hinata Hyuga blushed as she gazed at him, taking a deep breath to muster her courage and finally express her heartfelt desire. Upon comprehending her words, Naruto's heart swelled with joy, and he replied without hesitation, of course. We are friends now. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You are so kind. You are my very first friend. Hinata beamed, feeling warmth enveloping her heart at Naruto's agreement. Haha, is that so? That is wonderful. From now on, we shall be good friends, Naruto exclaimed, his face glowing with happiness. Since meeting his brother, he had made an increasing number of friends, and he silently expressed gratitude towards his brother in his heart. Hinata felt an overwhelming sense of joy, thinking about finally becoming friends with Naruto, as memories from her past began to resurface. Once a princess of the Hyuga clan, she should have lived a carefree childhood. However, due to the tumultuous state of Konoha at the time, her father, the clan leader, held high expectations for her, aspiring to mold her into the next leader. Yet, her abilities disappointed him, leading to her gradual ostracization within the clan. Unable to endure her family's scorn, Hinata left her clan's territory and wandered into the village, only to be met with ridicule from a group of children who, upon seeing her Byakugan, deemed her a freak and bullied her. At that moment, Naruto happened to pass by and witnessed the scene. Initially intending to walk away, he was moved to see a group of shameless children tormenting a frail girl. Without a second thought, he rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Hinata. Overwhelmed with emotion, Hinata cried. Never had anyone stood up for her, not even her father. She felt immense gratitude towards Naruto and vowed to protect him when she grew up. Chapter 23. The Prophesied Child in Myaboku Mountain. Ye Muyun followed Fukasaku the toad deeper into the structure, where they encountered a colossal toad seated on a stone pedestal, seemingly in slumber. Great Toad Sage, I have brought Ye Muyun, Fukasaku proclaimed respectfully, gathering his breath to announce. Ribbit. So it's you, Fukasaku. What brings you to me? The Great Toad Sage inquired, slightly opening his eyes and casting a puzzled glance at Fukasaku, his voice raspy. Ribbit. The Great Toad Sage, with a bemused expression, gazed at the bewildered Toad Shinzwa and promptly corrected him. Did you not ask me to bring Ye Muyun to you? Have you forgotten? The sage, eyes closed in contemplation, pondered who this human might be, calmly stating, Ye Muyun? Who might that be? It sounds like a human name. Toad Shinzwa, taken aback, exclaimed, what on earth is wrong with this enormous toad? Has he succumbed to senility? Indeed, he is of such grand size. He must have lived far too long, resulting in a befuddled mind. Ye Muyun, overhearing their exchange, began to wonder if her arrival here had been a grave misjudgment. Was she meant to treat this elderly toad's ailments? After a moment, Toad Shinzwa finally elucidated the entire situation to the Great Toad Sage, which jogged the sage's memory about his initial summons. Subsequently, he instructed Toad Shinzwa to depart from the area. Ye Muyun? Is that indeed your name? The sage inquired. Yes. Great Toad Sage, I am Ye Muyun, she responded upon hearing her name mentioned. In my dreams, I have never seen your visage. You must not belong to this realm. Ye Muyun felt a chill of dread at the sage's words, realizing she was at a loss for how to respond. Inwardly, she called out to her system, please come forth. The sage knows my identity. I fear I may not survive much longer. Is there any recourse? Please rest assured, host. It is merely a small toad. In the past, this system would have dealt with it effortlessly, the system replied. In the past? System, I am not jesting. Are you capable of handling the situation now? Ye Muyun anxiously awaited the system's response. Sensing her unease, the Great Toad Sage offered reassurance. Ye Muyun, there is no need for such trepidation. I harbor no ill intentions towards you, provided you do not threaten Myamu Mountain. Despite the sage's words, Ye Muyun remained skeptical, urging the system for a response. Please, host. Rest easy. This small toad, though somewhat knowledgeable, would not dare to jeopardize your safety, even at the cost of this system's own destruction. Hearing the system's earnest assurance, Ye Muyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. May I inquire, great toad sage, what is the purpose of your summons? With the system's guarantee bolstering her confidence, she spoke to the sage with the poise of an equal. Ye Muyun, it appears you harbor numerous secrets. However, rest assured, my purpose in summoning you is not to trouble you, but rather to seek your protection for the lineage of Miao Mu Mountain. In return, I shall allow the young man Shinzhua to instruct you in the art of immortality, and you shall have the freedom to traverse to and from Miao Mu Mountain at your leisure. The revered toad sage has glimpsed a fragment of the future in his dreams, foreseeing that formidable external adversaries will soon descend upon this ninja realm, bringing unimaginable calamity. Only you, Ye Muyun, present an unpredictable variable that may alter the course of fate. Such unexpectedly generous terms raise my suspicions. I cannot agree hastily without understanding the motives behind this flattery. Ye Muyun was taken aback by the conditions proposed, realizing that if she were to remain here long-term, it would indeed expedite her cultivation. Moreover, granting an outsider such unrestricted access complicates matters. Very well, but I have a condition. What conditions do you have? Please feel free to express them. As long as they are not excessive, I shall gladly acquiesce to your requests. The great toad sage, upon hearing the other party's agreement, felt a wave of relief wash over him. His curiosity piqued as he awaited the forthcoming demands. The conditions are quite simple. Firstly, you must divulge the reasoning behind your actions. Secondly, I would like my younger brother, Naruto Uzumaki, to join us in learning the art of sage techniques. Ye Muyun initially intended merely to discern the intentions of his counterpart, yet upon recalling his younger brother, he endeavored to see if he could bring him along. For as the elder brother, it is his duty to seek benefits for his sibling. The conditions are straightforward. I am in agreement. However, it is ultimately up to Naruto Uzumaki to decide his fate, and he will come here to learn sage techniques in due time. The great toad sage, astonished by the simplicity of Ye Muyun's conditions, inadvertently revealed certain future events. Very well. If the opportunity arises, I shall escort him here. After pondering for a moment, Ye Muyun consented. Now that you have acquiesced, allow me to articulate my purpose for seeking you. Observing the great toad sage's grave demeanor, Ye Muyun straightened, attentive to the significant matter at hand. This tale must begin in the ancient era, a time before chakra permeated the ninja world, when conflict reigned supreme and chaos engulfed the land, albeit on a smaller scale. One fateful day, two individuals from beyond the ninja realm arrived, planting a tree that siphoned the life force of the entire ninja world, coalescing into chakra fruits. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, these two fell into discord, leaving behind a woman named Kaguya Akatsuki. Fearing that outsiders would discover their actions, she sought to conceal the truth and prepared for the worst. In time, this woman bore two sons. One of her sons, dismayed by the tumult of the ninja world, established the ninja sect, aspiring to impart the method of chakra cultivation, enabling others to wield this power judiciously to alter the state of the ninja realm. However, the two sons soon uncovered their mother's cruel practices of transforming people into puppets to fend off external threats, leading them to unite and seal her away. Yet, despite these efforts, outsiders would eventually descend upon the ninja realm. Thus, this is why I sought your presence, to implore you to do your utmost to rescue this world. Upon hearing the great toad sage recount events from ancient times, Ye Muyun felt a familiar aura stir within him. Was this not akin to the tales of becoming a savior and repelling foreign invasions often spoken of in tales of transmigration? Let us agree for now, and we shall address future matters in due course. As long as those individuals do not impede my return home, they may act as they wish. A savior? In the realm where the ability to resolve all matters designates one as a savior, the lack of such capability renders one akin to mere dust. Shouldn't such affairs be entrusted to the locals? As a time-traveling outsider, I might be seen as an invader. Ye Muyun pondered within the confines of his mind, feeling averse to engaging in such ostentatious endeavors, which contradicted his original intentions. He merely wished to cultivate in tranquility and return home. Yet he found himself inexplicably entangled in a mission to save the world, leaving him utterly speechless. Regarding this matter, I cannot offer you a guarantee. However, should I possess the means, I would lend my assistance. Ye Muyun ultimately opted for an ambiguous response to placate the great toad sage. That suffices, as long as you are willing to act when the time comes. The great toad sage, unconcerned by Ye Muyun's vague reply, fell silent abruptly. How did the conversation take such an unexpected turn into silence? Ye Muyun raised his gaze to appraise the colossal toad sage, uncertain of the latter's intentions. Ye Muyun, you need not look further. The great toad sage occasionally succumbed to prophetic visions, drifting into slumber. Since I have consented to impart my mystical arts, allow me to first escort you to a suitable dwelling. We shall commence our training tomorrow. Toad Shinzwa leaped in from outside, addressing Ye Muyun with casual familiarity. Is that permissible? To converse and then simply fall asleep? Truly, you are a sage, Ye Muyun remarked, bemused by Toad Shinzwa's explanation. Ye Muyun, you are the destined child of prophecy, and all your actions will wield immeasurable influence upon the ninja world. I hope you will treat this place with kindness. Just as the two turned to depart, the great toad sage suddenly opened his eyes, casting a meaningful gaze upon Ye Muyun's retreating figure, uttering softly before succumbing once more to slumber. Ye Muyun turned to inquire further, only to find the great toad sage had closed his eyes again, presumably in sleep. There was nothing to be done but await another opportunity to ask. Chapter 24. Feigning illness, Ye Muyun followed Toad Shinzwa towards a certain edifice, who took the time to enlighten him about the situation in Mount Myaboku and elucidated the local customs. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a modest dwelling. Observing the not overly large house, Ye Muyun mused that he would no longer encounter such gigantic toads. Today's great toad had utterly redefined his understanding, and he felt an unsettling sensation at the sight of its patterns. Hey, kid's mother, today I bring you a new guest, Toad Shinzwa exclaimed as he leapt to the front of the house, forcefully knocking on the door and calling out to those within. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the door was flung open, striking the head of the toad, Shinzwa, and sending him sprawling. What are you doing? Do you not understand the grievances of a housewife? He exclaimed, shocked by such rudeness. Ye Muyun stood in a state of bewilderment, gazing at the toad, Shima, who emerged from the house, utterly stunned by the scene before her, and casting a sympathetic glance at Shinzwa, who lay on the ground. Dear, with guests present, could you not show me a modicum of respect? Shinzwa lamented, pushing aside the door that had fallen upon him. His expression one of deep sorrow as he looked at his wife. Old man, it seems I have been too lenient with you in the past. And you dare to make demands of me? Shima retorted fiercely. Release me at once. Upon hearing her husband's words, Shima's fury ignited. She leaped in front of him, tugging at his ear and dragging him across the floor towards the interior of the house. Child, please come inside as well. Shima kindly beckoned to Ye Muyun as she passed by. Why yes, Ye Muyun stammered, too frightened to speak freely, quietly trailing behind her while silently praying for Shinzwa, who was being dragged along. Once inside, Ye Muyun surveyed her surroundings, her curiosity piqued by the peculiar furniture crafted from various strange plants. Child, you must be hungry. I shall head to the kitchen and prepare something for you, Shima declared, casually leaving Shinzwa behind as she bounded into the kitchen, busily attending to her tasks. Ye Muyun had barely begun to decline the offer when she realized Shima had already departed. The thought of the food being unlike that of humans, perhaps involving insects, caused her face to pale. Lord Shinzwa, I believe I should commence my training promptly to fulfill the great toad sage's wishes. Given the time constraints and the importance of the task, we should proceed without delay. Ye Muyun quickly devised a plan to excuse herself from the meal. You need not be so formal, Ye Muyun. Simply call me Shinzwa, for you are favored by the great toad sage. I suspect you must be hungry as well. There's no need to rush. My wife will prepare a meal shortly, and we can dine before embarking on our journey, Shinzwa replied, feeling gratified by Ye Muyun's eagerness to train. No. I am not hungry at all. I believe we should leave quickly. Upon hearing that the food was almost ready, Ye Muyun's face turned pale with fright, and she hastily declined, speaking with urgency. Come, child, do taste my culinary skills. You must be starving. Hurry over and eat. At that moment, Tojima emerged from the kitchen, carrying food and warmly beckoning Ye Muyun. Oh my goodness. How can it be ready so soon? Surely the insects aren't even cooked. Panic surged through Ye Muyun as cold sweat trickled down her brow. Toad Shinzwa, having already noticed Ye Muyun's distress, was keen to see how she would handle the situation, especially after she had not spoken up for him earlier when his wife scolded him. With great reluctance, Ye Muyun approached the table, only to be met with the sight of wriggling insects in a bowl, rendering her utterly speechless. What's wrong, child? There's no need to be anxious. Treat this place as your own home. Eat up, or it will get cold. Tojima, misinterpreting Ye Muyun's unease, encouraged her kindly. With such liveliness, it won't get cold at all. I fear I might be the one to cool down. Ye Muyun gazed at the insects in the bowl, her scalp tingling with dread, unable to bring herself to take a bite, inwardly lamenting. System, I need help. Beep. What troubles you, host? System, you must save me. I fear I will perish if I consume these insects. Beep. According to this system's analysis, the insects are rich in protein. Stop. I am not interested in an analysis of the insect's composition. I need to know how to avoid eating this bowl of insects. Beep. Host, please do not worry excessively. Consuming these insects will be beneficial for you, as the natural energy in this area enriches them with a hint of spiritual essence, akin to consuming spiritual food, which will aid in enhancing your cultivation. Leave me be. Ye Muyun was infuriated by the system's nonsensical reasoning. With no other options left, she realized she must resort to a desperate measure. It hurts so much. I am dying. Suddenly, Ye Muyun collapsed on the ground, her face contorted in agony, rolling about and howling in torment. Child, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Tojima exclaimed in concern. The sight of Ye Muyun in such a dire state prompted Tojima to approach him with concern, inquiring about his condition. I am not sure. It just feels as if my very essence is being drained. Ye Muyun gasped, his face contorted in agony as he spoke in fragmented sentences. Hey, father of the child. Why are you just standing there? Come and see what is troubling this poor child. Tojima exclaimed anxiously, her gaze fixed on Ye Muyun's distress. She directed her urgent plea towards Toad Shinzwa, who was merely observing from the sidelines. Let me take a look and ascertain the situation, Toad Shinzwa responded, his expression one of bemusement as he observed Ye Muyun's predicament, yet he refrained from exposing the truth, understanding that a human could hardly endure such an experience involving insects. What is happening? Asked the anxious Hamajimai, noticing Hama Shinsaka deep in thought. My dear, there is no need for concern. This young lad is not in any grave trouble. Perhaps he has merely yet to acclimate to the high concentration of natural energy in Myoko Mountain. Once he masters the art of, he will be able to control the influx of natural energy within his body. Hama Shinsaku feigned understanding, solemnly uttering nonsensical reassurances. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Ye Muyun felt a surge of joy upon overhearing their conversation, feeling immensely grateful for Hama Shinsaku's cover. To appear more convincing, he held his breath, turning red and sweating profusely. I see. You, the boy's father, should promptly teach Xiao Muyun the. Look at him. He appears to be suffering terribly. Hamajimai, after considering this, found it quite reasonable. He glanced at Ye Muyun, who was still rolling on the ground, beads of cold sweat cascading from his forehead, and urged Hama Shinsaku again. Very well, I shall take this young lad with me now. It seems he is destined to miss out on your exquisite culinary creations. Hama Shinsaku remarked with a sigh, picking up Ye Muyun and hastening toward the training grounds. In the village of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata were frolicking in the park. As the evening shadows lengthened, Naruto offered to escort Hinata home, to which she shyly agreed, her cheeks flushed. My brother is right. One should not wait for opportunities, but rather create them. This way, I can truly become friends with Hinata, he thought, filled with excitement. How wonderful. As Naruto accompanied Hinata, he reflected on his brother's words, growing increasingly in awe of him. After all, how could they have forged such a bond after only 2 encounters? Surely, they were destined to become great friends. Naruto-kun, you're so adorable, Hinata quietly remarked, finding his goofy demeanor quite amusing. Hinata, what did you just say? Naruto Uzumaki heard a sound behind him and turned to look at Hinata Hyuga, assuming she was in some sort of trouble. No, it's nothing. Thank you, Naruto-kun, for personally escorting me home. I truly appreciate it, Hinata stammered, startled by Naruto's sudden gesture, her face flushed with shyness. Hinata, you need not be so reserved. Be more confident. Every time we converse, you lower your gaze. My elder brother always said that one should walk with their head held high. Standing tall like a pine tree, never bending or bowing, Naruto encouraged, observing Hinata's timid demeanor. I understand. Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, not wishing to leave a poor impression, and she attempted to slowly lift her gaze to meet his. However, upon doing so, She found Naruto radiating a brilliant light behind him, causing her face to turn crimson. Steam to rise from her head, and she fainted, collapsing to the ground. Hinata. Chapter 25. Learning Sage Techniques, Hinata. Upon noticing Hinata had fainted, Naruto hurriedly rushed to support her, concern etched on his face. After a brief moment, Hinata opened her eyes in Naruto's embrace. Seeing him so close, she panicked and extricated herself from his hold. Naruto-kun, I am so sorry just now she said, her cheeks aflame as she looked at him bashfully. It's all right. As long as you're okay, Naruto reassured, noticing her spirits seemed to be lifting, and he offered a casual smile. Thank you, Naruto-kun, for escorting me home. I have arrived, Hinata remarked, realizing they were nearing her clan's estate. Anxious about being discovered by her father, she anxiously scanned her surroundings and spoke up. Haha, no worries. Since you've reached home, I shall take my leave, Naruto responded, sensing her apprehension, and he dashed away from her side. Just as they approached the vicinity of the Hyuga clan, Neji Hyuga had already become aware of their presence. He quietly concealed himself in a corner, observing their intimate exchange, a surge of unidentifiable anger swelling within him. Father, Hinata exclaimed, spotting Hayashi Hyuga appearing before her as she turned to head home, her surprise palpable. Hinata, you are growing increasingly audacious, running out without my consent. Do you not comprehend the precarious situation our clan currently faces? Hinata Hayashi discovered his daughter's lingering affection for Naruto Uzumaki, which pierced his heart, causing his expression to darken as he gazed at her, reprimanding her harshly. Father, dear father, I shall never dare again, Hinata stammered, frightened nearly to tears at her father's anger, obediently acquiescing to his admonition. Sighing, Hayashi recognized he had gone too far. Witnessing his daughter treat him with such trepidation filled him with profound discomfort. Yet, in order to uphold the dignity of the clan leader, he turned away with a heavy heart and departed. Hinata lowered her head in silence, bracing herself for her father's punishment. After a considerable time had passed, she realized he had long since left, a warmth blossoming within her heart. She understood her father was bound by duty, and thus, she bore no resentment towards him. Enough. All right, Muyun, cease your charade. Do you truly believe your acting can escape my notice? Ye Muyun was forcefully thrown to the ground by the formidable Dazaku, leaving him in pain and speechless. Upon realizing he had been exposed, he could only rise with a look of helplessness. Dazaku, is that thing fit for human consumption? I appreciate your wife's kindness, but upon seeing that wriggling creature in the basin, my stomach churns. Ye Muyun explained with a pitiful expression, glancing at the irate Dazaku. Croak. With such pathetic acting, who among us could be deceived? Only my kind-hearted wife is too lenient to hold it against you, Dazaku remarked, casting a knowing look in his direction. Winky face, could it be that the fool is I? Then why do you still assist me? Ye Muyun found himself feeling utterly embarrassed, as if he were a mere clown. Ribbit, I have long known that humans do not appreciate such things. So I intend to alleviate your predicament. The reason behind this is that the great Toad Sage has recognized your potential. I cannot allow you to harbor ill will towards us. The Toad Shinsaku leaped to Ye Muyun's feet, gazing up at him, and spoke with a calm demeanor. Thank you so much, Shinsaku. Let us begin our training without delay, Ye Muyun replied gratefully, realizing that after arriving in this otherworldly realm, he was experiencing the warmth of being cared for by another, even if that other was merely a toad. You are quite admirable, young Muyun. Ribbit, follow me. I shall take you to the training grounds. Shinsaku, appreciating Ye Muyun's determination, acknowledged that not everyone possesses the patience to endure the monotony of training. Before long, they arrived at a distinctive training area adorned with toad statues, where a small waterfall flowed with golden liquid, piquing Ye Muyun's curiosity. Come over here, young Muyun, Shinsaku called out as he hopped to the riverbank, beckoning the inquisitive Ye Muyun who was examining the surroundings. Oh, I am coming. What is this golden liquid? It feels sticky, Ye Muyun inquired, approaching Shinsaku and pointing at the large pool of golden substance. Ribbit. This is the unique toad oil of the Miaomu Mountain Toad clan, which enhances our perception of natural energy and accelerates our training. Shinsaku explained as he jumped into the toad oil, gesturing for Ye Muyun to remove his shirt. Ugh, this toad oil feels quite disgusting and sticky. It's my first experience using oil on my skin, Ye Muyun remarked as he obediently took off his shirt, noticing Shinsaku applying the toad oil onto himself with a grimace. Bang! Young Muyun, You must start your training now. Channel your chakra and sense the natural energy around you. Otherwise, you may end up resembling those toad statues nearby, Shinsaku warned sternly, noting Ye Muyun's lingering inclination to complain. Well, why didn't you say so earlier? Ye Muyun exclaimed in shock at Shinsaku's explanation. Immediately sitting cross-legged and commencing the cultivation of the Wuji Dao Jing. As he began to cultivate, Ye Muyun felt a heightened sensitivity to the spiritual energy, likely due to the effects of the toad oil. He observed the invisible spiritual energy swiftly pouring into his body, flowing through his meridians and circulating throughout his system. It seems that young Muyun possesses remarkable talent, as he has swiftly begun to absorb the natural energy, living up to the prophecy of the great toad sage. The toad, Shinzwa, sensed the surrounding natural energy gradually flowing into Ye Muyun's body and was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Muyun's ability to create such a commotion was largely due to the elevated level of his cultivation technique, which allowed him to mitigate the side effects of the toad oil. His unique method of directly absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation meant that the toad oil would not render him like the surrounding statues. Rather, it served as an excellent resource for his training. Ye Muyun entered a meditative state, emptying his mind as he allowed his cultivation technique to operate, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to cleanse his physical form, gradually enhancing his bodily constitution. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, a trickle of spiritual energy was being siphoned away by the system, which explained the slow pace of Ye Muyun's progress. Seeing Ye Muyun immersed in profound cultivation, Shinzwa recognized this as a perilous moment for practicing immortal arts. A moment's inattention could lead to transformation into a toad, resulting in a gradual loss of rationality and becoming a stone statue. He remained poised to intervene should the situation become critical. After a considerable time had passed, Shinzwa was astonished to observe no change in Ye Muyun and pondered whether he might be on the verge of achieving perfect immortal techniques. He immediately leaped in front of Ye Muyun, scrutinizing him closely, only to find that his complexion did not exhibit the signs typical of an immortal, leaving him perplexed and questioning the cause of this anomaly. Could it be that young Muyun had not mastered the art of absorbing natural energy? This seemed implausible, for he distinctly sensed the influx of natural energy into Ye Muyun's being. This was the first time Shinzwa encountered such a situation, leading to his growing anxiety for Ye Muyun's well-being. After all, he was a human whom the great toad sage had specifically entrusted, a pivotal figure capable of altering the future of the ninja world. He could not allow anything to jeopardize him. Thus, he resolved to interrupt Ye Muyun's cultivation to ascertain the situation before proceeding further. With a sudden impact, "Ouch! What are you doing?" Ye Muyun was abruptly awakened by Shinzwa striking him with a stick, causing him to clutch his head and scream in pain, glaring angrily at the toad wielding the stick. My apologies. I was merely concerned for your condition, as it seemed quite different from what I understood. Thus, I resorted to this drastic measure for your safety. I sincerely apologize," Shinzwa said, sheepishly hiding the stick behind his back, his face full of regret. "I truly cannot believe you. I was on the verge of a breakthrough, and then you suddenly interrupted me, rendering all my efforts futile." Ye Muyun, upon hearing the other party's explanation, recognized their good intentions, yet still wore an unsatisfied expression as he gazed at them. My apologies, young Muyun. I merely wished to inquire about what transpired earlier." The curious Gaba Shinzaku looked at Ye Muyun, eager to comprehend the situation. "In simple terms, I can directly absorb the natural energy you speak of and utilize it for cultivation through my unique method, without it transforming into those stone statues, as you suggested. As for why this is possible, perhaps it is simply a matter of differing physical constitutions." Ye Muyun considered that if he did not clarify this matter, he might find it difficult to cultivate peacefully in the future. Thus, he hastily concocted an excuse to conceal his secret. Chapter 26. The Benefits of Frog Oil. I see. Now that I understand the reason, I can rest assured that such incidents will not occur again. Young Muyun, you may cultivate in peace. After listening to Ye Muyun's explanation, Gaba Shinzaku felt relieved, believing that the special bloodline limit was what enabled this phenomenon. Now that you comprehend the reason, please refrain from springing any more unexpected surprises on me. Ye Muyun felt a surge of joy, having successfully misled the other party, and at last could cultivate in tranquility. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Focus on your cultivation, young Muyun. Gaba Shinzaku realized that remaining here held little significance and intended to return to inform the great frog sage about the situation, curious to hear his thoughts. Very well, Shinzaku. You may depart. I must commence my cultivation now. Ye Muyun, pleased at the prospect of solitude, urged him to leave swiftly, as if this place were his own abode. Gaba Shinzaku, understanding Ye Muyun's subtle dismissal, paid it no mind and thought to promptly report the recent events to the great frog sage before turning to depart. Once the other party had left, Ye Muyun immediately adjusted his state and began preparing for a breakthrough in his realm. A vortex of spiritual energy materialized around him, drawing in the surrounding essence. As a considerable amount of energy flowed into Ye Muyun's body and circulated through his techniques, it transformed into pure spiritual energy, which he absorbed into his dantian. Boom. After a significant duration, an energy emanated from within Ye Muyun, directly reverberating through the surrounding air currents, sending shockwaves that caused the nearby stone statues to sway. Oh, splendid. I have successfully advanced to the second layer of qi refinement. Ye Muyun exhaled a breath of turbid air, opened her eyes, and exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, this toad oil is truly remarkable. Although its application on the skin is quite uncomfortable, it is indeed a valuable resource for cultivation." She gazed at the toad oil beside her and felt a surge of emotion. By the way, I wonder if the system can incorporate such substances into the Tao Enlightenment realm. Contemplating the benefits of this oil, she immediately resolved to collect some and called out to the system, "System, can you gather this toad oil?" Ding. Please note, host, that the substance, which is hardly even classified as spiritual liquid, can at best be regarded as a decent auxiliary for sensing spiritual energy. This system finds it beneath consideration and would not collect it, as it pollutes the environment. System, that's rather unfair. Regardless of its worth, it is undeniably an important resource for my current cultivation. Upon hearing the system's disdainful remarks about the toad oil, Ye Muyun felt a wave of dissatisfaction. She thought to herself, "You don't even provide me with better options. Right now, I am utterly destitute and possess nothing. Yet you still have the audacity to be picky." Ding. Rest assured, host, the spiritual energy here is abundant. This system has been continuously gathering it, and before long, the yin-yang cauldron will produce spiritual liquid. At that time, you may utilize it for cultivation. Really? That is splendid. Ye Muyun, initially somewhat displeased, found herself filled with anticipation upon hearing the system's explanation. She wondered what the spiritual liquid would look like and whether its effects would indeed be as extraordinary as implied. Since spiritual liquid is forthcoming, I shall cease the collection of this toad oil. However, I can apply it to my skin during regular cultivation. After all, even if the system deems it worthless, why not make use of it? Having come to this conclusion, Ye Muyun eagerly began to apply the toad oil liberally on herself, indulging in the extravagance, and then resumed her cultivation. Ribbit, Great Toad Sage. Toad Shinzwa approached the feet of the Great Toad Sage, calling out to the sage seated upon a stone pedestal. "Who are you?" Toad One slowly opened his eyes and inquired with curiosity as he gazed down at Toad Shinzwa. "It's me, Shinzwa. How could you forget again?" Toad Shinzwa replied, staring at Toad One in disbelief and attempting to clarify. "Oh, it's you, Shinzwa. Did you come to me for something?" Toad One, after a moment of contemplation, still couldn't he recall who Shinzwa was, and thus asked him the purpose of his visit. "Great Toad Sage. While I was teaching little Muyun the art of cultivation just now, I encountered something quite peculiar. I thought I might come to ask you if you knew anything about it." The frog sage, Ganma Shinzwa, candidly recounted the events that transpired with Ye Muyun. It was thus revealed that there was no need for concern. He posed no threat to Myoma Mountain, as long as they treated him well. After listening to Ganma Shinzwa's narrative, Ganma Wan regarded him thoughtfully and replied nonchalantly, "Since the great frog sage has such trust in this individual, I shall ensure he is well accommodated." Understanding his future course of action, Ganma Shinzwa felt a sense of tranquility settle in his heart. "Very well, you may leave," Ganma once said, then slowly closed his eyes, drifting into slumber, perhaps foreseeing new omens. Realizing the sudden silence, Ganma Shinzwa comprehended the situation and promptly turned to depart. Before long, he returned home and explained the circumstances to his wife, assuring her that Ye Muyun would no longer be dining with them, and urged her not to worry about it any further. Although Ganma Jimai found her husband's reasoning sound, she still harbored concerns for Ye Muyun's well-being. Fearing he might neglect his health, she contemplated preparing some food to take to him, but Ganma Shinzwa intervened, persuading her to refrain from doing so. Thus, Ye Muyun began to spend his days there, engrossed in his cultivation, oblivious to fatigue. After a few visits to observe him, Ganma Shinzwa gradually reduced his appearances. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Today, Konoha village buzzed with activity, as parents brought their children to the entrance of the ninja academy, eagerly watching their offspring, hoping they would succeed and become honorable ninjas. That fox demon is here too. What bad luck. Quickly, hide and avoid his misfortune. Hey, what is going on at your school? How can this fox demon attend? If anything happens to my child, will you take responsibility? A parent in the crowd, upon spotting Naruto Uzumaki, shouted in alarm, rallying others to protest against the ninja academy. However, Naruto paid them no heed. His focus remained solely on the academy. As long as he entered, he could become a ninja, bringing him closer to his dreams. Resolute, he stepped inside. Hey, stop him. Otherwise, our children might have to return next year. Who can truly foresee the fate of their child in the same class? After much anticipation, the uncertainty of the coming year looms large. As long as we parents unite to expel that fox spirit, all will be well. You are right, a throng of parents gathered at the entrance of the ninja school, engaging in a fervent dispute akin to a bustling market, demanding an explanation from the school while obstructing other children's normal entry. Silence. At that moment, a teacher emerged from within the school, swiftly silencing the uproarious parents. If anyone utters another word, your children shall no longer attend the ninja school. Irika, who was inside registering students, overheard the commotion outside and realized that the source of the parents' anger was Naruto Uzumaki. He had heard of Naruto, and being aware that his own parents perished at the hands of the Nine Tails, he understood that blaming an innocent child for all misfortunes was fundamentally misguided. Growing increasingly incensed, he stepped forward to confront them. The parents at the entrance fell silent at Irika's words, retreating slightly, eager to distance themselves from those whose actions might negatively impact their children. Humph. You people only dare to bully the weak and fear the strong. Where was your boldness before? You merely shift the blame onto a child, unworthy of allowing your offspring to grace this school. Witnessing their sudden quietude, Irika spoke candidly, even threatening to bar their children from attending, which instilled a sense of regret among the parents, prompting them to apologize profusely. Amidst their quarrel, in a secluded corner, Naruto Uzumaki sat on the ground, his head bowed against his knees, trembling and sobbing. For the first time, someone spoke up for him, leading him to feel that he was not an ill-fated existence, and he felt immense gratitude toward Irika. Hinata Hyuga, initially intending to defend Naruto upon hearing the parents' remarks, suppressed her desire to intervene for fear of her father's reprimand. Secretly, she approached Naruto, only to discover him in such a vulnerable state. At that moment, Naruto appeared so small and pitiable, evoking deep compassion. Chapter 27. The beginning of everything. The brief episode at the school in trance quickly faded, and Naruto now found himself seated in the classroom, acutely aware that his classmates regarded him with trepidation, reluctant to approach. Nevertheless, he spotted some familiar faces and called out to them. Hey, Hinata, have you come to school as well? To my surprise, we are in the same class. How delightful. Naruto, I am truly pleased to encounter you here. Hinata Hyuga felt a wave of happiness wash over her as she noticed Naruto Uzumaki greeting her. Yet the peculiar gazes of their classmates caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, prompting her to instinctively lower her head. Hey, Hinata, did I not tell you to be more confident? Lift your head. It looks so much better. Naruto exclaimed as he rose from his seat and approached Hinata with a cheerful demeanor. Why yes, Hinata began to slowly raise her head, but a similar scene unfolded, and she promptly fainted. Naruto quickly reacted, supporting her before she could fall. Oh, what a bother. School can be such a hassle, he sighed. Just then, two boys and a girl entered the classroom. Among them was a boy with a pineapple hairstyle, who, appearing disinterested, surveyed the room before lethargically heading towards Naruto, followed by his companions. Shikamaru, long time no see. It's wonderful that you've come too, Naruto exclaimed upon recognizing Nara Shikamaru. Hey, Naruto, it's been a while. Shikamaru replied, languidly collapsing onto his seat, while the other two companions settled into their own spots. Naruto gently moved Hinata to the seat beside him, reasoning that since the class was empty, it would be best to let her rest until she regained consciousness. Gradually, more students trickled into the classroom, and Hinata slowly awoke, finding herself resting on her desk. Upon seeing Naruto beside her, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Naruto. Haha, it's nothing. It's my fault for forgetting that you were shy about others looking at your eyes, which led to your sudden fainting. Naruto assumed Hinata had swooned out of timidity. Wow, he is so handsome. Just as Naruto and Hinata were engrossed in conversation, a striking young man stepped into the classroom, inciting a chorus of admiration from the majority of the girls present. What is happening? Naruto inquired, noticing the commotion and turning to see Sasuke Uchiha at the entrance. Puzzled by the sudden stir. Boring, Shikamaru scoffed, casting a glance at the girls in the classroom and returning to his slouched position on the desk. Meanwhile, his companion, Choji Akimichi, unwrapped a bag of snacks and began to munch contentedly. Oh my, he is so handsome. I wish I could be his girlfriend. Another companion of Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, was infatuated, daydreaming about the possibility of becoming his girlfriend. Uchiha Sasuke surveyed his classmates with disdain, perplexed by his presence in such a juvenile environment, akin to children playing house. Seated nearby, Uzumaki Naruto observed the boy, noting that he was indeed handsome, though not as striking as his elder brother. The thought of his brother evoked a sense of nostalgia, despite their brief time together. The elder's charismatic personality had left a profound impression on him. Uchiha Sasuke lingered at the entrance for a moment, catching Naruto's gaze, which inexplicably stirred a sense of irritation within him. Gradually, he made his way toward Naruto, settling quietly a short distance behind him, silently watching. Naruto, noticing Sasuke's actions, felt confused and somewhat unsettled by being scrutinized. However, recalling his brother's advice to bide his time and diligently train when lacking in strength, he dismissed any thoughts of confrontation and remained seated, awaiting the arrival of their teacher. The ringing of the bell echoed through the classroom, and Iruka entered, his eyes scanning the students who particularly demanded his attention, instantly feeling a headache brewing. It was beyond him why those from prestigious clans would place their offspring in his classroom. After regaining his composure, he approached the podium, taking in the students before him, and began his self-introduction. Welcome to the Ninja Academy. I am your homeroom teacher, Iruka Umino. You may call me Teacher Iruka. My hobbies include. My aspiration is. Now, it is time for each of you to introduce yourselves, just as I have. After completing his introduction, Iruka sighed in relief and instructed the students to present themselves one by one. I am Uzumaki Naruto. My hobby is eating ramen, and my dream is to become Hokage. Naruto, seeing no one else stepping forward, stood up to express his gratitude to Teacher Iruka. Excellent, a truly noble aspiration. I firmly believe you can achieve it. Iruka said appreciatively, affirming Naruto's dream. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke observed the brashness of the one he had been watching, his expression one of clear disdain. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to fight? Naruto Uzumaki, upon hearing a derisive sound, turned to find Sasuke Uchiha wearing a haughty expression, which immediately filled him with indignation. Sasuke, taken aback by such a provocation for the first time, rose to confront Naruto. Naruto-kun, please. Hinata Hyuga, seated beside Naruto, looked at him with concern, anxiously tugging at the sleeve of his shirt in an attempt to dissuade him. Ahem. Please settle down. This is a classroom, not your home. Iruka, sensing the escalating tension, quickly intervened. The two boys exchanged glances filled with hostility before returning to their seats at Iruka's urging. Ahem. Now, the next student will begin their self-introduction. I am Hinata Hyuga. My hobby is. Hinata's voice grew softer, and the class could barely hear her name, only catching a vague mention of her desire to become strong. Hinata, don't be afraid. Be confident and speak louder. Naruto noticed Hinata's voice diminishing and immediately began to encourage her from the side. Aye. Hearing Naruto's words only made Hinata more anxious. Her face flushed as she stumbled over her words. Naruto, please don't make things harder for others. All right, Hinata, you may sit down now. Iruka, witnessing the chaos that ensued after Naruto spoke, quickly called for order. I am Sasuke Uchiha. My hobby is training, and I aspire to become as strong as my brother. Sasuke, feeling his moment in the spotlight being overshadowed, stood up to introduce himself. What a lovely name. Sasuke, you're so cool. I want to be your girlfriend. Sasuke, pick me. The other girls in the class, now aware of their crush's name, erupted in excitement, fearing they might be outdone by one another. Enough. Everyone quiet down. Iruka, exasperated by the commotion, reprimanded the class. After a moment, once the noise subsided, Iruka encouraged the next student to introduce themselves. I am Shikamaru Nara. My hobby is sleeping, and my dream is to lead a peaceful life, he said, lethargically standing up and yawning. I am Choji Akimichi. My hobby is eating, and my dream is still eating. Choji held a bag of snacks, munching as he spoke. Choji, put down that snack. This is a classroom. Irika cast a disapproving glance at Akimichi Choji, concerned that he might lead other students astray, and exclaimed in frustration. I am Yamanaka Ino. My passion lies in flowers, and my dream is to become a heartthrob. A striking blonde girl stood up to introduce herself, her gaze fixated on Sasuke's silhouette. I am. My hobbies are. My aspirations are. One by one, the students began to present themselves, and soon, every member of the class had shared their introductions. Chapter 28. The Hunyuan sword technique. Naruto Uzumaki sat attentively in the classroom, absorbed in the lesson being delivered by the teacher. If it were his former self, he would have undoubtedly exhibited a much more carefree attitude. However, the thought of his elder brother's expectations weighed heavily on him. He did not wish to disappoint him upon his return. Hinata Hyuga ultimately chose to remain seated beside Naruto, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity, and had ample reason to stay there, quietly focusing on the lesson while occasionally stealing glances at Naruto. She noticed that he had matured significantly. He was no longer the exuberant boy he once was, but had developed a yearning in his eyes for something deeper, which brought her joy. Seated behind Naruto, Shikamaru Nara found himself bored listening to Irika's lecture on the history of Konoha and promptly rested his head on his desk, drifting into slumber. The others were similarly preoccupied with their own affairs, hardly paying attention, as their parents had already shared such information with them. Only Sakura Haruno, hailing from a humble background, diligently took notes. Irika, standing at the podium, noticed the students busily engaged in their own activities, completely disregarding his lesson, and felt a surge of anger. Realizing they were all scions of prominent clans, he reluctantly chose to endure their behavior. Observing Naruto's earnest demeanor, he felt a sense of relief. Recognizing that despite his background and past experiences, Naruto had managed to retain his original aspirations, earning Irika's deep admiration. Faced with the indifference of the other students, he felt powerless and decided to allow them to be, as long as their actions did not disrupt their peers. Thus, Naruto spent the entire day focused on the lesson. A surprising turnaround for those familiar with his character. Over the course of the following month, life in Konoha remained tranquil. Although the incident involving Ye Muyun had occurred previously, it did not significantly alter the village's atmosphere. Meanwhile, Ye Muyun had dedicated an entire month to training at Myaboka Mountain, subsisting on a meager diet of foraged fruits, which were far from satisfying. He longed for meat, but alas, all that could be found in this place were frogs and insects, leaving him in a state of exasperation. On this day, as Ye Muyun continued his training, he circulated the principles of the Wuji Dao Sutra, absorbing the spiritual energy surrounding him in preparation for an impending breakthrough. Before long, he felt the energy enveloping him, causing his garments to rustle vigorously. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the ground trembled, and a cloud of dust rose as Ye Muyun successfully achieved his breakthrough. Finally, I've reached the 4th layer of chi refinement, he exclaimed, exhilarated by his progress over the span of merely a month. The path home was now within sight, and he joyfully reflected on how delightful it was to immerse himself in solitary training, allowing for focused advancement. By the way, it seems a month has passed. Does that mean I can enter the enlightenment realm once again? This time, I must conjure a universal spell, or else I shall be left with nothing but a mere turtle's punch. What shall I do, system? System realized that a month had passed, and he could now enter the enlightenment realm. He immediately exclaimed in excitement. Beep. How may I assist you, host? System, may I once again enter the enlightenment realm? Beep. The host has fulfilled the necessary conditions and may proceed. Splendid. System, please allow me to enter at once. As soon as finished speaking, a gaping maw appeared before him, startling him into a reflexive retreat. However, before he could evade, he was swallowed whole. Boom. Once swallowed by the monstrous mouth, found himself suspended in the air of the enlightenment realm, plummeting from a great height. Hiss. System, system, this is deliberate, isn't it? It was not like this the last time I entered. In pain from the fall, rose from the ground, cursing the system vehemently. Beep. Please refrain from malice, host. This is due to the system's incomplete recovery, resulting in a lack of control. I knew it. You old trickster. How can I trust you after so many instances of this? With disdain, raised his middle finger towards the sky. Boom. At that moment, a thunderclap echoed through the air, a bolt of lightning striking towards, causing him to convulse and roll his eyes back. Huh, just you wait, system. I shall undoubtedly avenge this insult when the opportunity arises. Lying on the ground, he gritted his teeth in a threatening manner. Boom. In response, the system manipulated the rules of the Enlightenment realm, conjuring another bolt of lightning from the sky aimed directly at the prostrate, scoffing internally. Still wishing to retaliate against this system? Ye Muyun was struck down, lying on the ground, unconscious. Observing this, the system remained unperturbed. Such an action would not harm Ye Muyun, but rather help him acclimate to the power of lightning, thereby facilitating his future passage through the tribulation. The system began to channel spiritual energy into Ye Muyun's body, and gradually, he awakened, feeling as though his body had been dismantled. Please, host. Make haste and refrain from wasting time on trivial matters. The system interjected as Ye Muyun seemed poised to unleash a tirade. Gritting his teeth at the system's words, Ye Muyun felt powerless and resigned himself to obeying the system and attending to his necessary tasks. By the way, system, since my cultivation has improved, does that mean I can remain in the Enlightenment realm for a longer duration? Based on the host's current cultivation level, you may remain in the Enlightenment realm for half a month. Upon discovering that his stay would be extended, Ye Muyun broke into a peculiar grin and promptly settled into a meditative posture, skillfully beginning to construct the framework for his martial arts. Now, what kind of martial art shall I create? I aspire to become the most carefree sword immortal. This time, I shall focus on crafting a sword technique. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Muyun clarified his purpose, calmed his mind, and began to formulate the sword technique. The system, recognizing his intent, began to simulate a sword technique suited to him, and a shadow of a sword appeared in the air, spinning with a tinkling sound. At this moment, Ye Muyun imprinted his envisioned image of a sword immortal within his spiritual realm, envisioning the figure of the immortal with hands clasped behind, effortlessly slashing through stars and rending the void, a sight both magnificent and awe-inspiring. Riding the sword on the winds, vanquishing demons across realms, with a sword in one hand, traversing the expanse of time and space. Before long, Ye Muyun gradually regained consciousness, and upon witnessing the swirling sword energy before him, his heart filled with joy as he immediately absorbed it into his mind, commencing the creation of the sword technique. As time slipped away, Ye Muyun remained in deep meditation for an extended period. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint yet sharp aura emanating from around him, though it was too tenuous to inflict any damage. With a resonant sound, a melody of swords echoed from within Ye Muyun, gradually awakening him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a blurred sword shadow, and his entire demeanor transformed. Splendid! I have finally succeeded, he exclaimed. I must bestow upon it a formidable name. Let it be called the Primordial Sword Technique. Ye Muyun felt immense joy at successfully creating the Primordial Sword Technique, confident that this technique would sustain his cultivation for a long time, as it was an enhancement built upon his foundation by the system, and thus, it would surely be remarkable. Without a sword, how can I wield this sword technique? Currently, my strength is only sufficient to unleash a mere sword aura. Ye Muyun felt utterly bewildered at the realization of his lack of a sword. Had he known, he would have created some spells beforehand. Ding. Please do not worry. Host, a month has passed, and the yin-yang cauldron can be utilized once to exchange for the necessary materials. How wonderful. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Ye Muyun recalled that the system had previously mentioned the monthly opportunity to exchange with the yin-yang cauldron. Alright, system, open the yin-yang cauldron and assist me in exchanging for materials to forge a sword. Ding. Based on the host's requirements, the yin-yang cauldron has successfully exchanged for a low-grade yellow-level material, yellow essence iron. System, what does yellow level mean? Ding. The materials exchanged by the yin-yang cauldron are categorized into several levels: immortal, spirit, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. Each level can be further divided into exquisite, superior, medium, and inferior grades. Ding. Among these, the yellow level represents the materials the host can currently manipulate. Why can I only exchange for a low-grade yellow-level material? Ding. The yin-yang cauldron enhances the grade of materials based on the host's offered cultivation. However, when the yin-yang cauldron absorbs naturally, it will not yield higher-grade materials in a short time. As long as the host improves their cultivation, the quality of exchanged materials will also elevate. After listening to the system's explanation, Ye Muyun finally understood that the usage of the yin-yang cauldron entailed so many intricate details. Chapter 29, Sword 1 System. Can I now open the heavenly earth furnace to forge weapons? Ding. Yes, host. But I currently possess only a piece of yellow essence iron. Do I not require anything else? Ding. Host, none is needed. If you have surplus materials, you may also add them to enhance the quality of the forging. Upon hearing the system's clarification, Ye Muyun immediately comprehended. He thought to himself that it would be wise to prepare several more materials. Subsequently, he discovered something and, uncertain of its compatibility, inquired further. System, can the frog oil be used in the forging process? Ding. Host may proceed. However, this system advises against forging alongside weapons, as such inferior materials cannot guarantee the quality of the forging. Ye Muyun found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Yet, he had not discovered any special materials in this place. Sigh, never mind. System, activate the celestial furnace. Ding, please hold on. After Ye Muyun spoke, the celestial furnace flew out from within him, leaving him curious as to how this object resided inside him without causing any disturbance. Ding. The celestial furnace is now open. Please place the materials inside and concentrate on the desired functionality of the item to be forged. Ye Muyun gazed at the remarkably imposing furnace floating in the air, his eyes sparkling with wonder. He reached out to touch it, only to find that the furnace seemed to repel him, causing a surge of irritation within him. The furnace has a temperament as well? Ding, please hurry, or you will run out of time in the enlightenment realm to refine your items. Fine, fine. Ye Muyun tossed the Huangjing iron into the celestial furnace. Hearing no metallic collision within, it felt as though a universe resided inside. Yet he suppressed his curiosity and focused on the task at hand. At that moment, Ye Muyun sat cross-legged on the ground, immersing his mind into the process, envisioning the form of a sword. The celestial furnace seemed to sense his thoughts and immediately began to melt the Huangjing iron. Gradually, a sword blank began to take shape, followed by a meticulous polishing process, ultimately forming the desired appearance. After a considerable time, Ye Muyun opened his eyes, fatigue etched on his face, yet excitement radiated from him as he beheld the celestial furnace. His long-awaited sword was about to be completed. Clang! The celestial furnace slowly opened, revealing a radiant spirit sword suspended in midair, gently drifting towards Ye Muyun. Haha, wonderful. It's finally forged. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining a low-grade magical artifact. Oh. Ye Muyun was reveling in his achievement until the system suddenly emerged, introducing a technical term that left him bewildered. System, what do you mean by a low-grade magical artifact? Ding, the items forged through the celestial furnace can be categorized into magical artifacts, spirit artifacts, treasures, and spirit treasures, among others. What you have just refined is the most basic low-grade magical artifact. I feel it is quite impressive. How can it be merely a low-grade magical artifact? Never mind. Those things will eventually come to pass. Ye Muyun pondered, believing that in the future, he would possess what the system had foretold, although he had never witnessed it. The notion felt remarkably powerful, and he ultimately found solace in his thoughts. By the way, I have yet to name the sword I just forged. Since it is my first blade, I shall call it Sword 1. Ye Muyun felt that his inaugural sword held significant commemorative value, thus he bestowed upon it a name, only to realize that he could sense Sword 1's joy. Now, I shall commence my practice of swordsmanship. After completing all his tasks, Ye Muyun immediately began to cultivate the sword techniques from the mixed Yuan sword manual. Each move appeared deceptively simple, yet when executed, they exuded an unparalleled charm. Ultimately, it was Ye Muyun's own laziness that led him to prefer simplicity, questioning the necessity of learning such intricate sword maneuvers. As time passed, Ye Muyun continuously practiced his sword techniques, even inventing several names he was quite pleased with. The thought of potentially showcasing them before others filled him with a sense of pride. Ha ha ha. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, standing in place and laughing heartily, unaware that the system beside him was becoming increasingly irate, eventually leading to a state of arrogance. Thus, Ye Muyun remained in the Tao Enlightenment realm for a full fortnight, only to return to reality and discover that merely a day had elapsed. He also realized that his cultivation had significantly advanced. Since he began learning the sword, Ye Muyun embodied the essence of a blade, radiating brilliance that evoked the image of a sword in the eyes of those who beheld him. This was merely a preliminary grasp of sword intent, Otherwise, his sword aura would have long since manifested beyond his body. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Naruto Uzumaki spent a tranquil month, as if he had returned to the days of yore, remaining at home and venturing nowhere. During this month, Naruto contemplated for a considerable time and ultimately decided to seek an audience with the Nine Tails, hoping to leverage its power to achieve a certain goal. One night, Naruto took the initiative to communicate with the Nine Tails, wishing for it to allow him entry for a conversation. Nine Tails, I have matters to discuss with you. I hope you will permit me to enter, Naruto stated earnestly, patting his abdomen with composure. Suddenly, Naruto felt a darkness enveloping him, and he found himself at the familiar pond once more. Looking up at the iron cage before him, he called out, Nine Tails, I seek your counsel. Little brat, I never expected you to have the audacity to approach me. Given your courage, I have decided not to devour you. I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The Nine Tails languidly lay on the ground, slowly opening its eyes to regard the little figure before it. Nine Tails, after much contemplation, I have resolved to ask you for a favor, Naruto said earnestly, realizing that the creature was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Ha, little brat, why should I assist you? Even if I assist you, do you truly believe you can release me? The Nine Tails splashed the water with its paw, expressing disdain as it mocked Naruto Uzumaki. I have yet to articulate what I need your help with, Naruto retorted. Humph, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You desire my assistance to locate your elder brother, do you not? The Nine Tails, observing Naruto's anxious demeanor, bluntly revealed his objective. How did you know that? Naruto's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the Nine Tails' words. Humph, do you think I am just anyone? I am the illustrious Nine Tails, the mightiest of the tailed beasts. The Nine Tails, seeing Naruto's expression, swelled with pride and began to boast. Since you are already aware, you must have a means to find my brother, correct? I implore you. Nine Tails, please assist me. With newfound hope, Naruto began to plead. Get lost. Unless you release me, do not expect my help, the Nine Tails retorted. Though it too was uncertain of Ye Muyun's whereabouts, attempting to manipulate Naruto into freeing it. Do not even think about it. My brother is right. There are always those who wish to take advantage, Naruto asserted, realizing the Nine Tails was trying to deceive him, refusing to fall for its ploy. How did this little brat become so astute? I never anticipated he would see through my intentions. It appears this tactic is futile. The Nine Tails thought as it turned to leave, opting for a strategy of feigned indifference. Why did the Nine Tails suddenly depart? What is this? Could it be that it spoke the truth? Naruto pondered, feeling a surge of anxiety at the prospect of not being able to re-enter. Why isn't that little brat calling me back? Curse it. Am I truly destined to fail this time? The Nine Tails noticed that Naruto had not called out to it and momentarily halted its steps, hoping he would. Nine Tails, I may consider your previous offer, but you must first divulge the status of my brother. Naruto ultimately conceded, shouting towards the retreating figure of the Nine Tails. Splendid. The teachings imparted by that young lad, Ye Muyun, have proven to be immensely advantageous. I am fortunate to have surreptitiously gleaned the essence of his knowledge. The Nine Tails felt a surge of excitement, sensing a glimmer of hope to escape this wretched place, and feigned calm as it turned away. Little imp, what do you want? If there is nothing of consequence, kindly refrain from disturbing my rest. Nine Tails, please, we can sit down and discuss this matter thoroughly. Naruto Uzumaki, noticing the Nine Tails' intention to depart, immediately resorted to flattery. Very well. Considering your commendable attitude, I shall listen to you for a while longer. However, I reiterate, unless you release me, I shall not assist you. The Nine Tails lay down, maintaining a considerable distance from Naruto, who could only raise his voice to ensure the Nine Tails heard him. Chapter 30. The cunning Nine Tails. Nine Tails, that condition you mentioned earlier. I cannot possibly agree to it. What if I release you, and my brother remains unfound? I would be the one to perish. I am not that foolish. Little brat, are you mocking me? Given your lack of sincerity, there is no need for further discussion. The Nine Tails felt a surge of anger at Naruto's words. It was one thing to be confined in a cage, but to have the audacity to toy with him was intolerable. Wait, Nine Tails, do not be hasty. While I cannot free you, we could collaborate. You could siphon off a portion of your chakra to leave my body, effectively granting you your freedom. Naruto had speculated about the possibility of the tailed beasts manifesting through chakra, a notion he had gleaned from his lessons, and thought it worth attempting. As there was little to lose, this is the first I have heard of such a proposition. However, if it is feasible, we might indeed find common ground. Initially, the Nine Tails had no intention of collaborating with Naruto, yet having languished in this dreadful place for so long, the prospect of escape was too enticing to dismiss. For now, the desire for freedom outweighed any lingering animosity. Does this mean you agree to assist me, Nine Tails? That is simply marvelous. Naruto exclaimed joyously upon hearing the Nine Tails' words. Humph. You presumptuous little brat, I have yet to consent. Do not become overly jubilant. The Nine Tails feigned displeasure as it glared at Naruto, dousing his excitement with a dose of cold reality, for the pride of a tailed beast could not afford to display such a disgraceful demeanor. Does this mean you do not wish to escape, Nine Tails? Since you have no desire to venture out, so be it. Perhaps, in due time, my elder brother will return on his own. Uzumaki Naruto knew that the Nine Tails was feigning reluctance, intending to toy with him. After speaking, he turned to leave. Hey, you little brat, stop right there, the Nine Tails exclaimed. Who said I disagreed? I was merely contemplating the feasibility of this matter. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the Nine Tails pondered that if what he said were true, perhaps there would indeed be no opportunity to escape. As Naruto appeared ready to depart, the Nine Tails hastily intervened. Oh, have you come to a realization, Nine Tails? Naruto observed him with a calm demeanor, contemplating how effectively his elder brother's tactics of feigned restraint worked. You insufferable brat, the Nine Tails retorted. However, to extract my chakra from your body, I must first test the waters. The Nine Tails realized he had fallen for a similar trick and was immediately filled with exasperation. Considering the prospect of freedom, he began to take action. What must I do? Simply open your mind and do not obstruct my chakra, the Nine Tails explained, gazing at Naruto with a knowing look. Suddenly, Naruto found himself back in his home, sensing a tumult within him as a faint crimson chakra gradually flowed from his body, enveloping him like bubbles. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire for destruction and quickly deduced that the Nine Tails was behind it. He attempted to reclaim control over his body, but found it challenging, leading him to exclaim inwardly, Damn it, Nine Tails, what are you doing? Indeed, it's like seeking fur from a tiger. This is perilously dangerous. I can never underestimate the Nine Tails again, Naruto thought, drenched in sweat as he struggled for consciousness, terrified of losing control should his awareness slip into slumber. Haha. You little brat, it won't be long before I can invade your consciousness and seize control of your body. That way, I too can be free, the Nine Tails exclaimed excitedly, thrashing his tail in the iron cage, watching Naruto's struggles with glee. This is infuriating. I will never concede so easily. As long as I do not give up, there will surely be hope to change all of this. Naruto shouted in anguish, his voice resonating outside. The Umbu ninjas monitoring Naruto's home noticed the commotion and rushed in, witnessing the sight of half Nine Tails, half-human Naruto, leaving them utterly horrified and at a loss. One of the Umbu ninjas immediately dashed to report the situation to the third Hokage, while the remaining ninjas cautiously observed Naruto, wary of what might transpire next. Are you saying Naruto is about to transform into the Nine Tails? Damn it! Quickly, summon Kakashi to me. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt a surge of panic upon receiving the report from the Umbu ninja and immediately ordered someone to be fetched. Once the Umbu ninja departed, Sarutobi hastily gathered his equipment, preparing to rush to the home of Naruto Uzumaki. However, upon his arrival, he found Naruto on the brink of losing control and promptly began to evacuate the surrounding crowd. Lord Hokage, Kakashi has arrived. An Umbu ninja informed Sarutobi, who quickly summoned him. Lord Hokage, what are your instructions? Kakashi approached the third Hokage with calm composure. Kakashi, go directly to restrain Naruto. We will set up a barrier around him to minimize the damage to Konoha, Sarutobi stated, his demeanor stabilizing as he devised a plan. Understood. Lord Hokage, Kakashi replied, swiftly making his way to Naruto's side. Observing the scene before him, he felt a twinge of anxiety, inhaling deeply to steady himself. Would release, 4 pillars prison technique. Kakashi immediately executed the technique, ensnaring Naruto within a sturdy wooden prison, rendering him unable to struggle. Fire release, earthen temple technique. After completing the technique, Kakashi placed a seal on Naruto's abdomen, drawing forth a faint red chakra. Curse it! So close. The Nine Tails within Naruto, witnessing the unfolding events, simmered with rage, realizing it was on the verge of achieving its goal and lamenting that such an opportunity might not arise again. At that moment, around Naruto's home, A contingent of Umbu ninjas stood ready. The third Hokage directed a portion of the ninjas to establish the four purple flames formation, his expression laden with concern as he observed the situation inside. Gradually, Kakashi succeeded in gaining control over the volatile Naruto, and the red chakra surrounding him began to dissipate. Naruto slowly returned to his normal state, his eyes fluttering open. "Who are you?" Naruto inquired, gazing at the unfamiliar ninja before him, but before he could learn the answer, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Phew, it's finally over. Kakashi exhaled in relief upon witnessing Naruto successfully revert from his half-nine-tails state, though he remained perplexed by the sudden loss of control exhibited by the nine-tails. Subsequently, Kakashi exited Naruto's home and approached the third Hokage to report the situation. "Well done, Kakashi. You have accomplished a great deed this time." Upon learning that Naruto Uzumaki had regained control, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an immense weight lift from his heart. He patted the shoulder of Umbu member Jia, commending him. "Lord Hokage, I have not performed well enough. I shall strive harder in the future." "Indeed, splendid," Hiruzen remarked, appreciating Jia's humility rather than arrogance regarding the situation. "Well done, everyone. No one is to speak of tonight's events. Now that the matter is resolved, you may disperse. A few remain to monitor the nine tails and report to me immediately should anything arise." With the crisis managed, Sarutobi began to dismiss his subordinates, keen to avoid alarming the villagers. The Umbu ninjas present, upon hearing the third Hokage's words, departed with their own thoughts, aware that it would be a sleepless night. Watching the others leave, Hiruzen lingered for a moment before checking on Naruto once more. Finding no issues, he promptly exited the area. Observers from various clans, having seen the third Hokage accompanied by Umbu, felt a surge of curiosity. Following discreetly, they sensed that something was amiss and realized it might be linked to the Nine Tails. After witnessing the events unfold, they silently returned to their clans to report the situation to their leaders. Each prominent family speculated on the cause of the Nine Tails rampage, unaware that Naruto had nearly succumbed to its control. Had the beast succeeded, it would have heralded yet another Nine Tails crisis. However, it would surely not compare to the previous disturbances. Otherwise, upon learning of the situation, the clans would have already taken action to assist. Chapter 31. The challenge. The following morning, Naruto Uzumaki slowly opened his eyes, lying in bed, and noticed that everything was as usual. It was then that he recalled the harrowing events of the previous night. Had it not been for the timely assistance he received, the consequences would have been unfathomable. "Damn that Nine Tails!" he exclaimed, glaring at the sealing mark on his abdomen, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Enough. It's entirely my fault for being foolish enough to trust the words of the Nine Tails. It seems I must find a way to locate my brother." Naruto's determination to find Ye Muyun stemmed from his perception of him as family. Although their time together was brief, it had imparted a profound sense of familial warmth that Naruto yearned to reclaim. After tidying up at home, he set off for school. The Umbu ninja stationed near Naruto's home observed that everything had returned to normal, breathing a sigh of relief after a night spent anxiously monitoring, fearful of any complications. "I heard we are starting to learn about the use of ninja tools today. It seems it won't be long before I become a true ninja." "Where did you hear that?" "I have a relative. My cousin once attended a ninja academy. He recounted to me that as Naruto Uzumaki stepped into the classroom, he overheard his classmates discussing the day's lessons. He mused to himself, finally finished with the history of Konoha and the will of fire. Such classes were exceedingly tedious, far less engaging than his elder brother's tales. "Good morning, Naruto." Hinata Hyuga rose from her seat, cheerfully greeting Naruto Uzumaki. "Hey, Hinata, good morning." "And good morning to everyone." Naruto settled into his seat, exchanging pleasantries with a few newfound friends. "Hi, Naruto," Shikamaru Nara responded, his usual lethargy evident as he languidly waved a hand from atop his desk. Choji Akimichi continued munching on snacks, nodding in acknowledgement while his mouth remained perpetually occupied. PFT, Sasuke Uchiha disdainfully turned his head away, too apathetic to engage with Naruto. "Damn you, Sasuke. What is your problem? I've had enough of your attitude. Let us settle this with a duel." Naruto, feeling slighted by Sasuke's lack of respect, expressed his frustration, convinced he had never wronged him and that it was Sasuke who had persistently targeted him. This is amusing. I've been eagerly anticipating this. Let us have our duel." Upon hearing the prospect of a fight, Sasuke's blood surged with excitement, and he readily accepted the challenge. "All right, after school today it is. Just don't run away scared when the time comes." Naruto, surprised by Sasuke's swift agreement, promptly arranged the location. Humph. As if you could intimidate me. Rest assured, I shall arrive punctually. Uchiha Sasuke regarded the situation with indifference, eagerly anticipating the duel after school. Naruto, this isn't quite right, Hinata Hyuga interjected, her concern evident. The school explicitly forbids private duels, if we get caught. Over the course of the past month, Hinata had gradually become accustomed to her interactions with Naruto, no longer the shy girl who struggled to find her voice. Do not worry, Hinata. As long as we do not inform the teachers, we will be fine. Besides, this is merely a friendly sparring match. It won't have any repercussions, Naruto reassured her, noticing her worried expression. However, Hinata's primary concern lay in Naruto's ability to stand against Sasuke, given the Uchiha clan's innate combat prowess, which was indeed formidable. While they engaged in their anxious conversation, Iruka entered the classroom, his head throbbing at the sight of the raucous students. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone, please settle down. Today is our practical lesson. We will begin learning the art of shuriken throwing. Please gather your things and proceed to the training grounds. Yes, finally, we can escape these tedious classes. I shall become the most outstanding ninja. Iruka observed the exuberant students with a resigned expression as he led them out of the classroom towards the training area. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the training grounds, where Iruka commenced his explanation and demonstration of shuriken techniques. Class, I trust you can see the shuriken in my hand. To throw a shuriken accurately requires extensive training to attain proficiency. There are also certain techniques involved, such as. With that, Iruka demonstrated, successfully hitting the target. All right. I have shared what I needed to. Should you encounter any issues during your training, feel free to consult me. Now, let us divide into groups and take turns practicing shuriken throwing. Iruka organized the students into several small groups, as there were limited targets available. This is a shuriken. It feels rather heavy. From this distance, it seems challenging to throw, Naruto mused as he assessed the shuriken's weight, realizing it posed a slight challenge for him. Wow. Sasuke is so impressive. He hit the target on his very first throw. That's incredible. The female students marveled as they watched Sasuke's shuriken embed itself into the target. Although not quite at the center, their admiration palpable. Ah, Sasuke, I want to be your girlfriend. Ino Yamanaka exclaimed, rushing in front of him with excitement. Ino, don't even think about it. Sasuke is mine. Sakura Haruno boldly stepped forward to grasp the insistent Ino Yamanaka, glaring at her with a fierce expression. You idiot, Sakura. If it weren't for you, Sasuke would have agreed. Ino, taken aback by Sakura's sudden intervention, was filled with indignation as they both clutched each other's hair. Refusing to relent, each determined to assert their dominance. So what if you hit the shuriken? It's nothing remarkable. The other male classmates, witnessing the attention Sasuke Uchiha received from the girls, so much so that they even quarreled over him, couldn't he help but feel a pang of jealousy. Naruto Uzumaki, however, remained oblivious to the commotion, focusing intently on his breathing, aiming to strike the target with the shuriken in his hand. The outcome was predictable. His first throw lacked the necessary force, causing the shuriken to ricochet away instead of embedding itself in the target. Come on, Naruto. Hinata Hyuga, observing him from the side, silently cheered him on, aware that drawing too much attention could be troublesome. It seems my strength still needs some improvement. I must train harder. Naruto recalled an afternoon visit to his brother, where he observed him performing peculiar exercises, which he claimed could enhance one's physique. Naruto mused that he might try it himself in hopes of soon hitting his mark. Sasuke Uchiha, having noticed Naruto's earlier failure, felt a wave of disdain wash over him. With such feeble skills, he regretted agreeing to Naruto's challenge, deeming it a waste of his time. Throughout the day, everyone practiced throwing shurikens, gaining insights and becoming more accustomed to the technique. Yet they recognized the need for extensive training to meet the standards. As school concluded, Naruto and his companions made their way to the training grounds, awaiting Sasuke's arrival. Hinata, concerned for Naruto, accompanied him, while Shikamaru Nara and others opted to join merely for the spectacle. I can't believe you, the underdog, actually dared to show up. Sasuke remarked upon seeing Naruto, who had failed to land a single shuriken all day, as he mockingly assigned him a nickname. Sasuke, don't be so arrogant. You're the real underdog, Naruto retorted, annoyed by Sasuke's condescending demeanor. Whether or not I'm the underdog will be determined by our abilities, he challenged. Ignoring Naruto's fury, Sasuke directly proposed, Humph. You seem quite confident. However, before we proceed, we need to establish a wager. Upon witnessing the unyielding confidence radiating from his opponent, Naruto Uzumaki felt a surge of delight. Contemplating the prospect of extracting some advantage from the situation, he began to subtly entice him. "Oh, how intriguing. I wonder what you wish to wager against me. However, regardless of the stakes, your defeat is inevitable." Sasuke Uchiha had never encountered such a forthright individual, and anticipation for the forthcoming duel began to swell within him. As for the specifics of the wager, he had yet to devise them. They could finalize the terms after their duel. "Very well, it matters not. Your loss is a foregone conclusion," Sasuke declared nonchalantly. "Then let us commence." Chapter 32, Dance of Combat. Let us engage in a duel befitting men. "Oh, allow us to dance in battle." Seeing his opponent fall into his trap, Naruto recognized that a person with such immense pride would surely refrain from engaging in anything humiliating. Thus, he resolved to employ the dance of combat he had learned from his elder brother to settle the duel. Dance of combat? What manner of duel is that? Upon hearing the peculiar duel method proposed by Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha found himself reflecting on memories from the past, perplexed by this unusual form of contest. Dance battle, as the term suggests, determines the victor through a performance of dance, Uzumaki exclaimed with enthusiasm, recalling the moment he first witnessed his elder brother dancing, which left him utterly amazed and curious enough to try it himself, discovering it to be quite enjoyable. "Let us commence then. It is merely a dance battle," Sasuke remarked, concealing his apprehension behind a facade of bravado. "Very well, allow me to elucidate the rules to prevent any disputes in case of your defeat. The essence of the rules is simply this. The one with the most intricate moves wins, and whoever ceases to dance first shall lose." With the rules established, Naruto, filled with confidence from his recent practice that produced an array of flashy moves, declared, "I shall take the lead." With that, he stretched momentarily before executing a stunning Thomas spin, captivating the audience with his graceful display. This is astonishing," Sasuke marveled, taken aback by Naruto's hidden talents. Realizing why he had the audacity to challenge him, "Naruto-kun, you look so cool," Hinata Hyuga exclaimed, her eyes sparkling and cheeks flushed with admiration for Naruto. With a swift and elegant spin, Naruto concluded with a perfect pose, exhaling a breath of relief as he turned to the astonished Sasuke. "Now it is your turn, Sasuke." I can do it too," Sasuke stammered, feeling the weight of the expectant gazes upon him, compelling him to awkwardly mimic Naruto's earlier moves. "It seems you possess some talent, Sasuke," Naruto observed, surprised at how quickly Sasuke managed to grasp the steps, albeit lacking finesse. "Of course, I am a genius," Sasuke retorted with newfound determination. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. On one hand, he was ashamed of having secretly learned Naruto Uzumaki's moves, and on the other, he was mortified to perform such humiliating actions in front of everyone. Attempting to appear unconcerned, he replied, "Well then, I shall take this seriously." Subsequently, Naruto Uzumaki began executing a series of acrobatics including handstands, windmills, flips, and backspins, leaving everyone present utterly mesmerized, bewildered as to where he had acquired such skills. After a while, Naruto paused, panting, and looked at Sasuke, signaling that it was his turn to perform. I concede. Sasuke, unable to master the moves Naruto had just demonstrated in such a short time, gazed at him with flushed cheeks and struggled to utter his admission of defeat. "Wonderful. Naruto-kun has triumphed." Hinata Hyuga immediately rushed to Naruto's side, congratulating him warmly. "It was certainly worth the effort. I never anticipated such an entertaining duel." "Congratulations, Naruto." Nara Shikamaru approached lethargically, offering his own congratulations. "Humph. This time, I underestimated you. I will definitely win next time." Then, he asked directly, "What do you truly desire?" Feeling irked by the congratulatory remarks directed towards Naruto, Sasuke bluntly interjected, "Well, it's quite simple. What I desire is you, Sasuke." Naruto, taking a moment to steady his breath, smiled at his companions before revealing his intentions to Sasuke. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the onlookers reflected on the frequent quarrels between Naruto and Sasuke over trivial matters, often appearing as though they wished to harm one another. Yet, it was clear to everyone that their bond was exceptionally close. No one expected that such a moment would lead Naruto to express his true feelings. Who would have thought that Naruto? Shikamaru and the others were taken aback, realizing Naruto's unexpected preference and instinctively distancing themselves from him. Could it be that Naruto-kun is fond of men? Hinata stood frozen in place, her mind replaying Naruto's earlier words. I can't believe you. Having heard Naruto's astonishing declaration, Sasuke regarded him with a complex expression, his face reddening further. Whether it was from the earlier dance-off or something else, he struggled for a while before ultimately conceding to Naruto's request. What is happening to everyone? I merely wished for Sasuke to become my subordinate. As Naruto observed the reactions of those around him, he immediately recognized that his previous words had led to some misunderstanding and promptly began to clarify. Naruto, you needn't elaborate. I comprehend perfectly we are all friends here, and who among us lacks peculiar preferences? It's just that yours seems rather unconventional, Shikamaru Nara teased, patting Naruto on the shoulder upon hearing his explanation. I genuinely only want Sasuke to be my little brother. Naruto stammered, rendered speechless by the disbelief of his companions. It's all right, Naruto-kun. I believe in your words. Hinata Hyuga, after much internal conflict, stepped forward to comfort Naruto. Her thoughts drifting to how striking Sasuke appeared, she resolved not to give up. How wonderful, Hinata. I am sincerely grateful for your faith in me, Naruto. Oblivious to the peculiar glimmer in Hinata's eyes, felt an overwhelming joy at having someone believe in him. Sasuke Uchiha, initially feeling inexplicably elated, was suddenly filled with indignation upon hearing that he was to be Naruto's little brother. Thinking to himself, am I not worthy? He promptly shook his head and departed from the scene. Sasuke, do not forget, you shall henceforth be my little brother, and I shall be your big brother. Naruto shouted anxiously at Sasuke's retreating figure, believing he was reluctant to honor their agreement. Damn it, Naruto. Sasuke seethed, knowing that such a loud proclamation would undoubtedly spread like wildfire throughout the school the following day. All right, since this matter is concluded, let us prepare to depart. Shikamaru and the others, finding the entertainment dwindling, yawned and began to leave. Naruto-kun, what do you plan to do next? Hinata inquired eagerly, pleased to be left alone with Naruto. Hinata, if you have matters to attend to, you may head home first. I intend to find a quiet place to train. Naruto replied, reflecting on his unsuccessful attempts at throwing shurikens throughout the day, resolved to enhance his skills in solitude. Naruto-kun, is it because you did not perform well with the shurikens today? I am not in a hurry to return home. I can stay and cultivate with you. Hinata Hyuga, seizing this rare opportunity to engage with Naruto Uzumaki, eagerly expressed her willingness to remain by his side for training. All right then, let us find a place to begin our practice, Naruto replied, unable to refuse her request. He led her to a tranquil environment, and thus, they commenced their training. In this manner, the two began their respective training regimens. Hinata chose to stay not solely for the practice, but primarily to observe Naruto. She knew that upon returning to her clan, she would have designated instructors, so her mind was not entirely focused on the current training. After a while, Naruto consolidated what he had learned that day and began to emulate the training methods of his elder brother. Mimicking the movements of certain animals, which he had heard about but never witnessed, he repeated the motions diligently. Initially, fatigue enveloped him, but gradually, as he adapted, he felt a warm current coursing through his body, invigorating him and lifting his spirits. What is Naruto-kun doing? Hinata pondered, observing the unfamiliar movements he was executing. Although she intended to approach him with her questions, his unwavering concentration suggested he was deeply engaged in his training, prompting her to watch silently. Chapter 33. The 5-animal playtime flew by swiftly, and the sun was about to set. After several repetitions, Naruto, feeling the weight of exhaustion, gradually concluded his session and exhaled deeply, relishing the warm, comforting sensation enveloping him. Naruto-kun, have you finished your training? Here, let me help you wipe off your sweat. Hinata said, stepping forward with a handkerchief as soon as he paused. Thank you very much, Hinata. I just completed my training. You must have been waiting for quite a while, Naruto replied, having noticed her presence since he began his exercises. He gratefully accepted the handkerchief from her. Naruto-kun, what kind of training was that? It was so different from what I know. I've never seen anything like it before, Hinata inquired, her heart fluttering with excitement as he took the cloth from her. Oh, this? It is something my elder brother taught me. He referred to it as the 5-animal play, a method to promote health and vitality. When I was uncertain of how to train, I recalled this and began practicing. I am amazed at how effective this 5-animal play is in enhancing my physical capabilities, Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hinata, upon hearing his words, was taken aback. Could it truly possess such miraculous properties? Originally, I intended to request Naruto Uzumaki to teach me, but upon reflection, I deemed it inappropriate and settled for merely watching him. Hinata, do you wish to learn? I can teach you. Naruto observed Hinata Hyuga's hesitant expression, yearning to learn yet too shy to voice it, and boldly inquired, is that truly possible? Hinata's heart swelled with surprise and trepidation upon realizing Naruto's consent. Of course, it is, but alas, it is getting late. Let us postpone the lesson for another time. Naruto had hoped to impart his knowledge immediately, but as dusk enveloped the land, visibility waned, necessitating a deferral. Hinata responded with a gentle smile and an understanding nod. Subsequently, the two departed the training grounds, engaged in light-hearted banter, and their bond grew significantly closer. The following day, Naruto arrived at school to find Sasuke Uchiha wearing a sour expression. Recalling the previous day's events, he approached Sasuke directly and candidly stated, "Hey, little brother, is it not customary to greet your elder? Are you unable to handle defeat? Surely, a member of the Uchiha clan would not be so fragile." Infuriated by Naruto's sardonic remarks, Sasuke felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, but Naruto, sensing the brewing storm, had already distanced himself and was now watching from afar, chuckling. "You fool, Naruto." Sasuke seethed, his frustration exacerbated by the curious gazes of their classmates, compelling him to suppress his anger as he returned to his seat, internally cursing in a frenzy. Well, little brother seems quite upset," Naruto taunted. "Fear not. I, your elder, shall not stoop to your level. After all, I pride myself on my magnanimity." Observing Sasuke's sullen demeanor as he resumed his seat and ignored him, Naruto continued to provoke him, teetering on the edge of peril, even feigning ignorance as he stealthily approached Sasuke from behind. Smack! "What are you pondering, little brother?" Naruto had long harbored a grievance against Sasuke, who had persistently challenged him since the beginning of the school year without provocation. Now, as Sasuke disregarded him despite their conversation, Naruto playfully struck the back of his head, leaving Sasuke momentarily dazed. "Naruto, I shall end you. If you dare, do not flee." Sasuke's pent-up rage erupted, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Naruto, who had already made his way to the door. How terrifying. All talk and no action, mere pretense. If you possess the courage, come forth. Naruto Uzumaki stood at the classroom exit, ready to dash away the moment he sensed Sasuke Uchiha approaching. With an air of confidence, he continued to provoke, "Don't let me catch you, you jerk." Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha, consumed by rage, only wished to pin Naruto to the ground and show him a lesson, charging towards him with reckless abandon. Oh dear, this has gone too far. I never anticipated Sasuke would be so stubborn. If he catches me, I fear I shall endure a thorough beating. Upon noticing Sasuke barreling towards him, Naruto's heart raced, and his voice trembled. "What the? Who locked the door outside? Open it immediately," he exclaimed, panic evident as he pushed and pulled at the classroom door in frustration. At the doorway, Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno arrived just in time to witness their crush being bullied by Naruto. Seeing him attempt to flee, the two of them united to block the entrance. You called for me, didn't you? What's the matter? Planning to escape now?" Sasuke remarked with a mischievous grin, slowly approaching Naruto. Sasuke, I didn't mean it. I just thought you looked so serious all the time and wanted to lighten the mood," so Naruto stammered, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he faced the advancing Sasuke, desperate to explain. "Oh, is that so? Well, I'm in a good mood today and thought I'd liven things up for everyone," Sasuke replied, cracking his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. "Humph. You think I'm afraid of you, little brother? That was merely an act for your benefit. But let me make one thing clear. No hitting on the face." Realizing there was no escape, Naruto decided to resist, boldly stating his demands. Bang! Bang! You promised no hitting on the face," he shouted, bracing himself for the inevitable. "Look at my monkey stealing the moon move. You rascal, Naruto. Look at my punch. Low kick. Eagle claw." As the two individuals became entwined, they unleashed their respective techniques to strike one another with fervor. Before long, Naruto Uzumaki found himself battered and bruised, while Sasuke Uchiha, though in somewhat better condition, trembled on his legs, vehemently accusing Naruto of being deceitful and insidious. After a while, both lay on the ground, wounded and panting heavily, casting each other malevolent glances, as if prepared to fight to the bitter end. Sasuke, prostrate on the ground, was astonished by Naruto's strength, realizing how arduous their battle had proven to be. Despite employing devious tactics, he had undergone rigorous training under his brother's guidance, while Naruto had no one to instruct him, which suddenly made him acutely aware of the pressure he was under. Huh. Hey, Sasuke, didn't we agree yesterday that you would be my subordinate? Why are you reneging today? Naruto gasped, directing his ire towards the equally distressed Sasuke. Humph. Sasuke couldn't help but find humor in Naruto's foolish appearance. Yet he maintained his aloof demeanor with a cold snort. Sasuke, how are you holding up? Do you need me to take you to the infirmary? You bastard Naruto. It's all your fault that Sasuke is hurt. I will settle this with you. As the tranquil atmosphere enveloped the classroom, Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno stepped outside to behold a disheartening sight. Their beloved Naruto Uzumaki lay on the ground, battered and bruised. Without hesitation, they rushed to express their concern, directing their ire towards Sasuke Uchiha. The other classmates entering the classroom were taken aback upon witnessing the two sprawled on the floor, erupting into laughter at Naruto's comically disfigured face. Naruto, your injuries appear quite severe. Allow me to assist you to the infirmary, Hinata Hyuga declared, her expression shifting in alarm as she approached Naruto. Thank you for your concern, Hinata. I'm fine. It's merely some superficial wounds, Naruto replied, noticing the indifference of his classmates, who offered no assistance, save for Hinata's genuine kindness. Deeply moved, he mustered a brave smile, gesturing for her not to worry. Hinata, undeterred by Naruto's reassurances, struggled to help him up and gradually guided him toward the infirmary, leaving behind a group of classmates who surrounded Sasuke, their concern directed solely at him. Hey, Shikamaru. Who are you planning to help? Choji Akimichi inquired, munching on snacks, seemingly apathetic to the unfolding drama. It was merely a children's quarrel. Yet he felt compelled to ask Shikamaru about his intentions. What a hassle. I suppose I should check on Naruto. I fear Hinata may struggle alone, Shikamaru replied, turning to join Hinata's side, attempting to take over Naruto's support. However, Hinata stubbornly refused, leaving him no choice but to follow quietly behind them. Chapter 34. The Three Souls and Shadow Steps. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this extended sojourn in Myaboko Mountain, Ye Muyun had ascended to the 6th level of chi refinement. He discovered that the cultivation method he had devised became increasingly sluggish with practice. Yet the quality of the spiritual energy he harnessed underwent refinement with each breakthrough, proving immensely beneficial. Although Ye Muyun noted the deceleration in his advancement, the efficiency of the system's automated training mode accelerated significantly alongside his growing prowess. Throughout this month, he devoted himself entirely to mastering his sword techniques, successfully reaching the entry level of the Hunyuan sword technique. He could deftly control his spiritual sword, striking unseen foes from dozens of meters away, and gradually converted spiritual energy within his body into sword essence. Once he achieved a breakthrough to the next stage, he would be able to project his spiritual energy as sword chi, thereby alleviating his burdens. Unlike his current state, where he could only emit a few sword chi before depleting his energy. System, I wish to enter the realm of enlightenment. Ye Muyun contemplated the necessity of developing a swift movement technique to enhance her agility. Please hold on, host. This time, the system behaved cooperatively, directly transporting Ye Muyun into the realm of enlightenment. Without hesitation, she seized the moment to begin crafting her movement technique, intending to create a method that would serve her well into her golden core stage. After all, she could refine it later. For now, efficiency was paramount. In her mind's eye, Ye Muyun envisioned herself gliding through the ocean of consciousness, her steps appearing both orderly and chaotic, akin to a wandering spirit. She could only catch fleeting glimpses of her own phantoms, appearing here and there, and at the pinnacle of her ability. She could even split into two entities to confound her adversaries. As time trickled by, Ye Muyun gradually solidified the rudimentary form of her technique. With the system's assistance, she soon succeeded in creating a new movement technique. At last, it is complete. I shall name it Three Souls Wandering Shadow Steps. After bestowing the name, she began practicing her newly developed technique. Initially, she could only perceive vague shadows moving in place, but as her proficiency increased, a distinct phantom began to materialize. However, she had yet to attain the state where her body moved in perfect harmony with her thoughts. She had merely grasped the fundamentals. Ha. Indeed, this is remarkable. My speed has doubled, Ye Muyun exclaimed. As I continue to master this technique and ultimately reach its highest potential, I will undoubtedly be able to move dozens of times faster than I do now. I could even surpass the speed of a car. Ye Muyun practiced his movement technique for a while, and upon realizing its effectiveness, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, in just that brief period, he had expended a significant portion of his spiritual energy. It was apparent that he had yet to reach a level of mastery. As he sensed the rapid depletion of his energy, he reassured himself, while time permits, I shall endeavor to cultivate the three souls' wandering steps to a foundational level. This will help mitigate energy consumption. Having spent 2 months in this place, he felt the urge to visit his younger brother, curious about his well-being. After contemplating for a moment, Ye Muyun cast aside distractions and began to focus on mastering the three souls' wandering steps. After considerable time had passed, Ye Muyun emerged from the realm of enlightenment, feeling a tinge of regret, as he was tantalizingly close to achieving the preliminary stage of the technique. It seemed he would need to invest more time to fully grasp this movement art. In his mind, he estimated that it would take at least another week to reach proficiency, recognizing that the outside world did not afford the same accelerated learning as the realm of enlightenment. Progress would require patience and perseverance. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, Naruto Uzumaki, having reflected on his recent experiences with Sasuke Uchiha, gained insight into certain truths. He concluded that rather than seeking to please others, it was far more prudent to cherish those around him. Thus, he began to teach Hinata Hyuga the methods of the five-animal play. Over the past month, Naruto and Hinata had diligently practiced together at their training grounds. Initially, when Hinata first encountered the five-animal play, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that this training method significantly enhanced her physical abilities, allowing her to learn her clan's techniques with remarkable efficiency. Before long, she had mastered the 8 trigrams palm. Although she could only execute a few strikes, it astonished her. In contrast, Naruto visibly grew stronger and more agile, though he had yet to begin refining his chakra and thus focused his efforts on physical techniques. Unbeknownst to them, however, someone had been observing their progress for half a month, particularly after the recent incident, and had taken a keen interest in Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha had initially intended to reclaim his honor, but found himself unable to confront Naruto after school. Consequently, he decided to follow him discreetly to discern his intentions. This led him to the training grounds, where he observed Naruto and Hinata engaging in peculiar movements and felt a sense of confusion, though it appeared they were indeed training. Originally, Sasuke had dismissed their unusual training methods, but after attempting to imitate them, he found them intriguing. Subsequently, he began to secretly follow them after school, hiding nearby to practice in silence. Brother, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Sasuke pondered for a long time before deciding to share his thoughts with his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, eager to hear his insights. Sasuke, what is on your mind? However, I must apologize. My brother has a mission and will accompany you to play another time. Uchiha Itachi gently ruffled Uchiha Sasuke's hair, his expression laced with regret. Brother, do you truly have a mission? Uchiha Sasuke inquired, his face falling at the realization of his brother's unavailability. In that case, I shall speak to you another time. With a heavy heart, he departed, leaving Itachi to witness the disappointment etched across his beloved brother's face, causing a pang of anguish within him. Anger welled up against the restless clansmen who had stirred trouble. Had they not been so unruly, he would not have been dispatched by their father to ascertain the situation. With a deep sigh, Uchiha Itachi expelled the frustration that enveloped him, steadied his emotions, and stepped out of the house. The following morning, he sat in the courtyard at dawn, eagerly awaiting his brother, curious about the matter that had prompted Sasuke's visit the previous day. Reflecting on the events, he realized that the troublemakers had discovered a reduction in their mission allowances, evidently orchestrated by the higher-ups in the Hokage office. It was rumored that the clan members had frequently faced complaints regarding their demeanor while maintaining order in the village. Consequently, to quell the villagers' grievances, the Konoha leadership decided to impose penalties on the Uchiha clan by directly diminishing their allowances. While such allowances may not have held significant value for most of the Uchiha clan, the manner in which they were treated felt like an affront, clearly demonstrating a lack of respect for their lineage, which incited considerable agitation among some members. Fortunately, Itachi had intervened as the acting clan leader, replenishing their allowances and analyzing the situation's pros and cons, which ultimately calmed their restless hearts. It appeared that the Uchiha clan's circumstances were progressively deteriorating. If this trend continued, a revolt seemed inevitable. With a resigned sigh, Uchiha Itachi lamented, Brother, what brings you here? Was your mission successful? Sasuke Uchiha discovered his elder brother seated in the courtyard, and a surge of joy welled up within him. He approached with concern, Brother, you are here. The mission went smoothly. I managed to resolve it with minimal effort. Itachi Uchiha feigned a nonchalant demeanor, ruffling Sasuke's hair as he spoke. I always knew you were the strongest, brother. As long as you take charge, this mission is bound to succeed. Sasuke gazed at his revered brother with admiration. Haha. By the way, Sasuke, didn't you want to discuss something with me yesterday? Please share. Perhaps I can assist you, Itachi remarked, feeling elated by his brother's admiration, thinking to himself that his efforts in raising Sasuke had not been in vain. Yes, brother. I recently encountered a matter that I am unsure how to articulate. Allow me to demonstrate, Sasuke replied, and without further ado, he proceeded to perform a series of movements inspired by the 5 animal frolics before his brother. Itachi observed the peculiar gestures for the first time, reminiscent of imitating various animals, and he remained silent, watching intently. After a while, Sasuke, breathless, approached Itachi, stammering, "Brother, it's this movement, I. All right, Sasuke. You seem quite fatigued. Take a moment to rest, and we shall continue our discussion." Itachi noticed his brother's labored breathing and encouraged him to pause. In response, Sasuke sank to the ground, gasping for air. Soon after, he rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, his face alight with excitement. "Brother, you cannot fathom how extraordinary this movement is. After performing it, I noticed a slight enhancement in my physical condition. If I practice it consistently, it won't be long before I become a ninja. Are you truly serious?" Upon hearing his younger brother's words, Sasuke Uchiha immediately placed both hands on his shoulders, gazing earnestly into his eyes. "Indeed, if you cannot manage, then you ought to give it a try," he retorted, feeling a twinge of annoyance at his brother's disbelief. "It is not that I doubt you, Sasuke," Itachi Uchiha replied, his expression one of sincere apology. "It is simply that I was taken aback by what you said." Seeing his brother's displeasure, Itachi felt remorseful. "Well, I knew you would come to believe me. Initially, I too was skeptical when I first heard about it. But upon attempting it myself, I realized its truth." Sasuke forgave his brother and continued to share his excitement. "With that said, could I trouble you to demonstrate once more? This time, I intend to activate my Sharingan to master the movement," Itachi announced, his pupils transforming into the iconic 3 tomo. At that moment, Sasuke comprehended his brother's intentions and began to perform the movements of the 5 animal play. Huff, huff. After completing 2 sets of the 5 animal play, Sasuke felt utterly exhausted, reflecting on how Naruto Uzumaki could effortlessly execute several repetitions of such movements. His fists clenched tightly in determination. Itachi successfully replicated the earlier motions through his Sharingan. Noticing his brother's weary state, he guided Sasuke to a nearby seat. "Sasuke, you have worked hard. Please take a moment to rest while I attempt this movement and observe the results." Hearing his brother's concern warmed Sasuke's heart, and he nodded in agreement. Thus, after ensuring his brother was settled, Itachi took a deep breath and slowly began to emulate the previously demonstrated actions. Throughout this process, he sensed the chakra within his body flowing harmoniously with each movement, akin to a refinement of his chakra control, and he distinctly felt a slight enhancement in his physical capabilities. He also noticed that his chakra felt more manageable and responsive. After a considerable duration, Itachi unknowingly completed the set of the 5 animal play, exhaling a breath of stale air, feeling revitalized. He realized he did not experience the same fatigue as Sasuke, pondering that perhaps it was related to individual physical constitution. "Brother, how was it? Isn't it quite remarkable?" Upon discovering that his elder brother had completed his task, Uchiha Sasuke immediately expressed his curiosity. "You are absolutely right, Sasuke. It is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, I have found that this set of movements can refine chakra, enhancing my strength considerably. You have truly accomplished something great, Sasuke. If father were to witness your prowess, he would undoubtedly regard you with newfound respect." Uchiha Itachi approached his younger brother, his face alight with excitement. "Yay, that's wonderful. At last, I can earn father's praise." Upon hearing that he could impress their father, Uchiha Sasuke was overwhelmed with exhilaration. "By the way, Sasuke, where did you learn this set of movements?" Itachi, noticing his brother's joy, felt a surge of happiness but was also curious. "Oh, you mean this? I learned it in secret." Uchiha Sasuke's eyes began to dart nervously as he spoke bashfully. "What? Sasuke, did you not consider whether the other party might discover this?" Uchiha Itachi was taken aback by his brother's admission and pressed on with concern. "Well, I'm not sure. However, even if they did find out, it wouldn't be a significant issue. At worst, I would simply apologize to them. Uchiha Sasuke increasingly felt a sense of shame regarding his actions. Do not worry, Sasuke. Since you have recognized your mistake, I will accompany you in apologizing. If necessary, we can ascertain what the other party requires and offer them compensation. Observing his brother's shameful demeanor, Itachi gently patted his head in reassurance. Thank you, brother. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Had I not acted so impulsively, none of this would have occurred. Uchiha Sasuke felt deeply moved by his brother's words. By the way, Sasuke, from whom did you learn this? Since Itachi intended to apologize, he needed to first gather information about the other party to seek their forgiveness. It was from a classmate of mine. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke revealed candidly. Naruto Uzumaki? Where did he acquire these movements? Could it possibly be a legacy of the Uzumaki clan? Upon hearing that familiar name, Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. Now that he knew the identity of the individual in question, he suggested that they should clarify the situation with him the following day. Understood, brother. Uchiha Sasuke obediently replied to his elder sibling. That evening, Sasuke conveyed the matter once more to their father, Uchiha Fugaku. Upon learning of the situation, Fugaku praised Itachi for his actions and offered encouraging words to Sasuke, which filled him with joy and alleviated his reluctance regarding the impending apology to Naruto Uzumaki. After dinner, Sasuke showcased the movements of the 5-animal play to his father, who was left in awe. Subsequently, Fugaku attempted the movements himself and was thoroughly impressed, realizing that such exercises could indeed enhance one's strength. This revelation prompted him to commend his son Sasuke once more. Fugaku placed great importance on these movements in his heart, having discovered that they not only bolstered strength, but also improved one's innate potential. Had it not been for his own Manjiki Sharingan, he might not have recognized this. Consequently, he resolved to discreetly promote this practice within their clan. Although the Uchiha clan appeared harmonious at that moment, as their leader, he was acutely aware of the impending challenges ahead and sought to elevate the strength of his kin to restore the glory of the Uchiha. The next day, Sasuke, accompanied by Itachi, arrived at the familiar training ground and found Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga awaiting them. A wave of nervousness washed over him, noticing his younger brother's anxiety. Itachi gently patted Sasuke's head, signaling him to relax. Naruto, I need to speak with you. Sasuke finally mustered the courage to address him, refusing to embarrass himself in front of his brother. What do you need, little brother? Naruto inquired with a playful tone upon realizing Sasuke had something to discuss. Naruto, it's been a while. We've come to apologize, Sasuke began. The root of this issue stems from my brother's theft of your technique. We wish to make amends to express our sincerity. Itachi swiftly intervened, cutting through his brother's anger with a straightforward declaration. So that's what this is about. I actually noticed Sasuke practicing on the side, so I don't mind it too much. As for your offer of compensation, we're friends, so it's all good. Naruto replied, waving his hand dismissively with genuine warmth. Sasuke, you have a truly wonderful friend. Upon hearing the words of Naruto Uzumaki, Itachi Uchiha felt a significant increase in his regard for him, and joy welled up within him for his younger brother, although he insisted that no compensation was necessary. Itachi felt unable to dismiss the notion entirely. As a gesture of gratitude, he proposed to guide Naruto's training for a month, as a return for the time Naruto had spent mentoring Sasuke. After contemplating for a moment, Itachi resolved to avoid incurring a debt to this individual, especially given the precarious state of the Uchiha clan, and candidly expressed his thoughts. Very well, let it be as you suggest, brother of Sasuke, he conceded. Naruto's heart swelled with happiness upon hearing Itachi's words. It was the first time someone had offered to instruct him in his training. Naruto, since you and Sasuke are of similar age, you may call me Itachi and Itachi remarked, maintaining a favorable impression of Naruto, contrary to the rumors circulating among the villagers. He speculated that this action might have originated from his elder brother and sought to foster goodwill. Thank you so much, Itachi and Naruto exclaimed, expressing his gratitude with an air of familiarity. Sasuke Uchiha, overhearing their exchange, felt a pang of jealousy as he observed his brother's unexpected warmth towards Naruto. The realization that he was being overshadowed stung him, prompting a dismissive snort. Meanwhile, Hinata Hyuga, who had been quietly observing, felt a warmth in her heart at the sight of Naruto's elation. She noted the transformation in him. He had become more charming than before. Chapter 36. The return of Ye Muyun to Konoha village. Thus, Itachi remained in place, offering guidance to Naruto and his companions in their training. Although he only provided insights into taijutsu, his experience allowed him to manage the task competently. The Umbu shinobi monitoring Naruto had already witnessed this development and dispatched a report to the Hokage. Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan has begun to engage with Naruto Uzumaki once again. One Umbu ninja reported, kneeling respectfully before Sarutobi Hiruzen, who occupied the Hokage's seat. Go on, tell me what transpired, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, his expression remaining calm and composed. The Umbu ninja recounted the events with great detail, oblivious to the peculiar expression that crossed Sarutobi's face. Are you saying that the Uchiha brothers specifically approached Naruto to apologize, and that Itachi even stayed behind to instruct him in training? Naruto Uzumaki has only recently enrolled in the Ninja Academy, hasn't he? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at his subordinate with a look of perplexity after hearing the report. Indeed, Lord Hokage, Naruto has merely been attending the academy for approximately 2 months. Currently, the curriculum has only introduced the basics of shuriken throwing, with no lessons on advanced training yet provided. The Umbu ninja divulged all the information he possessed. If the intention was merely to foster a relationship with Naruto through this method, it seemed unnecessary, given the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan. It is likely that with Itachi Uchiha's astute intellect, he could easily discern the implications. Yet, he chose to reveal this information, suggesting that some pressing matter compelled him to do so. As Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in contemplation, he pondered for a while without arriving at a clear understanding. What has Naruto been up to lately? Ultimately, Hiruzen decided to investigate Naruto's activities, hoping to uncover any pertinent information through him. In accordance with Lord Hokage's inquiry, it was reported that after each school day, Naruto consistently takes Hinata Hyuga to a training ground, where they engage in peculiar movements that resemble the imitations of various animals. This peculiar behavior has persisted for a month. However, our Umbu operatives have observed that they seem to be engaged in some form of training. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more bewildered. This unusual behavior has continued for a month, and the imitation of animals. What possible benefit could it yield? Is it merely a means to enhance their physical conditioning? I recall hearing from the elders of Europe that in ancient times, individuals would mimic the movements of animals as a means of physical exercise, which contributed to their longevity. Very well, I understand now. You may return and inform others to closely observe the actions of Uchiha Itachi and discern his intentions towards Naruto Uzumaki. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen attributed this method of cultivation to the enhancement of one's health through physical training, without delving too deeply into other considerations, as practice remains the sole criterion for truth. Yes, Lord Hokage. Upon hearing the directives from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Umbu ninja departed without delay. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. Ye Muyun found himself in a state of excitement, for he was finally able to leave this place infested with toads. After 2 months of consuming nothing but fruit, he felt utterly nauseated. The alternative of eating insects sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, after consulting with the system, he learned that his strength had increased, and he could now teleport multiple times, albeit at the cost of significant spiritual energy. Given his current condition, he could manage at most 2 round trips, a feat made possible only by the spiritual energy accumulated during this period. Otherwise, relying solely on his own strength for a single teleportation would have been quite the challenge. Now, Ye Muyun's abilities had ascended to the 7th level of Qi training, and he was on the verge of mastering the mixed Yuan sword technique. It was anticipated that once he broke through to the foundational stage, he would be able to unleash sword energy at will. Additionally, he had successfully grasped the Three Souls Shadow Step, which had nearly doubled his speed. When the time came for an escape, he would be well equipped to flee. System: initiate teleportation to Konoha village. After preparing himself, Ye Muyun intended to bid farewell to Frostmouth Shinsaku, only to realize that it had been quite some time since the creature had last sought him out. Ultimately, as an outsider, he felt it mattered little whether he said anything or not. Please hold on, host. With a swift motion, numerous peculiar runes materialized around Ye Muyun. This occurrence differed from the last, and as he curiously observed the symbols, the scenery before him shifted instantaneously. Surveying his surroundings, Ye Muyun found himself in an unfamiliar locale, which caused him a slight headache. At that moment, he spotted a boy with a pineapple-like hairstyle slumbering against a tree. Curiosity piqued, he approached to awaken him, only to suddenly find himself unable to move. Who are you? What were you just about to do to me? Nara Shikamaru opened his eyes, turning to reveal that his hands were forming an unusual seal, gazing at Ye Muyun warily. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I merely wish to wake you and inquire where this place is. Ye Muyun, feeling a surge of anxiety at the unexpected immobilization, hurriedly explained himself. Damn it! Who is this person? Why does this shadow mimicry technique last so little time? This is bad. I can't hold on much longer. Nara Shikamaru miscalculated his opponent's strength, feeling a surge of anxiety within. Although Ye Muyun initially experienced a moment of trepidation, he astutely discerned that it was merely an unusual energy invading his body and restraining him. Fortunately, it did not affect his spiritual energy, prompting him to immediately activate his technique to counter this force. Before long, Ye Muyun realized he could move freely again and approached his adversary with a menacing demeanor. Wait a moment. Allow me to inform you of your whereabouts. Nara Shikamaru, witnessing his opponent break free from his restraints and approach, was instantly thrown into a panic, desperately seeking ways to delay until assistance could arrive. Oh, is it now that you wish to enlighten me? Ye Muyun taunted. If I lacked any prowess, I fear I would find myself in dire straits. Now, do not struggle. Allow me to comfort you properly. Upon hearing these words, Nara Shikamaru was filled with dread, wishing to flee. However, Ye Muyun swiftly employed the Three Souls Shadow Step, manifesting a blurred figure that obstructed Shikamaru's escape route. Upon seeing his opponent suddenly appear before him, Nara Shikamaru was taken aback and immediately began to resist, attempting to create a commotion to attract the village's attention. While the aspiration was noble, reality proved harsh. Ye Muyun effortlessly subdued Nara Shikamaru, delivering a thorough beating while berating him. You dare to act arrogant before me? Startle me for a moment. I'll teach you to listen properly. If I don't leave you unrecognizable to your parents, I shall not bear the surname Ye. Bang, bang, bang. Nara Shikamaru, pinned to the ground, cried out in agony, trying to shield his face with his hands, but was unable to block the relentless fists. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have simply revealed the truth. After a considerable time, Ye Muyun finally vented his pent-up fury, stepping away from Nara Shikamaru, who lay sprawled like a defeated dog, and smiled broadly. Ugh! Nara Shikamaru felt as though his body was falling apart. Every inch of him ached. And speaking was a laborious task. He even sensed air escaping from the corners of his mouth, unable to close it fully, leading him to break down into tears. What on earth? Why are you crying? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Could it be that I was too harsh? Ye Muyun, startled by the anguished cries of Nara Shikamaru from the ground, prepared to approach and investigate. Do not touch me. With a cry of despair, Nara Shikamaru swatted away the outstretched hand of Ye Muyun, glaring at him with a face full of indignation. The laughter erupted. Your expression is simply, utterly hilarious. As Ye Muyun beheld the comical visage of Nara Shikamaru, he could not contain his mirth and burst into laughter. You demon! Scoundrel! Nara Shikamaru, realizing that Ye Muyun's amusement derived from his own misfortune, felt a surge of anger. Had he not been outmatched, he would have readily engaged him in a confrontation. All right, I shall refrain from laughing. It is all my fault. I apologize. Ye Muyun acknowledged his excesses, striving to suppress his laughter, for he still sought directions to Konoha from the other. Initially, Nara Shikamaru found some solace in the apology. Yet upon witnessing Ye Muyun's apparent oblivion to his own misdeeds and the possibility of future transgressions, he glared at him with clenched teeth. The laughter bubbled forth once more. I simply cannot hold it in any longer. Ye Muyun had nearly quelled his laughter, but the sight of Shikamaru's vexed expression caused his lips to curl into a grin, irresistibly tickling his sense of humor. Chapter 37. A familiar encounter. Ye Muyun laughed heartily at the absurdity of Nara Shikamaru for quite some time, leaving him to question the nature of his own existence. Here, apply this to your face. You shall feel better immediately, Ye Muyun said, producing a small box and tossing a medicinal ointment towards Nara Shikamaru. What are you looking at me for? Nara Shikamaru instinctively caught the small box, a perplexed expression adorning his features. I am well aware of my handsome appearance. Yet there is no need for you to gaze at me so intently. Ye Muyun jested as he noticed Nara Shikamaru staring blankly at him. At that moment, Nara Shikamaru, glancing at the box in his hand, hesitantly opened it to unveil a creamy ointment emanating a subtle fragrance. After much contemplation, he ultimately could not bear the thought of his visage being seen by acquaintances, and thus began to apply the ointment to his face. To his surprise, the bomb felt cool against his skin, instantly alleviating the burning sensation on his flushed cheeks. Meanwhile, Ye Muyun observed the transformation occurring in Nara Shikamaru with keen interest. After all, it was the first time utilizing this remedy, crafted from the toad oil of Myaboku Mountain and refined in the heavenly furnace. The results were unexpectedly remarkable, prompting him to nod in satisfaction. After some time, Nara Shikamaru cautiously finished applying the ointment across his entire face and gradually noticed his complexion returning to normal. The effect was astonishing, leaving him utterly astounded and prompting speculation about Ye Muyun's identity. Now that you have recovered, might you enlighten me as to where we are? Otherwise, I trust you would prefer to avoid a repeat of our earlier encounter. Ye Muyun threatened playfully, his fist clenched and a mischievous grin adorning his face. Hold on. I understand, I will say it now. This is a forest somewhere in the Hidden Leaf Village. Passing through this intersection will lead directly into the village. Nara Shikamaru recalled the earlier scene with trepidation and hurriedly responded. Humph, if you had recognized the situation sooner, you wouldn't have faced such consequences. In light of this, please guide me there. Ye Muyun noticed that the other party was no longer as obstinate as before and had capitulated, reflecting that indeed, strength often dictates reason. All right, please follow me. At that moment, Nara Shikamaru silently cursed the other person as a devil for bullying a mere child of 10. It was utterly devoid of honor, yet he had no choice but to comply. Thus, the two made their way towards the Hidden Leaf Village. Along the journey, Ye Muyun, feeling bored after not encountering another human for 2 months, initiated a casual conversation, and upon learning the other's name and that he was still in school, he recalled his younger brother and inquired if Shikamaru knew him. Nara Shikamaru was taken aback to realize that this individual was actually the older brother of Naruto Uzumaki, and his grievances deepened. Had he mentioned earlier that he was looking for Naruto, perhaps he would not have endured such a beating. Upon discovering the misunderstanding, Ye Muyun felt profound remorse and decided to gift him the ointment he had previously held as compensation, for he possessed little of it himself, merely several hundred boxes. After a considerable time, the two returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. As Ye Muyun gazed upon the familiar yet foreign village, he began contemplating his future plans. Deciding it was best to locate Naruto Uzumaki first, Nara Shikamaru, realizing Ye Muyun intended to find Naruto, promptly led him to a training ground. Knowing well that Naruto often trained there during his free time, though he wondered why the boy was so diligent, training was indeed a cumbersome endeavor. Naruto, over this period, I have observed your rapid progress and recognize your tremendous effort. However, for someone of your age, it may still be a tad premature. Thus, you must balance work and rest and manage your time judiciously. Let today conclude here. Uchiha Itachi had been accompanying Naruto in training to fulfill a prior agreement, guiding him in physical techniques. He was genuinely astonished by Naruto's industriousness. Upon learning that Naruto's motivation was to become Hokage, he felt considerable admiration. For not everyone could achieve such unity of thought and action. Phew. Itachi, I am immensely grateful for your guidance during this time. You've made me realize the vast potential for my improvement, Naruto exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath as he looked at Uchiha Itachi. His eyes filled with gratitude. Naruto, there is no need for thanks. This is the agreement we made. As a ninja, promises hold the same weight as life itself and must not be violated, Itachi replied calmly, his gaze steady upon Naruto. Brother, is a promise truly that significant? After listening to his brother's words, Uchiha Sasuke immediately expressed his confusion. Indeed, Sasuke, a person who does not adhere to promises, is akin to a sailboat adrift on the sea of life, unaware of the direction his future may take. Therefore, Sasuke, you must strive to be a person who honors commitments. Uchiha Itachi fell into his memories, recalling the words of a venerable elder from their clan, which he, much like his younger brother, failed to comprehend at the time. It was only after becoming a ninja and enduring various experiences that he truly understood the significance of keeping one's promises. I understand now, brother. I will undoubtedly become a powerful person like you, Uchiha Sasuke declared, unwavering in his resolve upon hearing his brother's expectations. Bravo, young man. Your words resonate beautifully. At that moment, Ye Muyun, following Nara Shikamaru, approached and applauded Sasuke's declaration. Big brother, Ye Muyun. Who is that? Ye Muyun found the expressions of the group before him amusing, as if he were witnessing a rare beast. Big brother, you have finally returned. I have missed you so much, sobbed Uzumaki Naruto, who immediately sprang up from the ground and lunged towards his older brother. However, Ye Muyun was prepared and deftly sidestepped, causing Naruto to crash into Nara Shikamaru. Ugh, you reckless Naruto. Can't you watch where you're going? Nara Shikamaru exclaimed, dazed from the sudden impact, as he pushed Naruto off himself. It has been a while. You are Itachi, right? Ye Muyun, observing Naruto's antics, turned to address the familiar figure beside him with uncertainty. Ye Muyun, it has indeed been a long time. I never expected you to remember me, Uchiha Itachi remarked, gazing at the handsome youth before him with a sense of nostalgia. Haha, how could I forget? If it weren't for your assistance back then, I would have surely been driven to madness by this Naruto fellow. Ye Muyun replied, stepping closer to Uchiha Itachi, scrutinizing him with keen interest. What is it? Why are you gazing at me so intently? Itachi Uchiha inquired uneasily, sensing something unusual in the other's demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. I merely felt that you seemed quite formidable, which piqued my curiosity, Ye Muyun replied nonchalantly, redirecting his gaze and stating his purpose directly. Are you suggesting you wish to spar with me? Itachi scrutinized the individual before him, noting that there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. Yet he sensed an air of confidence emanating from his actions, as if he was assured in all he undertook, including the possibility that his previous behavior might provoke Itachi. Nearby, Sasuke Uchiha listened intently to their conversation, feeling an immediate curiosity towards Naruto Uzumaki's older brother, puzzled as to why his brother was so amicable with this person. Oh, what an adorable little girl. Are you a friend of Naruto Uzumaki? Ye Muyun had not anticipated that Itachi was a battle enthusiast. Seeking a pretext to divert his attention, he suddenly caught sight of Hinata Hyuga, Naruto's companion, and eagerly inquired, Hello, I am Hinata Hyuga. Yes, I am a friend of Naruto. Hinata was taken aback by Ye Muyun's sudden questioning, feeling exceedingly nervous as she stammered her introduction. Oh, there's no need to be anxious. I want tea bite. I'm merely curious, Ye Muyun chuckled heartily, observing the shy girl before him, casting a meaningful glance at his younger brother. Ye Muyun, I've heard that you are merely an ordinary person. However, I suspect that matters are not as simple as they seem. You must be eager to test the fruits of your training during your absence, right? Thus, I propose we engage in a sparring session. Chapter 38. A sparring match. Please forgive my boldness. Let us engage in a spar, Itachi Uchiha proposed. Having analyzed Ye Muyun's demeanor, he discerned that despite being aware of threats lingering in the village, Ye Muyun chose to return, perhaps having experienced considerable growth during his 2-month absence. Itachi resolved to gauge his strength. Brother, I too wish to witness how much you have changed during your disappearance. I have never believed that you are an ordinary person. How could an ordinary individual possess such skill in the 5-animal play? Upon witnessing this, Naruto Uzumaki immediately stepped in to assist, gazing at him with admiration. The crowd, having previously studied the 5-animals play, was astounded to hear Naruto explicitly state that it was Ye Muyun who imparted this knowledge. Their anticipation for Ye Muyun's subsequent sparring session heightened significantly. Ye Muyun felt a pang of irritation. He had initially planned to find an excuse to decline. Yet his own subordinate had unexpectedly undermined him by teaching the 5-animals play to others. While it was not a grave matter, it contradicted his original intentions. Well, let me make it clear. I possess very limited strength, so do not hold high expectations of me, Ye Muyun remarked, feeling uneasy under the expectant gazes of the crowd. He feigned nonchalance, hoping that Itachi Uchiha would not take the spar too seriously. Understood, Ye Muyun. I shall engage with utmost seriousness, Itachi replied earnestly. Just as Ye Muyun intended to quietly approach Itachi and suggest he ease up, he was taken aback by Itachi's resolute commitment to a serious bout, which left him feeling a slight discomfort in his stomach. At that moment, the rest of the onlookers found a suitable spot to observe, granting Ye Muyun and Itachi ample space to maneuver as they awaited the unfolding events. Originally, Shikamaru Nara had brought Ye Muyun here with plans to leave. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by the unfolding drama and watched intently, internally urging Itachi to deliver a thorough lesson to Ye Muyun. Knowing well that Itachi was a prodigy of their clan, with no means of escape, Ye Muyun took a deep breath and signaled to Itachi that he was ready to begin. Sensing his readiness, Itachi decided to test the waters with taijutsu, employing the body flicker technique to appear behind Ye Muyun. Ye Muyun sensed the shift in the air behind him, prompting him to silently activate the Three Souls Shadow Step. evading the attack with a series of afterimages. Itachi was momentarily stunned by Ye Muyun's acute perception, astonished that his subsequent actions had been so easily thwarted. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Itachi swiftly formed hand seals and called out. As Ye Muyun observed the fireball hurtling toward him, he prepared to dodge, only to discover that Itachi had created two shadow clones, surrounding him from various directions and launching shuriken at him. Ye Muyun drew his sword, channeling sword energy to cleave at the fireball while executing a flourish. The fireball collided with the faint sword energy, splitting in two and crashing onto the ground, while Ye Muyun's swordplay deflected the shuriken, which fell harmlessly at his feet. Wow, how did that move work? He split the fireball in half from several meters away without forming any seals. Does anyone know how he did that? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he observed the recent events, directly inquiring about them from his companions. The others present merely shook their heads, intrigued by how Ye Muyun had achieved such a feat so effortlessly, as if it were a simple task. Uchiha Itachi, witnessing his attack being so casually neutralized, couldn't help but regard his opponent with newfound respect. In the face of such an onslaught, even a Nin would have been easily vanquished, let alone an ordinary person who had only trained for a little over 2 months. Thus, he resolved to activate his Sharingan and engage seriously, continuing to probe his opponent's limits. Wait, stop. There's no need to escalate this. We're merely sparring, not fighting for our lives. Ye Muyun exclaimed as he sensed Itachi's shift in demeanor, indicating he was about to unleash his full strength. All right, we shall conclude it here. I apologize for the trouble. Ye Muyun, Itachi replied, initially prepared for a serious confrontation but realizing that his opponent had chosen to halt. He refrained from making any further moves, considering that the commotion had undoubtedly drawn the attention of the Umbu, ultimately deciding to abandon the fight. Brother, please don't. Having only exchanged a few moves, I am still yearning for more. Uzumaki Naruto, captivated by the splendid duel between the two, felt an insatiable desire to continue watching, only to find his elder brother abruptly halting the spectacle with a lament. The other onlookers gazed expectantly at Ye Muyun, hoping he would proceed. After all, the clash between Ye Muyun and Uchiha Itachi was a rare sight for those who had yet to become ninjas, especially as Ye Muyun unveiled an unprecedented technique to counter a ninjutsu, igniting their curiosity. Don't even think about it. I said I'm done, and I mean it. Ye Muyun declared, disregarding the eager gazes of the crowd. Continuing would only serve to reveal his true capabilities, rendering him vulnerable to those with ill intentions. Maintaining an air of mystery would ensure that others approached him with caution. Ye Muyun, you have just returned. I imagine you have much to discuss with Naruto. Therefore, I shall take my leave, and we shall meet again, Uchiha Itachi remarked, feeling a pang of disappointment for not achieving his goal while simultaneously anticipating the waves Ye Muyun would stir within Konoha. After bidding farewell to Ye Muyun, he departed, accompanied by the reluctant Uchiha Sasuke, disappearing from the side of the gathering. Subsequently, Ye Muyun engaged in lively conversation with Naruto and the others, joyfully presenting each with a box of restorative ointment, crafted from toad oil, as a token of their reunion. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office within the towering structure, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was surreptitiously peering through a glass orb, captivated by exhilarating scenes, chuckling strangely. Little did the villagers know that their revered Hokage harbored a penchant for voyeurism. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing the knock at the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily concealed the glass orb, adopting an earnest demeanor as he sat, feigning seriousness while reviewing documents. Hokage-sama, Ye Muyun has returned. What did you say? Ye Muyun has returned. When the events unfolded, Sarutobi Hiruzen initially misheard and thought a minor character had returned. To his surprise, it was Ye Muyun, who had been absent from the village for over 2 months. He immediately inquired with excitement. Indeed, Hokage-sama. He returned alongside Nara Shikamaru. What exactly transpired? I cannot say. He is currently with Uzumaki Naruto and the others, replied the Umbu ninja, kneeling respectfully with a composed demeanor. Very well, I understand. Please summon Danzo and inform him that I have matters of great significance to discuss. Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated for a moment, resolute in his decision to retain Ye Muyun in Konohagakure. Previously, he had heard whispers of a certain treasure that could facilitate spatial transportation, and he was determined to acquire it, ensuring that Danzo would not sabotage his grand designs. Before long, Shimura Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office, his expression laden with curiosity as he sought to discern the reason for Hiruzen's summons. Hiruzen, what important matter compels your request for my presence? Are you contemplating a resignation from the Hokage position, wishing to pass the mantle to me? Danzo stated candidly, his ambition glaringly evident. You scoundrel! Do not even entertain such thoughts. As long as I draw breath, you shall never occupy the Hokage's seat. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, his heart nearly succumbing to rage at Danzo's audacity. Humph, if that is not the case, then what is the purpose of summoning me? Unlike you, I cannot afford to be idle. I am dedicated to the progress of Konohagakure. Danzo feigned a selfless devotion to the village, his performance so convincing that one might think Ye Muyun would exclaim in admiration. Hiruzen seethed internally, thinking that anyone unaware of Danzo's true nature would be led to believe he genuinely cared for the village. Ahem, Ye Muyun has returned. Hiruzen decided to be forthright, wishing to avoid further provocation. Ye Muyun has returned? When did this occur? Danzo exclaimed, his hands braced against the desk as he loomed over Hiruzen, excitement evident in his voice. Just a short while ago, he is already in the company of Uzumaki Naruto. Hiruzen observed Danzo's fervor with amusement, replying leisurely. Since he dares to return, this time I shall not let him escape. Chapter 39. Undercurrents. Since he dares to return, this time I shall not let him escape. With that declaration, Danzo rushed to leave, only to be intercepted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hold on. It would be prudent for you not to intervene in this matter. The last time you acted impulsively, you disrupted my plans. Should you allow him to escape once more, it may very well pose a significant threat to our village. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed earnestly at Shimura Danzo and asserted firmly, Hiruzen, this is the prime opportunity to capture him. You are aware of the extraordinary artifact he possesses, are you not? If we let him slip away this time, who knows what unforeseen consequences may arise. Lately, I have observed an increasing number of spies from other villages infiltrating ours. Surely, you understand their intentions? If they succeed in obtaining it, it would spell disaster for our village. Shimura Danzo, observing Hiruzen in his position as Hokage, laid out the pros and cons, hoping to sway him to his perspective. Danzo, your argument is not without merit. However, how do you propose we capture him? He possesses the ability to teleport at will. If that happens, Hiruzen, upon hearing Danzo's words, felt a flicker of intrigue, yet the thought of the adversary's escape capabilities filled him with trepidation. Hiruzen, is this not a simple matter? As long as we discreetly restrain him, he is but an ordinary individual. What means does he have to evade us? Danzo recalled the previous incident that allowed the adversary to escape and promptly devised a plan, sharing it with Hiruzen. Danzo, he has returned after disappearing for 2 months. He must possess some trump card to act with such audacity. How can you be certain he lacks contingencies? Unless we are absolutely confident in our ability to apprehend him, I cannot endorse your approach. Hiruzen, exercising caution, resolved to adopt a more diplomatic strategy, allowing him to remain in the village, at least to prevent him from becoming an enemy of Konoha and thwarting the ulterior motives of other villages. Damn it, Hiruzen, is there truly any endeavor that guarantees absolute certainty? Every opportunity carries inherent risks. Have you grown timid after sitting in this position for so long? I refuse to believe that with the combined strength of the entire Konoha, we cannot capture an ordinary person. Danzo's frustration boiled over as he gazed at Hiruzen with disappointment, attempting to rouse him from his hesitation. Very well, it is settled. I will not gamble with the safety of the village. I reiterate, without absolute certainty, I cannot permit you to act. Otherwise, do not expect my mercy. Hiruzen, feeling deeply conflicted, anxiously smoked a cigarette, contemplating for a considerable time before ultimately opting for a more cautious plan. Yumph. Bang. Once again, Shimura Danzo listened to the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and, much like the last encounter, he felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. He turned sharply and, with a forceful kick, shattered the door before departing. Someone. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Danzo's actions with an air of calm and immediately called out towards the door. Hokage-sama, what are your orders? A respectful ninja rushed in, standing before Sarutobi Hiruzen with reverence. Go to the root and demand compensation from Danzo for the damage he inflicted on the door. Inform him that I shall be keeping a close watch on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, exhaling smoke as he gazed out at the tranquil Konoha village. Yes, Hokage-sama. The ninja trembled slightly at the thought of venturing to the ominous route, feeling a twinge of fear, yet ultimately complied with the directive. Father, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Itachi Uchiha sought out his father, Fugaku Uchiha. Itachi, what is it? Fugaku, preoccupied with clan affairs, continued to attend to his tasks while listening to his son. Father, Ye Muyun has returned. With a snap, Fugaku instinctively gripped his pen so tightly that it broke. Where did you see him? Fugaku inquired, feigning composure as he lifted his gaze to meet his son's. Father, today, as I was instructing Uzumaki Naruto as usual, I found Ye Muyun appearing behind me, accompanied by members of the Nara clan. Itachi detailed the situation, noting his father's serious demeanor. When did the Nara clan come into contact with Ye Muyun? I was unaware. Father, according to Ye Muyun, it seems he became lost and happened upon the Nara clan, who then escorted him back to Konoha. Itachi, sensing his father's confusion, relayed what he had learned. It appears you have made further discoveries. Please elaborate. At that moment, Fugaku noticed the dust on Itachi's attire and, intrigued, inquired further. Father, your insight is indeed keen. I recently engaged in a brief spar with Ye Muyun. I discovered that his strength is not as ordinary as rumored, and it was he who taught Naruto the five-animal play. Recalling the earlier encounter, Itachi emphasized this significant detail. What? The five-animal play was taught by Ye Muyun? No wonder Naruto possesses such ability. It seems the rumors hold truth. Ye Muyun indeed harbors great treasures. Now that you have sparred with him, what do you assess of his strength? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback by his son's words. Astonished by the unexpected surprise brought to him by Ye Muyun, he contemplated that if he could acquire this extraordinary treasure, he would be able to lead his clan towards a glorious future. Father, he began, our sparring was merely a brief exchange of a move or two, which does not accurately reflect his true strength. However, judging from the circumstances, Ye Muyun effortlessly dispelled my fireball technique without forming any hand seals. I preliminarily assessed that he possesses at least the strength of a Chunin. Uchiha Itachi meticulously analyzed the details of their spar, and with each reflection, a sense of alarm grew within him. During their encounter, he had overlooked the fact that Ye Muyun seemed to employ some form of ninjutsu, moving with astonishing speed, and his swordsmanship was exceedingly refined. What? In just 2 short months, he has transformed from an ordinary person without the capacity to retaliate into a Chunin? Even the most gifted among us required a considerable amount of time for such advancement. I never anticipated that he had concealed his abilities so profoundly. By your assessment, I surmise his true strength could be equivalent to that of a special Jonin. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned grave as he began to reconsider their plans, contemplating whether to first cultivate a rapport with this individual and later determine how to proceed based on developments. After all, Ye Muyun had achieved such formidable power in a mere 2 months, a testament to his immense potential. This prodigious talent genuinely astonished Uchiha Fugaku. Regardless of the means through which Ye Muyun acquired this strength, it was undeniably a part of his abilities. According to Uchiha Itachi, he had even retained some strength in reserve, capable of teleportation in times of peril. The more Uchiha Fugaku pondered, the more he felt it would be unwise to incur Ye Muyun's wrath. Fortunately, his son had established a relatively amicable relationship with him, and it would be prudent to maintain this connection, as it might yield unexpected benefits in the future. Uchiha Itachi observed the fluctuating emotions on his father's face and could surmise his thoughts, contemplating the kind of influence Ye Muyun would exert in Konoha. Itachi, the previous plan I assigned to you is now void. Your immediate priority is to befriend Ye Muyun and earn his trust. He can only be an ally, never an adversary. I trust you will accomplish this task flawlessly, Uchiha Fugaku stated after much deliberation, fixing a serious gaze upon his son. I understand, father. I know what must be done. You can rest assured, Uchiha Itachi replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, as he had feared his father might resort to coercive measures to compel Ye Muyun's compliance. The thought of such an outcome filled him with unease. By the way, father, there is an irreconcilable conflict between Ye Muyun and Shimura Danzo. If the higher-ups command us to assist in capturing him, how should we proceed? Itachi Uchiha reminisced about events long past, his brow furrowed with concern as he posed a question. As long as the higher-ups were not foolish, they would refrain from choosing to oppose Ye Muyun. If it truly came to that point, self-preservation must take precedence. It would be prudent to avoid enmity with the opponent, even if it meant deliberately allowing them to escape. Whatever the consequences, I shall bear them. Uchiha Fugaku rose to his feet, crossing his arms with an air of authority, declaring with conviction. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku appeared remarkably imposing in Itachi's eyes, instilling a sense of reassurance within him. There was a profound comfort in being shielded by another, and he thought to himself that he too must protect his younger brother, just as his father did. Chapter 40. The first encounter with the Nine-Tails. Thus, upon returning to Konoha village, Ye Muyun made his way to his familiar abode, pondering whether he could reside there once more. He opened the door to find it much as it had been when he departed, albeit with a layer of dust. Ye Muyun immediately channeled his chakra, thoroughly cleansing the entire room. Lying on the comfortable little bed, a blissful smile graced his face. At last, he could rest in a bed again. The past days had been spent on the ground, with the sky as his blanket and the earth as his mattress. A true hardship indeed. Knock, knock, knock. How utterly vexing. Just when I finally have the opportunity to enjoy a peaceful slumber, someone dares to disturb me. As he listened to the incessant knocking at the door, Ye Muyun's irritation boiled over, and he cursed under his breath. He approached the door and swung it open, only to be met with an immediate sense of danger, prompting him to instinctively deliver a kick. He heard the pained cry of Naruto Uzumaki as he was sent hurtling away. It turned out that Naruto, eager to surprise his long-lost brother and showcase his progress during their time apart, had not yet reached him before being unceremoniously kicked aside. Naruto, what on earth are you doing? Ye Muyun, noticing Naruto sprawled on the ground, looked at him with a bemused expression. After a moment's pause, he hurried over to help him up, relieved that he had tempered his strength otherwise. Ouch, brother, that was rather ruthless, wasn't it? You nearly sent me flying. Naruto groaned, clutching his stomach as Ye Muyun assisted him to his feet, a pained expression etched across his face. How could this be my fault? Who told you to launch a surprise attack on me? If it were anyone else, they would likely face dire consequences. At this moment, Ye Muyun playfully dusted off Naruto Uzumaki and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, I intended to surprise my elder brother, yet it seems I have startled myself instead, almost leading to a reunion with my parents. Brother, you must adequately compensate me and soothe my tender heart. Do you have any idea how much harm your kick just caused me? I am still but a child, gradually recovering. Naruto Uzumaki cast a dissatisfied glance at his elder brother, demanding recompense. Haha, all right then, tell me, what sort of compensation do you desire? As they entered the house, Ye Muyun sat on the bed, offering an awkward smile, feeling a twinge of guilt. Well, brother, I wish for you to teach me cultivation. Naruto reminisced about their previous match, excitement brimming within him as he gazed eagerly at his brother. Well, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but I am uncertain if it would suit you. After all, my cultivation method was created for myself, and I have yet to test it on others. Sitting on the bed, Ye Muyun scrutinized Naruto, contemplating the feasibility of imparting his technique, ultimately deciding against taking the risk. Brother, how can I know if it will work unless you teach me? What if it actually does? Naruto, recalling his own words, urged. You once stated that practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. If it doesn't work after trying, then we can let it go. Upon hearing Ye Muyun's plea, Naruto felt a sense of urgency, immediately echoing his earlier sentiments to persuade him. Sigh, since you've put it that way then. Naruto's heart raced with excitement, anticipating his brother's response. That is certainly out of the question. However, grant me some time, and I shall devise a cultivation method for you. In the meantime, continue practicing the 5-animal play that I previously taught you. I have heard it has brought you fame. Surely, more people will seek your guidance, so you must be cautious in handling them. Noticing Naruto's crestfallen expression after his refusal, Ye Muyun quickly changed his mind, promising to create a cultivation technique for him in the future. Yay, brother, you are the best. Initially disheartened, Naruto was elated to learn that his brother had agreed, albeit with a delay, and felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward for a hug. Stay away from me. Don't come any closer. Seated upon his bed, Ye Muyun discerned something amiss with Naruto Uzumaki. Just as he prepared to rush forward, he placed a hand upon him, only to realize that Naruto's diminutive arms could not possibly reach him. Brother, you are quite unsympathetic. You won't even allow me a simple embrace. How stingy. Before long, Naruto, recognizing his predicament, ceased his efforts and gazed at Ye Muyun with a look of discontent. Speak, then. Aside from seeking my guidance and training, what brings you to me? If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I am in dire need of a restful slumber. With that, Ye Muyun reclined upon his bed, shutting his eyes and stretching luxuriously. Brother, There is something of great importance I wish to confess, Naruto stated. Yes, go on, I am listening. Ye Muyun maintained his position, ears perked, attentive to Naruto's words. Within me resides a fox demon, but it is a nine-tailed one. After you departed last time, I sought your counsel, intending to harness its power, but I nearly lost control. I fear I may succumb to chaos in the future. As Naruto spoke, he lowered his head, coming to understand why the villagers treated him as they did, his mood turning somber. So it is the Nine Tails. I had sensed a formidable malice within you long ago, yet I was reluctant to intervene in your affairs, for each individual's life is governed by their own destiny. Since you have sought my assistance, I cannot remain passive. Come here, let me witness the Nine Tails for myself. Ye Muyun sat upright, his expression calm as he regarded Naruto. Though inwardly he felt a surge of anger towards the cunning Nine Tails, resolved to confront it. Oh, Naruto replied, obediently moving closer, curiosity etched upon his face. Unaware of Ye Muyun's intended method of encountering the Nine Tails, Ye Muyun gently ruffled Naruto's hair, channeling his inner spiritual energy into Naruto's body. Accompanied by a thread of his own mental force, successfully entering Naruto's spiritual realm. Before long, upon arrival in Naruto's mental space, Ye Muyun was struck by its eerie atmosphere. A vast pool harbored a colossal iron cage, adorned with a talisman, presumably akin to a lock. At that moment, the Nine Tails, sensing an intruder, opened its eyes to behold Ye Muyun. Who are you, little one, and how did you arrive here? It inquired. Ah, so you are the Nine Tails. Quite formidable indeed. You exude a heavy aura of oppression. Ye Muyun observed the immense Nine Tails, feeling a weight of pressure, yet remembering it was merely a fragment of his mental energy. He relaxed considerably. Hey, Nine Tails, I've heard that you have been bullying my younger brother. It seems you are rather arrogant. Can my subordinate move you? In that moment, Ye Muyun felt no fear towards the Nine Tails, for he was certain that the other party could not inflict harm upon him, and boldly stated his defiance. Ha! This is the first time I have heard a human threaten me. With a resounding thud, the Nine Tails laughed heartily at Ye Muyun's audacity, slamming its paw against the cage, echoing throughout the space. Whoa, you startled me. The immense paw nearly caused Ye Muyun to falter in fear, and he chastised the Nine Tails internally. Ha! I expected you to have some kind of backing to be so confident. Is this truly all you possess? Are all humans this brave? The Nine Tails, intrigued by the boldness of the youth before it, contemplated toying with him further. Oh, the rain has ceased. Do you believe you are now capable? The Nine Tails chuckled with reckless abandon. Prepare yourself, for your laughter now will turn to tears later. Realizing the humiliation he was enduring, Ye Muyun called upon his system, and upon learning that the foe was merely a conglomeration of energy, he could not help but let out a snicker. Ha! Let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve to be so audacious before me. If you amuse me, I may allow you to return. Otherwise, you shall remain here indefinitely. The Nine Tails, unaware of how Ye Muyun had entered, believed that confining him would teach this arrogant child a lesson. Rest assured, even if you wish for my departure, I have no intention of leaving. Remember not to weep and plead for me to go. Ye Muyun grinned mischievously at the creature, internally summoning the system to initiate action. Chapter 41. Subduing the Nine Tails System. Commence. Upon finishing his command, Ye Muyun noticed the yin-yang cauldron within him soaring into the air. The moment the cauldron appeared, the Nine Tails sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis and began to prepare for a counterattack, intent on destroying it. However, the Nine Tails' resistance proved futile. At that moment, Ye Muyun observed the yin-yang cauldron beginning to rotate, emitting the sound of thunder that resonated across the heavens, exuding an intense aura of pressure that, without visible means, forced the Nine Tails down to the ground. The Nine Tails thrashed its tail against the water pool, sending splashes everywhere, engulfed in a profound sense of terror. Child, what exactly have you done to me? Chose to disregard the inquiries posed by the Nine Tails and was instead captivated by the yin-yang cauldron. She observed a dark red energy beginning to detach itself from the Nine Tails and flow into the cauldron. System, what is that dark red substance? Beep. Host, that is the negative energy emanating from the Nine Tails. Could it be that the yin-yang cauldron can directly absorb and transmute negative energy into spiritual liquid? Beep. Indeed, host. Upon receiving the system's explanation, Ye Muyun was taken aback, astonished by the cauldron's capabilities. She pondered whether this method could be utilized to exchange for resources. System. If the yin-yang cauldron can absorb this energy, why can't it also transmute it into the materials I require? Beep. Your reasoning is not without merit, host. However, to manifest something from nothing, one would need a more refined form of energy. What type of energy qualifies? Is it solely spiritual energy? Beep. In addition to spiritual energy, celestial energy is also viable. However, celestial energy is a more advanced form of refinement of spiritual energy. System, could you elaborate on why only spiritual energy can be used? Beep. Chi is the essence of all things in the world. Spiritual energy is a manifestation that is more closely aligned with the world's fundamental essence. It is an energy form that has been coarsely utilized through unique cultivation methods to absorb the original chi. In contrast, celestial energy operates with greater efficiency and purity on this foundation. Thus, it requires the host's cultivation level to achieve the ability to create something from nothing. Of course, the host can also seek out materials rich in spiritual attributes for conversion, but the quality is still somewhat inferior compared to the spiritual energy cultivated by the host. Oh, I see. No wonder I was thinking of haphazardly accumulating a plethora of items to forge training materials. Beep. The host may consume the spiritual liquid transformed by the yin-yang cauldron for exchange, though this system does not recommend such an approach. It would be more beneficial to utilize it to enhance your cultivation. Once your strength increases, acquiring the desired resources will become considerably easier. All right, I understand. While Ye Muyun continued her idle conversation with the system, the Ninetales felt utterly drained, languidly sprawled on the ground, repeatedly pleading, "Little ghost, spare me. I promise I won't dare again. If you keep this up, my entire fox lineage will be doomed." At that moment, Ye Muyun noticed that the Ninetales seemed to have shrunk in size, leaving her uncertain if she was merely imagining it or if the yin-yang cauldron was extracting too vigorously. Beep. If the host does not cease, the yin-yang cauldron will continue its extraction until all the energy has been fully depleted. Winky face, oh my goodness. The system, why didn't you mention this sooner? If the extraction runs out, who knows how it might affect my little brother? After Ye Muyun finished speaking, he hastily commanded the yin-yang cauldron to cease its operations. The cauldron reluctantly retracted its Tao rhythm, slowly returning to Ye Muyun's body. To his delight, Ye Muyun discovered that the spiritual liquid within the cauldron had increased at least tenfold. He contemplated whether to extract it periodically, thus ensuring a continuous supply of spiritual liquid. The Ninetales sensed Ye Muyun's predatory gaze, trembling with fear, feeling akin to a fish on a chopping block, awaiting its fate at the hands of this formidable individual. Please, spare me. The Ninetales, shall never dare again. I promise I won't bully Naruto anymore. Having undergone a swift transformation, the Ninetales, now noticeably smaller, was utterly despondent, no longer daring to boast in front of Ye Muyun. If not for the sudden retraction of that peculiar object, who knows if it would still exist? It wept openly, pleading for mercy. Well, I might consider it. But I have a condition, Ye Muyun stated, having witnessed the vast amount of spiritual liquid accumulated from merely a brief absorption by the yin-yang cauldron. He intended to use the Ninetales as a long-term source of energy. Whenever his spiritual liquid ran low, he would seek it out to recharge. I agree. Whatever condition you propose, I will comply. The Ninetales, not daring to contemplate the terms, was simply eager to have Ye Muyun leave this place. It wished to avoid encountering this demon again. Despite the Ninetales' fearsome appearance, it had committed few misdeeds, most of which were forced upon it. It was simply trying to sleep when it was captured and made to labor, all because it was deemed too powerful, only to be swiftly subdued and slammed to the ground. A truly unfortunate fate. Oh, given your sincere attitude, I had initially intended to reduce you further. However, now, as long as you provide me with a modicum of energy in the future, we shall be fine. Ye Muyun was surprised at how quickly the Ninetales capitulated. It seemed that possessing strength made matters considerably easier. Absolutely. Whatever you say, Lord. In the depths of his mind, the Ninetales contemplated that he was merely offering a portion of his chakra, a resource he possessed in abundance. It was far more agreeable than being forcibly drained of his energy. Without hesitation, he proclaimed, "Since you have already aided me, it would be remiss not to reward you. Therefore, I intend to accept you as my subordinate, which makes us allies." Considering the possibility that the other party might resist during future energy extractions, Ye Muyun realized that it would be more prudent to invite the Ninetales to join him, thus providing ample justification for cooperation. Very well, big brother. From this moment forth, the QB, shall be your subordinate." Upon hearing these words, the Ninetales found himself without recourse, since he could not overpower Ye Muyun. Joining him seemed the wiser choice. Perhaps this alliance could yield some benefits, and given the formidable strength of his new master, there might even be a chance to escape this predicament. "Ha! Excellent, my subordinate. You demonstrate great awareness," Ye Muyun exclaimed. "Next time I visit, I shall bring you a delightful surprise." At that moment, Ye Muyun's mental energy began to wane, leaving behind only the echoes of his words resonating within the space. "Damn it, I wonder whether this will lead to fortune or misfortune." The Ninetales vented his frustration once Ye Muyun departed, ultimately resigning himself to the ground, hoping to find solace in sleep to forget his anguish. "Big brother, you have returned. How did it go? Did you see the Ninetales?" In the room, Naruto Uzumaki noticed his brother opening his eyes and curiously inquired. "Rest assured, the Ninetales has now become my subordinate. He will no longer trouble you." "How long have I been gone?" Ye Muyun asked as he affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, suppressing his joy while explaining the situation. "That is wonderful. Big brother, you're amazing. I can't believe the Ninetales has become your subordinate." "Ha! It had not been long, merely a brief moment." Upon hearing the news, Naruto's eyes glistened with tears of joy, his expression filled with excitement as he gazed up at his brother. "I understand that you have endured much suffering because of the Ninetales, but consider this a form of fortitude. Since it has already transpired, strive to alter it. Dwelling in the past is the mark of the weak." Gazing at the young boy before him, Ye Muyun sighed inwardly, hoping that his words would inspire him. After all, he too had once felt invigorated by similar sentiments, and the thought brought a smile to his face. "Big brother, you are absolutely right. I must become a powerful being. I cannot succumb to despair. I shall etch my likeness into the Hokage rock." Naruto Uzumaki silently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and shouted with fervor, All right. The matter is resolved. You may return now. I haven't had a proper night's sleep in 2 months. I implore you, allow me to rest peacefully. Please, do not bother me, Naruto." At that moment, Ye Muyun rudely pushed Naruto towards the door, gently ruffled his hair, and urged him to play elsewhere before swiftly shutting the door, leaving Naruto in a state of bewilderment. Sigh, since it has come to this, I shall not disturb my elder brother's rest. Reluctantly, Naruto chose to leave and seek other pursuits. "Brother, I shall come to find you tomorrow. Get lost." Chapter 42. Encirclement time swiftly passed to the following morning. Ye Muyun had spent an entire day in blissful slumber, but was abruptly awakened by a series of tremors in the house, leaving him irritable and eager to uncover the cause. Upon stepping outside, he discovered that his abode was surrounded by a group of ninjas. What on earth is happening? Ye Muyun noted the diverse array of attire among the ninjas, some of whom had already engaged in combat as if they were filming a movie, encircling him completely. "They come out. Quickly act. You scoundrels. The treasure belongs to me. Go, swiftly stop the others." As some ninjas noticed their adversaries emerging, they prepared to launch an attack on Ye Muyun. It turned out that this eclectic group of ninjas were assassins dispatched from a neighboring village, intent on seizing the precious treasure Ye Muyun possessed. They had intended to strike under the cover of night, but were thwarted by the presence of others with the same objective, resulting in a standoff that persisted until dawn. Fearing that a prolonged standoff would attract reinforcements from Konoha, they swiftly initiated their assault, clashing with ninjas from other villages. Fortunately, they had set up barriers around the area to prevent anyone from escaping. 3 souls, wandering shadows. With a swift motion, Ye Muyun evaded their onslaught, leaving behind mere afterimages as he maneuvered through their encirclement, finding a clearing before his home, where he calmly observed them and unsheathed his sword. This intelligence is erroneous. This individual is far from ordinary. Everyone, charge at once. Capture him. The treasure shall be ours. The attacking ninjas, astonished by Ye Muyun's prowess, rallied upon hearing their leader's command and resumed their assault, unleashing a flurry of ninjutsu. Earth release, earth spike. Fire release, fireball. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Ye Muyun suddenly realized that the ground beneath his feet had grown soft, causing him to sink slowly. Around him, an array of ninjutsu surged forth to attack. Sword dance, yin-yang rotation. Ye Muyun found himself momentarily ensnared, resorting to wielding his sword to conjure a flurry of sword shadows, creating a transparent wall of wind that enveloped him. Boom! The ninjutsu struck the spot where Ye Muyun stood, resulting in a violent explosion that sent dust and debris soaring, leaving only a haze of smoke around his position. Success. Even an elite jonin would struggle to withstand such an onslaught, let alone an ordinary person who had only trained for a little over 2 months. Now, the treasures were all ours. The ninjas in place felt exhilarated, deeming the task exceedingly simple, yet their hearts began to stir with caution toward ninjas from other villages, wary of having their spoils snatched away. Oh dear, that was a close call. You lot are truly terrifying. You've even dirted my clothes. Impressive indeed. At that moment, Ye Muyun casually waved his sword, dispelling the surrounding smoke, and reappeared before the crowd, a mocking expression adorning his face. Wah, how is this possible? Why are you completely unscathed? Without further ado, they urged one another to attack. Their astonishment at Ye Muyun's pristine condition turned to shock as they shouted in disbelief. Resolute, they resumed their assault. Initially intending to hold back for the sake of dealing with ninjas from other villages, but now they decided to join forces and eliminate Ye Muyun first. Ye Muyun swiftly channeled his energy to dispel the ninjutsu beneath him, pivoting to deliver a spinning kick to the ninja attempting to ambush him from behind, sending the assailant flying. The surrounding ninjas, seeing their comrades sent hurtling, pressed on without concern, launching shurikens and explosive tags at Ye Muyun. Boom, boom, boom. In response, Ye Muyun executed the Three Souls Shadow Step, rapidly vacating the area and effortlessly dispatching several passing ninjas with his sword. To evade the encirclement, he ascended to the rooftop, gazing down at the throng below, pondering the advantage his learned agility afforded him. Otherwise, navigating such a multitude would have proven exceedingly difficult. Damn it, this guy's speed is too formidable. We can't land a single hit on him. What shall we do next? They realized that Ye Muyun's speed was astonishingly swift. Before even engaging the enemy, they had already lost several comrades. At this rate, their demise was inevitable, and they were uncertain when reinforcements from Konoha would arrive. With no alternative, they resolved to increase the intensity of their assault to obstruct the adversary. Time was of the essence, for Konoha must have sensed the commotion and would soon come to their aid. They hastened their approach. After a brief deliberation, the group of ninjas concluded that they had no better strategy. Ultimately, they opted to intensify their siege, aiming to exhaust their opponent's stamina before seizing an opportunity to eliminate him. Ye Muyun, under the relentless onslaught, realized that with his current reserves of spiritual energy, he could hold out for a while longer. However, if the standoff persisted, his fate would be uncertain, and he pondered why no assistance had yet arrived. It appeared that Konoha was preparing to lend aid in the nick of time. With newfound clarity, Ye Muyun, refusing to wait for the enemy to initiate their attack, unleashed the Three Souls Shadow Step and charged forward. How dare they underestimate us? Capture that fiend. The ninjas, taken aback by Ye Muyun's audacity to charge directly at them, felt a surge of indignation and shouted in unison as they rushed towards him. Ah! Crash! Roar! Clang! 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 Ye Muyun weaved through the throng, occasionally dispatching 1 or 2 ninjas while deftly wielding his sword to parry incoming strikes, wreaking havoc amongst them. Fire release. Water release. Wind release. The ninjas soon realized that their opponent's prowess was far beyond their own, particularly his unpredictable swordsmanship, which severely diminished their combat effectiveness. They resolved to leverage their comrades, dragging them into a collective assault, resorting to underhanded tactics to strike at him. Damn it, you scoundrels! How dare you attack alongside your allies? As Ye Muyun deftly dealt with the enemies ahead, he suddenly noticed that the adversaries behind him unleashed their ninjutsu, aiming to strike him and his companions simultaneously, nearly catching him off guard. Although the attack did not inflict significant harm, it came perilously close on several occasions. Consequently, Ye Muyun found himself in a rather precarious state. His face was ashen, he breathed heavily, and his garments bore signs of damage. No, I cannot afford to hold back any longer. If a situation akin to the previous one arises, I shall simply have the system teleport me back to my Boku Mountain for training. Panting, Ye Muyun, drenched in sweat, warily surveyed the remaining third of the enemy forces, resolutely deciding to unleash his remaining spiritual energy for a decisive strike. Everyone advance. The enemy is faltering. Victory is within our grasp. Charge. The group of ninjas, sensing Ye Muyun's weakened state, which starkly contrasted with his earlier composure, felt a surge of excitement and charged forward without hesitation. Blade dance, tears of falling flowers. Ye Muyun paid no heed to the oncoming foes, channeling the last vestiges of his spiritual energy into his sword, and bellowed. At that moment, the sword in his hand began to shimmer, exuding a gentle sword aura, as if it were merging with the very fabric of the world, gradually fading from sight as time passed. What on earth is this? What is happening? Help! One by one, the charging ninjas fell without awareness, their faces still bearing the expressions of life, as if none of this had transpired. The ninjas trailing behind, upon witnessing the bizarre scene, cried out in terror. In Ye Muyun's eyes, the sword light of his blade swiftly harvested the lives of his enemies, akin to petals falling from a flower, rendering the entire spectacle hauntingly natural. The remaining ninjas, witnessing their comrades fall in increasing numbers, were engulfed by despair, unsure of how to respond. With no hope of escape, they could only collapse to the ground, gazing at Ye Muyun, who appeared as a demon, tears of hopelessness streaming down their faces as they awaited the inevitable end of their lives. As the last ninja succumbed, Ye Muyun, pale-faced, observed the scene before him. Realizing that rather than feeling discomfort at taking a life for the first time, he felt an unsettling tranquility. Chapter 43. Has the Hokage apologized? Ye Muyun gazed at the adversary lying on the ground, panting heavily as he leaned against his sword, striving to maintain his composure and stave off the exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm him due to the recent exertion. System, please extract a few drops of spiritual liquid from the yin-yang cauldron to replenish my spiritual energy. Ding. Please be advised to receive, the system responded. At that moment, several drops of spiritual liquid soared from the cauldron, merging into Ye Muyun's body, gradually nourishing him and replenishing his expended energy. Before long, Ye Muyun's complexion improved, and his body began to recover. Remarkably, this battle had not only restored his vitality, but also enhanced the smooth flow of his spiritual energy, leading to a slight increase in power, perhaps a result of the liquid's effects. Originally, Ye Muyun had not intended to utilize the spiritual liquid in such a manner, as its primary purpose was for cultivation. However, the perils surrounding my village, coupled with the lurking threat posed by the conniving Danzo, necessitated caution. In the grand scheme, the consumption of a little spiritual liquid was a trivial sacrifice. Indeed, scarcely had the battle concluded when a throng of individuals encircled Ye Muyun's vicinity. Those who arrived were taken aback by the scene before them, astonished that Ye Muyun had remained unscathed amidst the encirclement of a dozen or so ninjas, even greeting them with ease. Village chief, you've arrived. It has been far too long. I have missed you dearly, Ye Muyun remarked, surveying the new group surrounding him while silently coordinating with the system to prepare for a potential retreat. Did you single-handedly resolve all this? Fortunately, we arrived just in time. Or else, are you unharmed, Muyun? Sarutobi Hiruzen, initially shocked, quickly masked his concern with feigned worry, instructing the medical ninjas to assess Ye Muyun's injuries. There is no one else here but me. As for myself, I am quite well, though I must express my annoyance at being roused from my dreams by others. Ye Muyun replied calmly, his eyes betraying disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen's theatrics. He recalled a previous encounter where the man's words were equally untrustworthy. Ha ha ha. It is fortunate that you are well. Go, send a few individuals to clean up this scene. We must ascertain who possesses the audacity to attempt the assassination of one of our own villagers. Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned indignation, directing those present while intentionally portraying Ye Muyun as a member of their village. Haha, you old fool, now that I have demonstrated a modicum of strength, you wish to cultivate my allegiance? Thus, I shall play along with the circumstances. Once I have acquired sufficient strength, I will set my plans into motion. I have yet to avenge my grievances, and I will gradually reclaim all the injustices my subordinates have suffered. At this moment, Ye Muyun remains oblivious to the fact that he is no longer the innocent soul he once was. He has learned to perceive matters from the perspective of a formidable being, and his heart now brims with a fervent desire for power, not solely to return home swiftly, but also to cherish those dear to him. Since there is nothing more to be done, I shall take my leave. I am weary and wish to rest. Do not disturb me. Upon uttering these words, Ye Muyun gracefully tossed his sword into the air, leaving behind an elegant silhouette, unperturbed by any potential ambush. The sword, seemingly endowed with sentience, spiraled around Ye Muyun in the air, safeguarding its master. What is that object? How can it possess such capabilities? Could this be the legendary artifact spoken of in whispers? The onlookers were taken aback by the sight of the sword orbiting Ye Muyun, their perceptions shattered by the absurdity of witnessing a sword soaring through the air, devoid of any visible control of chakra strings. In that moment, those present were filled with exhilaration, eager to seize the sword for themselves. However, upon noticing the third Hokage standing calmly and immovably, they could not help but feel a profound respect for him. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was inwardly shaken. Not only did Ye Muyun exhibit terrifying prowess, but he also possessed such enigmatic abilities. The most alarming aspect was that this individual had reached such heights in a mere 2 months. Contemplating the future filled him with cold sweat. Fortunately, he had not deliberately offended this person, which provided him with a modicum of solace. This cannot continue. This individual is far too perilous. I must alter my plans and avoid antagonizing him. If he were to harbor deep-seated animosity towards Konoha, the village could very well face ruin at his hands. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to devise alternative strategies. That wretched Danzo. How could you have entangled me in such a significant predicament? Recalling the earlier conflict between Shimura Danzo and Ye Muyun, Sarutobi Hiruzen's visage darkened with fury. His face flushed with indignation. The onlookers, witnessing the fluctuating expressions of the third Hokage, were enveloped in bewilderment, yet none dared to approach with inquiries, surmising that it was Ye Muyun's recent demeanor that had provoked him. Before long, the bodies strewn upon the ground were collected, as one of the ninjas approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, a total of 25 shinobi from other villages have arrived, including 2 jonin, 8 special jonin, with the remainder being chunin in strength. The ninja reported with utmost reverence. Understood. Everyone may return. This matter should not be disseminated throughout the village, Hiruzen instructed, no longer surprised by the report. Fortunately, the strength of these individuals did not greatly surpass his own. Otherwise, he feared he might soon find himself replaced as Hokage. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, all present departed, leaving only Hiruzen and 2 of his guards. Lord Hokage, what shall we do now? One of the guards inquired directly. Indeed, the root cause of this incident stemmed from our delayed response, which has greatly impacted Ye Muyun. As the Hokage of the village, I must meet with him and extend our apologies on behalf of Konohagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved, determined to mend relations with Ye Muyun. Even if he could not fully reconcile, he at least wished to avoid leaving a negative impression, should the repercussions of Danzo's actions prove dire. He would be prepared to sacrifice Danzo for the sake of the village. Let us proceed. I shall visit Ye Muyun. You 2 remain vigilant nearby. Do not follow me. He commanded. But, Lord Hokage, this individual is exceedingly dangerous. I fear. Another guard expressed his apprehension, attempting to dissuade him, only to be silenced by a stern glare from Hiruzen, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Hiruzen made his way towards Ye Muyun's residence. Contemplating the dilapidated state of the building, resolved to arrange for him a more suitable abode. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the door, gently knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Good grief. Can't you let me rest in peace? I'm truly vexed by your incessant persistence. Standing outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing the outburst from within. However, recalling his purpose of alleviating tensions, he cleared his throat softly to announce his presence. Oh, it is the village chief. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Could it be that I am being taken away simply because I am an outsider? Ye Muyun strolled leisurely to the door. Upon opening it, he regarded the elderly man before him with a calm demeanor and spoke nonchalantly. Last time was merely a misunderstanding. I am well aware that you harbor resentment towards me. After all, Shimura Danzo is a high-ranking official in the village, representing Konoha. No matter how I explain, you will inevitably place the blame upon me, the village chief. I have come this time to sincerely apologize, hoping you can overlook past grievances. I assure you, such an incident shall not occur again. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled the previous incident that had led to such a frosty reception from Ye Muyun. He intended to shift the blame onto Shimura Danzo, hoping to quell the man's anger. Upon learning of the recent ambush, I rushed here immediately to provide support. Yet I arrived too late. Alas, it is indeed the fault of our Konoha village that you have endured such hardships. I hope you can grant us an opportunity for recompense. After expressing his remorse, Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed deeply, his demeanor earnest in his apology to Ye Muyun. This display elicited a newfound respect from Ye Muyun, who pondered the adaptability of this man, No wonder he had been Hokage for so long and remained beloved by the villagers. After a moment of contemplation, it was unclear whether Ye Muyun was deliberately prolonging the silence or engaged in deep thought, as he allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to maintain his bow for an extended duration before finally speaking. Very well, I accept your apology. However, reconciling with Shimura Danzo is an impossibility. Unless... Chapter 44. Conspiracy. Unless I am dead, I shall assuredly kill him. Spare me your empty words. A killer is perpetually hunted by the hand of fate. Since you have resolved to take my life, prepare yourself for the consequences, Ye Muyun declared, channeling the Hunyuan's sword technique, emanating a formidable aura of sword energy, intending to instill a sense of foreboding in his adversary and prevent any further discussions. Upon hearing Ye Muyun's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed the sharpness radiating from Ye Muyun's being, piercing enough to sting his face, leaving him baffled as to where such a young individual could harbor such intense murderous intent. All right, I understand. As long as your affairs do not disrupt Konoha, I shall not interfere. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of his friend's uncertain fate, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately chose to concede for the time being. Since you have achieved your objective, you may leave. I wish to rest. Farewell, I shall not see you out. After a moment's wait, Ye Muyun discerned that Sarutobi Hiruzen had nothing further to say and turned to return to his quarters. Oh, and please remember to close the door behind you, he added with a playful tone as he glanced back at the open door. I will. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied nonchalantly as he shut the door, leaving with a heavy heart. He intended to inform Shimura Danzo and seek a solution to the predicament. The thought of Ye Muyun's teleportation abilities caused him considerable distress. Let us return. The Hokage's guards, who had been present, quickly gathered around him, proceeding alongside him towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, within his room, Ye Muyun lay restlessly on the bed, unable to find sleep, which left him quite agitated. He contemplated the necessity of learning a formation to create a more comfortable environment, free from distractions. System, how much spiritual liquid remains? Arrange for it to be used. I am ready to begin my cultivation. After some time, Ye Muyun ultimately decided to rise and commence his practice, prioritizing his strength. The day's events had imparted a significant insight upon him. Dignity is forged upon the edge of a sword. Please rest assured, with the current reserves of spiritual liquid, it is sufficient for you to cultivate to the 9th level of chi refinement, the system notified him. Ye Muyun felt a surge of joy. It seemed he needed to establish a stronger rapport with the Nine Tails moving forward. Thus, Ye Muyun sat cross-legged on his bed, initiating the operation of the Wujideo scripture while concurrently engaging in the Hunyuan sword technique. The combination of both practices accelerated his cultivation, as he transmuted spiritual energy into sword essence, rapidly enhancing his power. Ijan, why have you summoned me? Are you truly contemplating taking action against that imp? Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, approached the office of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, as much as I desire to do so, my perspective has shifted upon seeing him again today. He has survived a brutal onslaught by a multitude of ninjas from rival villages, including 10 high-ranking jonin and several chunin. Even elite jonin would struggle against such odds. Yet, when we arrived, he appeared completely unharmed, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. Someone with such potential should harbor goodwill towards our village. Otherwise, he would have departed long ago. With a serious expression, Hiruzen gazed intently at his old friend, recounting the circumstances. So, you intend to let him off the hook? I have long maintained that this matter should have been entrusted to me. Ultimately, this predicament has arisen due to your actions, allowing a tiger to thrive in our midst. That wretched boy has made astonishing progress. Fortunately, it has not yet reached an intolerable level. Danzo, reflecting on Hiruzen's words, recalled the initial counsel against acting rashly, which now left him feeling constrained and incensed at having to clean up this mess himself. Yet, he proposed a condition. As long as it poses no threat to the village, I shall seek to resolve this matter. Rising from his seat, Hiruzen approached the window, gazing at the familiar village with a heavy heart as he voiced his thoughts. So, you have no intention of intervening? Are you prepared to abandon me? Huh, you scoundrel. Hiruzen. Hearing his friend's words, Danzo realized that Hiruzen had chosen to side with Yukimura, effectively forsaking him, which he deemed utterly hypocritical. Since you have no intention of involving yourself in our affairs, I shall act according to my own convictions, and you no longer possess the authority to impede me. Once I resolve this matter, I assure you, I will ensure your removal from the position of Hokage. You are unworthy. With a somber expression, Shimura Danzo gazed at the retreating figure before him. After venting his frustrations, he turned to leave. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door, interrupting the thoughts of both men. Come in. What have you discovered? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired as an Umbu ninja entered the room, eager for updates on the bodies in question. Lord Hokage, the circumstances surrounding the deceased are quite peculiar. Most of them bear no visible wounds, with only a few showing signs of a fierce struggle. The most alarming aspect is that the corpses, displaying bizarre expressions, have no external injuries whatsoever. Upon our examination, we concluded that these individuals had their brains instantaneously destroyed by some unseen force, leading to their painless demise without any awareness. This method is exceedingly strange, and we cannot ascertain how it was executed, the Umbu ninja reported dutifully. What? A technique that can obliterate the brain without leaving any external marks? And it maintains the deceased's expressions? This is unheard of. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he returned to his seat, contemplating how to address this matter. Such a unique method of killing would undoubtedly pique the interest of other villages, potentially igniting a war, especially since they had long coveted the treasures possessed by Ye Muyun. What on earth were you just saying? Hiruzen, speak up. Shimura Danzo chimed in, his expression one of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the Umbu's report, which sounded like a page from a fantastical tale. Those were indeed killed by Ye Muyun. Over half of them seemed to have met this fate. If he were to employ such methods against us, how could we possibly defend ourselves? Hiruzen replied, his face etched with concern. Harboring such a dangerous individual within the village is undoubtedly a threat. I must eliminate that brat. I require your assistance, Hiruzen. Surely, you do not wish to live under this shadow every day. After learning of the situation, Shimura Danzo found himself at a loss for how to counteract such a technique, as all who had attempted to confront it had perished. How could they possibly guard against it? Upon contemplating this, a flicker of trepidation coursed through my heart. Instinctively, I brushed my fingers against the bandage on my right arm, which brought me a modicum of solace. I realized that I must allocate a span of time to further gather intelligence on Ye Muyun, to explore whether I might uncover a method to counteract him. During this interval, I could also endeavor to retrieve Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a considerable time. The enigmatic force weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to a colossal stone, rendering him breathless. Given that Ye Muyun's training period was not excessively long, it was prudent to prepare early. He could first send Danzo to test the waters. If circumstances turned dire, he would still have a retreat. Very well, so be it. You may leave, he sighed wearily, gesturing for them to depart after coming to a resolution. Upon witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's acquiescence to his plan, Shimura Danzo's heart swelled with elation. He began to devise a strategy in his mind, determined to deliver a decisive blow to Ye Muyun, ensuring he would not escape this time. Should he indeed flee, it would be left to fate. After reconciling his thoughts, he exited the premises. Since Ye Muyun's arrival in Konoha, events had spiraled beyond Sarutobi Hiruzen's control. Ye Muyun's formidable potential, the inexplicable rampage of the Nine Tails, and even the Uchiha clan's restlessness all led him to ponder whether he truly was an adequate Hokage. In a distant corner of the Land of Fire, a middle-aged man with white hair was lewdly crouched atop a rooftop, surreptitiously observing the beautiful women bathing in a hot spring, occasionally emitting a lascivious grin. Just then, a small toad hopped beside him, delivering a piece of intelligence before vanishing with a soft pop. The white-haired man, upon receiving the information, immediately assumed a serious demeanor and opened the scroll to scrutinize its contents. Ye Muyun, is it? Chapter 45. The discussion of the Uchiha clan that evening. After the silver-haired man finished packing his belongings, he hastily set off in a particular direction, his heart yearning to return to the village swiftly. At this moment, Konoha village was abuzz with the news of the ambush on Ye Muyun by outsiders. The revelation of their failure left the clans utterly astounded. They could hardly fathom how this individual had made such an extraordinary leap in strength within a mere 2 months, igniting an insatiable desire for the treasures he possessed. Within the Uchiha clan, all members were summoned to the clan meeting location to deliberate on a matter of paramount importance, one that would significantly influence the future trajectory of the Uchiha clan. These individuals are indeed the future of our clan, Uchiha Fugaku reflected, surveying the assembly of young members. The purpose of convening today was to address a critical issue that required unanimous agreement. Upon hearing their leader's words, most attendees were perplexed, unaware of the essence of such an important matter, leading to a flurry of speculation among them. This matter pertains to the ambush on Ye Muyun that occurred today. Uchiha Fugaku stated calmly from his elevated seat. Ye Muyun? Who is that? Queried a voice from the crowd. Oh, I recall. He is the boy who was taken by the root, but he managed to escape. I never imagined he would dare to return. His courage is commendable. Some clan members unfamiliar with Ye Muyun began questioning others about his identity, causing a mild uproar within the gathering. Silence, everyone. Uchiha Fugaku called out after allowing a moment for discussion. You need not dwell on his identity. What is essential is understanding how he relates to our clan's future direction. The purpose of today's assembly is to deliberate on how we ought to engage with this individual moving forward. From what I gather, this person possesses a significant treasure that enables him to disregard any environment and teleport away, akin to the flying thunder god technique, perhaps even more advanced. An elder seated beside Uchiha Fugaku interjected, elaborating on the value associated with Ye Muyun. Moreover, it is astonishing that he could transition from an unarmed ordinary person to a formidable opponent rivaling high-ranking shinobi in just 2 months. Such a feat is unprecedented, the likes of which have never been witnessed throughout history. Another elder from the Uchiha clan could no longer restrain himself and stood up, unabashedly expressing his yearning for Ye Muyun's capabilities. What? To become so powerful in such a short span? I recall that the journey from an ordinary person to a high-ranking shinobi typically takes several years, if not a lifetime for some. Truly, he is an anomaly. I truly wish to meet this individual and discern the source of his remarkable prowess. Upon hearing the words of the two elders, the gathered clansmen were immediately stirred into a commotion, expressing disbelief at such an outrageous claim. While I understand their skepticism, as they have yet to encounter this person, I have had the privilege of meeting him twice. The first time, he was merely an ordinary individual. During our second encounter, we engaged in a friendly exchange of skills. Though I did not exert my full strength, I found myself unable to contend with him in such a brief encounter. Uchiha Itachi, noticing the doubt among some, promptly rose to corroborate the elder's accounts. If even Itachi found himself at a loss against this individual, it seems the truth of the matter is undeniable. Initially, Uchiha Shursui harbored his own skepticism, but upon witnessing Itachi's testimony, he relinquished his doubts and began to ponder the purpose of this clan meeting. What? Is this truly the case? How could it not be? Did you not hear Itachi affirming it? He personally assessed the strength of this individual. Upon hearing Itachi's endorsement, the clansmen reluctantly accepted this astonishing reality. Very well, since everyone is inclined to believe the words of the two elders and Itachi, my subsequent remarks should be more readily embraced. As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, the crowd grew serious, attentively listening to what he was about to convey. I intend to forge an alliance between Ye Muyun and our clan. Not only will this grant us access to his rapidly acquired strength, but it will also allow us to utilize the treasures he possesses. Therefore, I propose that our clan ally with this individual. Those with differing opinions are welcome to voice them. Uchiha Fugaku articulated his thoughts candidly, feeling a twinge of anxiety. For the proud demeanor of the Uchiha clan makes such a venture anything but straightforward. According to the clan leader's rationale, why not simply seize his power for ourselves? Wouldn't that enable us to attain similar prowess without the need for an alliance? An elder from the corner voiced his dissent, articulating his perspective. Indeed, it is not so simple, Fugaku mused. Setting aside the feasibility of a direct acquisition, the crux of the matter lies in whether the strength he has displayed is his entirety. No one can ascertain that. Prudently, forming an alliance not only promises to secure a formidable ally for our clan, but, wait. An impatient elder abruptly interrupted Uchiha Fugaku, causing him considerable irritation. Though he refrained from expressing it, does the clan leader believe that Ye Muyun harbors hidden strength? I hold a differing perspective. A youth of similar age to Itachi, even with the aid of a treasured artifact and 2 months of cultivation, would not see an extraordinary enhancement in strength. Otherwise, we might as well await our demise without the need for an alliance with him. It would seem we would merely become his subordinates. Thus, I surmise that his prowess would not exceed that of a J-nin, and aligning ourselves with such a mere J-nin would be superfluous for our clan. The elder astutely pinpointed the crux of the matter, leaving Uchiha Fugaku momentarily speechless. Indeed, elder, your words possess a degree of validity. However, You seem to overlook that this individual has achieved his current stature in a mere 2 months. If granted ample time, who could possibly thwart him? With an ally of such capability joining our ranks, we could effortlessly seize control of Konoha. Another elder, closely allied with Uchiha Fugaku, observed the clan leader's predicament and promptly interjected, attempting to persuade him. You are aware that he requires time to develop. What if we were to deprive him of that time, seizing his treasures while he remains vulnerable? Furthermore, we are not the only ones with our eyes on Ye Muyun. Undoubtedly, many others are also fixated on him. Should we ally with him, our clan would be compelled to confront pressures from various factions. Given that our clan is already under the scrutiny of Konoha's higher-ups, do you believe we could protect this individual with added adversaries? The elder retorted with disdain, speaking sternly. This upon hearing the elder's remarks, the assembly fell silent, contemplating the implications. It was evident that such a scenario was likely to unfold, even leading to the possibility that other villages might prepare for war upon learning of this situation. Indeed, if an alliance with Ye Muyun were to materialize, we would not only face pressure from Konoha, but also potentially from other villages, heralding the onset of war. Even without such an alliance, it would not be long before news of today's events spread throughout the shinobi world, leading to Konoha facing retribution from other villages. Clan leader, esteemed elders, I have something I wish to articulate. Uchiha Shursui interrupted the collective contemplation, rising to speak. Shursui? Certainly, let us delve into this matter. Uchiha Fugaku had initially presumed that Uchiha Shursui would abstain from involvement in this affair. However, he was taken aback when Shursui unexpectedly stepped forward, observing him with curiosity. I find myself in complete accord with the patriarch's perspective. I hold unwavering faith in Itachi's discernment. If this individual were to attain his current prowess solely through reliance on treasures, one could merely regard him as a formidable yet inconsequential presence. Yet, upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, I discern that this individual possesses profound depth. Even with formidable strength, he conceals his capabilities with remarkable modesty. Before this incident transpired, it is likely that few were even aware of his existence. Had it not been for the fortuitous capture by Shimura Danzo, he would have remained hidden in obscurity. The mere thought of such a formidable individual lurking in the shadows is indeed chilling. He must never be underestimated as an adversary. Moreover, we are collectively ensnared in a misconception. If we genuinely aspire to ally with him, must we necessarily broadcast our intentions? Why can we not extend our assistance discreetly? Given his propensity for subtlety, he would likely shun ostentatious displays. By adopting this approach, we would neither expose the relationship between our Uchiha clan and him nor lose the opportunity to observe him closely, providing aid when it is most needed. In due course, we could gradually realize our objectives. Thus, rather than ruminating on how to seize his treasures, it would be far more prudent to cultivate a cordial relationship with him. In the long run, the benefits would undoubtedly outweigh the drawbacks. Chapter 46. A Midnight Visit. Very well, very well. Excellent. Shursui, your insights are indeed commendable. We have initially fallen into a cognitive trap. Following your exposition, I trust everyone now comprehends the situation at hand. Should anyone harbor dissenting opinions, please feel free to voice them. Upon hearing Shursui's remarks, Uchiha Fugaku was immediately struck with admiration. Truly, Shursui had astutely addressed the crux of the issue. If we were to heed Shursui's counsel, it would indeed be a viable course of action. For the sake of prudence, I propose that while we foster a relationship with Ye Muyun, we should initially remain inconspicuous and observe the circumstances before deciding how best to assist him. The elder who had initially opposed the idea found himself compelled to acknowledge the brilliance of Shursui's argument, suggesting an additional layer of protective measures. The assembly regained their focus following Shursui's words, engaging in discussions regarding the feasibility of this plan. Truly, Shursui is worthy of my respect. Uchiha Itachi beamed with delight as he regarded Uchiha Shursui, his admiration for him deepening. At that moment, Uchiha Shursui caught Itachi's gaze and smiled back at him in acknowledgement. We wholeheartedly support Shursui's proposal. I concur. Count me in. I am in agreement. After a considerable period, the assembled clansmen began to raise their hands in support of the proposed plan, incessantly lauding Shursui. How infuriating! This scoundrel, Shursui, has stolen the limelight. One member of the clan, who previously had a conflict with Uchiha Shursui, felt a pang of jealousy witnessing his overwhelming popularity. Very well. Haha. Let us proceed with the flawless plan that Shursui just articulated, integrating the circumstances that transpired earlier. We shall dispatch someone to engage with Ye Muyun shortly, to convey our sincerity. I do not wish to hear a whisper of this matter within the village. Otherwise, that individual shall be deemed a traitor to our clan and will face severe repercussions. Very well, everyone may disperse now, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, a smile gracing his face as he observed the consensus among the group. At last, a wave of relief washed over him, and he urged everyone to depart. That evening, Ye Muyun remained in meditation, absorbing the spiritual liquid from the yin-yang cauldron, transmuting it into his own cultivation. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi approached the vicinity of Ye Muyun's residence, initially intending to knock on the door. However, considering the need for discretion, he sought an opportune moment. Suddenly, Itachi noticed that one of the windows in Ye Muyun's house was ajar. He prepared to enter but sensed the presence of several Umbu ninjas nearby, which promptly dissuaded him from his plan. After a brief contemplation, Itachi resolved to neutralize the surrounding ninjas to avoid drawing attention, activating his Sharingan to survey the area. He discerned the chakra of a Hyuga clan member and stealthily approached. The Umbu member from the Hyuga clan, oblivious to the impending threat, was monitoring the situation within the house with his Byakugan. At that moment, he sensed someone approaching from behind and was about to inquire about the bold intruder when a puff of black smoke erupted before his eyes, obscuring his vision. Seizing the opportunity, Itachi exploited the adversary's impaired sight to swiftly appear behind him. His crimson eyes gleamed ominously in the darkness as he delivered a swift strike to the back of the Hyuga's head, rendering him unconscious. Just as the Hyuga ninja began to topple, Itachi gently caught him, concealing him in a discreet location and employing a jutsu to ensure he would not awaken unexpectedly. After this, Itachi noticed that his companions remained oblivious to the situation, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, an Umbu member detected an anomaly and swiftly approached the scene. Realizing the shift in circumstances, Itachi concealed himself and awaited the newcomer. Soon, the ninja arrived at the spot where Itachi had been standing. He crouched down, discovering footprints left behind, and surveyed the surroundings, sensing something amiss. He decided to seek assistance from his comrades. At that instant, Itachi swiftly appeared behind him. The ninja, feeling an unusual presence, drew a kunai and hurled it backward, attempting to escape the precarious situation. However, Itachi had anticipated the movement, successfully evading the attack. He then delivered a powerful kick to the ninja's side, sending him crashing into the wall, instantly incapacitating him. Apologies were on Itachi's mind. He feared that the ninja might discover his presence and jeopardize his plan. Thus he had struck a bit harder than intended. In the ensuing moments, Itachi systematically dealt with the remaining Umbu members, gathering them in one place to subdue them. Once everything was in order, he stealthily entered Ye Muyun's home through the window. At that moment, Ye Muyun sensed an intrusion and slowly opened his eyes, curious to see who would so boldly invade another's abode. Itachi, what brings you here? Winky face. Ye Muyun never anticipated that the seemingly cultured Uchiha Itachi would intrude upon his home in the dead of night. Fortunately, he was not in the habit of sleeping in the nude. My apologies for the disturbance, Muyun. I have come to discuss something of utmost importance. With a hint of fatigue, Itachi noted the swift awareness of his presence by the other, deepening his curiosity about this individual's capabilities. Without further ado, he articulated his purpose. Oh, what could possibly warrant your nocturnal visit, especially under the watchful gaze of numerous observers? You are indeed taking quite a risk by seeking me out. Pray, enlighten me regarding your intentions. Ye Muyun rose to fetch a chair for his guest, inviting him to sit. Acknowledging the gesture, Itachi complied. Though aware of the urgency of the matter at hand, he allowed himself to calm down for a more effective dialogue. We, the Uchiha clan, wish to form an alliance with you. What? An alliance? Why? In the midst of sipping water, Ye Muyun sputtered in disbelief, unable to fathom the sudden proposition for an alliance. Our clan leader recognizes your potential, believing that your future is rife with boundless possibilities, and that you could aid us in overcoming our predicaments. In return, our leader pledges to offer you covert assistance whenever you may require it. Itachi, sensing that flowery rhetoric might be met with disdain, opted instead to lay bare the pragmatic terms of their relationship. Your predicament? You wish for my aid in liberating you from Konoha's grasp, is that it? That seems rather trivial. However, what exactly can you offer me in return? I find it hard to believe in the strength of relationships forged under the binding of interests, for conflicts of interest often lead to treachery, a phenomenon all too common. After listening to the other party's words, Ye Muyun understood their intentions in seeking her out, yet she felt no need for assistance, as she could effortlessly manage her troubles alone. I acknowledge your confidence in your abilities, but I believe there are numerous challenges that cannot be resolved merely through strength. Although our clan cannot provide you with direct power, we can offer information and even send members to assist you in achieving your plans. Your sudden return to Konoha after 2 months suggests you intend to uncover certain matters. While your current strength may barely suffice, you will undoubtedly require time to grow. Ye Muyun attentively listened to Uchiha Itachi's words, genuinely sensing her inadequacy in strength. At the very least, she needed time to advance to the foundational stage. Only then could she seek vengeance against Danzo. You are correct. My return indeed harbors my own plans. However, should circumstances arise, I can simply depart and retreat to some secluded place to cultivate, and when my strength is sufficient, I can return to execute my plans. Muyun, you speak truthfully. Yet humans are inherently social creatures. Those who distance themselves from society will inevitably choose to reconnect with others, whether they like it or not. Moreover, you are reluctant to adopt such a path, often opting to escape to a distant place when faced with challenges, only to return later. You have every opportunity to consider Konoha as your long-term residence, and our Uchiha clan will support you from the shadows. In time, we can alleviate much of your burden, allowing you to devote more energy to your cultivation. Upon arriving, Uchiha Itachi noticed her engaged in training, uncertain of the reason for her diligence. Yet he surmised this was the key to persuading her. Chapter 47. Friends? At this moment, Ye Muyun began to contemplate his situation. It had been 2 months since he arrived in this foreign realm, yet surprisingly, he had spent more time in the company of toads than with humans. He did not wish to retreat to Myaboka Mountain for training every time trouble arose. After all, one must learn to savor life. However, he acknowledged the validity in what Uchiha Itachi had just stated. By directly addressing the issues affecting his training in Konoha, he could remain here with peace of mind, occasionally seeking the Nine Tails to replenish his chakra. Should his strength reach a certain level in the future, he could establish his own sect, with the Uchiha clan managing affairs on his behalf, thus sparing him considerable hassle. In contrast, all he needed to do was resolve the issues plaguing Konoha, allowing them to break free from its control, a task that would not consume much time. At the very least, this period would afford him some tranquility for cultivation. Very well, I am willing to ally with you. However, I despise treachery. Should I discover any deceit, I will not hesitate to take action against you. After careful consideration, Ye Muyun consented to the alliance, warning his counterpart against harboring any ulterior motives. Rest assured, Muyun, I am genuinely eager to form this alliance. After all, in doing so, I can also protect my younger brother, Uchiha Itachi replied, though he did not display much joy, only smiling when his brother was mentioned. Itachi, although our time together has been brief, a man who loves his brother so dearly must possess a gentle heart. I too once had a brother akin to you, Ye Muyun remarked earnestly, filled with nostalgia. Itachi, can we consider ourselves friends? While we may not be at this moment, perhaps one day we shall be, he added. Uchiha Itachi paused at this statement, ultimately unwilling to deceive him, and replied sincerely. Ha! From this moment forth, you are my friend, Itachi. You are the first person I have willingly befriended since my arrival here. Ye Muyun proclaimed joyfully, disregarding the truth in Itachi's words. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. As Uchiha Itachi observed Ye Muyun's elation, a warmth filled his heart, as if he had discovered a kindred spirit. Aware that their current actions might expose them, he chose to depart. Itachi, we will become friends, won't we? Ye Muyun stood in place, gazing at Itachi's departing figure, lost in thought as he murmured to himself. Friends, perhaps? We shall become friends. As Uchiha Itachi walked along the road, he reflected on Ye Muyun's earlier words and responded with a smile, seemingly addressing someone unseen. After a considerable time, the Umbu ninjas, who had been lying in a corner, gradually regained consciousness. Upon observing their surroundings and the state of their comrades, they were filled with alarm and unease. They anxiously assessed their own conditions, relieved to find that nothing was missing. However, the thought of their failed mission induced a fresh wave of tension, leaving them uncertain about how to face the third Hokage's inquiries. Did you see who attacked us? Eventually, the leader of the group stepped forward, eager to uncover clues for an adequate report. Reporting, Captain, I didn't see who it was. I just felt a sharp pain in the back of my head. And then everything went dark. Reporting, Captain, I had the same experience. Several ninjas with similar encounters began to relay their accounts of the incident. Captain, I briefly engaged with the assailant, but before I could react, I was knocked unconscious. Their strength was beyond mine. The ninja who had clashed with Uchiha Itachi offered this solitary clue. Damn it, it must be someone from one of the prominent clans in the village. They must have feared that we would uncover their dealings with Ye Muyun, which is why they incapacitated us all. This matter was dire. The captain resolved to report to the Hokage immediately. You all must remain vigilant and continue monitoring. Upon hearing his team's information, the captain was filled with indignation, realizing they had no knowledge of their assailant. After venting his frustration, he swiftly departed towards the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen was entirely unaware of the events that transpired that night, preoccupied with contemplating how best to capture Ye Muyun without fail. Suddenly, there came a rapid knocking at the door. Enter. Hokage-sama, there is new information. The Umbu captain rushed into Sarutobi Hiruzen's presence, urgency evident in his demeanor. Speak. What has occurred? Noticing the captain's anxiety, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of tension wash over him, fearing that Ye Muyun might be planning an attack. Hokage-sama, all Umbu responsible for monitoring Ye Muyun were knocked unconscious tonight. We have yet to identify our assailant, but we know they possess formidable strength, managing to incapacitate everyone without alerting others. What? You are all utterly useless. How could so many of you fail to guard against one person and fall victim to a surprise attack? What are you even doing? Upon receiving the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flushed with anger as he erupted in a tirade. After a moment of venting, he realized his outburst was unbecoming and promptly apologized. Gesturing for the messenger to take their leave. Exhaling deeply, Hiruzen, troubled, drew on his cigarette while gazing at the flickering lights of Konoha in the night. The sight filled him with unease. It seemed this matter was premeditated, with certain clans intent on forging connections with Ye Muyun, recklessly gambling despite the considerable risks involved. He pondered the implications for Konoha, hoping the situation would not deteriorate too severely. He awaited Jiraiya's return, contemplating sending him to probe Ye Muyun, thereby facilitating the arrangement of subsequent plans. Thus, on this night in Konoha, aside from a few directly involved, no one was aware that someone dared to openly oppose the higher echelons of the village, seeking contact with Ye Muyun. Although the identity of the clan remained unknown, it had begun to provoke the interest of certain observant individuals. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base within the ninja world, a slender and handsome man was engrossed in his experimental apparatus, meticulously analyzing data to uncover the truths he sought. Lord Orochimaru, there have been recent developments in Konoha that I believe will pique your interest. A fair-skinned young man approached respectfully, presenting a scroll to Orochimaru. Kumaru, my greatest disdain is for those who interrupt my experiments. Orochimaru retorted, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the youth sprawling to the ground, his gaze fixed intently on him. My apologies, Lord Orochimaru, it was entirely my fault. I hope you can forgive my foolishness. The youth, his face etched with pain, struggled to rise from the ground and approached with utmost respect, a look of apology adorning his features. Bring forth the scroll. If it fails to pique my interest as you claim, I shall not easily forgive you, Orochimaru stated coldly. Kunmaru, feeling a surge of fear at Orochimaru's words, promptly stepped forward to present the scroll again. Orochimaru, with a chilling gaze, accepted the scroll from him and opened it for inspection. Indeed intriguing. Kunmaru, I shall pardon your foolishness this time. Should such a transgression occur again, I would not hesitate to seek a different attendant. Orochimaru swiftly perused the information contained within the scroll and found himself captivated by Ye Muyun, who had ascended from an ordinary individual to the rank of Jonin in a mere 2 months, undoubtedly a rare specimen for experimentation. Thus, Kunmaru patiently awaited as Orochimaru examined the scroll, his heart swelling with joy upon hearing that he was to be forgiven. Relieved that he would not be cast aside by Orochimaru, Kunmaru hastened to prepare. We shall set forth to Konoha to meet this young Ye Muyun, and I shall also pay a visit to my obstinate teacher. I wonder how his health fares. After assigning tasks to Kunmaru, Orochimaru strode out of the secret base, gazing towards Konoha, his heart brimming with anticipation, oblivious to the events that awaited him. I must hurry back to the village. If this delay persists, I fear something may occur there. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Land of Fire, Jiraiya was being pursued by a group of rogue ninjas. The reason for their wrath unknown, having chased him relentlessly for a day and night. Chapter 48. A confrontation with Kakashi the following day. Ye Muyun spent the night absorbing a portion of the spiritual liquid within the yin-yang cauldron, successfully advancing to the 8th layer of the chi refinement stage. He felt a significant enhancement in his power, at least doubling in strength, particularly in the concentration of spiritual energy, which had increased twofold. This breakthrough brought immense joy to Ye Muyun, as it seemed that combat had an indirect relationship with his ascension in strength. Otherwise, one night's training would not have yielded such swift results. After a night of cultivation, he decided to take a stroll. Thus, Ye Muyun tidied himself and departed from his home. Walking alone through the bustling streets, he cast his gaze towards the prominently visible Hokage rock. Curiosity piqued about the identities of the figures depicted there, and resolved to draw closer. At that moment, the Umbu ninjas tasked with monitoring Ye Muyun noticed his approach towards Hokage rock and began to follow discreetly, eager to discern his intentions. "Ah, young man. Long time no see. Hello, guy." Indeed, it has been quite a while. Ye Muyun suddenly noticed a ninja performing a handstand beside him, greeting him cheerfully. As he pondered this peculiar encounter, his gaze fell upon the ninja's striking green bodysuit, and comprehension dawned upon him. "Ah, this is the essence of youth. Young man, would you care to join me in embracing the fervor of youth? Let us walk upside down around the village for 500 laps." The exuberant Mike guy, tears of excitement streaming down his face, supported himself with one hand and gave Ye Muyun a thumbs up. Good heavens! Each time I encounter this individual, I feel inexplicably compelled to be swept away by his enthusiasm. I must distance myself from him to avoid becoming like him. At that moment, Mike guy remained oblivious to Ye Muyun's thoughts. He effortlessly flipped into the air, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he gazed at his companion. "Guy, I shall refrain from joining you. Youth will inevitably fade, yet memories shall endure eternally. Guy, my youth has already passed. Let me cherish the memory of your youthful silhouette." Ye Muyun feigned a look of regret while expressing a longing gaze towards him, hoping to extricate himself from the ninja's relentless enthusiasm. "Brother, your words resonate so profoundly. This is indeed the essence of youth. I shall inspire others to reminisce about the vibrancy of youth. Charge forth." Mike guy instantly grasped Ye Muyun's sentiment, interpreting his sorrow as a result of lost youth. Resolutely, he decided to rescue more souls like Ye Muyun, promptly flipping into a handstand and swiftly propelling himself in a particular direction. Goodness, I must admit, every encounter with Guy ignites a fervor within me, albeit observing his departure allows me to regain my composure. This extraordinary infectious spirit nearly drew me into its depths. After a while, Ye Muyun found himself near the Hokage rock, where he spotted a young man who bore a striking resemblance to himself, though he was uncertain. "Ye Muyun, what exactly are you doing here?" Just then, a man with white hair obscuring his chin appeared beside Ye Muyun. "Who are you exactly? What I do seems to have nothing to do with you." Ye Muyun harbored no fondness for the individual who had suddenly appeared by his side. In his eyes, it was a matter of friends or foes, and it was clear that the other party was merely an adversary. "I am Hitaki Kakashi. As a member of this village, it is imperative for me to ascertain whether your actions pose a threat to our community." Prior to this encounter, the third Hokage had approached Hitaki Kakashi, elucidating the circumstances surrounding Ye Muyun, and subsequently tasked him with observing the individual while gathering intelligence. After all, he was one of the few capable within the village. Upon learning that there was a potential threat to the village, Kakashi accepted the mission without hesitation, only to find himself confronting this person immediately upon his arrival. "Am I mentally unwell? Is your incessant speculation about how I might endanger the village a product of your imagination? I suggest you seek help at a psychiatric facility. Perhaps there lies a flaw in your reasoning." Ye Muyun felt exasperated upon hearing the insinuation that he bore the semblance of a terrorist, unable to comprehend why everyone seemed to perceive him as such. "Well, since you harbor no such intentions, why have you come to this place?" Kakashi found himself momentarily speechless. According to the intelligence he had received, Ye Muyun had not caused any harm since his arrival in Konoha. Could it be that the third Hokage had deceived him? No, that was implausible. Surely, the Hokage had contemplated matters more profoundly than he had grasped. "What is the issue? Am I not permitted to explore this area? There are no prohibitions against passage here, and I see no fault in my presence. Ye Muyun regarded Kakashi with disdain, pondering whether he was devoid of reason. Did his every action carry some profound significance? Regardless, Kakashi resolved to personally gauge the situation. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Recalling the mission assigned by the third Hokage, he decided to confront the individual and assess his strength. Suddenly, Ye Muyun noticed Kakashi charging towards him, evidently intent on engaging in combat. Instantly, he raised his hand to block Kakashi's side kick. Feeling the weight of the force behind the blow and realizing he could not afford to be complacent, Kakashi observed that Ye Muyun had effortlessly thwarted his attack, causing him to reconsider his initial underestimation. He lightly pressed his right foot against the ground, propelling himself away in an instant. Bang! The ground beneath Ye Muyun unexpectedly collapsed, causing him to lose his balance. In that moment, two of Kakashi's shadow clones began forming hand seals, preparing to launch an assault on Ye Muyun. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. The two ninjutsu techniques converged instantaneously, forming a potent combination of offensive abilities that surged toward Ye Muyun, engulfing him entirely. Kakashi, concealed in the shadows, remained vigilant. The absence of any cries of agony from his adversary after that fierce assault left him in quiet anticipation. Upon witnessing the enemy's technique, Ye Muyun promptly drew his sword, executing the dance of the sword, yin-yang rotation. Uncertain of his opponent's intentions, he prudently opted for defense. Thus, ensconced within the protective aura of his sword's energy, he observed as the searing flames battered against the barrier, finding solace in its resilience. Before long, Kakashi's clone halted, gazing into the pit where Ye Muyun remained unscathed. With a deliberate motion, he revealed his left eye, a vivid scarlet Sharingan shimmering before Ye Muyun. A crimson eye? It seems the opponent intends to unleash a formidable technique. Gripping his sword tightly, Ye Muyun tentatively slashed toward Kakashi. Initially, Kakashi misinterpreted Ye Muyun's seemingly casual actions, readying himself for combat. However, as he relaxed his guard, an intense sense of danger surged forth, compelling him to retreat with urgency. Boom. One of Ye Muyun's sword strikes cleaved through a Kakashi clone, while another struck elsewhere, leaving a half-meter-long gash that astonished Kakashi, who was taken aback by the fact that his Sharingan could not perceive the opponent's movements. Observing this bizarre scene from his hidden vantage point, Kakashi's back broke out in a cold sweat. Grateful for his cautious decision to send out shadow clones to probe, he realized he might have fallen victim to the opponent's lethal stratagem otherwise. Alas, it was so close to eliminating him. Fortunately, he had experienced a power breakthrough. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless to catch an adversary off guard. Standing still, Ye Muyun shook his head in regret before leaping from the pit, twirling his sword in a flourish toward a specific direction. Oh no, I've been discovered. From a nearby corner, a figure emerged, eyes wide in shock at the spot where he had just been hiding. Kakashi, puzzled by the prolonged silence, turned to scrutinize Ye Muyun. Look how frightened you are. Your mental fortitude is lacking, Kakashi. In that moment, Ye Muyun comprehended the implication behind Kakashi's expression, erupting into hearty laughter as he mocked his opponent's flustered demeanor. How infuriating. I can't believe this little brat is toying with me. At that moment, Kakashi fully grasped the situation, his face flushing with embarrassment as he glared at Ye Muyun. To his astonishment, he realized he had underestimated the cunning of his adversary. Hiding in the shadows, intent on launching a surprise attack against me, I am fortunate to have noticed your presence. Otherwise, I would have indeed fallen victim to your treachery. However, your two clones bear quite a resemblance, successfully bewildering me. Ye Muyun observed the furious glare directed at her and, unfazed, continued, since you have chosen to remain silent. Shall we proceed? Chapter 49. The regret of Sarutobi Hisashi. With that, Ye Muyun channeled her spiritual energy into Sword 1, gradually perceiving its size increasing, doubling before her very eyes. Primordial 1 style, a single cold radiance across 90,000 miles. In an instant, Sword 1 shot forth like a beam of light, racing towards Kakashi's true form. Earth style, Earth flow wall. Earth style, Earth flow wall. Seeing the imminent attack, Kakashi swiftly dispatched the remaining clone to shield his true self with ninjutsu, while he himself concealed behind it, continuing to cast the same technique. However, empowered by Ye Muyun's swordsmanship, Sword 1's speed was astonishing, breaking through the first layer of Kakashi's defenses in an instant, shattering the second wall. and piercing Kakashi's body as it soared into the distance. Return, Ye Muyun commanded, guiding Sword 1 back to her side, where it unfurled its protective stance. At that moment, Kakashi, pierced by Sword 1, transformed into fragments of stone scattered across the ground. With a resounding crash, Kakashi's hand emerged from the earth, breaking through the soil as he slowly pulled himself up. In that moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, suggesting that he had sustained internal injuries from Sword 1's earlier strike. He exerted great effort to suppress the internal wounds, vigilantly watching Ye Muyun for any sudden movements. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding ENBU ninjas, sensing the commotion, swiftly appeared around Kakashi to ensure his safety. A few, noticing his injuries, were poised to confront Ye Muyun. Stand down. You are no match for him. Kakashi, concerned for the lives of his comrades, urgently halted their advance. Why? Are you planning to gang up on me because you cannot win? Ye Muyun taunted, reveling in the situation, for it allowed her to swiftly resolve all troubles rather than engage in a protracted struggle. At that moment, she discerned the hostility emanating from those around her and, undeterred, performed a flourish with her sword. Everyone, be cautious. Retreat immediately. As Kakashi observed Ye Muyun performing intricate sword maneuvers, an immediate wave of anxiety washed over him. He was uncertain of Ye Muyun's next move, having never encountered such unfathomable tactics before. In a state of urgency, he shouted out, "The ninjas present!" Upon hearing Kakashi's words, instinctively retreated and gathered around him, their expressions betraying a mixture of vigilance and apprehension. Ha ha ha, if you have no further business, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again, Kakashi, Ye Muyun declared. With a swift flick of his sword into the air, he leapt atop it, balancing effortlessly as he soared gracefully into the sky, departing the scene. The onlookers were left in profound astonishment, rooted to the spot as they watched him ascend through the air with such astonishing prowess. Captain, what shall we do now? Queried a member of the Umbu, jolted back to reality after witnessing the bewildering spectacle. Cough, cough. Captain, are you all right? Do you need to be taken to the hospital? The others, roused by Kakashi's coughing, approached him with concern etched on their faces. I am fine. I will report the recent intelligence to Lord Hokage. You are to continue monitoring Ye Muyun. Under no circumstances are you permitted to engage him without my express consent, Kakashi ordered, though his face was marred with pain as he covered his mouth, a trickle of blood seeping through his fingers. Enduring the agony, he hastened toward the Hokage's building. The remaining ninjas watched Kakashi's departing figure with worry before vanishing from sight. Once Ye Muyun had maneuvered out of view, he discreetly tucked away his sword and realized with dismay that his spiritual energy had diminished significantly. Goodness, I've scarcely flown any distance, and my energy has depleted so swiftly. It seems I must advance to the foundation establishment stage to fly with the spiritual sword without such exertion. All right, I could certainly craft a flying magical artifact. Initially elated by the prospect of creating a flying artifact, Ye Muyun's enthusiasm waned when he recalled that the materials required could only be exchanged for with his own cultivation level. With a resigned expression, he acknowledged that for now, he would have to rely on his sword for appearances. Next time, I shall procure higher quality materials to enhance its capabilities, he mused, feeling considerably lighter in spirit as he continued to amble through the streets of Konoha, treating the day as a well-deserved holiday. Lord Hokage, I have urgent matters to report, Kakashi announced, lightly tapping on the door before entering without awaiting Sarutobi Hiruzen's call. Kakashi, what troubles you? If your injuries are too severe, it would be prudent for you to rest before returning to report. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed indifference, yet he couldn't help but notice the wounds adorning Kakashi's body, prompting a concerned inquiry. I sincerely appreciate your concern, Lord Hokage. I am unharmed. Compared to my situation, the matter concerning Ye Muyun holds greater significance. Upon hearing the words of concern, Kakashi felt warmth in his heart and promptly began to elucidate the purpose of his visit. Indeed, the situation regarding Ye Muyun is of utmost importance, yet I am equally worried about your well-being. In light of this, let us be succinct. Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned a demeanor that prioritized Kakashi's predicament, eager to receive the report swiftly so that Kakashi could attend to his recovery. Lord Hokage, I recently engaged in combat with Ye Muyun and discovered that he harbors great depth. His techniques are so elusive that even my Sharingan could not penetrate them. Had I not exercised caution, I might have met my demise on the spot. Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt a surge of vitality, invigorated by the act of reporting to the third Hokage. What? Not even your Sharingan could discern his techniques? I cannot believe he has become so formidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened as he anxiously puffed on his cigarette, continuing to listen intently to Kakashi's account. Moreover, the final technique he executed was astonishingly powerful and executed with such swiftness that I barely had time to react. I nearly perished under its assault. Had I not utilized a Doton clone to substitute myself, I would not be here to relay this information to you. Simultaneously, he possesses the ability to fly, granting him remarkable agility and the capacity to escape at will. Kakashi recounted the harrowing scene, his heart still racing from the memory. Such a powerful trump card, along with the ability to fly. I cannot fathom how Ye Muyun has become so daunting in merely 2 months. I am grateful for the intelligence you risked your life to obtain, Kakashi. Now, return and focus on your recovery. I shall handle the remaining matters. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen urged Kakashi to prioritize his healing, all the while contemplating whether to continue opposing Ye Muyun. After all, the latter's willingness to openly display his capabilities suggested he possessed the confidence to contend with those who might harbor ill intentions. After much deliberation, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to summon Shimura Danzo to discuss future strategies. Summon Danzo? Yes, Lord Hokage. Before long, Shimura Danzo arrived at the office, and upon entering, he immediately discerned Sarutobi Hiruzen's furrowed brow, indicating that new complications had arisen. Hiruzen, what has transpired? The unexpected distress you have caused is quite remarkable. Shimura Danzo casually took a seat, gazing in the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and inquired with curiosity, Hiruzen, the situation has changed. I believe we need to revise our plan. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen shared the information that Kakashi had sacrificed his life to retrieve. What? Has Ye Muyun truly become so formidable? Even Kakashi is no match for him. Furthermore, he has acquired the ability to fly. Does this not mean our plan is doomed to fail before it even commences? Danzo, upon hearing this, looked at Hiruzen in astonishment, his expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. Kakashi was merely caught off guard due to the lack of intelligence on the opponent. It does not necessarily imply he cannot defeat Ye Muyun. The crux of the matter lies in Ye Muyun's seemingly endless array of techniques, which are nearly impossible to counter. The revelation of his flying ability has already caused us considerable distress, should there be further. At that moment, Hiruzen no longer felt the confidence he once had in capturing Ye Muyun. Instead, a sense of trepidation began to creep in, a fear of the unknown. Compounded by the fact that the adversary was so young, he posed the greatest variable for Konohagakure. Regret washed over him for ever having agreed to Danzo's approach, leading to the current predicament from which there seemed no retreat. Hiruzen, before the plan has even begun, do not make hasty conclusions. Ye Muyun undoubtedly has weaknesses. Once we identify his vulnerabilities, we can strike with precision. Thus, they could proceed in this manner. Chapter 50. The test what? I absolutely refuse to entertain such a plan. Do you comprehend the repercussions if this strategy fails? The consequences would be dire. At that moment, Hiruzen felt a twinge of fear after hearing Danzo's proposed plan, his expression turning serious as he firmly disagreed. Hiruzen, why are you being so obstinate? Given the current circumstances, do you possess a better alternative? If we can eliminate Ye Muyun, everything else can still be managed. It would merely result in some losses. Danzo, having finally conceived a feasible solution, was taken aback by Hiruzen's vehement reaction. What do you mean by some losses? Are the lives of civilians lost due to a failed plan merely some losses? Danzo, I am exceedingly disappointed in you. It is astonishing how, in just a few decades, power has so thoroughly corrupted your spirit. Leave me. I no longer wish to see you. Tsuruhi Risen found that his old friend no longer resembled the person he initially knew, having developed a disdain for the common folk, whom he now regarded merely as tools. Disappointment filled Tsuruhi's heart. Humph. Witnessing Tsuruhi's furious outburst, Shimura Danzo scoffed softly and stormed out. Thus, their discussion ended in discord. At this moment, Ye Muyun had unknowingly arrived at the ninja academy. To be honest, ever since he had heard of the ninja profession, he had been curious about how ninjas were trained. Consequently, Ye Muyun stealthily slipped inside. As in his world, schools were guarded to prevent outsiders from entering, lest they disrupt the students. Meandering through the ninja academy, Ye Muyun eventually found himself atop a rooftop, observing a group of children below. They had been practicing shuriken throwing for 2 months, and today, a simple test was to determine their progress. Standing in the training area, the students gazed at Irika, their hearts racing at the thought of the upcoming test. One by one, names were called for demonstrations. Miyamoto-sans. Present. A nervous child stepped forward, his hand trembling as he clutched the shuriken. Ye Muyun shook his head inwardly, noting the child's lack of composure. Begin. The child, upon hearing Irika's command, steadied his breath and hurled the shuriken toward the target. However, whether due to his anxiety or lack of focus, he missed entirely. Ha ha ha, what a fool. He couldn't even hit the target. Some classmates jeered, their laughter ringing out. Silence. It's all right. No need to be anxious. You still have 2 more chances. Irika, sensing the atmosphere becoming unruly, swiftly quelled the mockery and placed a reassuring hand on the child's shoulder to help him relax. Taking a deep breath, the child, now calmer, concentrated and threw the shuriken once more, hitting the target this time. A wave of joy washed over him, instilling a newfound confidence as he prepared for his final attempt. Miyamoto-sans, you are qualified. Next. Thus, Irika continued to call out names, and most students seemed to pass, though a few had clearly slacked off, failing to hit the target, with some not even grazing it. From his perch on the rooftop, Ye Muyun found the scene rather dull, pondering to himself. Isn't it just hitting a target? How difficult can it be? You just need to have hands. Next. Uchiha Sasuke. Wow, Sasuke. Go, Sasuke. I want to be your girlfriend. Sasuke. Irika called out the name of Uchiha Sasuke, instantly stirring up a commotion among the girls, capturing the attention of Ye Muyun, who was perched on the rooftop. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at the striking young man. With a whoosh, Uchiha Sasuke approached Irika, unhesitatingly launching 3 shuriken, all of which struck their targets, 2 hitting the bullseye. Wow, that's incredible. Sasuke, you are truly amazing. I think I'm going to faint. A group of infatuated girls, witnessing their crush's formidable prowess, gazed at Uchiha Sasuke with hearts in their eyes. Quite impressive, Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, outstanding. Next. Naruto Uzumaki. Irika regarded Uchiha Sasuke with admiration. But upon seeing the next name on the roster, he paused momentarily before continuing to call out. At that moment, Ye Muyun perked up upon hearing his little brother's name. Eager to see how he fared in school, if he performed poorly, it would certainly tarnish his reputation. He would have to bring him over for some rigorous training. Hey, finally, it's my turn. Sasuke, this time I will not lose to you. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed with delight as his moment finally arrived, shouting directly at Uchiha Sasuke. The underdog. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head dismissively, though his gaze remained fixed on Naruto Uzumaki, his heart not as tranquil as he appeared. Naruto? Everyone disperse. Last time, he couldn't even hit the target. Can he possibly do something impressive this time? Sai, what a waste of time. You think you can challenge Sasuke with those skills? Go take a nap. The underdog. Some classmates began to mock Naruto Uzumaki as he approached Irika, as if everything he attempted was destined for failure. Meanwhile, Ye Muyun, sitting atop the roof, heard the taunts but chose not to intervene. Instead, his interest in his little brother grew as he realized that Naruto, who always laughed and joked around in front of him, was looked down upon by so many. However, standing beside Irika, Naruto Uzumaki paid no heed to the jeers. After a period of training, he recognized a profound transformation within himself, akin to an elevation of his very essence, rendering him indifferent to societal judgment. He began to envision a path akin to that of his older brother rather than merely aspiring to be Hokage. Silence, everyone. Do you think you are so impressive? One by one, they displayed cowardice, not daring to challenge Sasuke, merely gossiping behind others' backs. What right do they have to mock Naruto? Irika has always held great hope for Naruto Uzumaki. During this period, he occasionally visited the training grounds and discovered Naruto diligently honing his skills in secret, which filled him with immense pride. The strength Naruto exhibited now was truly astonishing. I'm sorry, Irika-sensei. A wave of guilt washed over the students as they began to apologize, while the indifferent ones merely scoffed. Naruto, ignore them. Focus on yourself. Are you ready? At that moment, Irika approached Naruto, adjusting his attire and gently patting his shoulder, speaking warmly. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Rest assured, I will not let you down. I will certainly astonish them. With that declaration, Naruto hurled the single shuriken he possessed with great force, hitting the target with precision. Is this a joke? Perhaps it's merely luck. He still has 2 more chances, after all. I cannot believe he can hit the target every time. some envious classmates thought as they witnessed Naruto's superior performance. Naruto-kun, I knew you could do it. I have been by your side during this time, witnessing your hard work. Keep it up, Naruto-kun. Hinata Hyuga, standing amidst the crowd, felt a surge of happiness seeing Naruto excel, silently cheering him on. Excellent, Naruto. I hope you can maintain this performance in the next 2 attempts. Iruka was utterly delighted by Naruto's remarkable achievement, which was nothing short of astounding. Hey, sensei, could you lend me another shuriken? I wish to expedite the process. Naruto, feeling elated by Iruka's praise, spoke a bit bashfully. Of course. However, I advise you to throw them one at a time for greater accuracy. Iruka kindly reminded as he retrieved a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Naruto. I understand, Iruka-sensei, but I believe I can do it. Naruto asserted with confidence. Seeing his unwavering determination, Iruka chose not to say more, eagerly anticipating his next moves. Whoosh. Chapter 51, Duel. Whoosh. Naruto swiftly launched 2 shurikens in quick succession, both striking the target with perfect accuracy, leaving everyone present in awe. They could hardly believe that Naruto had indeed triumphed over Sasuke Uchiha. Excellent, Naruto. Outstanding. The classmates who once scorned Naruto Uzumaki now felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing they could disappear into a hole, as they never anticipated such a swift turn of events. Ah, this is quite effortless, isn't it? With simply a pair of hands, Naruto recalled those who had mocked him moments earlier and began to taunt them in a playful yet sarcastic manner, inciting their frustration while they felt utterly helpless. In his heart, Naruto reveled in the sweet taste of victory. Hee, Naruto-kun is quite mischievous. Hinata Hyuga observed Naruto's playful antics, covering her mouth as she chuckled and gazed at him. How infuriating. I cannot believe that in just 2 short months, Naruto has surpassed me. No, I must challenge him to a duel to prove my superiority. Uchiha Sasuke, surrounded by girls, glared at Naruto with indignation, recalling how he had previously lost to him and agreed to be his subordinate. Now, having lost once more, his expression turned grim. Well, not bad at all. Naruto has evidently grasped my essence. Since you've performed admirably today, I shall prepare a gift for you. Sitting atop the rooftop, Yamu looked down at his little brother with delight, noticing how brightly he smiled now, in stark contrast to his previous demeanor, which had been so lifeless. Teacher, I wish to duel with Naruto. At that moment, everyone was taken aback by Sasuke's unexpected challenge to Naruto, with onlookers eagerly voicing their support. This Iruka wore a troubled expression, uncertain whether to consent. Such instances were not unheard of, but he worried about the potential for injury and the repercussions he would face from those above him. Iruka-sensei, you need not worry. Should we incur any injuries, we shall bear the blame ourselves and will not hold you accountable for our actions. Naruto, are you afraid to accept my challenge? Sasuke, noticing Iruka's hesitation, urged him directly, asserting that this matter did not involve him, while simultaneously provoking Naruto. Iruka-sensei, I am fine. Please grant your approval. I shall show mercy. Naruto, realizing he could not evade the impending duel, implored Iruka for his support. Very well, I understand. However, I expect you to keep it within reasonable limits. Should things escalate, I will intervene immediately. Ultimately, Iruka could not withstand the persuasive arguments of the two and decided to treat the situation as an opportunity for a practical lesson. You despicable Naruto. I will not let this slide. Moments earlier, Sasuke had distinctly heard Naruto proclaim he would hold back against him. Feeling insulted and his face flushed with anger as he glared at his rival. What in the world is happening to Sasuke? Naruto Uzumaki perceived the gaze of Sasuke Uchiha and was filled with profound bewilderment at the overt animosity directed towards him. How intriguing. He had not anticipated that Itachi's younger brother would exhibit such fortitude, challenging Naruto to a duel. It seemed that the opponent was in for quite a trial. Observing the unfolding events in the training ground below, Ye Muyun sat above, laughing heartily, astonished that someone would willingly seek out hardship. The Umbu ninjas monitoring Ye Muyun noticed his unusual demeanor and grew apprehensive that he might take action against the students. They swiftly approached him, their expressions wary. Ye Muyun, do not act recklessly. Those children are innocent. What are you saying? Ye Muyun was taken aback upon noticing several Umbu ninjas at his side, their words leaving him bewildered. He thought to himself, had he merely smiled, only to be misconstrued as a terrorist? This was utterly absurd. Weren't you just planning to harm those children? One of the ninjas boldly confronted him. Are you all out of your minds? When did I ever say I would do that? Am I so devoid of purpose? Ye Muyun retorted, infuriated, pointing an accusatory finger at him. We clearly saw you looking at those children with malevolent intent, did we not? Another ninja pressed on, refusing to let the matter rest. What? I was merely anticipating the upcoming duel. Is it not permissible to chuckle a bit? Ye Muyun rolled his eyes at them, pondering how this group was so inflexible, twisting his actions into undue interpretations. Engaging in a battle of wits with them was utterly exhausting. A duel? The other ninjas were perplexed, questioning what kind of duel could be so captivating, considering it was merely children squabbling. I have no time for your foolishness. If you wish to observe, stand quietly to the side. If you have no business here, then depart swiftly and do not disturb me. With that, Ye Muyun, for precaution, summoned his sword to safeguard a 3-meter radius around him. After some deliberation, the other ninjas decided to position themselves nearby to prevent him from executing any unpredictable actions. I believe I just heard my brother's voice. Brother, what brings you here to see me? At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice, discovering several ninjas encircling Ye Muyun, while his elder brother sat nonchalantly atop a roof, a sword spinning rapidly in the air beside him. Ah, Naruto, I didn't expect you to notice me. You performed admirably just now. Come find me after school today, and I shall reward you. Just focus on the impending duel. I wish to witness your growth. Ye Muyun, perched on the rooftop, regarded his enthusiastic younger brother with a smile, offering him praise. That's fantastic. Brother, just wait. I shall not disappoint you. With that, Naruto Uzumaki made his way to an open area where he beheld Sasuke Uchiha. Why is he here too? How infuriating. I didn't anticipate that Naruto's brother would show up. It seems I must spare Naruto some dignity to avoid embarrassing him before his elder. Sasuke, taken aback by Ye Muyun's sudden appearance, resolved to tread lightly in their confrontation. Wow, who is that handsome guy? I heard he is Naruto's brother. What? Naruto has such a dashing elder sibling? I wonder if he has a girlfriend. A group of girls, captivated by Ye Muyun's unique aura, became infatuated, enchanted by his otherworldly presence. Oh, what a bother. That wretched demon is back. He surely won't come after me, right? I must hide and not be discovered. Nara Shikamaru, concealed among the crowd, spotted Ye Muyun and sought to evade him. Ah, Shikamaru, remember to join Naruto after school today. If you don't come, I shall make it a point to confront you every time I see you. Ye Muyun chuckled, having noticed Shikamaru's deliberate attempt to avoid him, finding it quite amusing and intending to tease him. How troublesome, Shikamaru thought, feeling utterly defeated upon hearing Ye Muyun's words. Aren't you looking for Naruto? Why are you bothering me? Afterward, Ye Muyun greeted Hinata Hyuga, extending an invitation for her to join them, considering her interest in his younger brother. As a responsible elder sibling should play matchmaker. Iru Ka, initially intending to reprimand the suddenly appearing Ye Muyun for causing a disruption during his lesson, found himself halted by a subtle shake of the head from the Umbu ninja. In that instant, he comprehended that this individual was beyond his capacity to confront, and thus opted to remain quietly by the sidelines. Ah, by the way, Sasuke, Naruto, if either of you emerges victorious, I would be more than willing to teach you the art of cultivation. Ye Muyun, sensing a lack of atmosphere in the duel between the two, decided to stoke the flames of excitement. He executed the technique known as the three-soul shadow step, effortlessly traversing through the encirclement of the Umbu ninjas, leaving a trail of afterimages as he positioned himself between the combatants. The onlookers were taken aback by Ye Muyun's remarkable display, astonished that he had so easily breached the Umbu's defenses, igniting a fervor in the duelists. When did he even arrive there? One exclaimed. I didn't even perceive any chakra presence. He penetrated our formation with such ease. The shadowy ninjas surrounding Ye Muyun were utterly astounded by his remarkable display, exchanging wry smiles as they realized why their superior had forbade their intervention. All right, you may resume, Ye Muyun announced, having swiftly returned to his original position, directing his voice toward the two combatants. Chapter 52. Naruto unleashes his hidden card. As Ye Muyun resumed his place, the onlookers were filled with envy, eagerly anticipating the techniques he would impart to Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, all wondering who among them would ultimately prevail. With fierce determination, Naruto and Sasuke charged at each other. In an instant, Sasuke launched a side kick at Naruto, who deftly avoided the strike by supporting himself with one hand on the ground, then swiftly executed a powerful kick aimed at Sasuke. True to the teachings of Itachi, Sasuke raised both arms defensively and successfully blocked the incoming attack, sliding backward from the force of the impact. Seizing the moment when Naruto momentarily hovered in the air, Sasuke grasped one of Naruto's ankles, spinning him around. Disoriented by the rapid motion, Naruto realized the precariousness of his situation and retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Sasuke's face. However, Sasuke, having anticipated this move, deftly evaded the strike by forcefully flinging Naruto away before the kick could connect. As Naruto soared through the air, he found himself momentarily flustered, unsure of how to react. Just as he was about to descend to the ground, he utilized his core strength to flip mid-air, landing on his feet but failing to maintain his balance. Ultimately tumbling to the ground, Sasuke, not one to let such an opportunity slip away, leapt at Naruto, intent on delivering a crushing blow. Startled by Sasuke's sudden advance, Naruto rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack. With Naruto sprawled on the ground, Sasuke relentlessly pressed his advantage, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. Yet, Naruto proved to be exceedingly elusive, sustaining no significant damage. At that moment, Sasuke, overly focused on his offensive, exposed a vulnerability, prompting Naruto to execute a sweeping kick that knocked Sasuke off his feet. Seizing the chance, Naruto sprang onto Sasuke, initiating his counterattack. Now, Sasuke found himself in a defensive position, striving to ward off Naruto's relentless assault. Despite his best efforts, a few punches landed on his face, igniting his fury. With a primal roar, he disregarded caution and swung a fist, sending Naruto flying across the arena. The assembled students and teachers were taken aback by the ferocity displayed by both fighters, astonished that they could exhibit such prowess even before formally beginning their training in martial arts. Meanwhile, some of the girls, witnessing the injuries on Sasuke's face, felt an overwhelming desire to retaliate against Naruto. Sasuke, give it your all. Do not succumb to Naruto. Give it your all. Some students, fervent with excitement, immediately shouted encouragement to their favored classmates. Naruto-kun, you can do it. Hinata Hyuga, noticing the lack of support for Naruto Uzumaki, resolved to cheer him on as well. Little brother, it seems you are struggling. In that case, I shall have to teach Sasuke. At that moment, Ye Muyun observed the rather beleaguered state of the two contenders and deliberately stoked the flames of their rivalry, eager to witness their true potential. After all, Naruto bore the power of the Nine Tails, while the Uchiha clan possessed those enigmatic crimson eyes. This fellow is truly a demon, he mused. Fully aware that both were merely children yet choosing to incite their conflict, intentionally aggravating their differences. Indeed, this individual was no good. Concealed within the crowd, Nara Shikamaru felt a chill run down his spine at the malevolent smile on Ye Muyun's face, filled with apprehension about what he might do after school, pondering the consequences should he be caught sneaking away. Hey, Shikamaru, what is wrong? You look unwell. Are you sick? Should I inform the teacher? Inquiring with concern, Akimichi Choji observed Shikamaru's pallor. I'm fine, Choji. All right then, but remember to tell me if anything is amiss. Grateful for his friend's concern, Shikamaru reassured him that he was all right. Shikamaru, you are so clever. Who do you think will ultimately prevail? On the other side, Yamanaka Ino approached, patting Shikamaru on the shoulder with curiosity. Oh, what a bother this is. As it stands, both are of equal strength, yet given Ye Muyun's demeanor, it seems he knows they have hidden cards yet to be played. Thus, I cannot say for certain and must continue to observe. Shikamaru had originally wished for a peaceful day at school. Little did he know how tumultuous it would become, shattering his desired tranquility. I firmly believe Sasuke can undoubtedly defeat Naruto. Go, Sasuke. Disturbed by Ino's loud voice, Shikamaru retreated to a quieter spot, quietly contemplating Ye Muyun's true intentions behind his actions. Sasuke, it appears that our battle shall not conclude anytime soon. Hence, I intend to unleash my full power. Upon listening to his elder brother's words, Naruto Uzumaki was gripped by fear that his brother might have a change of heart and refuse to impart his teachings. Consequently, he hastened to communicate with the Nine Tails, seeking to borrow even a fragment of its power. At that moment, the Nine Tails, having recently endured a lesson from Ye Muyun, was inclined to assist Naruto as long as his demands were not excessive. Additionally, it was aware of the unfolding events outside. If it chose not to help Naruto and he reported to Ye Muyun, its fate would be dire. Across from them, Sasuke Uchiha, upon hearing Naruto's earnest words, felt an ominous premonition stir within him. Shortly thereafter, all present bore witness to red chakra beginning to envelop Naruto's form, slowly encasing his body. Could this be the chakra of the Nine Tails? Surely, it was not on the verge of rampaging. Alarmed at the crowd's presence, they urgently sought to evacuate the area. Do not move. If you dare to stir, I cannot guarantee that my sword will not go berserk. Ye Muyun, having noticed the panic among the Umbu ninjas, immediately issued a threat to prevent them from interrupting the battle between Naruto and Sasuke. You fool! Do you not comprehend the devastation that would ensue should the Nine Tails go on a rampage? Can you bear the consequences if calamity strikes? The Umbu ninjas, incensed by Ye Muyun's words, pointed at him in outrage. Should anyone dare to point a finger at me, I would gladly teach them a lesson in humility. With that, Ye Muyun unleashed his own spiritual energy, repelling those around him and leaving them in awe of his prowess. Moreover, use your own eyes to discern whether the Nine Tails is truly rampaging. As the crowd processed Ye Muyun's words, they quelled their rising panic and turned their gaze towards Naruto, discovering that he had not lost his sanity as they had feared. What on earth is happening? This is intolerable. We cannot even report the current situation to the Hokage. The group, relieved to see the Nine Tails was not in a frenzy, breathed a sigh of relief, yet found themselves trapped in a predicament akin to Ye Muyun's captives, unable to flee and too intimidated to act recklessly. What is this? A monster. The students present were struck by the oppressive aura emanating from Naruto Uzumaki, enveloped as he was in a red mist. Those who had never witnessed such a scene felt an overwhelming sense of fear. However, Naruto remained unfazed by the opinions of onlookers, his gaze fixed solely on Sasuke Uchiha. As he admonished, Sasuke, I harbor no desire to harm you. I advise you to concede. In your current state, you cannot hope to defeat me. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke, initially intimidated by the terrifying presence, was incensed by Naruto's blatant disregard for him, and, consumed by anger, launched a counterattack. Very well, I shall go easy on you, Naruto remarked with a sense of resignation as he prepared to show some mercy. With remarkable agility, Naruto deftly evaded Sasuke's punch and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. The speed so tremendous that Sasuke was caught off guard and sent sprawling to the ground, agony etched on his face. Sasuke, cease your struggles and surrender, Naruto urged. No way, I will never concede, Sasuke retorted, feeling humiliated once more, gritting his teeth as he rose to continue his assault. This time, Naruto resolved to apply a bit more force. Before Sasuke's fist could even graze him, Naruto sent him flying with a powerful kick, crashing harshly to the ground. Lying there, Sasuke's eyes blazed with defiance, a mix of fury and helplessness coursing through him, as an insatiable thirst for power surged within. Suddenly, a pair of crimson, single-tomo Sharingan eyes manifested before the spectators. Chapter 53. Sharingan. At that moment, Sasuke struggled to his feet, the single-tomo Sharingan now exposed to the astonished crowd, leaving many in sheer disbelief. Haha, now the battle becomes truly intriguing, exclaimed Ye Muyun, thrilled to see both fighters compelled to unleash their potential. Is it possible that the Uchiha clan is about to reveal another prodigy akin to Itachi Uchiha? The Umbu ninjas, witnessing this development, were profoundly shaken, realizing that not only had they seen the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails utilize its power seamlessly, but they were also in the presence of a young genius from the Uchiha clan who had awakened his Sharingan shortly after becoming a Chunin. In that moment, Sasuke sensed a transformation within himself, feeling significantly more powerful than before. His vision sharpened to an astonishing clarity. He could distinctly perceive the movements of the insects fluttering around him, and he felt an exhilarating surge of strength. Naruto, too, noticed Sasuke's transformation. The boy's eyes now glowed red, and an ominous, bloodthirsty aura enveloped him, prompting Naruto to adopt a more serious demeanor. Naruto, this is merely the beginning of our battle. This time, I shall undoubtedly bring you down with great force. Sasuke, I shall not concede defeat either. Upon finishing their declarations, the two launched themselves into action, advancing towards one another with intent. Naruto Uzumaki swiftly crawled across the ground, arriving at Sasuke Uchiha's side in an instant, aiming a punch at him. However, Sasuke discerned Naruto's fist with clarity this time and deftly evaded it, instinctively responding with a kick that sent Naruto flying. This force proved ineffective against the chakra of the Nine Tails that Naruto harnessed, a realization Sasuke quickly came to, prompting him to alter his strategy and target Naruto's vulnerabilities in hopes of seizing victory, indifferent to the means employed. Naruto, infuriated by Sasuke's unscrupulous tactics, retaliated in frustration. Swinging his fists towards Sasuke's face with the intent to mar his features, eager to see if his arrogance would persist. Thus, both combatants engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, neither gaining the upper hand in a fleeting moment. Observers, who had previously mocked Naruto, were left astounded by his display of prowess, their eyes struggling to keep pace with the rapid movements of the duel, anxiety creeping into their minds about whether Naruto would seek retribution against them in the future. To their surprise, both participants had indeed reserved their true strength. At their current level of skill, they appeared capable of contending with lower-ranked ninjas. Had they already mastered chakra control and learned ninjutsu, they might have graduated long ago. Shikamaru Nara observed the duel intently, finding it challenging to track their movements, pondering the implications of their progress. Is this truly your objective? He mused, casting a glance at Yuki, whose face radiated joy from atop the rooftop. Well, Sasuke is incredible. Indeed. Yet, to think Naruto is equally formidable, one wonders how he trained. Who will ultimately emerge victorious? Ino Yamanaka gazed dreamily at Sasuke, her heart laden with concern. Need one even ponder? Clearly, it must be Sasuke. Although Naruto is impressive, Sasuke is equally remarkable. Sakura Haruno approached Ino, patting her shoulder confidently. Sasuke, you can do it. Don't let Naruto triumph. Thus, the two girls began to cheer fervently for Sasuke, their enthusiasm igniting the spirits of other girls, who soon joined in their rallying cries. Go, Sasuke, you are the best. In the midst of the crowd, Hinata Hyuga was unconcerned about the outcome between the two combatants. Rather, her thoughts were consumed with worries for Naruto Uzumaki's safety. She believed that Naruto's elder brother would not show favoritism and would impart lessons regardless of victory or defeat. Sasuke, this stalemate is untenable. Let us resolve this with a single decisive blow. That suits me perfectly. With determination, both began to channel their full strength and delivered a powerful punch to each other's faces, sending them flying and crashing heavily to the ground, remaining unresponsive for a considerable time. Just as the onlookers presumed this contest ended in a draw, Naruto Uzumaki struggled to rise from the ground. Fortunately, at that critical moment, he utilized the chakra of the Nine Tails to manifest a tail that cushioned his fall, mitigating his injuries. I won, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, raising his right fist in triumph as he gazed at the unconscious Sasuke Uchiha, who lay motionless on the ground. Very well done. At that instant, Ye Muyun appeared on the scene, approaching Sasuke and observing the injuries on his face. She thought to herself how heart-wrenching it would be for the girls who admired him to see him in such a state. Without hesitation, Ye Muyun produced a pill refined from toad oil and administered it to Sasuke, then tossed another to Naruto, who swallowed it without a second thought. This action filled Ye Muyun with satisfaction. The spectators, witnessing Ye Muyun's sudden appearance and the mysterious substances she provided to both participants, were filled with curiosity. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke regained consciousness, realizing that his wounds had healed and promptly stood up. Some of the more experienced Umbu ninja recognized the healing properties of the items Ye Muyun had given them and were astonished by their remarkable efficacy. They found her enigmatic nature unsettling, prompting a desire to report back to the Hokage. Thank you. Sasuke expressed his gratitude once he comprehended the situation. It's nothing. Since I spurred you both into action, it is only natural that I ensure your safety. Naruto, how are you feeling? As Ye Muyun faced Uchiha Sasuke's expression of gratitude, she waved her hand dismissively, her gaze filled with concern for Uzumaki Naruto. Brother, it's truly miraculous. My injuries have not only healed completely, but I also feel slightly stronger, exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto, joy radiating from him as he rushed to Ye Muyun's side, brimming with excitement. Well then, since this matter has concluded, I shall take my leave, lest certain individuals feel my presence is unsettling, Ye Muyun stated, her tone matter-of-fact. Oh, and Sasuke, do join me after school. With those words, she returned to her original position, clearly indicating her intent to depart and advising them not to follow her, lest they face the consequences. The assembled ninjas had long since lost their desire to accompany Ye Muyun. She was not only perilous, but her every action was exceedingly unusual, a burden too great for their hearts to bear. Witnessing her departure, they dispatched a member of the Umbu to caution the students and teachers against spreading news of today's events, for the repercussions would be dire. After delivering this warning, they swiftly vacated the area, their destination unknown, though it was certain someone would report to the third Hokage. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke felt a twinge of anxiety upon learning that Ye Muyun wanted him to join her, uncertain of what this entailed. Considering that she also had connections with Uzumaki Naruto, He surmised it must involve something favorable. If Nara Shikamaru were privy to Sasuke's thoughts, he would likely wish to avoid such an encounter, believing it would bring more fright than delight. Poor Nara Shikamaru had yet to recover from the shadows of their last encounter, convinced that Ye Muyun was no benevolent figure. Who else would strike him down merely for asking directions? Naruto, this time I concede defeat to you. Once I return, I shall train diligently, and next time, I will not lose to you again. Just wait and see. Sasuke declared defiantly as he approached Uzumaki Naruto, asserting his dissatisfaction and setting a time for their next battle. With that, he tossed his head haughtily and left the scene, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng of girls, eager to express their concern and affection. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto stood there, utterly perplexed, pondering why Sasuke had come to voice his discontent, as it was not his intention to engage in a fight. Was it not Sasuke who had instigated the confrontation and then blamed him for the outcome? Naruto-kun, how are you? Are you hurt? At that moment, Hyuga Hinata seized the opportunity to approach Uzumaki Naruto quietly, her concern evident in her demeanor. Being a girl, Hinata was shy and fearful of attracting attention from others, so she felt compelled to act discreetly. Rest assured, Hinata, the food my brother provided me has completely restored my injuries. Look, Naruto Uzumaki felt the warmth of Hinata Hyuga's concern for him, which comforted him deeply. In an effort to demonstrate that he was perfectly fine, he performed a somersault for her. Irika, observing the antics of his students, was left in a state of exasperation as the class had devolved into chaos. He glanced in Naruto's direction, reflecting on how much Naruto had matured. Chapter 54. The gears of fate begin to turn thus. Naruto eagerly anticipated meeting his elder brother after school, his thoughts consumed with the desire for the day to end swiftly. Hinata, noticing Naruto's restless demeanor, recognized the reason behind it and found his enthusiasm amusing, unable to suppress a quiet chuckle. Hinata, what delightful thought has crossed your mind? Do share. Upon hearing her laughter, Naruto turned to Hinata, his curiosity piqued. No, nothing, Hinata stammered, realizing she had been caught, her face flushed with embarrassment as she averted her gaze. Just as Naruto prepared to inquire further, a piece of chalk unexpectedly struck him on the head, causing him to yelp in pain. Hinata, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, instinctively shrank back, distancing herself from him. Naruto, focus on the lesson and do not disrupt your classmates. Do you think you can afford to be arrogant just because you defeated Sasuke today? Stand up and pay attention. Irika, having noticed the commotion behind him, was incensed by the flirtatious exchange between Naruto and Hinata. He hurled chalk at Naruto's head, chastising him sternly. Haha, you deserve it. Winning against Sasuke was merely a stroke of luck. What is so commendable about that? The other students chimed in with mocking remarks as they witnessed Irika reprimanding Naruto. I'm sorry, Irika-sensei. I won't do it again. Naruto acknowledged his misstep, adopting a sincere demeanor. All right, sit down. Everyone, focus on the lesson. The final exams are approaching, and we cannot afford for anyone to fail and jeopardize their graduation. Seeing Naruto genuinely recognize his mistake and display a commendable attitude, Irika chose to forgive him, while simultaneously advising the rest of the class. The impending final examinations loom ahead, and I find myself grappling with a myriad of uncertainties. To make matters worse, I have been ensnared in a cycle of slumber lately. Upon hearing Irika's announcement that failing grades could impede graduation, several students lamented vocally, their despair echoing throughout the room. Irika, acutely aware of their distress, felt a wave of frustration wash over him, yet he endeavored to comfort them, promising to delineate the key points for study, assuring them that with diligent preparation, the examinations would prove manageable. Time sped by, and after school, Naruto Uzumaki, brimming with excitement, sought out his elder brother, eager to rush to him without delay. The others, too, were filled with curiosity regarding the purpose of Ye Muyun's summons, though only Shikamaru Nara walked alongside them. Sighing heavily, burdened by a sense of hopelessness. Shikamaru, what troubles you? Naruto inquired, having noticed his friend's unusual demeanor. Your sighs have been incessant along our journey. If you are facing any difficulties, do not hesitate to share. We are here to assist you. Shikamaru, with a wry smile, gently declined Naruto's offer of support, expressing his gratitude. Apologies for worrying you, Naruto. It's merely some vexing thoughts that have crossed my mind. Eventually, they arrived at Ye Muyun's residence. Just as they were about to enter in search of him, they spotted Ye Muyun standing atop the blade of Gne, calling out to the gathering below. No need to come in. I am right here. As everyone turned to gaze at Ye Muyun soaring gracefully through the air, a profound sense of astonishment enveloped them. It was their first encounter with someone capable of standing upon a flying sword, and they found it rather impressive. All right, everyone follow me. Let us seek a more tranquil location. Thus, suppressing their curiosity, the group trailed behind Ye Muyun. Before long, he led them to a serene forest, devoid of any signs of prying eyes. Without hesitation, he sheathed his sword and stood before them. I trust you are all quite curious as to why I summoned you here. Upon hearing his words, the group nodded in unison. Just as Naruto Uzumaki was about to speak, Ye Muyun gestured for silence. This shall serve as a token of our meeting, he declared, tossing a vial of elixir to each of the four present. Each vial contains 10 pills. Not only can they mend injuries, but they can also aid in your cultivation. It's up to you how you choose to utilize them. However, once you have depleted them, I shan't provide you with more. After Ye Muyun elucidated the contents of the vials, expressions of gratitude filled the air. There is no need for thanks. I appreciate your care for Naruto during this time. As his older brother, it is only fitting that I express my gratitude for your kindness. Brother, you are too good to me, Naruto exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes, overwhelmed by the kindness he had never before experienced. The years of hardship he had endured surged forth in a tidal wave of emotion. Naruto-kun, you have truly endured much, Hinata Hyuga observed, her heart aching at the sight of him in such a vulnerable state. She yearned to console him, but Ye Muyun was quicker, gently ruffling Naruto's hair in a comforting gesture. The other two members of the group, momentarily bewildered by this unexpected scene, wondered why Naruto was crying over merely some healing pills. Only those who truly understood Naruto's past could grasp the depth of his happiness in this moment, knowing there was someone who cherished him, who regarded him as a whole person, rather than a monster. All right now, no more tears, Naruto. Hinata might tease you later. And no, she wouldn't. Naruto retorted, in my heart, Naruto-kun is forever gentle. I find this side of Naruto-kun to be incredibly genuine. Hinata blushed at Ye Muyun's teasing, flailing her arms in a flustered attempt to assure everyone that she would never mock Naruto. Ah, so that's how it is. Ye Muyun chuckled, wiping Naruto's tears away before swiftly moving to Hinata's side. Hinata, do you perhaps have feelings for Naruto? In that moment, Hinata Hyuga had yet to fully comprehend the situation when Ye Muyun bent down and whispered softly into her ear. Her face instantly flushed crimson, leaving her feeling dizzy, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Ye Muyun promptly steadied her, preventing any embarrassment. All right, enough of the playful antics. It is time to address serious matters, Ye Muyun declared, sensing that the atmosphere had been sufficiently lightened. He clapped his hands to refocus everyone's attention. At that moment, the assembled individuals gazed at Ye Muyun, bewildered by his sudden shift in demeanor, curious about what he would impart next. Today, in addition to providing you with that vial of healing medicine, I have prepared to teach you a method to strengthen your bodies, thus enhancing your physical prowess. Furthermore, as per our previous agreement, I have had a change of heart and shall impart to you some techniques of agility. Of course, they will differ from mine, given that you lack spiritual energy. Originally, Ye Muyun intended to teach only his close companions and Sasuke Uchiha, recognizing Sasuke's remarkable potential, viewing it as a means to forge a benevolent connection with Itachi Uchiha. However, upon realizing the pervasive dangers within this alternate realm, he resolved to cultivate a solid foundation for his companions. Hinata Hyuga, who had always harbored affection for his younger brother and cared for him dearly, was undoubtedly included. As for Shikamaru Nara, though he appeared somewhat aloof, he possessed great intelligence and could serve as their tactical advisor in the future. With this arrangement, Ye Muyun could devote himself entirely to his own training, a perfect scenario. The gathered crowd, upon hearing Ye Muyun's words, felt immense joy, for they were aware that his techniques were beyond their previous experience. Mastering them would undoubtedly bolster their strength significantly. Shikamaru Nara pondered deeply, questioning why Ye Muyun was so benevolent towards him, considering they had only met once, and he had merely assisted him in finding his way. Surely, there must be an ulterior motive behind his kindness, yet he felt helpless to extricate himself from this situation, attributing it to Ye Muyun's goodwill towards Naruto Uzumaki. In contrast, Sasuke Uchiha was less troubled by such thoughts. He was solely focused on enhancing his own strength, which would enable him to ultimately surpass Naruto. Thank you, thank you. Hinata Hyuga approached Ye Muyun adorably, bowing respectfully before him. Having diligently practiced the 5-animal play with Naruto Uzumaki, she understood its intricacies, and was pleasantly surprised that Ye Muyun intended to teach her additional techniques. She felt immensely grateful towards him. "Thank you, big brother. I am truly grateful." The other three individuals observed Hinata Hyuga's actions and immediately recognized their own lack of decorum. They bowed deeply to Ye Muyun, expressing their gratitude. Chapter 55. Itachi's friends. Well, I sense your sincerity. Let us commence. I am about to impart to you a practice known as the Ijin Jing. Ye Muyun began to elucidate the benefits of the Ijin Jing, which purifies the marrow and enhances personal potential, accelerates the pace of cultivation, and promotes health while warding off ailments. Now, I shall demonstrate for you. Please observe closely. First posture. Wei Tuo presents the pestle. Second posture. Horizontal staff to subdue demons. 12th posture. The tail drop posture. The others present attentively watched Ye Muyun execute these movements, finding them not overly difficult. Now, let us practice together. First, stand with your legs apart, head held high, mouth slightly closed, and regulate your breathing. Chest in, back straight, abdomen tucked, shoulders relaxed, and allow your entire body to unwind. Thus, Ye Muyun continued to instruct them in the Ijin Jing. Time flew by, and soon it was dusk. He was pleasantly surprised to find that these children were learning quite swiftly and possessed considerable insight. That will be all for today. Please return to this place after school in the future. I will ensure you learn everything you need. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, please take good care of Naruto. Seeing them prepare to thank him again, Ye Muyun interjected directly. Rest assured, Naruto is our friend, and we shall look after him. Indeed, while I may have my reservations about Naruto, as a man of the Uchiha clan, I value loyalty above all. Nara Shikamaru and Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward to affirm their resolve. After all, the debt of gratitude for imparted knowledge is as heavy as a mountain, and they felt compelled to repay it in other ways. Moreover, having spent an afternoon with Ye Muyun, they discovered that he was quite amiable, deeply values relationships, and holds a strong sense of loyalty. Even though Naruto had only known him for less than 2 days, he treated him with great kindness. They realized that sincerity would earn Ye Muyun's genuine affection in return. Hinata, you need not express yourself. I understand. From now on, do not be so shy. Be more confident. You must feel different than before, and thus you should emerge from the shadows of the past and embrace the new you. Ye Muyun, noticing Hinata Hyuga's hesitation, offered her some encouraging words. Yes, I will. Hinata Hyuga said, adorably shaking her fist and speaking in a sweet voice. Ha ha ha, what a delightful Hinata. Naruto, remember to protect Hinata well in the future. Ye Muyun gently patted Naruto Uzumaki on the head, bidding farewell to the others before departing from the scene. Brother, I shall protect her with utmost diligence. At that moment, Naruto realized that his elder brother had suddenly vanished, and he shouted loudly towards the sky. Naruto-kun, you are speaking too loudly. Hinata Hyuga, taken aback by Naruto's audacity, lowered her head and fidgeted with her fingers. Thus, seeing that Ye Muyun had left, everyone else chose to return home. Upon returning home, Sasuke Uchiha joyfully shared with his brother the news of awakening his Sharingan that day. Sasuke, I didn't expect you to awaken the Sharingan at such a young age. However, Itachi Uchiha did not share in Sasuke's excitement. Instead, he was enveloped in a subtle sorrow. Fully aware of the implications that came with the awakening of the cursed eyes, which could perceive the world's sufferings. Brother, what troubles you? Are you unhappy? Sasuke noticed his brother's unusual demeanor and inquired curiously. It's nothing, Sasuke. I merely reminisced about the past, which stirred some emotions within me. Itachi's face softened with warmth as he affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. When father returns, make sure to recount this matter to him in detail. Ye Muyun has been incredibly helpful. Not only did he assist you in awakening your Sharingan, but he also intends to teach you the art of cultivation, which is a rare opportunity. As Itachi reflected on the earlier encounter with Ye Muyun, he quickly understood why the latter cared for his brother so deeply. It was because he regarded Sasuke as a friend, knowing that Sasuke was the one he cherished most. Itachi began to appreciate Ye Muyun as a person. You two brothers are here. Come over. At that moment, Fugaku Uchiha approached from behind, a rare smile gracing his face as he looked at his youngest son. Yes, father. Thus, Sasuke began recounting everything that had transpired at school, leading to the experience of training in the forest under Ye Muyun's guidance. Very well, Sasuke. Haha. You are truly my son, awakening the Sharingan at such a young age. Fugaku, upon hearing the account, realized it differed from the information he had received. affirming his actions while taking the rare opportunity to praise his youngest son. Father, I will strive to surpass brother. Beside him, Itachi Uchiha felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing his younger brother regard him as a target, yet he affectionately tousled Sasuke's hair. Father, Ye Muyun has truly aided us greatly this time. Should we not take some action to maintain the harmony of our relationship? You are indeed correct, Itachi. This evening, remind him that Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, is on his way back to the village. Perhaps the third Hokage has summoned him back. We must remain vigilant and prepare in advance. Uchiha Fugaku attentively considered Itachi's counsel and conveyed the information he had gathered. What? Jiraiya is returning? Father, do you know how long it will take for him to arrive at the village? At this moment, Itachi was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the third Hokage to be serious. Do not fret too much, Itachi. According to our intelligence, Jiraiya is still in a certain region of the Land of Fire. He has inadvertently drawn a group of rogue ninjas pursuing him. However, this delay will not last long. It will take at least another half-month for him to return. This time, Uchiha Fugaku chose not to shield Sasuke from discussions of significant matters. Since Sasuke had awakened his Sharingan at such a young age, it showed he possessed some talent, and it was time for him to be exposed to certain truths and broaden his horizons. I understand, Father. There is no time to lose. I shall inform Muyun of this important matter. I must take my leave now. With that, Itachi departed, heading towards Ye Muyun's residence. Itachi, it seems you have come to regard Ye Muyun as a friend. Let us hope we can successfully extricate ourselves from Konoha's control and stand upon a new stage. This time, I may need to reveal some of my strength. Ye Muyun, do not let me down. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha, still in a daze from the conversation between his father and brother, was unable to comprehend what had transpired before witnessing his brother's departure. While his father continued speaking about matters unknown to him. Father, what has happened? It is nothing, Sasuke. Let us go inside and sit for a while. Itachi will return shortly. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt a tinge of disappointment towards Sasuke. Clearly, not everyone could be a genius like Itachi. To avoid discouraging Sasuke, he decided to change the subject to divert his attention. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hyuga sat in the courtyard, her heart heavy with worry as she awaited Hanabi's return for a considerable time. Upon entering, Hinata was met with her father's gaze, and fear gripped her, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. Hinata, where did you go after school this afternoon? Upon her return, Hyuga Hayashi, filled with authority, inquired, Father, I went to find Brother Yi with Naruto and the others. In response to her father's inquiry, Hyuga Hinata could only speak the truth. Brother Yi, I never anticipated your bond with Ye Muyun was so strong. Pray, tell me, what transpired today? At that moment, Hayashi finally beheld his beloved daughter, noticing her slightly disheveled appearance, and asked with curiosity, Father, after school today, Brother Yi taught us how to train, which is why I returned so late. I apologize, Father. I promise I shall return on time next time. At that instant, Hinata was filled with trepidation. She knew she had breached her agreement with her father. Lowering her gaze and nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Hinata, it is of no consequence. Just remember to inform me of your endeavors in the future. Today, Hayashi exhibited a demeanor quite different from his usual self, displaying a newfound gentleness as he affectionately tousled his daughter's hair, seemingly unperturbed. Unbeknownst to her, he was already aware of several occurrences from that day, all of which made him perceive Ye Muyun as a worthy acquaintance. Moreover, the fact that his daughter shared a good rapport with him and was being taught training, a coveted knowledge among prominent families, only reinforced his esteem for Yi. It was said that such training could transform an individual's potential. Chapter 56. The essence of yin and yang swordsmanship. Why is father acting so kindly today? If only it could be like this every day, Hinata mused, recognizing her father's unusual warmth, her heart swelling with joy at his affectionate demeanor. All right, Hinata, in the future, should anything related to Ye Muyun arise, do remember to inform me. I shall support you wholeheartedly. Hinata, oblivious to the deeper implications of her father's words, merely perceived it as an expression of his concern, happily nodding in response. Thus, this day became the happiest for Hyuga Hinata, allowing her to profoundly feel her father's love. Realizing that the man before her was no longer the stern clan leader, but rather a father who cherished his daughter. In contrast, Nara Shikamaru's experience was rather straightforward. His father asked a few questions and then ceased further inquiry, as everyone found the situation bothersome and preferred to avoid it. After all, if something arose, they would address it. And if not, they would simply go about their lives. Ninetales, why have you summoned me so unexpectedly? Upon returning home, Uzumaki Naruto was drawn into the spiritual realm by the Ninetales, observing the now amiable creature with curiosity. Kid, refrain from calling me Ninetales. I am now your elder brother's subordinate, and I possess a name. I am the illustrious Kurama, do you understand? After much contemplation, the Ninetales resolved to adopt a more relaxed approach. Following his elder brother's lead would eventually grant him freedom. But it seemed more pragmatic to cultivate a relationship with Naruto Uzumaki, someone his brother held in high regard. Perhaps, if he pleased his brother, he might even be released ahead of time. Hey, Ninetales, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, but you can simply call me Naruto. At that moment, Naruto remained blissfully unaware of the other party's intentions. Clearly, the previous encounter had left a profound impression on the Ninetales, and Naruto himself did not harbor any aversion towards the beast. After all, it understood his existence better than anyone else, akin to family. Although he was uncertain whether the Ninetales felt the same way, it had been his constant companion since birth. Ha ha ha, Naruto, the reason I sought you out is quite simple. I wish to inquire with my brother if there is a way to remove the seal within you, thus allowing you to harness more of my power. I acknowledge my previous misstep, and this time I assure you of my earnestness. After all, we are both under the same elder brother, so let us reconcile. Recognizing the gravity of his past error, the Ninetales promptly expressed his sincere intent to assist Naruto. From Naruto's memories, it was evident that Ye Muyun was a person of clear convictions and gratitude. If he diligently supported Naruto, he would undoubtedly receive unimaginable rewards in return. Very well, Ninetales. I will consult my brother. Naruto, recalling the previous incident, harbored some skepticism regarding the Ninetales' motives, suspecting that it might desire his departure from this place. However, regardless of the Ninetales' true intentions, he felt assured that his brother would be able to resolve many issues. One could only wonder at Naruto's unwarranted confidence in Ye Muyun's problem-solving abilities. Were the elder brother to learn of it, he might be infuriated. Thank you, Naruto. From this moment forth, I acknowledge you. The Ninetales felt a surge of emotion upon realizing Naruto's willingness to assist him, fully aware of the risks involved. He could have easily manipulated Ye Muyun to eliminate his own troubles, yet chose this path instead. I have always regarded you as family, Ninetales. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the Ninetales was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the sincerity in Naruto's gaze was genuine. It was unexpected for the wicked Ninetales to find such acceptance in Naruto's heart. In that instant, the Ninetales truly recognized Naruto, laughed heartily, and then returned him to his place. Thank you, brother. Since meeting you, my life has transformed, and I have made so many friends. Although I do not know how you arrived here, I will do everything in my power to assist you. Naruto Uzumaki reflects upon the myriad events of the present, deeply grateful for the invisible support rendered by his elder brother. His aspirations have shifted from merely desiring to become Hokage to a fervent wish to assist his brother in realizing his dreams. Meanwhile, Ye Muyun hastily departed from the company of others and returned to his dwelling. In his mind, he had heard the system declare that his primordial sword technique had successfully cultivated to a minor success through passive training. This signified that, from this moment onward, Ye Muyun could be regarded as a true swordsman, possessing a unique sword intent of his own. Overwhelmed with excitement, he rushed back, eager to ascertain the true extent of his sword intent's potency. As he sat upon his bed, Ye Muyun extended his right hand, aligning his fingers together, and summoned the sword essence within him to converge upon his fingertips. He could perceive a faint sword intent emanating from them. Subsequently, he pointed his fingers toward a nearby chair, only to observe no immediate change. Just as disappointment began to set in, he noticed the surface of the chair sprouting grass, which withered in a short span, ultimately reducing the entire chair to dust. Goodness, is it truly this formidable? Ye Muyun exclaimed, his heart racing with exhilaration as he urgently summoned the system. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the sword intent imbued with the principles of yin and yang. Mastering this sword intent to its utmost can sever the ties of life and death. The system, astonished by its host's grasp of the yin-yang sword intent, felt its worldview profoundly challenged. No wonder that individual had sought its assistance. Was this not akin to wielding extraordinary powers? The ability to sever life from death with a single stroke. Ye Muyun, upon hearing the system's elucidation, was left utterly astounded, marveling at the formidable prowess of the primordial sword technique crafted by the system. Please refrain from rejoicing too soon, Dear host, the comprehension of such extraordinary sword intent is exceedingly arduous. Even with my assistance, it remains a formidable challenge. However, it is of no consequence. For the path of cultivation is inherently one of defiance against the heavens. Now that I possess the yin-yang sword intent, my strength has seen an elevation, providing a semblance of security. Next, I shall await the opportunity to enter the realm of enlightenment to master the formation techniques, which will enable me to confront most adversities. Ye Muyun paid little heed to the system's admonitions. He was solely focused on augmenting his power, for only then could he nurture the hope of returning home. Subsequently, Ye Muyun began to explore the applications of this sword intent gradually. As he delved deeper, he realized the system's assertions were indeed accurate. This sword intent was remarkably challenging to comprehend. The intricacies of the yin-yang transformations left him feeling quite perplexed, and to execute a strike that could sever life from death, he would need to cultivate the primordial sword technique to perfection. Despite having easily attained a minor achievement in the technique through the system's automated training, the primordial sword technique encompasses two significant levels: great achievement and perfection. Presently, he found himself at the very nascent stage of this journey. He also discovered that the speed of his automated training in the primordial sword technique was painfully sluggish, akin to that of a tortoise. At this rate, it would likely take 1 or 2 years to make even a modicum of progress, unless he employed special methods to expedite his comprehension. Conversely, the 3 souls and shadow steps, also under automated training, progressed remarkably swiftly, nearing a minor achievement in just half a month. After contemplating his future plans, Ye Muyun commenced his training on the spot, eager to enhance his strength. He also needed to dedicate time daily to instruct the younger spirits. He could not afford to squander any more time. Just then, Uchiha Itachi appeared in the room. Upon witnessing Ye Muyun engaged in training, he felt a tinge of remorse. "Itachi, what brings you here?" Ye Muyun, realizing someone had entered, paused his training to inquire about his visitor's purpose. "Muyun, I have come to relay information. In due time, Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, will return, likely with the intent to confront you. Exercise caution." Since Uchiha Itachi had begun to regard him as a friend, he unveiled his inner thoughts to Ye Muyun, his expression tinged with concern. "The legendary 3? What on earth is that? Can't they allow me a moment of peace? I sincerely apologize, Itachi. I usually conduct myself with civility." Upon hearing that someone intended to confront me, Ye Muyun could no longer contain himself and began to utter profanities. However, upon noticing Itachi's dazed expression, he quickly corrected himself and offered an awkward smile. "Well, since you are unaware of the circumstances regarding the Sannin, allow me to elucidate the matter for you. This knowledge may aid you in dealing with them in the future." Subsequently, Uchiha Itachi shared intelligence regarding the Sannin, which painted a rather unflattering picture in Ye Muyun's mind: a lecherous old man with white hair, a mad scientist, and a compulsive gambler who invariably loses. The thought alone left Ye Muyun feeling somewhat weary. Who are these individuals? It is no wonder that the villagers hold them in such high regard. It explains why a few eccentric minds occasionally emerge from this village. In the days that followed, Ye Muyun intermittently received snippets of information about Konoha from Uchiha Itachi, which further clarified the village's current state. Given the knowledge that someone was plotting against him, his immediate priority became to enhance his own strength. Apart from the daily necessity of mentoring those individuals in their training, he devoted all other time to rigorous practice. However, Ye Muyun found it peculiar that the higher-ups had been unusually quiet lately, seemingly refraining from causing him any trouble. It appeared that the abilities he had displayed that day instilled a sense of caution within them, which was quite beneficial, allowing him to feel more at ease. One day, Ye Muyun sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The rapid progress he was making felt almost surreal, and upon reflection, he attributed it to the precious spiritual fluid contributed by the 9 tails, which had accelerated his enhancement significantly. Thus, Ye Muyun began to circulate the Wujideo scripture, channeling the vortex of spiritual energy within his body to swiftly absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. He circulated this energy through his meridians, repeatedly refining it until it fused with the pure spiritual energy in his dantian. After a considerable duration, Ye Muyun gradually opened his eyes, having finally ascended to the 9th level of the chi refining stage. With his current prowess, he felt capable of effortlessly handling those jonin. Unlike before when he had to rely on ambush tactics, the techniques he had mastered, combined with the Hanyuan sword art, rendered him a formidable presence among his peers. At that moment, Ye Muyun was pleasantly surprised to discover that with his current level of cultivation, he could exchange a few days of training for a low-grade yellow material, liberating him from his previous constraints. Moreover, the efficiency of the Yin-Yang cauldron had significantly improved. After about a month, he could almost obtain a medium-grade yellow material. Once he advanced to the foundation establishment stage, he would surely elevate his capabilities even further. Later, upon calculating his progress, Ye Muyun realized he was ready to enter the Tao Enlightenment realm, where he intended to learn a formation technique. System. I wish to enter the Tao Enlightenment realm. As Ye Muyun was about to express his frustration towards the system, in the blink of an eye, he found himself transported to the realm of enlightenment. What on earth is happening with the system? Is it about to malfunction? Just as he entertained such ominous thoughts, a bolt of divine lightning descended upon him. Perfect timing, let me. Ye Muyun had initially believed that his strength had increased sufficiently to withstand this, only to be harshly reminded of reality as it struck him hard, leaving him bruised. Host, stop your incessant whining, the system retorted. If you continue to be so unruly, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. At this moment, Ye Muyun was too preoccupied with his injuries to blame himself. He realized that the system had developed a personality, sounding rather like a haughty little girl. System? To confirm his suspicions, he cautiously inquired, "What do you want? Are you looking for a beating again? Speak your business and don't disturb this fairy slumber." The system's fierce demeanor and poor temper caught him off guard. Though he was tempted to question why the system needed to sleep, he felt a sense of injustice at being so easily manipulated. Boom. System, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Ye Muyun cried out in indignation after being struck by another bolt of divine lightning. Go on. Remember to call me little fairy from now on. Lying on the ground, tears of humiliation streamed down his face as he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards this system. A fairy, indeed. Perhaps it was more akin to a little demon. He mused that once he reached a certain level of cultivation, he might even be able to take on a physical form. At that point, little fairy, I am about to create my own formation. And so, I require your assistance, little fairy. How considerate. Rest assured, as long as you behave, I shall fulfill my duties, occasionally urging you to cultivate. For instance, like this. Whoa. At that moment, a bolt of divine lightning descended upon Ye Muyun's vital point, leaving him pale with fright. Fortunately, he managed to evade it and stood up, shaken, too terrified to remain on the ground. Look at the remarkable effect. He thought to himself, let's begin, little fairy. Ultimately, Ye Muyun endured this humiliation, resolutely planning to enhance his strength before seeking revenge, and diligently focused on his cultivation. After a considerable time, Ye Muyun successfully created a tome on formations, which contained a single formation that encapsulated the principles of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements. Based on this, countless formations could be freely evolved, entirely dependent on the learner's comprehension and adaptability. It was truly all-encompassing. He decided to name it the Dao Shizhen Jie. Subsequently, Ye Muyun incorporated this knowledge into his automated cultivation, confident that any breakthroughs would naturally lead him to grasp some basic formations, thus allowing him to dedicate more time to his primary pursuit as a sword cultivator. Originally, he intended to invest time in creating a manual on spell application to facilitate his daily life. However, he discovered that he could only produce one martial arts tome at a time. Hence, he seized the opportunity presented by the abundant spirit energy in the Tao Enlightenment realm to engage in cultivation. After a lengthy period, Ye Muyun opened his eyes, astonished by the noticeable improvement in his spirit energy absorption efficiency alongside his rising prowess. In this remaining time, he had significantly enhanced his strength, nearing the 10th level of Qi training, while also realizing that his 3 souls wandering shadow step had reached a minor mastery level. With a swish, Ye Muyun executed the minor mastery of the 3 souls wandering shadow step, discovering his speed had more than doubled, and he could perform short-distance teleportation of several meters. However, the energy consumption was considerable, making it suitable as a life-saving skill. At last, the time had come, the system announced, and a mouth formed of spirit energy promptly thrust Ye Muyun into the black hole behind him, transporting him back to his residence. System, you claim to be a little fairy? Ye Muyun exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. This time, he could no longer tolerate the situation. Regardless of the consequences, he resolved to unleash his anger upon the system. After all, who would suddenly deliver such an unexpected blow? Did they not realize the psychological harm inflicted upon the individual involved? Initially, Ye Muyun thought the system would promptly reprimand him. But after waiting for some time and receiving no response, he felt as though his efforts were akin to striking a fist against cotton, utterly ineffective, leaving him even more frustrated. No, this anger must be vented. But whom to target? All right. Hee. At that moment, Ye Muyun suddenly recalled a certain individual, a mischievous smile creeping into his heart. Meanwhile, in a secluded part of Konoha village, a certain someone lazily leaning against a tree felt an inexplicable chill run down his back. Sensing that someone with ill intentions had set their sights on him. This is bad. Someone is plotting against me. I must depart swiftly. Just as Nara Shikamaru realized the gravity of the situation and prepared to find a hiding place, he noticed a dark figure behind him. His heart skipped a beat as he mechanically turned around, only to be met with a familiar face, rendering him speechless. Brother Yi, what brings you here? Do you need something from me? Oh, it's nothing of great importance. I merely came to see what you were up to. At that moment, Ye Muyun realized he needed to concoct an excuse to proceed, lest he appear out of line. Since you have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. My parents are calling me home for dinner. Upon seeing Ye Muyun, Nara Shikamaru understood why he had felt uneasy earlier. He hastily devised an excuse to depart. But upon noticing that Ye Muyun did not react, he lifted his right foot to leave. Wait, did you just move your right foot first? Aye. It seemed that fate would not spare him. He despised it when someone attempted to leave by moving their right foot first. Aye. After hearing Ye Muyun's words, Nara Shikamaru instantly realized that Ye Muyun had come to provoke him. However, as he attempted to explain, he found that Ye Muyun was not interested in listening and immediately launched an attack. Bang, bang, bang. After a while, Nara Shikamaru lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Tears of humiliation streaming down his face as he glared resentfully at Ye Muyun, who appeared utterly unfazed. Gradually, Shikamaru began to yearn for greater strength. How exhilarating. Young Shikamaru, I know you have many questions swirling in your mind, but after I give you this, you shall have none. At that moment, having vented his frustrations, Ye Muyun felt a tremendous sense of relief. He casually fed Shikamaru a healing elixir to mend his wounds and tossed him another vial before departing with a flourish. Chapter 58. Jiraiya returns to the village. Thus, Nara Shikamaru lay on the ground, watching Ye Muyun depart with effortless grace, silently vowing to train diligently. He resolved that once his strength surpassed that of Ye Muyun, he would deliver a thorough thrashing. After enduring 2 beatings, he realized that if it happened once or twice, it could very well happen countless times. He certainly did not wish for Ye Muyun to come seeking him every time something distressing occurred. He was not a punching bag. Though Ye Muyun had bestowed many gifts upon him, he must not succumb to the allure of his sugary enticements. He was determined to rise above. Beast men shall never be enslaved. Ahem, pardon me, I misspoke. I long to take control of my own destiny. At this moment, Nara Shikamaru began to awaken. Initially resistant to training, he now dedicated himself to the rigorous practice of the techniques imparted by Ye Muyun, much like Uzumaki Naruto, devoting time each day to hone his skills, which grew stronger with each passing day. Thus, everyone commenced their training regimens in their unique ways, gradually prompting several clans to take notice of their younger members. Upon learning of this, they discreetly began to promote Ye Muyun's training methods within their families, wary of detection by the higher-ups of Konoha. Subsequently, these clans dispatched their members to engage in occasional exchanges, sharing insights and validating their experiences. Although they concealed their true capabilities from one another, the results were remarkably evident, leaving all parties quite satisfied. Thus, a fortnight passed in tranquility. One fateful morning, a silver-haired middle-aged man appeared at the entrance of Konoha village, where he was spotted by 2 ninjas tasked with guarding the gate, who swiftly reported the situation to the 3rd Hokage. What did you say? Jiraiya has returned? Splendid. Urge him to come see me at once. Seated in his office, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt an immense relief wash over him upon hearing the news of Jiraiya's return, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Summon Danzo to me. After a moment of personal celebration, Hiruzen promptly thought of Shimura Danzo and resolved to call him in for a discussion. Before long, Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office, his expression as icy as ever, leaning on his cane. Upon hearing that Jiraiya had returned to the village, his hand trembled slightly on the cane, a sign that Hiruzen quickly noticed, contemplating that even the leader of Root could exhibit a rare lapse in composure. Master, it seems you remain as vigorous as ever. As the two exchanged glances, they were startled to see a white-haired man perched at the window, greeting Hiruzen. Jiraiya, you have endured much during this time. Your return is later than anticipated. Did some unforeseen event transpire along the way? At that moment, Hiruzen observed that Jiraiya appeared somewhat disheveled and not quite himself. Fortunately, I was merely pursued by some rogue ninjas along the way, and I have yet to uncover the identity of the instigators. I thought it prudent to return and assess the village's situation. Jiraiya replied, however, upon my return, it seems the village remains unchanged. Nothing of consequence has occurred. Master, what has transpired? Jiraiya leaped down from the window, his wooden clogs softly tapping against the ground as he approached Sarutobi Hiruzen with curiosity. This matter is rather intricate. Please find a seat, and I shall elaborate slowly. Considering that Jiraiya had been summoned hastily upon his return, it was prudent to allow him a moment of respite, which would also alleviate Hiruzen's anxiety. Oh, I didn't expect to see the leader of Root here. My apologies for not greeting you earlier. I hope I won't be whisked away to your lair. He chuckled. However, upon turning, he was greeted by the imposing figure of Shimura Danzo, seated with an air of authority. Instantly, Jiraiya's mood soured, for he was well aware of the unsavory deeds that this old man had engaged in, which left him deeply unsettled. With no option to confront him physically, he resorted to verbal jabs. Jiraiya, after years away from the village, have you forgotten the virtues of respecting your elders and nurturing the young? I fear you may have been swayed by influences from other villages, returning only to confront me. You will be disappointed, as not everyone can earn our regard at Root. Moreover, as an assistant to the Hokage, is this how you choose to address me? It seems I must take it upon myself to teach you a lesson, young Jiraiya. Danzo's gaze was laced with animosity, his urge to retaliate palpable. Enough, you two. I did not summon you here to witness your bickering. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still unaware of the underlying tensions, hoped to harness the strengths of both men to address the issue concerning Ye Muyun. The discord that had erupted before the discussion even commenced was infuriating. You both are so self-righteous. Every time trouble arises, I am the one who must clean up your mess. The thought of it made Hiruzen wish to deliver a punch to each of them. Humph. My apologies, sensei. Seeing Hiruzen's anger, both men fell silent and settled down. Once order was restored, Hiruzen began to explain the purpose of Jiraiya's summons. As Jiraiya listened intently to his mentor recount the situation with Ye Muyun, he was taken aback by the astonishing revelations. It was truly unprecedented that someone could ascend from the ranks of an ordinary person to a formidable force capable of overcoming a dozen adversaries in a mere 2 months. Furthermore, the extraordinary techniques employed by this individual, which even the Sharingan could not perceive, left Jiraiya in awe, particularly given his knowledge of Kakashi's prowess. The implications of such a formidable opponent left him in a state of shock. Sensei, may I pose a question? He asked, after absorbing the information. From what you've described, Ye Muyun currently harbors favorable sentiments towards our Leaf Village. Why should we not seek to befriend him? Wouldn't cultivating a relationship with such a promising individual yield greater benefits than drawbacks? After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya discerned the crux of the matter. Why engage with such an adversary, akin to the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths? Regarding your query, I too have pondered the demands presented by the other party, and I remain in a state of indecision. Thus, I have returned to seek your counsel. Hiruzen Sarutobi was already aware that such inquiries would arise and directly articulated the conditions proposed by Ye Muyun. Teacher, you cannot jeopardize the safety of the entire village for the sake of a single individual like Danzo, given the numerous misdeeds he has committed. Would sacrificing him not align with the sentiments of many? In such a case, the villagers would surely commend your profound righteousness. At that moment, Jiraiya, before Danzo Shimura himself, expressed his desire to relinquish him in order to meet Ye Muyun's demands. This approach could potentially win over such a formidable ally while simultaneously eliminating the menace posed by Danzo. How dare you? Jiraiya, I have dedicated so much to this village, and now you intend to cast me aside due to their unreasonable demands? If the others in the village were to learn of this, would they not fear that they could be the next to be forsaken? Without Ye Muyun's intervention, our demise would be inevitable. Such a precedent must never be set. Initially composed, Danzo Shimura began to fidget upon hearing Jiraiya's words, his mind racing as he contemplated his escape. If he were indeed abandoned, the sole victim would be himself. He had yet to ascend to the position of Hokage. How could he so easily face his end? Jiraiya, you present a valid argument. However, Danzo's words do carry some weight. Should we proceed down this path, we would lose the trust of the people. If that were to happen, the village of Konoha would descend into chaos, and when other villages come knocking, our fate would be sealed. At this juncture, Hirazuna Sarutobi was acutely aware of Danzo's perspective, yet he recognized the truth in the latter's statement. If Konoha were to crumble under his watch, he would be forever branded as a historical villain. Teacher, enough. Jiraiya, your words are unnecessary. My decision is made. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly dismissed Jiraiya's suggestion, intending to seek alternative solutions. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo was elated, having unexpectedly succeeded in persuading Hiruzen, and he began to harbor resentment towards Jiraiya, contemplating ways to eliminate him. I believe we could have Jiraiya engage with Ye Muyun. I hold great confidence in Jiraiya's abilities. Not only could he uncover the true intentions of the other party, but he could also ascertain their weaknesses. If their aim is to destroy the village, words would be unnecessary, and we would act decisively against them. Conversely, if they wish to cooperate, we might negotiate terms, provided they are not excessively unreasonable. We could implement this plan over the long term until our objectives are achieved. I refuse to believe that an individual can possess no desires or weaknesses. Once we grasp their vulnerabilities, the initiative will lie with us. After pondering for a moment, Shimura Danzo proposed a strategy to incite animosity between Jiraiya and the other party, allowing him to reap the benefits from the ensuing conflict. Chapter 59. The bewildering array seated in the Hokage's chair, Sarutobi Hiruzen, after hearing Danzo's proposal, decided to adopt the suggestion. Jiraiya, this mission is entrusted to you. The future of our village relies on you. Thus, Jiraiya was assigned the task by the two, reluctantly accepting his role. Yun, Jiraiya has returned. Itachi appeared beside Ye Muyun, directly stating the situation. Itachi, could you refrain from entering through the window every time? If I weren't accustomed to it, I would think someone was attempting to ambush me. Ye Muyun, with an expression of exasperation, voiced his dissatisfaction at Itachi's unconventional entrance. My apologies. I won't do it again. Itachi offered an apologetic smile, planning to enter through the door next time. Rest assured, Itachi, regardless of who it is, I am confident in my ability to handle the situation. After all, I am quite formidable. Recently, Ye Muyun had experienced a notable enhancement in strength, which led to a burgeoning sense of pride. He could now barely manage to use formations to ensnare those of weaker prowess without issue. Oh, shall we find a place to spar? I wish to see how much your skills have progressed. Upon hearing Ye Muyun's words, Itachi expressed a desire to engage in a friendly competition, as he found none among his peers capable of offering a challenge, with Ye Muyun being a considerable exception. Certainly, let us go and seek a quiet place. Thus, the two individuals agreed to meet at a certain location for a friendly spar. Coincidentally, this venue was the same place where Ye Muyun had previously guided those youngsters in their training. To his surprise, it was a day off, which left Ye Muyun feeling somewhat awkward. Brother, what brings you here? It's a rare sight to see you, especially since we've hardly seen you outside of our school hours, exclaimed Uzumaki Naruto, who had just leaped forward in astonishment. Naruto, have you been getting a bit too cocky lately? How dare you jest with your older brother? It seems your training regimen has been insufficient. Please, brother. I was merely joking. As soon as Ye Muyun mentioned intensifying their training, a shiver ran through the others present. Recently, Ye Muyun had been pushing them to enhance their foundational strength, introducing exercises such as weighted squats, and even providing them with weighted vests. Although the training was arduous, they had indeed felt a marked improvement in their physical conditioning. However, given their current struggles, the thought of increasing the intensity further left them fearing that they might not even be able to stand. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the others quickly subdued Naruto, hoping Ye Muyun would overlook the earlier remarks. All right. I was merely jesting. Your age is not suited for higher intensity training. What you're currently doing is quite commendable, Ye Muyun reassured them, finding joy in their perceptiveness and choosing to forgive them. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. This scene left Uchiha Itachi, who stood nearby, pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that his younger brother would be so obedient and had formed such commendable friendships, which brought him a sense of comfort. Shortly, I shall engage in a spar with Itachi. You all should observe closely, as it may prove beneficial for you, Ye Muyun declared, clarifying his purpose for being there, hoping they would glean some insights. Brother Ye, please don't just go through the motions like last time. We barely learned anything. Indeed, it's true. Sasuke is correct. Brother, We wish to broaden our horizons this time. Thus, everyone expressed their eagerness to witness more than the last encounter had afforded them. Oh, Hinata, do you share this sentiment as well? With a serene expression, Ye Muyun gazed at them and curiously inquired of Hinata Hyuga, who quietly stood nearby. I merely hope that brother Ye remains unscathed. Whether I learn anything is of secondary importance. If I do not comprehend something, I shall seek your guidance. Hinata, now displaying considerably more courage than before, spoke without the timidity that had once characterized her. Observing the adorably brave Hinata, Ye Muyun abandoned his initial intention to impose a stern lesson upon them. Ha, understood. Everyone, find a safe place to wait. I fear that I may lose control in the heat of the moment and inadvertently harm you. Upon hearing Ye Muyun's words, Naruto and the others promptly sought refuge, their expressions brimming with anticipation for the ensuing battle. Come on, Itachi. Let us engage with full vigor this time. With that, Ye Muyun distanced himself from Uchiha Itachi, his eyes alight with combat fervor. At this moment, Itachi's heart was equally tumultuous. Through their time together, he had grown increasingly fond of Ye Muyun as a friend. Ye Muyun's perspective was distinctly different from that of ordinary individuals, and his utterances often resonated deeply with Itachi. Thus, the two locked eyes, seemingly urging one another to strike first. Observing this standoff, Ye Muyun reluctantly decided to initiate the confrontation. Illusion formation. With a mere snap of his fingers, an invisible array manifested beneath his feet, enveloping the area within several meters in its confines. Since his mastery of the Tao had reached a significant level, he discovered the ability to harness the spiritual energy within his body to commune with the celestial energies and create formations in the void. However, the efficacy was somewhat diminished without a proper array plate to unleash its full potential. In that moment, Ye Muyun was not preoccupied with such considerations. He merely wished to test the formation's might. Sensing Ye Muyun's movement, Itachi's vigilance heightened, and he activated his Sharingan, acutely aware that the atmosphere had shifted. Itachi, I've made the first move. Do you dare to come and test it? Hearing Ye Muyun's taunt, Itachi remained undeterred, swiftly drawing a shuriken to initiate his own assault. The shuriken whirled rapidly through the air, piercing through Ye Muyun's form, causing Itachi to startle. What technique is this? At that moment, he realized the peculiarity of Ye Muyun's earlier maneuver and suspected he may have fallen victim to an illusion, prompting him to form hand seals in an attempt to dispel the illusion. Truly impressive, Itachi, to have discerned it so swiftly. However, this illusion formation is not of your typical ninjutsu. At this moment, Ye Muyun, ensnared in the mesmerizing array, observed Itachi's actions and silently praised him. Itachi, having tried several methods to dispel the opponent's illusion without success, began to feel anxious, unaware that he was trapped not by ninjutsu, but by the very essence of the world's spiritual energy. As long as he remained within this realm, he would be affected. Meanwhile, a few spectators, quietly observing the battle, were intrigued by Uchiha Itachi's continuous formation of hand seals in front of Ye Muyun. What could be troubling my elder brother? Why does he remain stationary, merely forming seals instead of launching an attack? Is he perhaps preparing to execute a specific technique? Naruto Uzumaki pondered, his curiosity piqued by the unfolding situation. No, wait. I once studied some methods to break illusions within my clan. It seems that Uchiha Itachi is employing such a technique. I suspect he has fallen victim to an illusion. Nara Shikamaru, attentively observing Itachi's hand signs, immediately voiced his hypothesis. What? My brother is under an illusion? But he is the genius of our clan, exceptionally skilled in illusions. Uchiha Sasuke, overhearing their conversation, felt a surge of disbelief, unwilling to accept that his brother could be ensnared. Sasuke, take another look. Ever since Ye Muyun snapped his fingers, your brother has been erratically moving in place, as if caught in an illusion, yet it feels distinctly different from the illusions we know, Shikamaru urged. After considering Shikamaru's words, Sasuke suppressed his skepticism and continued to observe. To his astonishment, the situation indeed unfolded as Shikamaru had described. Damn it, what kind of illusion is this? Why can't I find a way to break free after so many attempts? At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, having exhausted all means, felt a deep sense of helplessness, while simultaneously admiring Ye Muyun's prowess. Itachi, spare yourself the effort. The formation I employed can only be unraveled with spiritual energy, or you must wait until my energy is depleted. Otherwise, you will remain trapped within. Ye Muyun's voice echoed around him, startling Itachi. He did not fully comprehend what Ye Muyun meant by spiritual energy, but it was clear that his current self was incapable of breaking free. However, Ye Muyun did not appear overly relaxed. Maintaining such a formation had already consumed a significant portion of his spiritual energy. He sensed that if this continued, not only would he be unable to defeat his opponent, but he might also fall victim to his own trap. After assessing the effectiveness of his formation, Ye Muyun decided to dismantle it and engage Itachi in a proper battle. Chapter 60. Has Itachi been defeated? As Ye Muyun dispelled the effects of the illusionary formation, Uchiha Itachi, who had been ensnared within, sensed the peculiar aura dissipate. Muyun, I truly cannot underestimate you. I never anticipated that even I would be unable to break free from your Jinjutsu. It seems that most of the villagers are similarly trapped here. However, having released the formation, it must have taken a considerable toll on you, Itachi remarked with a calm demeanor, articulating his thoughts. Ha ha ha, as expected of you, Itachi. You've seen right through me. You won't hold it against me for using you as a subject of my experiment, will you? Ye Muyun replied, elated at having his strategy unveiled. If it were anyone else, they would have reacted with hostility, but not this time. At that moment, Ye Muyun felt a presence behind him. Itachi had stealthily positioned himself, brandishing a kunai against his throat. You truly are a cunning one, Itachi, he exclaimed, taken aback by Itachi's swift readiness to attack during their exchange. What does cunning mean? Itachi inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face as he held Ye Muyun in check from behind. Nothing of consequence. However, defeating me in this manner will not be so simple, Ye Muyun declared, executing the Three Souls Shadow Step to instantaneously evade his previous position. Smiling at the bewildered Itachi. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's perception of Ye Muyun's capabilities was once again elevated, having escaped under such circumstances. It seemed they were destined for a serious confrontation. Oh, is that so? Barely had the words left his lips when a hand emerged from beneath Ye Muyun's feet, gripping him tightly, while another Itachi sprang forth, unleashing ninjutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Several shuriken enveloped in flames hurtled towards Ye Muyun. Blade Dance, Yin-Yang Rotation. With no alternative, Ye Muyun drew his sword, employing a defensive sword technique to counter the sudden assault. Itachi, anticipating Ye Muyun's defensive maneuver, exerted force to drag him down into the earth, submerging him up to his waist. Yet, Ye Muyun utilized the Three Souls Shadow Step once more, evading the predicament. He recognized Itachi's formidable strength as an array of techniques unfolded before him. Had it not been for his ability to teleport, he would have already succumbed. At this juncture, Itachi was relentless, denying Ye Muyun even a moment's respite. He surrounded Ye Muyun with his real body and two shadow clones, with the clones feigning attacks while the original wielded his Sharingan to ensnare Ye Muyun in an illusion. Sharingan. With a sudden glare from Itachi, Ye Muyun caught sight of his blood-red eyes and felt a surge of alarm within him. He had fallen victim to Itachi's illusion. At that moment, Ye Muyun stood frozen in place, while the other Itachi seized the opportunity to launch an attack. However, to his astonishment, Ye Muyun, ensnared in the illusion, managed to wield his sword for defense. Curiously, while trapped in the illusion, Ye Muyun felt a foggy sensation enveloping his mind. When suddenly a surge of sword energy ascended within him, shattering the illusion and restoring his consciousness. The Itachi attempting to surround him was taken aback, realizing that his illusion had been dispelled so swiftly, leaving him bewildered as to how Ye Muyun had achieved this. Upon regaining awareness, Ye Muyun found himself besieged by Itachi's shadow clones. With determination, he unleashed a sword technique that dismantled the clones. Hunyuan 3 Styles. The suffering of mortals enters the cycle. With his sword dancing rapidly, beams of light emanated around him, distorting the very fabric of reality as if he were ensnared in an ethereal dream. A cry of anguish escaped the shadow clones of Itachi as they were torn into countless pieces, vanishing with a resounding crash. From a distance, Itachi witnessed this unfolding scene, receiving the memories transmitted from his shadow clone. A cold sweat trickled down his back as he was engulfed by fear at the sight of that recent technique. Perplexed by how Ye Muyun had conjured such a sword style, as Ye Muyun executed the technique, he felt a sense of weightlessness, as if he were not wielding a sword but expressing an artistic form, relishing in the experience. Gradually, he came to his senses, a hint of trepidation settling in his heart. The sensation of his technique controlling his very spirit was profoundly unsettling. Perhaps his current strength was insufficient to wield such a technique without succumbing to control, but he believed that with time and training, he would grow stronger. After contemplating this, he gazed once more at Uchiha Itachi, who had come to a halt, piqued by curiosity. All right, I concede. We are merely sparring. There is no need for it to become a life-and-death struggle. This time, you are the victor, Muyun. At that moment, Itachi, regaining his composure, understood that if he continued to press the attack, he could not be certain if he could withstand whatever measures Ye Muyun might employ, and thus he chose to withdraw. But Itachi, why do you concede? We have only just begun. I find myself still yearning for more. At this moment, Ye Muyun, having gained an advantage, feigns innocence, fully aware that his opponent is capable of continuing the fight, yet chooses to refrain from doing so, fearing the potential for mishap. Upon hearing Ye Muyun's words, Itachi can only manage a wry smile, internally lamenting that if Ye Muyun were truly satisfied, he might well be seeking him out a year from now. He does not believe he would be defeated by Ye Muyun. Rather, he is still recovering from the earlier swordplay, having discerned that his opponent does not entirely master the technique. Were it not for his own caution in deploying shadow clones for offense, the outcome could have been dire. Very well, let us engage in a proper duel next time. He concedes. Hey, you all, come over. It's time to conclude. Thus, this sparring session culminated in Ye Muyun's victory. Although it lacked martial merit, it nonetheless brought him joy. His strikes, though lacking in finesse, instilled fear in those who witnessed them, revealing his inexperience in combat. As the others approached upon hearing Ye Muyun's call, their excitement was palpable. They had not anticipated such a riveting encounter, albeit one that ended rather abruptly. Now that our sparring has concluded, how about we take this opportunity to have a barbecue? It has been ages since we last enjoyed one together. Just then, Naruto Uzumaki suggested a camping trip to celebrate his elder brother's victory, primarily motivated by his hunger. The others present expressed their indifference, and thus commenced their first gathering. Each took to their respective tasks, bustling about in preparation, while Ye Muyun, lacking any skills, stood idly by, occasionally extending a hand to assist, only to be politely rebuffed, leaving him utterly speechless. The others, having learned from their previous barbecue mishap, were well aware that Ye Muyun had once thought barbecuing merely required hands. He had embarked on his own misguided endeavors, resulting in culinary creations that were barely palatable. Were it not for Naruto's timely intervention to smooth over the situation, Ye Muyun would have faced profound embarrassment. Henceforth, they tacitly agreed to let him remain on the sidelines, inadvertently enhancing their collective efficiency. Ye Muyun recognized their intentions were for his own good, and with no complaints, he found a spot to sit and observe their industriousness. His mind wandering back to days gone by. In the past, there had been someone who treated him similarly, a person who seemed to possess every skill imaginable, who, upon witnessing Ye Muyun's ineptitude, playfully remarked that he might never find a spouse. This remark had roused Ye Muyun's ire. Had he not been so young and outmatched, he would have confronted him. Yet, this reminiscent scene warmed Ye Muyun's heart, revealing the profound happiness that comes from being cared for by others. He pondered whether such individuals existed in his current life. Brother, what are you pondering so deeply? I've called your name for ages, yet you remain unresponsive. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki approached Ye Muyun and waved his hand in front of his eyes. When there was no response, he gently shook his shoulder, finally bringing Ye Muyun back to reality. Ah, it's you, Naruto. What brings you here? Ye Muyun inquired, curiosity piqued by Naruto's unexpected interruption. Big brother, everything is nearly prepared over there. I came to summon you. I didn't expect you to be so deeply engrossed in thought. Naruto exclaimed. What were you contemplating, anyway? He continued to chatter incessantly in Ye Muyun's ear, oblivious to the mounting frustration evident on Ye Muyun's face. Enough, Naruto. When did you become so talkative? You haven't stopped rambling. It's deafening. Ye Muyun gazed at Naruto Uzumaki with an expression of utter disillusionment, curiosity piqued by the transformation he had undergone. Once so docile and quiet, he was now incessantly chattering like a relentless machine. Hee, isn't it all thanks to my big brother? He said, feigning adorableness to praise his elder sibling. At that moment, Ye Muyun chose to disregard him and made his way towards the gathering of people drawn together by his presence, feeling a sense of companionship in his heart. Chapter 61. The eccentric uncle. Another week passed, and Ye Muyun continued his secluded training at home, with unexpectedly remarkable results. He had consumed a substantial portion of the spirit liquid contributed by the Nine Tails, reserving the remaining for his companions to use in body refining. After a week of diligent cultivation, Ye Muyun successfully ascended to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, thus entering the ranks of elite Jonin. However, as a cultivator, he was undoubtedly invincible among peers of the same realm. At this moment, Ye Muyun noticed a gradual rotation of spiritual energy within him, a precursor to foundation establishment, which significantly accelerated his training speed. In high spirits today, he resolved to take a stroll and share some spirit liquid with his friends. Thus, Ye Muyun departed from his home, walking through the village of Konoha, relishing this rare tranquility. He mused that had it not been for the occasional provocations from others, he likely would never have revealed his true strength. Not far behind him, a suspicious figure observed him intently. It was Jiraiya, returning to the village. In recent times, aside from gathering materials, he had been probing into the events that had transpired, convinced that his mentor was concealing something from him. After all, why would he oppose such individuals without cause? To his surprise, he uncovered several blind spots. He noticed that some clans were intentionally fostering connections between their younger members and Ye Muyun, most notably the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. While the Nara clan remained notably more composed, perhaps related to Ye Muyun's recent teaching of their kin in cultivation. To uncover the truth further, Jiraiya began to observe the younger generation. What astonished him was that Naruto could now control the Nine Tails. Initially, he intended to wait until Naruto matured a bit more before taking him on a journey to teach him how to harness the power of the Nine Tails. However, he heard that during the recent school duel, many witnesses noted the red aura emanating from Naruto, an unmistakable sign of the tailed beast chakra overflowing from his body. Thus, he eagerly focused his attention on Naruto, indeed sensing a trace of Nine Tails chakra within him, which had yet to exert any influence on its host. This revelation only deepened Jiraiya's curiosity about Ye Muyun, realizing that someone had managed to understand how to control the power of a tailed beast. He surmised that this was the truth his teacher had concealed, intending to extract the secrets of others and subsequently exert control over them. However, his understanding of Ye Muyun was exceedingly limited. He only knew of this individual through the accounts of others. After several days of observation, he noted that this person remained cooped up at home, seemingly engaged in nothing of significance, eschewing any form of leisure or socializing, which utterly reshaped Jiraiya's perceptions. Aside from adhering to a strict schedule of visiting a specific location daily, he would promptly return home thereafter. Just as Jiraiya contemplated forcibly entering to discover what the other was doing within, Ye Muyun unexpectedly emerged and began to wander around the village. This unexpected behavior left Jiraiya utterly bewildered. The conduct of this individual bore no resemblance to any ninja he had encountered over the years, lacking any discernible pattern. Fortunately, Ye Muyun's outing today presented an opportunity to glean some valuable intelligence, Jiraiya mused. Thus, as Ye Muyun meandered through the village, Jiraiya trailed behind, prompting onlookers to regard him as somewhat peculiar for following a young boy, especially one so strikingly handsome. Perhaps he possessed unique inclinations. Oblivious to the villagers' strange glances, Jiraiya remained engrossed in his pursuit. Eventually, Ye Muyun circled back home, shutting the door behind him without any apparent purpose. Jiraiya could no longer tolerate this fruitless day of following. He had accomplished nothing and returned home instead. Oh, he had inquired of a villager. What should one do when encountering a perverted uncle? Seeking advice, the villager was left dumbfounded, utterly at a loss. Ye Muyun, wearing an exasperated expression, swiftly departed from the scene and returned home. Jiraiya, who had overheard this exchange, mistakenly believed it to be a code with a contact, his mind still pondering the meaning of those words. In that moment, as Jiraiya reflected upon the scene, realization dawned upon him. Ye Muyun had long since detected his presence, and he had foolishly followed, only to be regarded as a creep. Just as Jiraiya readied himself to storm in, Ye Muyun's door swung open. At that moment, he beheld Ye Muyun holding a sign affixed to the door, inscribed with the words, "No entry for perverted uncles and dogs." Upon seeing this, Jiraiya was nearly overcome with rage, demanding, "You little rascal, what do you mean by this? What constitutes a perverted uncle?" Upon witnessing the enchanting woman emerging from beside the tree, Ye Muyun was momentarily taken aback. How could there be such peculiar transformations in another realm? The voice of this beauty resonated like that of an elderly man. At that moment, Jiraiya, noticing her dazed expression, recalled his recent excursion to the hot springs, where he had intended to gather inspiration, only to emerge in this unusual guise. To his astonishment, he found himself surrounded by women with similar intentions. Had he not sensed something amiss, his innocence would likely have been compromised. Since then, he had no desire to return, as the memories haunted him with a sort of mental pollution. With a decisive movement, Jiraiya dispelled his transformation technique, revealing his true self as he approached her. Ye Muyun, instantly recognizing him as the peculiar man who had shadowed her throughout the day, pointed a trembling finger in his direction, exclaiming nervously, "Do not come any closer. Shout as you may. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will hear you." He chuckled wickedly, intending to frighten the young girl. "Do not come any closer," she repeated, but Jiraiya paid little heed to her protests, drawing nearer until he found himself less than a meter away from Ye Muyun. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way, releasing an overwhelmingly foul odor that wafted through the air. "What in the world is this wretched stench?" he gasped, feeling the noxious scent surge to his head, rendering him ill. As he glanced at the sticky substance clinging to him, he instinctively scooped a handful and brought it to his nose, nearly succumbing to the horror of the moment. "I warned you not to approach. Look at what happened. You've fallen into a pit." Ye Muyun, regaining her composure, explained with a hint of satisfaction. "Oh, you insufferable brat. What on earth is this foul substance? Get me out of here." At that moment, Jiraiya felt as if he had plunged into a cesspool, his composure shattered. Anyone in his position would feel equally distressed. "If you wish for me to release you, you must first reveal why you have been following me. What is your true intention?" Ye Muyun seemed completely oblivious to the peculiar scent as he approached the edge of the pit, gazing down at Jiraiya, who was ensnared within. "Well, since you've discovered me, I might as well divulge the truth. Just don't forget to release me afterward. I can no longer endure this wretched place," he lamented. With no other recourse, Jiraiya acquiesced. Who would wish to remain in such a foul pit, feeling as if maggots were crawling over him? "No problem. As long as you confess, I shall certainly set you free." Thus, Jiraiya, suppressing his discomfort, revealed the purpose of his visit to Ye Muyun. Ye Muyun quickly grasped that Jiraiya had been sent by someone to gather intelligence. To his astonishment, he recognized Jiraiya as one of the legendary Sannin mentioned by Itachi. He deemed it unnecessary to deceive someone of such stature and decided to spare him, provided he was not there to instigate trouble. With a snap of his fingers, the surroundings transformed instantaneously. Jiraiya found himself back in Ye Muyun's courtyard, utterly bewildered, staring at the grinning Ye Muyun. He patted his own body, realizing that nothing had changed. At that moment, Jiraiya finally comprehended that he had fallen victim to Ye Muyun's genjutsu. The previous sensations had felt strikingly real, leaving him astonished as he pondered when he had been ensnared. "How did you accomplish that?" he inquired, still reeling from the earlier experience. "As for how I did it, you needn't concern yourself. After all, it is my secret. Who would divulge their secrets to another?" replied Ye Muyun with a playful smirk. Hearing these words, Jiraiya held his tongue and nodded in agreement, preparing to engage with him more earnestly. Chapter 62. Confrontation. Subsequently, Ye Muyun led Jiraiya into his home, intending to have a discussion. Upon entering the modest dwelling, Jiraiya surveyed the Spartan room, devoid of any entertainment amenities or forbidden tomes, yet remarkably clean, so pristine that even a mouse would shed tears. At that moment, Jiraiya began to admire Ye Muyun, astonished that he could endure such an environment without longing to escape. Had Ye Muyun not been privy to his thoughts, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. "Do you think I wish for this? It is the incessant scheming of troublesome individuals that has led me to this plight." Only a few days had passed in this seemingly tranquil abode, and despite presenting himself as harmless, he still yearned to escape this wretched place. "Jiraiya, make yourself comfortable. Aside from the bed, you may sit wherever you wish." Ye Muyun warmly beckoned from his perch on the bed, observing Jiraiya's evident bewilderment. "Well, then," Jiraiya conceded, settling cross-legged on the floor, casting a resigned glance at Ye Muyun. The room had once boasted several chairs, but Ye Muyun's insatiable curiosity had led him to experiment with the effects of yin-yang sword energy, resulting in the unfortunate destruction of all available seating. Now, only the bed remained, yet it seemed unlikely anyone would seek him out. An awkward silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances. "Ahem, Jiraiya, as you can see, my living conditions are rather dire. I would gladly provide you a chair if only the village chief had not allocated me such meager accommodations, Ye Muyun lamented, gesturing helplessly. I will address your concerns with them, Jiraiya replied, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. As long as you are willing to cooperate with us and refrain from endangering the village, we can come to an arrangement. At that moment, Jiraiya felt a surge of indignation. How could his mentor treat others in such a manner and expect him to remain content? Surely, if a better opportunity arose, he would take his leave without a second thought. This is futile. I was promised a larger courtyard as compensation, yet here I am, waiting for nearly a month. He sighed. If this place continues to treat me poorly, I shall seek refuge elsewhere. Realizing that Jiraiya had been misled, Ye Muyun perceived an opportunity to leverage the situation for greater advantage. That cannot be allowed. Rest assured, I will communicate your grievances to the higher-ups. You shall receive a satisfactory response. Upon hearing that Jiraiya contemplated leaving Konoha, a wave of panic washed over him, for this was not the scenario he had envisioned. Wasn't Jiraiya's presence supposed to be tied to Naruto and the others? Clearly, there had been a miscommunication regarding the situation. Let it be, Jiraiya. I cannot put you in a difficult position. Your long journey back for this matter seems unnecessary, for I have no intention of causing any harm to Konoha. Since others do not wish for my presence here, I may as well take my leave promptly. Observing Jiraiya's anxious demeanor, he felt a glimmer of hope and decided to press the matter further, contemplating whether he could truly achieve his objective this time. If you insist on departing, then let us engage in a duel. After much deliberation, Jiraiya, wishing to accommodate his request, realized that returning without any compelling argument would lack persuasiveness. Thus, he resolved to test the waters through combat. What is happening? This is not what he had anticipated. Why has the situation deviated from his expectations? Do the inhabitants here truly prefer to resolve matters through fighting? At that moment, Ye Muyun stared at Jiraiya in bewilderment, noticing the unwavering determination reflected in his eyes, suggesting that this had been premeditated. Very well, let us change our location. No sooner had he spoken than Ye Muyun snapped his fingers, instantly conjuring a formation that transported them both to a designated site. What is this? Jiraiya soon realized he had been transported to a forest, initially suspecting he had fallen victim to an illusion, only to discover that it was indeed real, leaving him momentarily incredulous as he gazed at Ye Muyun. My apologies. I intended to bring you to a place I frequently visit, but an error occurred, leading us here instead. Since Ye Muyun had comprehended the original true solution to a minor degree, he had mastered a teleportation formation, albeit limited to fixed points and requiring substantial chakra for each use. Fortunately, he had previously experimented with a potion made by blending spiritual liquid and toad oil, unexpectedly finding it effective in restoring his energy, thus allowing for a bit of extravagance. Today marked his first attempt at using it, and he was still somewhat inexperienced, resulting in minor complications. At that moment, Jiraiya was oblivious to Ye Muyun's explanations, utterly astonished by his abilities. The mastery of space-time ninjutsu, a formidable technique once wielded by the fastest man, left him in awe. In an instant, Jiraiya found himself captivated by Ye Muyun's prowess, his opinion of him significantly elevated. While he inwardly chastised his own teacher for being such a fool to consider opposing someone of this caliber. Having secured the location, Jiraiya declared, as Ye Muyun began to ingest several restorative elixirs, endeavoring to recuperate from his earlier exertions. I shall not show mercy from this point onward. May you survive. Jiraiya mused, indifferent to what his opponent was consuming, his thoughts solely focused on the impending battle, anticipating further surprises from his adversary. Ninjutsu, Toad Oil Bullet. Recognizing his opponent's remarkable agility, Jiraiya aimed to restrict their movements. A jet of inky black oil erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Ye Muyun. 3 souls. Wandering Shadow Step. In response, Ye Muyun discerned Jiraiya's intentions and deftly evaded the oncoming attack. Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, Jiraiya executed the Shadow Clone Technique, intending to ensnare his opponent. Subsequently, 2 of Jiraiya's clones surged toward Ye Muyun in an assault. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Ye Muyun engaged with Jiraiya's clones, realizing that his opponent's physical prowess was indeed formidable, compelling him to defend with considerable effort. Ninjutsu, Lion's Mane Technique. Seizing an opportunity, Jiraiya began to weave hand signs to unleash his ninjutsu. As his incantation concluded, his hair elongated instantaneously, transforming into needle-like strands that lunged toward Ye Muyun. Sword dance, yin-yang rotation. Recognizing a chance, Ye Muyun utilized his agility to escape the encirclement of Jiraiya's clones, swiftly drawing his sword and invoking a defensive sword technique. Clang, clang, clang. The protective barrier formed by his sword clashed with Jiraiya's hair, producing a cacophony of sounds. This won't suffice. I must escape. Observing that the hair had entirely enveloped the protective barrier, Ye Muyun resolved not to remain passive. He executed a swift body technique, teleporting away. Jiraiya, outside, was taken aback by his opponent's unanticipated means of escape. Without hesitation, he commanded his two clones to restrain Ye Muyun while he rapidly began to weave hand signs. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Just as Ye Muyun prepared to catch his breath, he was swiftly seized by his opponent's opportunity to launch an attack, nearly exhausting him. Without hesitation, Ye Muyun infused his sword with spiritual energy and cleaved the incoming fire dragon in two. At that moment, he resolved to abandon his defensive stance. Knowing that persistent defense would surely lead to his demise, he intended to confront his adversary head-on. Consequently, Ye Muyun wielded his sword, striking several times at the encroaching shadow clones, unleashing waves of sword energy that disrupted their advance, and charged directly towards the original body. Jiraiya, taken aback by the proficiency of Ye Muyun's swordsmanship, found his ninjutsu nearly severed, and narrowly avoided the destruction of his shadow clone, thanks to his seasoned experience. At that moment, as Jiraiya observed multiple afterimages approaching him, he realized his opponent was intent on engaging him directly. He concentrated his chakra in his right hand, forming a blue sphere of wind, and launched it towards Ye Muyun. Rasengan! Ye Muyun sensed the impending danger, executing a swift maneuver in midair to land behind Jiraiya, brandishing his sword in a decisive swing. Bang! The Jiraiya struck by Ye Muyun's sword energy suddenly transformed into a cloud of white smoke, vanishing from sight. Alarmed, Ye Muyun recognized the ruse and promptly began to channel the surrounding spiritual energy to set up a formation. Fire release, toad oil fireball. As his words fell, Jiraiya, in conjunction with his shadow clones, unleashed a formidable combination ninjutsu, demonstrating astonishing power. A massive flame surged towards Ye Muyun, who was still airborne, incinerating a wide swath of trees in its wake. Water spirit formation. In that fleeting instant, Ye Muyun expended a significant amount of spiritual energy to establish a water-based defensive formation. A protective barrier formed from a large volume of water enveloped him, colliding with the oncoming flames. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the forest, creating a dense mist of water vapor, shrouding the area in obscurity. The immense impact sent a cloud of dust swirling, as Jiraiya shielded his eyes with his hands, his hair whipping wildly in the gusts. Within the formation, Ye Muyun fared somewhat better, though he was winded from the substantial depletion of spiritual energy. He surveyed the defense's effectiveness with satisfaction, albeit aware of the high energy cost. He quickly swallowed a few pills to replenish his energy, his complexion improving significantly. Seizing the moment, Ye Muyun infused his sword with spiritual energy, preparing to execute his sword technique. Outside the formation, Jiraiya struggled to see through the mist, his vision severely impaired. Wind release, great breakthrough. Thus, Jiraiya swiftly formed several hand seals, summoning the wind to disperse the mist. As a result, he beheld Ye Muyun seemingly preparing to unleash a formidable technique, prompting him to immediately commence his defensive ninjutsu. Jiraiya, let us see if you can withstand this blow. Primordial One style, a single cold radiance across 90,000 miles. Upon uttering these words, Ye Muyun deftly directed his sword, which soared rapidly towards Jiraiya. In an instant, a flash of sword light vanished from sight. Earth style, Earth flow wall. At that moment, Jiraiya sensed the impending danger and intensified his chakra output, executing his defensive ninjutsu. Before him emerged several earthen walls, poised to intercept Ye Muyun's assault. Bang! The sword effortlessly shattered the walls, sending debris flying, utterly ineffective as a barrier. Ever since Ye Muyun had comprehended the essence of yin-yang sword intent, the potency of all his sword techniques had seen a significant augmentation, had it been in the past. Perhaps it might have been blocked. How can this be? Realizing the dire situation, Jiraiya hastily retreated. Bang! A deep pit, several meters wide, now marked the spot he had just vacated, sending chills down his spine. He was grateful for not having chosen to endure the strike. After executing that formidable attack, Ye Muyun's complexion paled considerably, having infused a substantial amount of spiritual energy, resulting in immense power. Observing Jiraiya's successful escape, he understood that the disparity between them was far from trivial. Indeed, he was one of the legendary Sannin, truly formidable. Ye Muyun, it appears I have underestimated you. I never anticipated you could compel me to this extent. I intend to unleash my full power now, so be cautious. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, he had failed to acknowledge the gravity of Ye Muyun's condition, mistakenly believing he was facing an adversary of equal strength, and began to form the summoning seal. Slow down. Summoning technique. At this moment, Ye Muyun was filled with despair. He lacked the strength to continue fighting. While his opponent erroneously assumed he was formidable and intended to exert his full power. Before he could voice his concerns, Jiraiya executed his ninjutsu. Bang! As the words left his lips, a thick cloud of white mist materialized before Jiraiya. Gradually, the mist dissipated, revealing a colossal toad in its place. The creature, with a pipe nestled in its mouth and a massive sword several meters long at its side, left Ye Muyun utterly dumbfounded. This is none other than Gamabunta. During the time Ye Muyun spent at Muyun Mountain, aside from the frequent visits from the formidable Gamabunta, the entity he spent the most time with was indeed this large toad. The imposing demeanor of Gamabunta, reminiscent of a powerful overlord, captivated the relatively weak Ye Muyun, who looked up to him with great admiration. After all, one could never tell when he might need the assistance of this elder brother, hence their harmonious interactions. Ye Muyun would occasionally share tales from his previous world, which piqued Gamabunta's interest, particularly the narratives of a leader accompanied by a band of followers. Ah, Bunta. It has been quite a while. Jiraiya nimbly leaped onto Gamabunta's head, greeting him with familiarity. Oh, it's you, Jiraiya. Have you encountered some troubles? Do you require my assistance? Gamabunta replied nonchalantly, exhaling a puff of smoke. Haha, I have merely encountered an intriguing young spirit. After a spar, I discovered his prowess to be quite commendable, and I thought I might call upon you for support. At that moment, Jiraiya brimmed with enthusiasm, as if this moment truly embodied his essence. Oh, is that so? Allow me to see what sort of young spirit you speak of. With that, Gamabunta began to search for the individual Jiraiya mentioned, aware that the vastness of the forest made spotting a human quite a challenge due to their diminutive size. Boss Bunta, it has been ages. Ye Muyun called out from below, noticing that they seemed to be searching for him. Little Muyun, what brings you here? I wondered why I couldn't find you on Muyun Mountain. I never expected you to have crossed paths with Jiraiya. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Gamabunta looked down and was taken aback to see Ye Muyun waving his arms energetically. Bunta, do you know this young spirit? Jiraiya inquired upon hearing their exchange, surprised to learn of their acquaintance. Indeed, this little one has resided at Muyun Mountain for several months. It is said that he is highly regarded by the great sage Toad, which led me to engage with him. I found him to be quite remarkable. With that, Gamabunta began to recount some tales of Ye Muyun's time at Muyun Mountain to Jiraiya. What? He is the child of destiny spoken of by the great sage Toad? How can this be? Surely the great sage Toad has made an error. Jiraiya gazed at Ye Muyun in disbelief, instinctively voicing his confusion. How dare you question the words of the esteemed great sage, Jiraiya? How could he make such a mistake? Upon hearing Jiraiya's doubt regarding the great Toad sage, the Toad was instantly filled with indignation, shaking his head vehemently, as if to cast Jiraiya off. My sincerest apologies. Wenta, I do not doubt the words of the great Toad sage. I merely find it somewhat hard to believe. Realizing his error, Jiraiya quickly offered an apology. Upon hearing Jiraiya's heartfelt contrition, Wenta chose to let it go and instead turned his gaze to Yemu. Young Yemu, when do you intend to return? Lord Shima has been persistently inquiring about you. It has been quite some time since I have had the pleasure of your storytelling. Wenta looked at him with eager anticipation, hoping that he would accompany him. Observing their camaraderie, Jiraiya began to reassess the young lad. If what the great Toad sage had conveyed were indeed true, then a complete reevaluation of plans was in order. Well, I am not inclined to return just yet, but it shall not be long before I do. Would you kindly inquire if Naruto could accompany me? In Yemu's mind, Myaboku Mountain resembled a logistical base, a place to procure materials for elixirs or to gather spiritual liquid, which could be easily acquired by residing there for a while. At present, he still possessed these essentials, and given that he had only recently returned, there was no immediate need to revisit the toads and potentially be fed insects. He intended to wait until Naruto officially embarked on his training before taking him along. Very well, I shall relay your message to the great Toad Sage. I will notify you when the time comes. Although you lack chakra, you have still entered into a contract with us, so as long as you consent, we can reach out to you proactively. With that, Winter remarked that there was nothing more to discuss, and with a resounding thud, he departed. Jiraiya, shall we continue the game? At this moment, Ye Muyun observed Jiraiya, who stood lost in thought, and cautiously inquired, I shall cease this endeavor. The situation has surpassed my expectations. I need to reflect on how to secure the utmost benefits for you. After all, you are a person of significance to the great sage Toad, surely possessing extraordinary qualities. Thus, my intention is to earnestly draw you into my camp. Interrupted by Ye Muyun's words, Jiraiya regarded him and waved his hand dismissively, refusing the proposition. In truth, matters are not as complicated as you perceive. As long as you refrain from provoking me, I will contentedly pursue my own affairs. Furthermore, if you can provide me and Naruto with favorable living conditions, I shall remain here without hesitation. At this juncture, Ye Muyun recognized the importance of seizing such a splendid opportunity and promptly lowered his demands. As for his vendetta against Shimura Danzo, he resolved to address it himself once his strength reached the foundational level. Jiraiya was taken aback by the unexpectedly modest request, which vastly differed from his initial assumptions. Truly, it was evident that Ye Muyun was esteemed by the great sage Toad. His remarkable composure was not something ordinary individuals could rival. Jiraiya had intended to advocate for a higher position for him, but it seemed he had overestimated the situation. Very well, I comprehend your requests. I shall convey your words to the Hokage. If all proceeds as anticipated, arrangements will be made for you shortly. After assuring Ye Muyun, Jiraiya departed, intending to return promptly to confer with his mentor. Chapter 64. The Summoning Technique. In the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed. In a certain part of the Hidden Leaf Village, Ye Muyun found himself before several young shinobi, discussing a matter of significance. Everyone has been training diligently for quite some time now. How do you feel about your progress? The assembled individuals began to share their experiences regarding the changes in their bodies, with the most pronounced transformation being that of Uzumaki Naruto. Brother, I can sense that energy you mentioned flowing within me. Am I capable of training like you now? At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto exuberantly recounted his transformations, gazing expectantly at his brother. The others, upon hearing Naruto's declaration, looked at him in astonishment. What? Are you all unaware of what this energy sensation is? At this moment, Ye Muyun noticed the confusion of several others and directly inquired, Brother Ye, you haven't mentioned this to us before. Sasuke, seeing that the others were hesitant to respond, stepped forward, appearing to be unaware of the topic. Well, I considered that you three have your own family legacies, so I didn't specifically discuss it with you. If you intend to abandon what you have learned and train with me, I will formally begin teaching you in due time. Thus, Ye Muyun began to articulate his thoughts, recognizing that some families place great emphasis on their traditions, and he should not interfere too much. Brother Ye, I wish to train with you, Hinata declared, stepping forward while Sasuke was still contemplating whether to relinquish his chakra and other training methods. Is that all right, Hinata? Ye Muyun was utterly astonished that Hinata would choose to forsake her family's teachings in favor of training within an unfamiliar system. Yes. Originally filled with a trace of hesitation, upon seeing Naruto, she resolved to take the risk. No worries, I understand that you all have your own struggles. You can return home and discuss it with your families. If you have any thoughts, next week on this day, in this very place, I will formally teach you how to train. Ye Muyun observed the inner turmoil on everyone's faces, except for Naruto, who appeared completely at ease, having long desired to cultivate alongside his brother. Subsequently, the three of them, burdened with thoughts, made their way home, while Ye Muyun led Naruto to a particular location. It turned out that during this time, Frosh had sent word that he agreed with Ye Muyun's proposal, provided Naruto signed a contract. Therefore, Ye Muyun took Naruto to seek out Jiraiya. Initially, he could have directly taken Naruto to Mount Myaboku, but he found it rather troublesome to always lead him there. Coincidentally, Jiraiya was present, so it was simpler to console them. Before long, Ye Muyun and Naruto arrived at a riverbank. They spotted Jiraiya stealthily hiding in the bushes, ogling the beautiful women playing in the water, a scene that was undeniably enticing. As a fine young man, how could he behave so shamelessly? Consequently, Ye Muyun joined him, sharing in the amusement and occasionally commenting on the spectacle. Meanwhile, Naruto stood by, bewildered, watching the two, unsure of what was so captivating about those women, and slightly annoyed. He approached them. Hey, brother, Weren't you supposed to bring me here for something? Why are you just messing around? With a determined stride, Naruto dashed to the shore, deliberately exposing both himself and his companion to the public eye. He stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at Ye Muyun and Jiraiya. Ah, sisters. There's a pervert. Quick, let us get out of here. Resulting in a cacophony of shrieks. The scantily clad beauties hastily clutched their garments and fled the scene. You little brat. Where did you come from to ruin my grand opportunity? Such splendid material has been wasted. Jiraiya, witnessing the retreat of the beauties, could no longer contain his frustration. He strode forward and grabbed Naruto by the collar, glaring at him with ire. Hey, don't be angry, Jiraiya. This is all a misunderstanding. Initially touched by the arrival of his elder brother to mediate, Naruto was soon taken aback when he noticed Jiraiya being handed an enormous wooden stick. In a state of bewilderment, Jiraiya stared at Ye Muyun, instinctively accepting the stick. The two exchanged glances, realizing the atmosphere had grown rather awkward. Ahem, I thought you were going to teach him a lesson, so I figured I might be able to assist in some way. At this moment, Ye Muyun awkwardly chuckled, discreetly discarding the stick he had concealed behind his back. Originally, I intended to frighten this little rascal, but to my surprise, it was you. Had I not heard him call you big brother, I would have thought you were about to act against your own kin. Jiraiya pondered as he looked at the stick in his hand. Never mind, what brings you here? He then set Naruto down and turned to gather his belongings. I came to ask you to have Naruto sign the summoning contract. After all, it would be more convenient for him when he visits Mount Myaboku, saving me the trouble of escorting him myself, Ye Muyun stated directly. Very well, little rascal, come here. Understanding the purpose behind the request, Jiraiya readily agreed, not giving it a second thought, especially since the boy bore a striking resemblance to his own disciple. Upon hearing their conversation, Naruto obediently approached Jiraiya and inscribed his name upon the summoning scroll. From that moment forth, Naruto would be able to summon the toads of Mount Myaboku. At that instant, Ye Muyun pondered a query. He wondered if he could summon them using spiritual energy. If so, how would he accomplish this? After all, he did not possess the same abilities as they did to form seals. Jiraiya, could I trouble you for a favor? What is it? Jiraiya inquired curiously, unsure of Ye Muyun's intentions. I wish to see if I can summon the toads of Mount Myaboku, but I lack the summoning technique. Would you be able to teach me? I would like to give it a try. Upon hearing this request, Jiraiya deemed it a simple matter and proceeded to explain the technique to Ye Muyun while demonstrating it. After a while, Ye Muyun felt he had grasped the concept sufficiently, began to channel his spiritual energy, attempted to form the seals, and shouted, summoning technique. Ribbit. After a prolonged wait, a flock of crows flew overhead, leaving Ye Muyun feeling exceedingly embarrassed as he realized he had failed. Consequently, he had no choice but to seek assistance from the system. Little fairy, I need help. What should I do to summon the toad? Chapter 65. Master and apprentice, you cannot even manage such a simple task. What use are you? The system immediately mocked upon hearing Ye Muyun's plea. Oh, little fairy, I certainly do not possess your prowess. You are the most formidable system, unmatched in the world. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. So, could you please tell me how to accomplish this? There was no way around it. Ye Muyun truly did not wish to be struck by lightning for no reason. Humph. Then I shall graciously enlighten you. You do not need to form seals at all. Did you not learn the original true solution? Constructing a summoning array in one's heart suffices. The system, flattered for the first time, felt an immense sense of pride and immediately relayed this to him. Oh, how foolish of me. I completely forgot that my studies in array formation encompassed this aspect. I am profoundly grateful, my most esteemed little fairy. Thus, after appeasing the proud system, Ye Muyun commenced the construction of the summoning array. Come forth, great toad. As the others looked on, they beheld strange characters materializing around Ye Muyun, forming an array from which a magnificent toad gradually emerged from the ground. Jiraiya, astounded by Ye Muyun's technique, was taken aback. What on earth is this operation? Wait, how did I end up here? Jiraiya, did you summon me? To his astonishment, Ye Muyun had indeed summoned Gamabunta, who, after a gentle pat on the thigh, was briefed on the circumstances. Ah, so that is the case. This sensation is rather peculiar. It differs slightly from the summoning technique. It seems I have not sensed any chakra consumption. As Gamabunta recounted his experience of being summoned, he provided Ye Muyun with valuable information. Thank you immensely, Boss Gamabunta. If there is nothing else, you may return. After saying this, Ye Muyun watched Gamabunta, anticipating that once he departed, he would speak with Jiraiya about a matter. After a lengthy wait, the onlookers gazed at the gigantic toad before them, utterly dumbfounded. I cannot return, Gamabunta exclaimed, panic etched across his face, rendering him quite comical. Huh, you say you cannot return? What is happening? The others looked at Gamabunta with curiosity, eager to understand the situation. I do not know. I currently cannot release myself. It seems. I require your assistance to do so. Gamabunta fixed his gaze intently on Ye Muyun, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Well, this is my first time using it as well, so I am uncertain. Shall I attempt to deactivate the array and see if it works? With that, Ye Muyun began to halt the array's operation, obstructing the influx of spiritual energy. Before long, the crowd observed the enormous toad gradually vanishing from sight, the scene of its slow dissolution leaving them utterly astonished. Brother, how did you accomplish that just now? It was incredibly impressive. I wish to learn this technique. Naruto gazed at his elder brother with wide eyes, marveling at the enigmatic prowess that seemed to emanate from him. An array of techniques that appeared almost flamboyant. This is something you cannot emulate. After all, I do not cultivate chakra, which naturally sets me apart from you. At that moment, Jiraiya heard Ye Muyun's admission that he lacked chakra and instead harnessed a different system of power, which piqued his curiosity immensely. Muyun, you claim you do not practice chakra. What, then, do you cultivate? Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya promptly posed his question, his expression brimming with intrigue. What I practice is spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such a concept before. Spiritual energy is a force derived from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, Ye Muyun elaborated, clarifying the notion for him. It became apparent that this spiritual energy was akin to a form of sage arts, which explained the young boy's remarkable strength. Jiraiya mused. Naruto, come here. With that command, Naruto, bewildered, approached his elder brother. Jiraiya, would you be able to assist in unsealing the nine tails within Naruto? What? Are you out of your mind? I cannot possibly agree to such a preposterous request. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted dramatically, his face adopting a serious expression of refusal. Rest assured, the nine tails has become my ally now. It poses no threat to Naruto. Should any complications arise, I will handle them myself. Ye Muyun replied, exasperated, having anticipated that such a request would not be easily granted. Were it not for his inability to decipher the markings on Naruto's abdomen, he would have resolved the matter long ago. What? Are you suggesting that Naruto can control the nine tails? Jiraiya questioned, astonished. As he realized the truth in Ye Muyun's words, though a flicker of hesitation lingered within him. If it comes to that, you might want to take a look at this. Just tell me what it is, Ye Muyun proposed, opting for a more indirect approach to address the issue, knowing that understanding the nature of the seal would simplify matters significantly. Thus, Naruto began to remove his shirt, revealing the seal on his abdomen to Jiraiya's gaze. Upon recognizing the familiar sealing technique, Jiraiya abruptly comprehended the identity of the young boy before him, a peculiar emotion flickering in his eyes. What is happening with Jiraiya? Ye Muyun wondered, sensing that he seemed to recognize Naruto, perhaps even having known his parents. Indeed, after spending considerable time with Naruto, I realized I had yet to learn the names of his parents. Perhaps Jiraiya possesses some knowledge regarding this matter. At that moment, Ye Muyun keenly discerned Jiraiya's unusual demeanor and began to ponder the implications. This is the four-symbol seal. Its purpose is to confine the tailed beasts and extract their chakra for the use of the Jinchuriki. It is a remarkably secure sealing technique. Jiraiya exhaled the pent-up frustration within him and elucidated the significance of this seal to Ye Muyun. Unexpectedly, fate had orchestrated another encounter between him and his disciple. At this juncture, Jiraiya gazed at Naruto with a peculiar expression, feeling a profound sense of nostalgia. So it is, I extend my heartfelt gratitude, Jiraiya. If there is nothing further, I shall take Naruto and take my leave. Farewell. With that, Ye Muyun hastily took Naruto by the hand and departed from the scene. He surmised that Jiraiya undoubtedly recognized Naruto's parents. Otherwise, how could such sorrowful emotions have surfaced? Had he not intervened to take Naruto away? He feared Jiraiya might succumb to tears. Chapter 66. Claiming the inheritance. Minato, I never anticipated that I would once again forge a bond with your family. Last time, I could not return in time to save you. This time, I shall ensure the safety of your child. Standing in place, Jiraiya gazed sorrowfully in the direction Naruto had departed, murmuring softly. Years ago, the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails had claimed the life of his beloved disciple, and he had harbored hopes that Naruto would surpass him and become the strongest Hokage in history, allowing Jiraiya to bask in that unique glory and enjoy a peaceful retirement. Little did he expect that his disciple would be thrust into such turmoil shortly after assuming office, leaving him unable to return in time to offer support from afar. In truth, the tragic circumstances stemmed from the fact that Naruto's parents had perished at the claws of the Nine Tails while striving to save their child. Otherwise, how could Minato have so easily met his demise? After all, he was known as the fastest man, capable of escaping if he so desired. However, what Jiraiya remained unaware of was that during that fateful battle, Minato had been sacrificed amidst the struggles of those in power, with no one in the village to come to his aid, compelling him to confront the Nine Tails alongside his wife and child. Jiraiya stood in place for an indeterminate time, wiping away his tears and resolved to leave the area. In the office of the Hokage building, since Jiraiya's return, Sarutobi Hiruzen had experienced a significant alleviation of his burdens and was no longer plagued by many concerns. He had delegated all matters pertaining to Ye Muyun to Jiraiya, content to occupy the Hokage's seat and enjoy a leisurely respite. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing the voice from within, Jiraiya opened the door and entered. Jiraiya? What brings you here? At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback to see Jiraiya enter. Master, why did you not inform me that Naruto is the descendant of Minato? Jiraiya's frustration was palpable. Had he not fortuitously discovered this today, he might have continued to believe that Minato had left no heirs and perished during the Nine Tails calamity. You are aware? How did you come by this information? Hiruzen's curiosity piqued at the revelation that Jiraiya had indeed learned of this matter. Do not concern yourself with how I came to know. Why did you keep this from me? Jiraiya felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing his mentor's calm demeanor as Hokage. He had not expected his teacher to treat the child of the fourth Hokage with such indifference, especially considering the sacrifices Minato made for the village. I had intended to inform you of this upon your return to the village. You have been preoccupied with the affairs of Ye Muyun, and thus I refrained from discussing it. This is no trivial matter. Beyond being the fourth's heir, he is also the host of the Nine Tails. Should this information fall into the hands of other villages, it would pose a grave danger to Naruto. Hiruzen earnestly explained, justifying his actions as a means of safeguarding Naruto. Very well, let us cease this discussion. Now that I am aware of Naruto's lineage, it is only right that his rightful belongings be returned to him. You need not fear for his safety. With this knowledge, I shall ensure his protection. This will serve as my sole means to alleviate my guilt towards Minato. Jiraiya, filled with sorrow, gazed at his teacher and candidly expressed his intent. Indeed. All right, I shall have someone deliver the fourth's legacy to you, for you to pass on to Naruto. He has endured considerable hardship over the years, all for the sake of cultivating his resilience. It is through suffering and tribulation that one truly matures. I plan to return what belongs to him once he reaches adulthood. At this juncture, Hiruzen remained oblivious to the unusual glint in Jiraiya's eyes as he continued to expound on the purpose of his actions. Jiraiya was seething with indignation. Having never anticipated that his mentor would display such shamelessness, portraying himself as selflessly noble. Ahem, Jiraiya, do you have any other matters to discuss? Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself somewhat embarrassed, feeling as though he was performing a solo act as his counterpart showed no cooperation. Ye Muyun acquiesced to our request, but his stipulation was the provision of a comfortable environment, particularly a spacious courtyard. Subsequently, Jiraiya recounted his conversation with Ye Muyun that day. Very well, I concur, he said, but it will take a few days before he can reside in such a place. Please convey this to him. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised that Ye Muyun had indeed relented. He felt a sense of relief, thankful that he had not endorsed Danzo's plan. Otherwise, reconciling their differences would have been impossible. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Muyun merely believed that his strength was insufficient and needed some time to stabilize. Once he felt adequately powerful, he would approach directly. Thus, Jiraiya, holding the scroll containing the legacy of the fourth Hokage, departed the Hokage building with a heavy heart. His spirits low. Minato, if you were to see how Naruto is faring now, you would likely resent me deeply. I have my own burdens, and I hope for your understanding. After Jiraiya's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed pensively at the Hokage rock. Brother, Who was that person just now? He seemed like an old lecher. Not particularly formidable, inquired Uzumaki Naruto, his curiosity piqued as he walked along the path. Naruto, do not judge a book by its cover. What others present to you is merely a fade they wish you to perceive. One's true nature cannot be discerned from outward appearances. It must be understood from within. If he were an enemy, such superficial thinking could easily lead to your downfall. Do you understand? At that moment, Ye Muyun overheard Naruto's assessment of Jiraiya and looked down upon him, turning to sternly admonish Naruto. Ah, brother, I apologize. I won't do that again, Naruto exclaimed, cradling his head in pain after receiving a light blow from Ye Muyun, his expression filled with remorse. Do not underestimate him. He is one of the legendary Sannin recognized in your village. His strength surpasses mine. I suspect that few in the village could match him in combat. At this juncture, Ye Muyun reminisced about his battle with Jiraiya. The fact that he was able to summon the toads of Mount Myaboku indicated he had indeed delved into the practice of sage techniques. After all, during his time at Myaboku, Fukusaku had mentioned the young Jiraiya, a twist of fate that was truly remarkable. That eccentric old man is so powerful. However, I firmly believe that my brother will surely surpass him in the future. I am your loyal little brother. To my surprise, Naruto Uzumaki playfully endeared himself to Ye Muyun, eliciting a genuine laugh from her. Ha! Well, if you heed your elder brother's words, you too shall become such a formidable warrior. With a confident pat on her chest, Ye Muyun declared, casting a glance at Naruto beside her. Chapter 67. The Arrival of Orochimaru Splendid. What a remarkable physique you possess. I did not anticipate such an abundance of life energy within you. A body like yours, I have only witnessed on the remains of the first Hokage. Just then, an unexpected voice interrupted their conversation. Who are you? State your name. Ye Muyun sensed an ominous presence. It was the first time someone had appeared within her perception without her awareness, indicating formidable strength. Ha! The deceased have no right to know my name. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be wise not to resist. After all, the more you struggle, the more exhilarating it becomes, came the chilling reply. As an unfamiliar face, reminiscent of the masses, materialized before Ye Muyun, flicking its tongue like a serpent. Quickly hide behind me, Naruto. In that instant, Ye Muyun comprehended the identity of the intruder. Had it not been for the serpent-like flicking of the tongue, she might have remained oblivious. To her astonishment, it was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. She had heard chilling tales from Itachi. He was a ruthless madman, willing to employ any means to achieve his goals. Oh, I did not expect you to recognize my identity. It seems I cannot spare you any longer. Upon realizing that Ye Muyun was aware of his identity, Orochimaru's initial intrigue vanished, and he resolved to conclude matters swiftly. Hidden shadow snake hands. Suddenly, a multitude of serpents surged forth from Orochimaru's hands, lunging toward Ye Muyun. Good heavens! My greatest fear is snakes. Can you quickly slash them? Ye Muyun's heart raced as she witnessed the unfolding nightmare, desperately commanding Kenyi to sever the heads of the serpents. Intriguing. This is no mere puppet manipulation. It appears I cannot eliminate you so easily. At that moment, Orochimaru, observing Ye Muyun's control over the swords soaring through the air, felt a surge of interest and was increasingly pleased with the information provided by Kimimaro. Brother, be cautious. Hiding behind Ye Muyun, Naruto's face was etched with panic as he gazed at the serpents. He too harbored a fear of such creatures and loathed himself for being unable to assist his elder brother. Moments later, Ye Muyun dispatched the serpents, leaving behind a gruesome sight of severed limbs that sent shivers down his spine, causing him to recoil in distaste. What an insufferable little pest. Serpent's formation. At this juncture, Orochimaru, witnessing Ye Muyun's actions, felt a surge of unbridled fury, glaring at him as he lay on the ground, unleashing a torrent of snakes. Good grief. More of them. Why are you so repulsive? Don't come any closer. Ye Muyun noticed the serpent slithering rapidly across the ground, nearly reaching his feet, prompting him to evade with agility, oblivious to Naruto's plight behind him. Brother, save me. What in the world are these creatures? Why are they crawling toward my... In his frantic attempts to escape, Naruto inadvertently became ensnared by a snake, one even wriggling up his pant leg, draining the color from his face. With no other options, he exclaimed, Fire Spirit Formation. Thus, as Ye Muyun realized that evasion was futile, he commenced the formation to incinerate the serpents. Hiss! In that instant, The fire spirit formation conjured a wall of flames surrounding them, isolating the serpents and eliciting their anguished cries, while the tantalizing aroma of roasted snake wafted through the air. Naruto, are you alright? After completing the formation, Ye Muyun hurried to support Naruto, who appeared utterly despondent. Brother, I've been bitten, Naruto wailed, his face a portrait of despair. Oh dear, it's just a bite. Here, take this elixir and see if it helps. With a chuckle, Ye Muyun, unable to suppress his amusement at Naruto's woeful expression, burst into laughter. Subsequently, Naruto heeded his brother's advice, promptly consuming the elixir, and found his discomfort alleviated. Feeling a sense of relief. Brother, what shall we do next? The commotion we have caused here will undoubtedly attract the attention of the village. If we can hold on just a little longer, assistance will arrive. If all else fails, I shall lead you away from this place. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Ye Muyun offered words of comfort, expressing her innermost thoughts. Such astonishing techniques I have never witnessed before. Is this a bloodline limit? It cannot be. I sense no chakra flow from my opponent. How intriguing. Orochimaru, observing everything from outside the formation, was filled with curiosity and harbored a strong desire to capture Ye Muyun for further study. My lord Orochimaru, do you require my assistance? At that moment, a young man appeared beside Orochimaru, standing respectfully behind him. Stay here and observe, Junmaro. If an opportunity arises, seize them, Orochimaru instructed. Although he initially despised collaborating with Junmaru to eliminate their adversaries, he felt compelled to act swiftly, knowing that reinforcements from Konoha might soon arrive. At this point, Ye Muyun noticed that Orochimaru had ceased his movements, prompting her to remain vigilant. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the ground, grasping Ye Muyun's ankle and flinging her out of the formation. This is bad. Hunyuan's second style, sword dance, tears of blossoms. While airborne, Ye Muyun observed Orochimaru summoning a swarm of snakes to attack her, compelling her to unleash a wide-ranging sword technique. The sword transformed from a single blade into multiple flying swords, resembling petals falling in the wind, swiftly slicing through the serpents that soared through the air. After dispatching the snakes, several flying swords darted towards Orochimaru and his companions, launching a direct assault. My lord Orochimaru, be cautious. Corpsebone Path, Dance of the Camellia. Junmaru, noticing the incoming assault, extended bone blades from his body, employing his physical prowess to block the flying swords. Clang, clang, clang. Surprisingly, the quality of Junmaru's bones was exceptional. The flying swords merely left white marks upon them, with most being successfully repelled, although he still sustained injuries. The yin-yang sword energy embedded in his wounds inflicted excruciating pain, as if he were being perpetually sliced by blades. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having sensed the precarious situation, swiftly employed a ninjutsu, only to be cleaved into several pieces by the flying swords. My lord Orochimaru. At this moment, Ye Muyun found it peculiar that Orochimaru seemed so vulnerable, feeling he was not as formidable as Jiraiya. Yet, what transpired next shattered her perceptions entirely. She beheld Orochimaru gaping wide, from which two hands emerged, as he slowly crawled out from within his own mouth. What on earth is this? Is rebirth even possible after all that has transpired? At this moment, Ye Muyun stood protectively over Naruto, staring in a daze at the resurrected Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, are you alright? Junmaru inquired with a sigh of relief upon seeing Orochimaru alive, his tone laced with concern. However, Orochimaru remained his usual aloof self, disregarding Junmaru and instead fixating on Ye Muyun, increasingly convinced that he was the very object of his desire. Orochimaru, what exactly do you intend to do? Ye Muyun thought, feeling the depletion of his spiritual energy from the recent confrontation. Continuing this fight would be detrimental, especially as he had to divert his attention to protect Naruto. Thus he sought to stall for time. I find you exceedingly intriguing. Would you care to join me and become my subordinate? Orochimaru was well aware of Ye Muyun's intentions and understood that he could not capture him in the short term. He attempted to persuade him through verbal manipulation. I could never become someone else's subordinate. However, perhaps we could explore a collaboration. Ye Muyun would never submit to another, for he was a cultivator, rising against the heavens. And yielding was not in his nature. How dare you refuse the esteemed Lord Orochimaru's request? I am no longer the sole one in his heart. Junmaru seethed with rage upon hearing the words of his revered figure, wishing he could eliminate Ye Muyun on the spot. Noticing the murderous intent emanating from Junmaru, Ye Muyun felt momentarily bewildered, suddenly sensing as though he had usurped a beloved from him. Oh, I wonder what you propose for our collaboration. If it piques my interest, perhaps I might spare you. At that moment, Orochimaru discreetly released a small snake that slithered away from his pant leg, unbeknownst to Ye Muyun. What should I do? How can I persuade him? I've heard this fellow is a perverse enthusiast of human experimentation. What could I say that would capture his attention? For a time, Ye Muyun could scarcely believe that the other was actually amenable to his suggestions, unexpectedly discovering that he was quite agreeable. Ah, I could offer him that. It's something I created myself, and it might prove useful. Just as Orochimaru began to suspect that Ye Muyun was toying with him and prepared to act, a warning rang out. Lord Orochimaru, be careful. He suddenly noticed a bottle being tossed through the air, and instinctively, Junmaru perceived it as a potential threat. Shattering it without hesitation, with a resounding crash, the contents of the broken bottle scattered across the ground, a few elixirs rolling about. The onlookers were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Ye Muyun could hardly believe that his opponent had destroyed it. Junmaru, Lord Orochimaru, I sincerely apologize. You did exceptionally well. At that moment, Orochimaru looked at the anxious Junmaru with an expression of bemusement, recognizing the latter's good intentions and choosing not to chastise him. Curiously examining the contents on the ground, he crouched down and picked up an elixir. Sensing the vibrant life force within, which astonished him, this was indeed a remarkable find. Orochimaru, what do you think of this item? Ye Muyun observed that Orochimaru seemed particularly intrigued by the elixir and was eager to hear his thoughts. However, before Orochimaru could respond, he took the elixir in hand and consumed it, savoring the sensations coursing through his body. Lord Orochimaru, please don't. Despite Junmaru's desperate attempts to dissuade him, he remained visibly concerned, fearing that the item gifted by Ye Muyun might be toxic. Subarashi, this is truly a marvelous item. Young man, if you can produce such treasures, I would gladly agree to collaborate with you. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Ye Muyun tossed him another bottle, revealing that he had a substantial supply at his disposal, and he had not even discerned where this young lad had concealed such wonders. It was evident that he was shrouded in secrets. Witnessing Orochimaru's unhesitating request for another bottle, curiosity swelled within him as he contemplated his next move. Now tell me, why do you wish to collaborate with me? Everyone else has long fled. Are you not afraid that I might consume you? At this juncture, Orochimaru sought to uncover Ye Muyun's intentions while sensing his little snake inching closer to him, aiming to distract him. Why collaborate with you? I perceive you as a misunderstood genius, and I may seek your assistance in the future. Thus, I wish to establish a favorable rapport with you. Although Ye Muyun finds your demeanor somewhat unsettling, it is precisely those who ardently pursue truth that command the utmost respect. The presence of such an esteemed individual can only be beneficial. Haha, this is the first time I have encountered such a notion, Miyun-kun. Perhaps we shall enjoy a fruitful collaboration in the future. At this moment, Orochimaru felt a flicker of joy within, surprised that someone acknowledged him, albeit a mere child. This perspective was refreshingly novel. Big brother, save me. Just then, the small serpent suddenly expanded, ensnaring Naruto, who felt a surge of panic. Originally, Orochimaru intended to capture Ye Muyun, but deemed it too precarious. Thus, he opted to seize Naruto instead, believing it might compel the other to submit. Goodness, Orochimaru, you truly are a cunning fiend. Just moments ago, a pleasant collaboration was promised, yet this treachery unfolded? At that moment, Ye Muyun, having regained his composure, confronted Orochimaru with indignation. Ah, Miyun-kun, I never claimed we would collaborate immediately. If you wish to spare your companion from harm, then you must surrender. It was at this juncture that Orochimaru unveiled his true nature, shedding the guise of amiability and revealing his insidious intentions. In his mind, capturing Ye Muyun would fulfill his purpose for being here. Everything else could wait. How infuriating! As Ye Muyun contemplated severing the serpent with his sword, he noticed Naruto's face turning crimson from the constriction, realizing time was of the essence. I am willing to go with you. Release Naruto. After a moment of internal conflict, he reluctantly lowered his sword, casting a brooding gaze at Orochimaru. To let him go is out of the question. If you attempt to flee midway, I may not be able to catch you. Therefore, both of you must accompany me. Orochimaru would not fall prey to such a fundamental blunder. He was well aware of Ye Muyun's spatial jutsu that could facilitate an escape. How despicable! At this point, Ye Muyun's intentions were laid bare, his fists clenched tightly, gritting his teeth in frustration as he regarded Orochimaru, realizing that he was not easily deceived. Big brother. Cough, cough. Do not concern yourself with me. I will be fine. Coughing intermittently, Naruto found himself engulfed in a vortex of discomfort. Acutely aware of the guilt weighing upon him for putting his elder brother in jeopardy, he persistently urged him to flee. Naruto, cease your pleas. I could never abandon you. Ye Muyun lamented, regretting that he hadn't simply taken Naruto away from the outset, sparing himself the fruitless discourse with Orochimaru that had led to this predicament. Nevertheless, he remained untroubled, confident that he would find an opportunity to reunite with Naruto and facilitate their escape. Junmaru, escort them both. We must depart swiftly. At that moment, Orochimaru was oblivious to Ye Muyun's intentions, instructing Junmaru to keep a vigilant watch over Naruto to thwart any attempts at rescue. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Junmaru complied, hoisting Naruto onto his shoulder, following closely behind Ye Muyun to prevent any sudden flight. Soon, they exited the Hidden Leaf Village, and Ye Muyun was perplexed to find that their departure had gone unnoticed. He speculated that someone might be plotting to leverage Orochimaru's influence to eliminate him. Likely a high-ranking official. Once outside the village, Ye Muyun beheld the scenery beyond for the first time, finding it rather pleasant, albeit sparsely populated, surrounded predominantly by forests. Meanwhile, Naruto, slung over Junmaru's shoulder, grimaced in discomfort, his abdomen pressing uncomfortably against the rigid shoulder. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, having left the Hokage building in search of Ye Muyun, traversed the path leading to his home, only to detect the unmistakable aura of Orochimaru lingering nearby. An unsettling feeling gripped him, prompting an immediate sprint to Ye Muyun's residence. As he feared, Ye Muyun was absent. However, recognizing the latter's considerable strength, Jiraiya felt somewhat reassured. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to inform his mentor of the situation, curious about his thoughts on the matter. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, Naruto had also fallen into Orochimaru's clutches. Had he known, he would have rushed out to pursue them. Sensei, Orochimaru has returned to the village, Jiraiya declared, entering the Hokage's office through the window, his expression grave. What could his purpose be? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart raced with unease, recalling Orochimaru as his once most exceptional student, now a formidable adversary. While I was on my way to find Ye Muyun, I sensed his aura and suspect that Orochimaru has taken him. Jiraiya's revelation unsettled Sarutobi, who wondered why such pivotal news had not reached him sooner. Summon Danzo at once, he commanded urgently. At that moment, Jiraiya, standing by, could easily discern the unfolding events. It was undoubtedly Shimura Danzo who had covertly aided Orochimaru, enabling him to abscond with Ye Muyun from the Hidden Leaf Village without raising an alarm. Lord Hokage, there's trouble. Uzumaki Naruto has vanished. Just then, an Umbu member assigned to monitor Naruto appeared before the two, promptly reporting the situation to the third Hokage. What? Quick, find him. We must retrieve Naruto. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly lost consciousness from fury. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru would also abduct the Nine Tails. Bang! Danzo, you scoundrel! In that moment, Sarutobi, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, What is it, Hiruzen? I can hear you cursing from afar. What do you mean by that? Consequently, Sarutobi's furious outburst was overheard by Danzo, who entered the room with a somber expression, questioning him. Danzo, what exactly do you intend to do? Will you simply allow Orochimaru to kidnap Ye Muyun and Uzumaki Naruto? Jiraiya, seething with anger, glared at him with a murderous intent. What? The Nine Tails has been taken by Orochimaru. How was I to know such a thing would occur? It wasn't my doing. Why are you all looking at me like that? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Danzo knew he could not admit to secretly aiding Orochimaru. To do so would be tantamount to betraying the village, and he resolutely refused to acknowledge it. Enough. Jiraiya, you must pursue them at once and ensure those two are returned. Once this matter is resolved, Danzo, you owe me a reasonable explanation. Recognizing the urgency and unwilling to waste time, Sarutobi directly halted Jiraiya, issuing a command while glaring furiously at Danzo. Thus, Jiraiya immediately departed, hastening to track their trail by following Orochimaru's lingering aura. Why should I provide you with an explanation? I haven't done anything. Danzo, refusing to admit to his actions, wore an expression of feigned innocence, confident that no one would uncover the truth. You know well whether you did or did not. If the Ninetales encounters any misfortune, you will not escape unscathed. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen paid no heed to whether the other party would acknowledge it. Apart from himself, who possessed the ability to make two living individuals disappear from the village without a trace, especially after a confrontation had taken place. Oh, I have never performed such an act, he retorted. No matter how much you say, I shall never concede. Thus, the two engaged in a fruitless argument that culminated in an unsatisfactory conclusion. Naruto, Uzumaki, you must wait for me. I shall rescue you shortly. At that moment, Jiraiya, who had been pursuing Orochimaru and his companions, wore a worried expression, fearing a recurrence of past events that left him deeply unsettled. Just recently, he had assured Minato that he would take good care of Naruto, and now, with such circumstances unfolding, he truly felt he would have no face to confront his disciple if something unfortunate were to occur. Chapter 70. The Pursuers for several consecutive days. Orochimaru and his group navigated through the forest, soon to leave the land of fire. This period marked the only time Uzumaki had not devoted to training. Instead, he simply relished the surrounding scenery, feeling as if he were unbothered by his abduction. To Uzumaki, Konoha was merely a temporary refuge. Apart from a few individuals he wished to see, he held little emotional attachment. In contrast, he was filled with curiosity about the world beyond the village and occasionally exchanged a few words with Orochimaru. Orochimaru found Uzumaki to be an intriguing individual, noting his remarkable composure. Most others in such a situation would be paralyzed by fear, yet he embraced the experience like a traveler savoring the journey. Orochimaru, where exactly are you taking us? After several days of wandering through the forest, Uzumaki felt weary and sought to learn of Orochimaru's destination. Haha, Uzumaki, you truly possess a refined spirit. Orochimaru chuckled. Throughout this journey, I have been observing you, and you are indeed quite different from others. I would be remiss to eliminate you. It would be a waste of such a valuable specimen. Orochimaru continued with his chilling remarks, eager to witness the fear that would manifest upon Uzumaki's face. In truth, during his time spent with Orochimaru, Uzumaki had discerned that while Orochimaru was rather aloof, he was fundamentally benevolent. It was merely those who obstructed his quest for truth that met with his wrath, a character not uncommon in Uzumaki's world. Only truth can endure. Faced with such a scientific madman, Ye Muyun found it somewhat acceptable, provided he was not purely sadistic, deriving pleasure solely from murder. Orochimaru, I am well aware that you have no intention of killing me. I possess something of great value to you. A living being surely holds more worth than a lifeless one, do you not agree? It appeared that Ye Muyun had long since grown accustomed to Orochimaru's intimidation, displaying a nonchalant demeanor. This left Orochimaru utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated that this young man would so swiftly discern his intentions and remain unfazed. It seemed he needed to impart a proper lesson. Ah, Muyun-kun, you are indeed correct. A living person is of greater value than a dead one. However, I did not specify that it must be a complete living individual, as long as one is not yet deceased. I could very well remove an arm or a leg for research purposes. That would not be too much of an inconvenience, would it? As he spoke, Orochimaru flicked his tongue, his gaze fervently fixed upon Ye Muyun, seemingly contemplating which part of his body to dissect. Goodness, Orochimaru, surely you jest. What is there to study about limbs? It would be far more efficient to draw some blood or take a tissue sample. Is it truly necessary to go through such elaborate measures? Initially, Ye Muyun was taken aback by Orochimaru's words. He intended to turn the tables, to follow the path his adversary had laid out, rendering the latter devoid of options, and thus excitedly proposed suggestions. Orochimaru found this individual rather peculiar. While others would dread being subjected to research, this one appeared almost eager, seemingly longing for a blood draw or something similar, which was utterly absurd. Oh, I did not expect Muyun-kun to possess such peculiar inclinations. I shall indulge you and ensure that you thoroughly enjoy the experience. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Ye Muyun felt a wave of shock wash over him. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Wasn't he supposed to evoke disgust in his adversary? Nevertheless, he had managed to preserve the integrity of his own body. Not good. Junmaru, you stay behind to cover our retreat. We will regroup at the base. At that moment, Orochimaru sensed that the snakes he had dispatched had been discovered, realizing that the Konoha pursuers were closing in, and he promptly ordered Junmaru to hold the rear. Meanwhile, Orochimaru created a shadow clone to restrain Naruto, preventing Ye Muyun from making a sudden escape. With no choice left, Ye Muyun had to follow the path ahead with Orochimaru. casting a resigned glance at Naruto, who was ensnared by snakes, leaving only his eyes visible. Stop right there. Despicable invader. You, boy, hand over Naruto at once. Not long after, several members of the Umbu appeared around Kimimaro. They were taken aback to find only a single individual present, pondering the extent of power a mere child could possess. Do you wish for me to surrender? One must first ascertain whether you possess the qualifications to demand such a thing. Bone release. Finger bullet. As the words left his lips, Kimimaro aimed his 10 fingers at the adversaries and unleashed his ninjutsu. Bone projectiles erupted from his fingertips, colliding with their weapons, creating a cacophony of metallic clinks. They possess a bloodline limit. Everyone, be cautious. One Umbu ninja recognized the danger and alerted his comrades. Upon realizing his attack had been thwarted, Kimimaro swiftly closed the distance to one of them, delivering a palm strike to the opponent's chest. Just as that ninja prepared to strike back at Kimimaro, a bone spike manifested in his palm, piercing toward the foe. In a crucial moment, the ninja narrowly evaded a fatal blow, only to be impaled in the shoulder by the bone spike, crying out in agony. Nichiuen. The other Umbu members, witnessing their comrade's injury, rushed forward to provide support, forcing Kimimaro to retreat momentarily. Nichiuen, how are you? I'm fine, just a bit of pain. The injured ninja responded weakly, grimacing at his companion's concern. Darn it. This child's techniques are exceedingly peculiar, seemingly transforming into bone spikes from his own body. Everyone, be vigilant. A ninja who had observed the attack on his comrade warned the others. Is this the renowned Umbu of Konoha? They are not as formidable as I imagined. After successfully landing a hit, Kimimaro sensed that he could contend with their strength, his confidence soaring as he taunted the group. Darn it. Everyone, take care not to engage in close combat with him. We shall employ a strategy of ranged attacks, with one person providing distraction while the others strike. The captain of the Umbu ninjas stepped forward, quietly devising the next course of action with his team. What are you whispering about? Are we going to fight or not? If not, I shall take my leave. With that, Kimimaro vanished from sight, heading towards the predetermined meeting point with Orochimaru. Do not let him escape. Pursue. The Umbu, witnessing Kimimaro's disregard for the rules of engagement, hastened to follow him. At this moment, Kimimaro moved in a direction opposite to that of Orochimaru, noticing the pursuers trailing behind him, intent on eliminating them. Thus, Kimimaro came to a halt, awaiting their arrival. Once the enemy gathered before him, he unleashed his most powerful ninjutsu, the Dance of the Corpse Vein, Early Fern. Chapter 71. The Weasel's Rescue. As the words fell, sharp bones erupted from the ground, launching an assault on the foes. This is bad. Everyone, take cover. The covert ninjas realized they had fallen into a trap and hastily used their weapons to block the onslaught of bone spikes. However, overwhelmed by the sheer number of projectiles, they sustained numerous injuries, their conditions deteriorating rapidly. Once the growth of the bone spikes ceased, the sheer quantity was staggering, with bones nearly blanketing the entire ground, resembling a forest of white skeletons. The covert ninjas present were struck with profound astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. They had not anticipated such formidable prowess in this ninjutsu. Fortunately, their reflexes had been swift. Otherwise, they might have met their demise in this very place. Thus, they could only watch as Kimimaro calmly departed, feeling utterly helpless. Captain, should we pursue him further? One member of the covert team, recalling their mission, inquired. We can no longer pursue. We have no intelligence on the enemy, and everyone is injured. Continuing this chase would be perilous. I propose we take a moment to regroup and report our findings, the captain replied, observing his team members, each bearing various wounds. Some severely impaled by bone spikes in the thighs, while others were in no better condition. Reluctantly, he decided to abandon the pursuit. Damn it, are we really going to let him escape just like this? A certain reluctant dark ninja, visibly agitated, exclaimed in frustration, there is no other choice. Our hasty arrival has left us utterly ignorant of the enemy's intelligence, resulting in this significant setback. Thus, the pursuit by the Konoha Umbu temporarily came to a halt, leaving them to hope that others might apprehend Orochimaru. Orochimaru, it appears we shall not be able to accompany you any longer. Why not simply allow us to return? The carefree Ye Muyun, relishing the situation, looked at Orochimaru with a smirk, fully aware that others would soon be on their trail, intentionally toying with his adversary's mindset. Muyun, you truly underestimate me. Merely a few Umbu? They can be effortlessly dealt with. You have no hope of returning, Orochimaru retorted dismissively, focused solely on expediting his departure from the land of fire, finding the persistent pursuers exceedingly bothersome. As Junmaru held the rear, several waves of pursuers caught up, all of whom were easily dispatched by Orochimaru. However, Ye Muyun was intrigued to observe that Orochimaru did not kill the following Umbu ninjas, but instead rendered them unconscious through poison. It seemed that there was a flicker of mercy within him for his own. Say, Orochimaru, why not hand Naruto over to me? That way, you could hasten your escape. It would be beneficial for all, wouldn't it? Ye Muyun continued to advocate for Orochimaru to reconsider, hopeful that he might relent and release them, estimating that Jiraiya would soon be in pursuit. After all, Jiraiya shared a significant bond with Naruto, and upon learning of his predicament, he would undoubtedly be on his way. Fire release, great fireball technique. At that moment, a fireball hurtled towards Orochimaru. With a swift movement, he evaded the attack, his expression darkening as he glared in a specific direction. Who is it this time that has come to our rescue? Could it be Jiraiya? It seems we might be saved. Ye Muyun, accustomed to such developments, was merely curious about the identity of their savior. From the direction emerged a boy with blood-red eyes, displaying a vigilant demeanor as he faced Orochimaru. Itachi? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ye Muyun was taken aback, astonished that even he had arrived. Itachi, what brings you here to rescue me? At this moment, Ye Muyun foolishly posed a question. I followed you as soon as you left the village. I have been trailing behind you, seeking an opportunity to rescue you, but I found none. Had you not been nearing the borders of the Fire Nation, I would not have revealed myself. Itachi suddenly regretted his decision to save Ye Muyun, for the indifference displayed by the latter left him utterly speechless. So, it turns out he is from the Uchiha clan. This opponent possesses a certain intrigue. Young man, I shall gladly accept those eyes of yours. No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru launched himself at Uchiha Itachi, intent on seizing his eyes. Fire style, dragon fire technique. As Orochimaru charged forward with incredible speed, Itachi promptly executed a ninjutsu in an attempt to thwart the assault. 3 fire dragons surged forth, intercepting Orochimaru's advance. Wind style, wind cutter technique. Orochimaru deftly evaded to a nearby tree, forming hand seals with one hand, unleashing a gale to slice through his adversary. The speed of the oncoming attack was overwhelming. Itachi could scarcely avoid it and was swiftly cleaved into several pieces. Crack! At that moment, the Itachi on the ground transformed into several wooden logs. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, Itachi reappeared from the trees behind Orochimaru, hurling shurikens directly at him. Tap, tap, tap. Orochimaru, ever vigilant, evaded the ambush with ease, the shurikens embedding themselves in the tree instead. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Observing Orochimaru still airborne, Itachi rapidly formed seals and unleashed his ninjutsu. Like seeds of the phoenix flower propelled by an unseen force, flames erupted from Itachi's mouth, scattering in all directions to assail his foe. Orochimaru, momentarily suspended in the air, found it challenging to evade, quickly extending the serpents in his grasp to latch onto a nearby tree trunk, pulling himself to safety. At that moment, Orochimaru recognized the prowess of this Uchiha named Itachi, who could hold his ground against him. The prolonged engagement would undoubtedly be time-consuming. Summoning technique. Thus, Orochimaru resolved to end this stalemate, immediately invoking the summoning technique. Boom! From the billowing smoke emerged an enormous serpent adorned with purple stripes. Orochimaru, have you prepared sufficient sacrifices for summoning me this time? Mandara, if you hasten to take me away from here, I shall provide you with double the offerings you desire. Orochimaru, understanding Mandara's nature, made a prompt promise. This is bad. Itachi suddenly realized Orochimaru intended to flee. Faced with such a colossal serpent, he knew he could not keep pace, a sense of unease flooding his mind. What the hell? Orochimaru possesses an unexpectedly colossal serpent. My scalp tingles in response. At this moment, Ye Muyun could no longer maintain his composure. Having harbored a deep-seated fear of snakes since childhood, encountering such a gigantic creature rendered him utterly terrified. It was impossible to simply overcome this psychological dread in a fleeting moment. How amusing, Ye Muyun fears snakes. It seems I have found a way to deal with you. A nearby clone of Orochimaru, noticing Ye Muyun's predicament, threatened him, hoping he would remain compliant. Chapter 72. The fury of 10,000 snakes. How could this be? How could I fear snakes? Ye Muyun, realizing his weakness had been exposed to Orochimaru, feigned bravado as he gazed defiantly at his adversary. Ah, Ye Muyun, the myriad snakes are right behind you. At that instant, Orochimaru's clone, seeing Ye Muyun's forced demeanor, decided to toy with him. No, do not approach me. Ye Muyun swiftly executed the Three Souls Shadow Step, teleporting far from the scene. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru was taken aback. He had unwittingly triggered Ye Muyun's teleportation, causing him to vanish from sight without any detectable chakra fluctuations, leaving him profoundly astonished. Orochimaru, are you mentally impaired? Harmony form, a glimmer of cold radiance spanning 90,000 miles. At this moment, Ye Muyun disregarded all else, unleashing his most formidable move to eliminate his opponent. In an instant, the sword sped towards Orochimaru with a swift whoosh. Such rapid sword light caught even the dazed Orochimaru off guard. In a heartbeat, he was pierced through the body by the blade, the yin-yang sword energy ruthlessly tearing at Orochimaru's form, eliciting a cry of agony from him. With a resounding thud, Orochimaru's clone was effortlessly dispatched by Ye Muyun. Indeed, when one's fury reaches its zenith, their combat prowess can double. Far away, Orochimaru's true form, residing amidst the myriad snakes, momentarily halted, reeling from the shocking news relayed by his clone. He had not anticipated that Ye Muyun could erupt with such overwhelming strength in an instant. Itachi, we must leave this place swiftly. At this juncture, Ye Muyun had already rescued Naruto, urging the vigilant Uchiha Itachi, who was eyeing Orochimaru warily. Not a chance. How could Orochimaru be unaware of Ye Muyun's intentions? There was no possibility he would allow them to escape. At that moment, Orochimaru commanded the myriad serpents to launch an assault on Itachi, their massive forms moving with remarkable agility, leaving deep furrows in the ground, and snapping the surrounding trees in their wake. This is dire. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's direct attack, Itachi immediately veered towards a different direction where Ye Muyun was. He understood that if he continued towards Orochimaru, they would all be trapped. It was better for him to find a way to extricate himself. Alas, how could Itachi escape? It seems he truly is a friend worthy of trust. Itachi, this time it is my turn to rescue you. Ye Muyun grasped Itachi's intentions. He did not wish to burden his friend. Although their original plan had faltered, he felt no regret, only deep emotion. Naruto, you should leave for a safe place. I will come back for you. Understood, brother. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki recognized that staying would only complicate matters for his brother and readily agreed. Subsequently, Ye Muyun activated his technique and raced towards Itachi's direction. As time passed, Itachi began to feel increasingly overwhelmed. The speed of the serpents was formidable. Had he not employed the substitution technique to evade them, he would have been reduced to mere pulp by now. Since I could not capture Ye Muyun, obtaining your eyes will suffice for a significant gain. Standing atop the myriad serpents, Orochimaru gleefully observed the fleeing Uchiha Itachi. Damn it, what should I do? At that moment, Itachi's mind raced with countless strategies, yet none seemed viable against Orochimaru with the assistance of the serpents, and he felt an acute sense of urgency. Nonetheless, he found solace in having successfully saved his friend, though he never anticipated facing death under such circumstances. Itachi. Just then, Itachi heard Ye Muyun's voice approaching from behind, and he was taken aback. Itachi, I have come to save you. Hurry this way. I have a plan for our escape. Despite the strenuous pursuit of the myriad serpents, Ye Muyun felt elated upon spotting the living Itachi ahead and shouted with all his might. Damn this kid. I never expected him to return to rescue his companion. Since he is here, none shall leave. Shadow Snake Technique. No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru unleashed his ninjutsu, aiming to ensnare the others. Sword Technique. At this moment, Ye Muyun directly infused spiritual energy into Sword 1, standing upon its blade, deftly maneuvering to evade the onslaught of the serpentine horde. The swarm was exceedingly dense, and on several occasions, he narrowly escaped being ensnared. Fortunately, the speed of Sword 1 had been significantly enhanced for this very purpose, allowing him to precariously dodge time and again. Orochimaru had never anticipated that his adversary possessed such capabilities, having concealed them until now, presumably reserved for a swift retreat. In the distance, Itachi had already altered his course, hastening towards Ye Muyun's position. However, how could the myriad of serpents allow themselves to be toyed with repeatedly? With a thunderous roar, they aimed to devour him. Despite Orochimaru's insistence that he must not be consumed, the indignation of the moment proved unbearable, compelling them to act on their primal instincts. Fire release, great fireball technique. As Itachi fled desperately, he noticed a colossal maw opening behind him, and with a jolt of alarm, he swiftly began forming hand seals to launch a fireball into the creature's mouth. Hiss! The myriad serpents swallowed the fireball whole, the intense heat causing them to howl in agony as they writhed in pain. Trees were uprooted and shattered beneath their massive form, leaving deep gouges in the earth, resonating with tremors. Orochimaru, who had been standing quietly atop the head of the myriad serpents, was unceremoniously flung off, forced to seek a safer landing spot. Recognizing that the serpents could not pursue him for the moment, Itachi hastened towards Ye Muyun's direction. Itachi, be wary of what lies behind you. Run now. At that instant, Itachi heard Ye Muyun's urgent shout, urging him to flee. Glancing back, he saw the enormous tail of the serpent hurtling toward him with ferocity. In that moment, Itachi found himself unable to escape the impending attack, rendered helpless as he stared at the approaching tail. Yet, to his astonishment, Ye Muyun suddenly appeared before him, intent on shielding him from this life-threatening peril. Earth Spirit Formation. Rise for me. With fervor, Ye Muyun channeled his spiritual energy into the formation he had laid out. Walls of earth erupted from the ground, striving to intercept the serpentine assault. However, this formation would ultimately disappoint Ye Muyun. While it managed to deflect some of the force, it could not withstand the onslaught. The massive tail crashed down upon Ye Muyun with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air as he coughed out blood. Chapter 73, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Muyun. At this moment, Itachi's eyes were bloodshot as he caught the falling Ye Muyun, observing his pale complexion and sunken chest, a profound sorrow and indignation swelling within him. He reminisced about their first encounter, where he had been captivated by Ye Muyun's genuine smile. He had merely assisted him with a minor favor. Yet their fates seemed intricately entwined from that moment onward. When Ye Muyun had asked if he would be willing to be his friend, Itachi's heart had leaped with eagerness, yet he hesitated, mindful of his family's precarious situation and unwilling to burden Ye Muyun further. Aware that his clan was on the brink of collapse, when Itachi learned that during the clan meeting, everyone had agreed to ally with Ye Muyun, a wave of joy surged within him. At last, he could forge a friendship free from familial constraints. That evening, he had a multitude of thoughts to share with Ye Muyun, yet ultimately prioritized his mission. After all, he was a ninja. How he wished he could cast aside that identity and be an ordinary person, capable of forming friendships devoid of ulterior motives. However, just when he feared his actions might repel Ye Muyun, he was pleasantly surprised when Ye Muyun smiled and declared, Itachi, from now on, you are my friend. You are my first friend. Upon witnessing the joy radiating from Ye Muyun's face, Itachi felt an earnest desire to embrace that friendship, though he kept these feelings hidden. In his heart, he had already accepted him. Their time together, though brief, was marked by an exquisite innocence of friendship, transcending the mere bonds typical among ninjas. Akin to a soulful connection between kindred spirits, perhaps a true bond through life and death. Thus, when Itachi learned of Ye Muyun's tragic fate and the lack of communication from his family, he acted impulsively, embarking on a rescue mission without precedent in his usually calculated demeanor. He was uncertain of the outcome, but he could not bear the thought of a world devoid of Ye Muyun. He was acutely aware of Orochimaru's brutal methods. Any hesitation on his part would only increase the peril facing Ye Muyun. Memories flashed through Itachi's mind, and for the first time, tears stained his cheeks as he gazed upon Ye Muyun, lying in his arms, caught between life and death. His voice was hoarse, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, his Sharingan began to transform, the tomo swirling together like petals, manifesting before his eyes. In the distance, Orochimaru, observing the unfolding scene, was taken aback by the change in Itachi's eyes. If he was not mistaken, it was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. To his astonishment, he was fortunate enough to witness its awakening. How splendid! His desire for Itachi's eyes grew ever stronger. Deep within a secluded spot, Orochimaru found himself captivated by a pair of exquisite eyes, plotting to seize them for himself. Could this be the formidable power of the Sharingan? It evoked a profound sense of sorrow. Indeed, it was a pair of cursed eyes. At that moment, Itachi also recognized the transformation within himself. Perceiving the world with newfound clarity, his ocular prowess significantly enhanced, possessing now two formidable ocular techniques. Yet, the anguish he witnessed through these eyes brought him no joy. Rather, it filled him with disdain. Cough, cough, cough. Itachi. At this juncture, the unconscious Ye Muyun struggled to open his eyes, faintly seeing Itachi before him. Attempting to utter something. Muyun, I am here. How are you? Itachi exclaimed, elated yet deeply concerned upon witnessing Ye Muyun awaken. Itachi, quickly, feed me. The elixir on me. Ye Muyun, feeling his strength waning and the world around him growing increasingly blurred, mustered the last of his energy to convey his urgent message to Itachi. Understood. Itachi replied, noticing Ye Muyun's distress. He anxiously searched his surroundings until he finally discovered a vial. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, providing him with some comfort as he poured its contents out. Carefully, he opened Ye Muyun's mouth and hastily placed the elixirs within. Had Ye Muyun been conscious, he would surely have scolded Itachi, believing he was attempting to choke him. Realizing his frantic concern might endanger Ye Muyun further, Itachi rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and cautiously offered him water. However, he soon found that Ye Muyun had not swallowed. The water merely dribbled from his lips, leaving Itachi at a loss. Just when Itachi resolved to take more drastic measures, Ye Muyun seemed to sense his intentions and promptly swallowed the elixirs. Foolish host. If it weren't for my assistance, you would surely be 6 feet under by now. Huffed the system. With the system's aid, Ye Muyun ingested the elixirs, his body fervently absorbing their energy, automatically operating its techniques to gradually mend his grievous wounds. At this moment, Itachi noted the gradual improvement in Ye Muyun's complexion, his heart beginning to ease as he held him close, shifting his focus to the surroundings. Now is the moment. At this moment, Orochimaru seized the opportunity presented by his opponent's momentary lapse in vigilance. Transforming his leg into a serpent, he swiftly slithered towards his adversary. In an instant, Orochimaru appeared before Itachi, extending his right hand, which resembled an eagle's claw, intent on plucking out his opponent's eyes. Illusion technique, Kageyama. With the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, Itachi had grown immensely stronger since their last encounter. He immediately perceived Orochimaru's intent, and the formidable potency of his ocular prowess cast a genjutsu far beyond what it had been before, ensnaring his foe within its grasp. Just as Orochimaru's hand was about to reach Itachi's eyes, he suddenly found himself immobilized, feeling as though massive iron nails had pierced his body, rendering him utterly paralyzed. It dawned on him that he had fallen victim to the genjutsu. To his astonishment, the Manjiki Sharingan proved extraordinarily potent, ensnaring even Orochimaru himself, who was unable to break free in the short term. Splendid, he exclaimed, captivated by the beauty of Itachi's eyes, feeling as though he were gazing upon the most exquisite sight in existence, utterly entranced. Orochimaru, I shall spare you this time, but know that next, I will not show you mercy, Itachi declared, before swiftly departing with Ye Muyun, unwilling to allow any further harm to befall him. Chapter 74, Memories at this moment. Ye Muyun found himself lost in reminiscence, transported back to a time long past. One day, he sat in his room, cradling a toy, his gaze fixated on the door as if anticipating the arrival of someone special. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a handsome young boy. Ye Muyun felt as though he beheld the most beautiful person in the world. Clutching his toy, he hurriedly dashed towards him. You're back. Will you play with me? The young boy was momentarily taken aback, surprised that such a short absence had elicited such longing from Ye Muyun. Of course, little Muyun, today, I have brought you something fun, he replied with a mysterious glint in his eyes, eager to unveil a delightful surprise. What could it possibly be? If it becomes amusing, I might just get upset. Little Muyun puffed up her cheeks, extending her hands towards the young boy, her joyful emotions unmistakably reflected in her eyes. Ha ha, little Muyun is truly adorable. Allow me to pinch your little face and show you. As the words left his lips, the boy gently pinched little Muyun's cheek with his delicate, fair hands. No, don't pinch my face. What if I become ugly? Oh, little Muyun noticed that. Despite her protests, he grew even more excited, which only fueled her annoyance. All right, little Muyun, this is a gift for you. With that, the boy conjured a glowing orb in his hand, presenting it before little Muyun's eyes. Wow, what in the world is this? It's so beautiful. For a moment, little Muyun was entranced by the luminous orb, feeling as though it might vanish at any instant. Ha ha ha, when I'm not around. This can take good care of you. The boy, aware of little Muyun's delight, felt a surge of happiness himself. For this was something he had poured tremendous effort into creating, infused with his heartfelt intentions. Are you going to leave me? Then I suppose I shall not take it after all. Upon hearing that the other wished to depart, Ye Muyun immediately withdrew his hand that had reached toward the luminous orb, allowing his emotions to surge. The youth felt a tinge of awkwardness, realizing he had disrupted a delightful atmosphere, yet there was little he could do as time slipped away. Ye Muyun, rest assured, I shall always be by your side, he declared, and without hesitation, he pressed the orb into Ye Muyun's hands, quietly casting a spell that would erase this memory from his mind. Subsequently, he vanished as if he had never existed. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, tears of sorrow streamed down Ye Muyun's cheeks. Unwilling to accept the reality of it all, although the youth had seemingly vanished from Ye Muyun's life, he perpetually felt the presence of someone nearby. Often dreaming of a familiar silhouette, yet unaware of the individual's name, he simply continued to pursue them. As time flowed onward, Ye Muyun matured, yet remained in that dilapidated house, harboring the belief that he awaited someone's arrival, though that person never came, leaving him with an insatiable curiosity. Once, he yearned to escape this seemingly cursed place, but the moment he did, fragments of familiar memories would resurface, compelling him to abandon his escape and choose instead to wait. Endlessly hoping, memories from his early childhood, intertwined with his recent grave injury, began to resurface, illuminating for Ye Muyun the reason behind his fervent desire to return home. He was longing for that boy. At that moment, Ye Muyun abruptly opened his eyes, discovering the surroundings were somewhat unfamiliar, seemingly within a cave. He attempted to rise, only to find himself utterly fatigued, barely managing to prop himself against the stone wall. "Muyun, you have finally awakened," exclaimed a voice, and as he turned towards it, he realized it belonged to Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, what has happened to me? Where are we now? Muyun, how are you feeling now?" At this moment, Itachi hurriedly stepped forward to support Ye Muyun, ensuring he was comfortable, and did not respond to his question, instead expressing concern for his injuries. "Itachi, I am fine now, just a bit weak. I will recover in due time." This was the first instance that Ye Muyun had experienced such care from another, and his heart was warmed. "It is a relief to hear that. You have been unconscious for several days. Had I not discovered that you were still alive, I would have assumed you were dead, and I would carry that guilt for a lifetime." At this moment, Itachi recalled the scene where Ye Muyun had desperately saved him. The thought of being unable to save his own friend nearly shattered him. "Itachi, it's all right. If I were in your position, you would have done the same for me, wouldn't you? So, there is no need for you to feel guilt. I acted of my own volition." Ye Muyun was aware of the deep remorse Itachi felt and quickly sought to comfort him. Knowing well the psychological burdens borne by the Uchiha clan, fearing he might spiral into despair. "I certainly would. How could I possibly stand by and watch my friend in danger?" Upon hearing these words, Itachi immediately conveyed his sentiments, affirming that he would have acted similarly. "By the way, Itachi, could you tell me what happened after I fainted?" Itachi then began to recount the events that transpired, revealing that had he not awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at that critical moment, escaping from Orochimaru would have been nearly impossible. "Is that so? Itachi, you have truly suffered." Upon learning that Itachi awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan due to overwhelming sorrow, Ye Muyun surmised that the power acquired in such a manner could not be a blessing, especially considering the impending blindness. "It's fine. As long as I refrain from using the power of the Mangekyo, I can significantly delay that process. However, before that, we must devise a plan for our next steps. I suggest we wait until you have sufficiently recovered before returning to the village." Itachi gazed at him with a smile, seemingly unconcerned about the fate of his eyes, as nothing brought him greater joy than the fact that his friend was still alive. "By the way, do you have any news about Naruto?" At this moment, Ye Muyun finally recalled that he had a younger brother and hurriedly inquired about Itachi. During this period, he had been preoccupied with caring for you and was unaware of the circumstances outside. However, given the prevailing conditions, it was highly probable that Naruto had been retrieved by the Umbu. Itachi was well aware of Naruto's significance to the village. Had Naruto not been abducted, there would have been no need to dispatch anyone to rescue Ye Muyun. "Well, it's a relief that Naruto is safe. Itachi, I will be relying on you during this time. I estimate that in about a week, I will be fully restored." Subsequently, Itachi and Ye Muyun settled comfortably in the cave, occasionally reminiscing about their childhood, which deepened the bond between them. Chapter 75. The mystery of the elixir. A few days prior, Naruto Uzumaki found himself wandering alone in the forest, attempting to locate the path back to the village, only to become hopelessly lost along the way. This predicament left him feeling quite helpless, as he had spent most of his life within the village and had rarely ventured beyond its borders, rendering him unfamiliar with his surroundings at that moment. Fortunately, he encountered Jiraiya, who was on his way to offer assistance, and his spirits lifted at the sight of him. "Hey, can you take me to rescue my older brother?" Naruto gazed at him with hopeful eyes, as if he had found a savior. "Ah, Naruto, it's wonderful to see you. I thought something had happened to you," Jiraiya exclaimed, momentarily forgetting about Ye Muyun, as they had only met a few times, and their connection was not particularly profound. At most, he held a sense of admiration for him. "Please, uncle, hurry and help me save my brother. I beg you." Naruto Uzumaki was on the verge of tears, his anxiety palpable. Yet he discovered that his companion remained remarkably composed, showing no inclination to act. "Naruto, do not fret. Your elder brother possesses unfathomable skills. He will undoubtedly find a way to return. You need not worry." It was not that Jiraiya was unwilling to rescue him. Rather, he understood all too well the capabilities of Ye Muyun, who could easily escape. Little did he know that Itachi Uchiha was involved as well. However, "All right, Naruto, let us return. This place is unsafe. We shall wait for their return in the village." At this moment, Jiraiya decisively interrupted Naruto's pleas, determined to take him away to prevent any enemy ninja from discovering their whereabouts and ambushing them. Thus, Jiraiya carried Naruto, and they journeyed back to the village, safely traversing the days without incident, which brought a sigh of relief from Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had engaged with Ye Muyun, had already returned to his base. Although this operation yielded no tangible results, he had gleaned a wealth of intriguing information. It was not entirely fruitless. He had acquired a vial of elixir from Ye Muyun, which he intended to study. Upon consuming the elixir, he was astounded to find that his previous injuries had somewhat healed. Had this been available during the Great Ninja War, countless lives might have been spared. Upon arriving at his base, Orochimaru was greeted by several young individuals awaiting his return. "Welcome back, Lord Orochimaru," exclaimed a bespectacled boy with braids. "Do, it seems your mission was successful. Have you acquired the materials I required?" Orochimaru cast a glance at Yakushi Do, recalling that he had assigned him a task some time ago. He was pleasantly surprised that Do had returned alongside him. With such a capable assistant, he could accelerate his research on the elixir. "Rest assured, my lord, I have fulfilled your request. The materials you needed are in the laboratory for your inspection." Do replied respectfully, fully aware of Orochimaru's nature and showing no displeasure, but rather an increased level of reverence. "Thank you for your hard work, Do. I have procured a precious material during my expedition. Your assistance will be invaluable." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Thus, Orochimaru led Do to the laboratory for their research, while the other youths dispersed to attend to their own tasks. In the laboratory, Orochimaru and Do donned lab coats and wielded precision instruments to examine the elixir within the vessels. "Lord Orochimaru, what is this?" Do inquired. Do, prepare to be astonished by what this substance can do." Having plunged into his research, Orochimaru had transformed entirely, his gaze now solely fixated on the pursuit of truth. He exhibited an unusual patience, even displaying a newfound interest in teasing out secrets. Clearly, this matter held extraordinary significance. Otherwise, Lord Orochimaru would not have shown such fervor. As he scrutinized the small object before him, Kabuto pondered in his heart. Incredible! Who would have thought this item contained such a profound essence of life? It is truly a miraculous treasure. Before long, Orochimaru detected the energy contained within the elixir, which filled him with uncontainable excitement. "My lord, this is simply unbelievable. Who crafted this pill? It is akin to a divine healer walking among us." As a medical ninja, Kabuto was acutely aware of the pill's immense value. Not only could it resurrect the deceased, but it also possessed the ability to extend one's lifespan. If carelessly discarded, it could incite fierce competition among many. This revelation left Kabuto utterly astonished. "I never imagined a single pill could harbor such rich natural energy. I cannot fathom how that little brat managed to accomplish this." Once Orochimaru comprehended the pill's effects, he became utterly enraptured, perplexed by how Ye Muyun had acquired such a remarkable item. "My lord, is it possible for us to replicate this elixir? If we succeed, our losses during missions would be significantly diminished." This is nothing short of a boon for us." At that moment, Kabuto, mirroring Orochimaru's fervor, became equally enthusiastic about the object at hand. "Kabuto, you underestimate this pill. Just give it a try, and you shall understand." Orochimaru directly handed the elixir to Kabuto, urging him to consume it, eager to witness his astonishment. Initially, Kabuto hesitated, reluctant to waste such a precious item, fearing the loss of even a single pill. However, upon meeting Orochimaru's resolute gaze, he reluctantly swallowed it, his heart heavy with regret. Unbeknownst to him, Orochimaru was already aware that Ye Muyun possessed a substantial quantity of such treasures, which was why he was so generous. "My lord, this..." Kabuto gasped. It seems you have discovered the truth." At that moment, Orochimaru looked on with satisfaction as he observed Kabuto's reaction, knowing he had unveiled the secret. "My lord, this elixir even enhances chakra purification, boosting my strength. This is an invaluable resource for cultivation. If we had a multitude of such items, we could forge an army of formidable warriors." Upon uncovering the secrets within, Do exclaimed in excitement, entirely oblivious to Orochimaru's amused expression. "Do, your naivety is quite evident. From my deductions, this elixir is suitable solely for those beneath the rank of elite jonin. Once one attains the prowess of an elite jonin, the consumption of such concoctions becomes largely futile. Moreover, attempting to mass-produce formidable warriors through this means is utterly impractical, as we remain unaware of the quantity of this elixir required to cultivate a single jonin." At that moment, Orochimaru interrupted Do's fanciful musings, mercilessly dousing his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "I apologize, Lord Orochimaru. I have let my hubris get the better of me. My sincerest apologies." Reflecting on Orochimaru's words, Kabuto immediately comprehended the challenges ahead. Without even knowing the ingredients of the elixir, he began to ponder distant matters, which hardly befits a competent explorer. Nevertheless, this endeavor was not insurmountable. It ultimately depended on the actions of that individual. Once Orochimaru uttered this statement, he immersed himself in experimentation, eager to unearth the secrets hidden within the elixir. Meanwhile, Kabuto stumbled upon a certain secret that hinted at a transaction between Orochimaru and another person, suggesting that the elixir had been acquired from that individual. Consequently, the two of them plunged into their research with fervor, occasionally drifting into deep contemplation only to erupt into laughter, a cycle that could lead an outsider to believe they had lost their sanity. Thus, a week elapsed. At this moment, Ye Muyun, having recovered from his injuries, discovered that his strength had surged, successfully breaking through to the 11th layer of the chi refinement stage, drawing him closer to foundation establishment, which filled him with exhilaration. Subsequently, he and Itachi strolled leisurely towards the village. For it was a rare occasion for Ye Muyun to leave the confines of his village, and he wished to savor the wonders of the outside world. During this time, he had garnered a general understanding of the outside realm through Itachi's intelligence. The ninja world was comprised of 5 great nations and countless smaller ones. The 5 great nations included the land of fire, the land of water, the land of wind, the land of earth, and the land of lightning, with Konoha village serving as a formidable representative of the land of fire, embodying the strength of an entire nation. The numerous smaller nations were somewhat reliant on the larger ones for survival, paying taxes annually akin to protection fees. As the most powerful village among the 5 great nations, Konoha was constantly regarded with caution by others, with many aspiring to supplant it, yet its formidable strength had triumphed in multiple ninja world wars. Aside from the presence of ninjas in each village, there were also wandering ninjas who survived by fulfilling bounties, either having defected from their villages or seeking extra income. In essence, the ninja profession was predominantly one of violence, akin to that of assassins. Upon learning that the common folk lived in dire straits while the ninjas reveled in comfort, and noting that in certain regions technology had advanced significantly yet was not utilized for the betterment of society, but rather for warfare, Ye Muyun was struck by the absurdity of the world's technological pursuits. If he possessed ninja techniques, wouldn't it be effortless to cultivate hundreds of acres of land? In times of drought, he could simply employ water release. Lacking manpower, a mere shadow clone technique would suffice. Struggling with food shortages? It seemed nonsensical for a ninja to face such a plight, revealing the absurdity of the situation. No wonder the common people suffered so. It appeared that ninjas had devolved into professional killers, and the sight of barren lands was nothing short of a lamentable waste. As he journeyed, Ye Muyun began to truly experience the differences of this otherworldly realm, utterly reshaping his worldview, as if he were penning a new chapter in the annals of existence. Fortunately, if one can endure for just a while longer, the path to fasting will soon be within reach. Abstaining from food becomes inconsequential, whether provisions are available or not. During this interval, Ye Muyun confided his thoughts to Itachi, leaving him astounded. He had never contemplated such matters, for as a ninja, his perspective was invariably shaped by the realities of his profession, seldom considering the plight of common folk. After listening to Ye Muyun's musings, Itachi began to ponder the true significance of a ninja's existence. Could it genuinely be to render the world a better place? He harbored doubts, as conflicts seemed to arise solely from self-interest. In this period of idleness, Ye Muyun engaged Itachi in a discourse on Marxist ideology, rambling on without concern for comprehension, relishing the act of expression. Although Itachi struggled to grasp certain concepts, he found himself reflecting on their meanings, gradually assimilating them in light of his own circumstances. Suddenly, both Ye Muyun and Itachi sprang into a defensive stance as they realized they were encircled by a group of individuals with malicious intent. "Who are you?" Ye Muyun demanded. Indeed, their appearance bore a striking resemblance to those depicted on the bounty notices. It seemed they had found their targets. However, the leader of the adversaries paid no heed to Ye Muyun's inquiries, instead producing a bounty notice from his clothing. After confirming the likeness, he commanded, "Confirm the target and engage." Ye Muyun was taken aback to see a majority of the assailants charging toward him, bewildered by what heinous act could have provoked such wrath. "Be careful, Muyun. These individuals appear to be bounty hunters. Their strength is formidable. Do not underestimate them." Itachi, noticing the gravity of the situation, swiftly cautioned his friend. "Damn it, just as I've experienced a breakthrough in my strength, let us see how you fare against it." Hunyuan 3 styles. The suffering of humanity enters the cycle. With that, Ye Muyun brandished his sword, executing the sword techniques of the Hunyuan sword art, enveloping himself in a tempest of sword energy, occasionally manifesting afterimages of himself wielding the blade. Swiftly, beams of sword light surged toward the encroaching adversaries, resulting in a gruesome display of bloodshed and cries of agony, leaving numerous sword wounds upon them. This time, Ye Muyun meticulously controlled his strength, refraining from dismembering them, instead inflicting mere lacerations, infusing his sword energy into their bodies, rendering them incapable of further combat. "Ah, run. It's a monster," one of them exclaimed. "What is this abomination? The pain is unbearable. It feels as though my body is being sliced by blades, and I cannot halt." The injured ninjas, struck down by Ye Muyun, lay scattered on the ground, curled up in agony, lamenting their fate and wishing for a swift end to their suffering. Some, unable to endure the torment, chose to end their own lives. Meanwhile, Itachi observed the situation unfolding with Ye Muyun and was pleasantly surprised to see such a marked improvement in his opponent's strength, now fully within his control. As Itachi wielded his Sharingan to discern the opponent's attacks, he cast illusions to ensnare them, seizing the opportunity to eliminate them effortlessly before they regained consciousness. Suddenly, an alarming realization struck. "There are members of the Uchiha clan here. The mission has failed. We must retreat." The leader of the ninjas, upon realizing the erroneous intelligence, panicked at the sight of the Uchiha alongside Ye Muyun, whose strength far exceeded expectations. The weight of this failure weighed heavily on him, as he recalled the bounty poster depicting a seemingly weak child, not anticipating the near calamity it would bring upon him. Consequently, the group of ninjas abandoned their comrades and fled from this nightmarish place. After all the bounty hunters had departed, Itachi rummaged through a corpse, retrieving a bounty notice featuring Ye Muyun's likeness, with a staggering reward of 1 billion ryo. Astounded by the enormity of the bounty, Itachi shared his astonishment with Ye Muyun, who approached with curiosity. The notice detailed that Ye Muyun possessed a certain extraordinary treasure, and capturing him alive would yield the reward. Furthermore, the assessment of Ye Muyun's strength seemed outdated, reflecting a time shortly after his return to the village. It became clear why so many dared to venture forth. They misjudged Ye Muyun's capabilities, believing him weak, and with such a generous bounty, brave souls would undoubtedly seek the reward. "Muyun, what do you think?" Itachi inquired. "Well, I certainly intend to observe," Ye Muyun replied lightheartedly. Itachi, taken aback by Ye Muyun's nonchalance regarding such serious matters, remarked, "I suspect there are unseen forces at play. intent on preventing your easy return to the village. Those we just encountered were merely a group of average rogue ninjas. Many hidden powers are still poised to ambush us. We must remain vigilant. It is no wonder that Itachi is so cautious. After all, this is his first encounter with such a situation, and he has only recently acquired the Mangeki Sharingan, leaving him uncertain of his own capabilities. Don't worry, if things go awry, I can lead you to safety, he reassured. Since Ye Muyun mastered the original true solution, his proficiency with the teleportation array has notably increased. After all, if one cannot win, it is prudent to retreat and grow stronger before returning. This is merely a fundamental strategy. To be frank, most of Ye Muyun's techniques are geared towards self-preservation and escape, with his most formidable means of attack being his swordsmanship, as he aspires to cleave the heavens with a single strike, asserting his dominance over all ages. Thus, the two of them resumed their journey, undeterred by the previous ambush, continuing to wander and revel in their surroundings with great ease. For Itachi, this marked the first time he experienced such a carefree and liberating existence, allowing him to relish in the freedom from the trivial matters of his clan and village. Ever since his father had taken a keen interest in his training, he was often burdened with clan affairs, frequently consulting the clan leader or the junior clan leader, with elders sending their descendants to cultivate relationships, hoping to groom him for future leadership. However, after departing from the village, he found himself wishing for a life like this to last indefinitely, which was quite agreeable. Hey, do you know Lord Evil God? Just then, while Ye Muyun and Itachi were still lost in the beauty of their surroundings, a small figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds sprang forth from the bushes, accompanied by a companion who towered over him. Who are you? Itachi inquired. Your attire resembles that of Uchiha Madara, whom I encountered previously, Ye Muyun remarked, suddenly recalling a particular night. What? Uchiha Madara? What sort of being is he? The small figure boasted arrogantly, regarding Madara as a mere triviality unworthy of comparison to the revered evil god. What? Muyun, you have met Uchiha Madara? Itachi gasped in astonishment, incredulously pressing for more details. Yes, one night he unexpectedly entered my room, claiming to be Uchiha Madara or something of the sort. I found him rather amusing. He nearly made me laugh myself to death, Ye Muyun recounted. At that moment, he noticed the towering figure trembling slightly, seemingly affected by the mention of the name Uchiha Madara. Could it be that Madara is indeed of significant stature? Hey, how dare you ignore me? I shall offer you as sacrifices to Lord Evil God. With that declaration, the young boy brandished a large scythe and charged forward, displaying an alarming recklessness. Itachi suppressed the questions bubbling within him, gripping his kunai tightly as he stepped forward to deflect the oncoming assault. Hiding, who permitted your reckless actions? How infuriating. Secret technique, land of curses. At that moment, Kakazu, though seething with anger at Haiden's foolhardy behavior, recognized him as a comrade and had no choice but to intervene directly. Countless black tendrils erupted from Kakuzu's arm, launching towards Uchiha Itachi. Goodness! Tentacle monster! Ye Muyun exclaimed in astonishment, feeling as though he had uncovered something truly extraordinary. You scoundrel, Ye Muyun! Why don't you come help me? Itachi yelled in frustration, realizing his companion was merely spectating. Their relationship had grown considerably intimate over time, with Itachi shedding his aloof faade to express his true feelings, a shift largely attributed to Ye Muyun's whimsical nature. All right, I understand. No need to be so fierce, Ye Muyun retorted as he dashed forward, executing his sword technique to sever the tendrils assaulting Itachi. Yet, these appendages appeared almost indestructible, regrowing with each strike, piquing Ye Muyun's curiosity to the point where he contemplated collecting one for further study. The sounds of clashing weapons reverberated throughout the area as Itachi and the young Haiden engaged in a fierce exchange. During the skirmish, Itachi discerned that the youth seemed devoid of ninjutsu, relying solely on a reckless form of taijutsu. Before long, visible wounds marred Haiden's body, inflicted by Itachi's strikes. Such a perfect sacrifice. I must present this to the Lord of Evil. Haiden disregarded his injuries, growing more spirited with each confrontation, embodying sheer madness. What a lunatic! He.s. throwing caution to the wind. Itachi mused, realizing the gravity of the situation. This won't do. Haiden cannot possibly defeat that boy. Itachi resolved that capturing the opponent was imperative, even if it meant sacrificing the possibility of a live capture. Thus, Kakuzu decided to hold nothing back. Activating his Land of Curses mode, fusing the masks into his shoulders and commanding them to attack. Fire release, lightning release, wind release, water release, earth release. Several monstrous forms crafted from the masks coordinated with Kakuzu, unleashing their respective ninjutsu upon Ye Muyun. Boom, boom. At this moment, an array of diverse ninjutsu was assailing Ye Muyun from all directions, rendering his evasion efforts exceedingly arduous. He continuously employed the Three Souls Shadow Step to dodge, leaving him utterly incapable of mounting a counterattack. It was akin to an unrestrained cheat. Surrounded by several formidable foes, escaping was nearly impossible. The adversary before him was no ordinary individual. He was a tentacled monstrosity. Ye Muyun felt a profound sense of distress, as he was not only compelled to remain vigilant against the incoming ninjutsu, but also had to evade the tentacles that sporadically emerged from the ground, keeping his nerves taut at all times. Chapter 78. Chakra Cannon. Meanwhile, Itachi observed the commotion surrounding Ye Muyun with great concern. Fearing that his companion might be overwhelmed by the enemy, he was determined to swiftly eliminate the foe before him. Jinjutsu, Shining Fire. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. At this moment, Itachi activated his Sharingan to cast an illusion on the opponent, and seizing the opportunity, he swiftly performed hand seals to unleash his ninjutsu. Damn it! What is happening? However, Fadewan was completely oblivious to the fact that he had fallen victim to the illusion. He merely felt an unbearable pain as if his body were ablaze. Upon regaining consciousness, he was confronted with a highly elevated fireball hurtling towards him. Boom! The explosive sound of the fireball's impact reverberated throughout the area, leaving behind a charred Fadewan. Ouch! That really hurts, he exclaimed. Haha, I must offer you as a sacrifice to the great evil god. Yaha. Surprisingly, despite sustaining such an attack, Fadewan remained alive, rather than diminishing. His ferocity intensified as he brandished his scythe and charged at Itachi. At this juncture, Itachi was taken aback, utterly astonished that his opponent still possessed combat capability. Suppressing his bewilderment, he advanced to engage in battle. How infuriating! 5 Elements Formation, Rise. In the distance, Ye Muyun was becoming increasingly exasperated with the relentless pursuit, and thus expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy to set up a formation, expanding its coverage to envelop the enemy. Since his strength had surged, his reservoir of spiritual energy had quintupled, enabling him to establish a formation spanning hundreds of meters, illuminated by the light of the 5 elements. The formation took the shape of an oval dome, enveloping the vast area. Since you resort to ninjutsu, I shall combat you with sorcery, Ye Muyun declared, his eyes gleaming with determination as he beheld the adversary ensnared within his formation. Golden Sword, Binding Wood, Earth River Cart, Water Wave Bullet, Blazing Flame. Golden blades of light danced through the formation, mercilessly severing the enemy's tendrils, annihilating countless appendages that sought to assail Ye Muyun. Before long, roots from the earth entwined themselves around the massed adversaries, while Jiao Du deftly maneuvered to evade their onslaught, intermittently employing ninjutsu to dismantle the encroaching roots. At that moment, a colossal earth dragon erupted from the ground, launching an attack towards the enemy's core. Caught off guard, Jiao Du was sent sprawling by the impact, but quickly regained his footing, channeling his chakra to unleash a ninjutsu technique. Wind Release, Pressure Damage. The earth dragon was shattered by a concentrated sphere of high-pressure wind, crashing to the ground. Yet, surrounding Jiao Du emerged several more earth dragons, relentlessly advancing upon him as he evaded and countered their assaults. Meanwhile, countless droplets of water coalesced in the air, shooting down towards the foes below like bullets. A masked creature, unable to dodge in time, was pierced through, yet its mask remained intact, allowing it to rapidly reconstitute into a new adversary. Subsequently, fireballs from all directions rained down, combining with the earlier assaults to harry Jiao Du, compelling him into a continuous dance of evasion. Damn it! How can this little brat possess such formidable strength, manipulating so many elemental techniques? In that moment, Jiao Du empathized with Ye Muyun's plight. Feeling the suffocating pressure of being bombarded by relentless firepower, even the desire to retaliate felt futile. Pausing for but a moment invited yet another attack, utterly merciless. Haha. How does it feel to be the one tormented now? Delightful, I assent it. Sitting atop a tree, Ye Muyun manipulated the formation, relentlessly assaulting Jiao Du, relishing in his distress. However, he soon realized, this cannot continue. I am bound to exhaust my chakra long before he does. Initially, Jiao Du intended to persist, knowing that such unceasing attacks would surely deplete his chakra reserves. However, his ire ignited upon noticing Ye Muyun consuming medicine, his face flushed with indignation, and he resolved to unleash his most powerful attack to dismantle the opposition. Thus, Jiao Du began orchestrating the masked creatures, merging the Earth Grudge Fear, Fire Release Mask with the Earth Grudge Fear, Wind Release Mask. He gathered the three elemental masks, wind, fire, and lightning, at his right arm, channeling chakra to execute a formidable combination technique. Composite Ninjutsu, Flame Wind Turbulence. The fire and wind masks simultaneously unleashed their respective techniques, conjuring a vast sea of flames. In an instant, a multitude of roots and several earth dragons were obliterated, the towering inferno generating such extreme heat that it evaporated the droplets of water in the air, effectively dismantling a significant portion of Ye Muyun's formation. Not good. At this moment, Ye Muyun realized that the inferno was surging towards him, the extreme heat palpable from a distance, causing him great discomfort. Without hesitation, he executed a teleportation to the opposite side of the blaze. Land grievance, final shot. However, Kakuzu would not allow his opponent to escape so easily. Upon seeing Ye Muyun within his line of sight, he unleashed a devastating beam of chakra from the three masks of wind, fire, and lightning adorning his right arm. Goodness! An electromagnetic cannon as well. Ye Muyun exclaimed as he spotted the terrifying projectile hurtling towards him, immediately vanishing from his location using teleportation. Boom! The ground was left with a massive circular crater, several meters wide and unfathomably deep, surrounded by charred earth that radiated intense heat. At this moment, Kakuzu, having expended significant chakra due to the too powerful jutsu, was visibly strained, smoke billowing from his mouth, unsure if it was from the heat generated by the chakra cannon. To Kakuzu's astonishment, neither of his lethal techniques inflicted any harm upon Ye Muyun, leaving him utterly frustrated. The intelligence report had never mentioned that this individual possessed the ability to teleport. Observing his opponent's demeanor, it became evident that such extraordinary abilities had not drained Ye Muyun at all. Rather, it was Kakuzu who was left panting and exhausted. I must report that my opponent is cheating. Having teleported to safety, Ye Muyun gazed at the deep pit left by the recent attack, a shiver running down his spine. Fortunately, his ability to teleport had saved him from certain doom. Is that all? This is hardly a challenge. Haha. At this juncture, Ye Muyun concealed his trepidation, opting instead to taunt his adversary with words. The more nonchalant he appeared, the more it would instill fear in Kakuzu. Indeed, upon hearing Ye Muyun's taunts, Kakuzu began to believe that his opponent was entirely unafraid, cursing the individual who had placed the bounty on Ye Muyun's head, venting his frustration to the very roots of their lineage. Huh, little brat, don't think I'm fooled. I know you're merely putting on a facade. I refuse to believe you can evade every attack. Cleverly, Kakuzu suppressed his urge to retreat, engaging Ye Muyun in a psychological battle instead. Chapter 79. The immortal body. While Ye Muyun and Kakuzu were locked in their standoff, Itachi was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with Haiden. Itachi gradually discerned a glaring weakness in Haiden's combat style. His attacks were alarmingly simplistic. For an average opponent, Haiden would pose a significant challenge, but for Itachi, he was relatively manageable. Thus, Itachi continued to engage in a battle of attrition, occasionally hurling shurikens to disrupt Haiden's focus. You insufferable fool! Is dodging your only tactic? Unable to endure the kite-like tactics employed by Haiden, Itachi recognized that every time he approached, Haiden would utilize ninjutsu or genjutsu to maintain distance between them. Itachi discerned the underlying issue. Haiden was intent on closing the gap, evidently harboring some hidden card, and Itachi was resolute in not granting him the opportunity. Fire release, Crimson Lotus. At that moment, seizing the opportunity, Itachi threw several shurikens forward, enacting his ninjutsu, and unleashed the crimson flames upon the shurikens, directing them toward Haiden. The flames enveloped the shurikens like seeds of a crimson lotus, launching a multifaceted assault on Haiden and obstructing his advance. Ah, it's so hot. It hurts. You bastard. I will kill you. Haiden's furious retaliation proved futile as Itachi continued to outmaneuver him, leaving Haiden in a state of utter frustration. unable to land a blow on his elusive opponent. Enough of this game. I have seen through all your techniques. What awaits you now is death. With those words, Itachi utilized the body flicker technique to appear right before Haiden, intent on slitting his throat with his kunai. Haha, I found my chance. Now, Haiden, caught by surprise at Itachi's daring approach, gleefully swung his scythe, launching its blade directly at the oncoming Itachi. However, Itachi, unfazed by the shift in Haiden's offensive strategy, sidestepped to evade the blade. Yet, Haiden, perceptive of Itachi's thoughts, manipulated the chain attached to the scythe, yanking it back to strike at Itachi once more. Nevertheless, Itachi performed a nimble sidestep and a backflip to evade the returning blade, only to find himself ensnared by the chain, being pulled toward Haiden. Haha. Prepare to meet your judgment. At that moment, Haiden was exhilarated, anticipating the taste of Itachi's blood. He brandished a sharp iron instrument, lunging fiercely at Itachi, aiming to pierce his body. With a piercing sound, the sharp object successfully penetrated Itachi's form, and Haiden reveled in the agony reflected on Itachi's face. However, with a crackle, the pierced Itachi transformed into a flock of crows, causing Haiden's heart to sink as he realized he had fallen into a trap. Itachi had intended for his clone to test Haiden's methods while his true self concealed nearby, poised to strike from behind. Thus, Itachi positioned the kunai against Haiden's neck, ready to draw blood with the slightest touch. Who are you? What is your purpose in attacking us? Itachi was controlling Haiden, aiming to inquire about their intentions. Haha. As a steadfast believer in the Dark God, how could I fear death? With that, he launched an attack. To Itachi's astonishment, Haiden, undeterred by the imminent threat of death, swung his scythe at him. Itachi had no choice but to make a swift slash, blood splattering as he attempted to sever Haiden's throat. However, contrary to Itachi's expectations, Haiden did not cease his assault. Itachi quickly extended his kunai to block, the force of the impact sending him flying. Haha, I am a devotee of the Dark God. I shall not perish. Haiden laughed maniacally, continuing his relentless attack despite the blood flowing from his neck. Itachi executed a backflip in midair, landing safely while observing the blood-soaked Haiden, which filled him with perplexity. What is happening? I distinctly cut his throat, yet he appears unscathed. Additionally, Itachi recalled their previous encounters, realizing that Haiden had withstood his various ninjutsu. He initially thought Haiden was merely tough, but it seemed this matter was linked to his bloodline limit, necessitating a more cautious approach. As Haiden's frenzied attacks persisted, Itachi began to feel fatigued, while his opponent exuded an unusual excitement, an ominous sign indeed. Meanwhile, Ye Muyun and Kakuzu had paused, sharing an inexplicable camaraderie. Ye Mu speculated that Kakuzu was perhaps pursuing him due to the bounty, ultimately driven by monetary motives, and resolved to see if he could persuade Kakuzu. Hey, are you here to trouble me because of the bounty? To validate his hypothesis, Ye Mu called out to him. Hee, little brat, do you intend to bribe me? Do you want me to abandon this mission? Kakuzu was taken aback by the prospect of negotiation but knew he could not appear weak. After all, business was about maximizing one's own benefits. Tell me, how much did they offer you for such desperation? I could increase your pay. What do you say? At that moment, Ye Mu discerned that Kakuzu's objective revolved around money, and since he had none, he decided to make bold claims. Hee, little brat, do you possess any funds? Do you think you can pull off a heist without any capital? You must be seeking your own demise. As he spoke, Kakuzu feigned channeling chakra into his right arm, preparing to unleash another chakra blast. Wait, while I may lack funds, I propose we collaborate. Rest assured, I can ensure you earn a substantial profit. What do you think? Ye Muyun sensed a flicker of anger from the other party, causing her heart to tremble. She recalled Orochimaru's previous assessment of her elixirs, contemplating that such items might fetch a handsome price. After all, there was an abundance of them. Oh, pray tell, how do you envision our collaboration? At this moment, Jiaodu realized that he could not push too hard, lest he jeopardize the opportunity for profit. After all, what could be more consequential than money? Hee, I possess a fine item that you could sell on my behalf. We shall split the proceeds. What do you think? With that, Ye Muyun tossed a pill towards him. Is this what you consumed earlier? It resembles a simple capsule. I shall give it a try. Jiaodu, confident in his resilience, consumed the pill without hesitation, as if unlocking the door to a new realm of possibilities. Excellent. I am in agreement. Chapter 80. Business with Jiaodu. Upon finishing the pill, Jiaodu comprehended its worth. Truly, he was a savvy businessman, immediately conjuring several strategies for promoting this product. Boy, are you not concerned that I might abscond with the profits? You trust me so readily? At this juncture, Jiao Du questioned why he had chosen to engage in this business deal. Ha ha ha, the goods are in my possession. Cash exchange for product. Do you think I fear you pilfering the rewards? You are a pragmatic individual, understanding that short-term gains pale in comparison to long-term benefits. As for trust, I firmly believe that someone who loves money will not act against it. Your strength is formidable. Had it been someone else, I would have worried about the goods being consumed by others. Ye Muyun regarded Jiao Du with a smile, sharing her thoughts candidly. Not a problem. Leave this matter to me. However, I require 70% of the profits, as I am exerting effort to assist you in selling the goods. I must secure the lion's share. Having come to this conclusion, Jiao Du boldly inflated his demands, contemplating that had the circumstances been different, he might have sought to seize the entirety of the profits. Agreed, but I have a condition. Oh, what condition? As long as you are willing to part with money, there should be no significant issue. Jiao Du was taken aback by the ease with which Ye Muyun acquiesced. It seemed he had undervalued his request. My condition is simple. I would appreciate it if you could exchange my 30% of the earnings for various precious ores or rare herbs. This is something you can easily manage while trading with others. I trust you will not expect additional compensation for it. Considering the presence of the celestial melting furnace, he realized he should utilize it to its fullest potential, as perhaps quantitative changes could lead to qualitative transformations. That is a minor detail, no problem at all. However, how shall I be able to contact you? At this moment, Kakuzu was no longer concerned with trivial matters. He initially suspected that his counterpart intended to eliminate someone. Originally, Ye Muyun had sought his assistance to dispose of the old dog Danzo, but now that he was on the brink of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he felt fully capable of handling the matter himself, thus abandoning the idea of enlisting the greed-driven individual's help. Who knows how exorbitant his fees would be? Well, let us stick to this location. We can meet here periodically. At this juncture, Ye Muyun realized he lacked any means of communication. After all, he had not invested in such devices since he had not been able to enhance his strength. Clearly, he needed to procure one for future use. That is fine. I have no objections, as long as you prepare the goods adequately. Having settled the business arrangement, Kakuzu became unusually amicable, a stark contrast to the fierce demeanor he had exhibited during his previous encounter with Ye Muyun. Here, this marks our inaugural transaction. There are 100 pills in total. You can determine how to sell them. Given your expertise in this area, you may set the price. Unbeknownst to him, this decision made by Ye Muyun would turn out to be one of the wisest he had ever made, evoking a complex blend of admiration and resentment from the buyers towards their enigmatic benefactor. Oh, then I shall handle this meticulously. At that moment, Kakuzu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Ye Muyun's decision, envisioning a plethora of currency flowing into his pockets as he aimed to secure a lucrative deal. However, certain individuals within the ninja realm suddenly felt a chill down their spines, uncertain of the cause. Perhaps the recent drop in temperature was to blame. Thus, the two reached a harmonious agreement, thoroughly satisfied with the negotiations. Kakuzu dismissed the meager bounty, recognizing that this was his patron, a benefactor capable of providing him with substantial profit. For a fleeting moment, Ye Muyun found himself captivated by Kakuzu's fervent gaze and hastily offered another 100 pills, hoping he could make a significant impact within the ninja world. If Itachi were aware that Ye Muyun had reconciled with his adversary mid-battle, he would have wanted to commend him, while he himself was still grappling with the madman before him. Hebe, cease your actions. Just as Haiden was about to claim Itachi's blood, he was abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice. Huh, damn you, Kakuzu, what is going on? I was thoroughly enjoying myself, and you want me to stop? Damn it. Reluctantly, Haiden halted his actions and approached Kakuzu, voicing his grievances. Kakuzu, however, took it all in stride, using his earth grudge fear to mend Haiden's severed neck, listening patiently like an old father enduring his child's complaints. Itachi, how are you? Are you injured? I'm fine. What has transpired? At this moment, Itachi observed Ye Muyun, who had accompanied Kakuzu, and felt a profound sense of confusion, as if the two had struck some clandestine deal. Oh, it's nothing. I merely had a brief altercation with him and managed to persuade him. Quite simple, isn't it? Ye Muyun remained oblivious to Itachi's murderous gaze, while he himself was consumed with concern for Ye Muyun, who appeared utterly carefree, almost as if he wished to recreate the scene of an awakening. Oh, It seems you possess considerable prowess. Shall we exchange a few moves sometime? Ye Muyun stared blankly at Itachi, perplexed by the sudden challenge, as he could not recall having offended him in any way. Ha ha ha, no. I could never match you. Ye Muyun, sensing Itachi's odd demeanor, awkwardly declined the invitation. Never mind, since we're both unharmed. Let us hasten our departure from this place to avoid attracting the attention of any ill-intentioned individuals. I have no desire to engage in further combat with such lunatics. It's simply exhausting. Thus, after surveying Kakuzu and Haiden, Itachi turned and led Ye Muyun away. Hey Kakuzu, why are you letting them go? If you do that, we won't be able to collect our bounty. Haiden, watching Ye Muyun and his companion depart, was baffled that Kakuzu, whose greatest passion was money, would allow such an opportunity to slip away. That's mere pocket change. I just finalized a substantial deal. Henceforth, we shall refrain from confronting them. Understood, Haiden? Kakuzu quietly observed their departure before turning and walking in another direction, solemnly advising Haiden. Got it, you bastard Kakuzu. At this moment, Haiden fully grasped the underlying reason. Someone must have offered Kakuzu a greater sum to secure his allegiance. Otherwise, how could he have persuaded his father? I know you harbor resentment. Let us find a place to conduct your ceremony in peace. Clutching the scroll within his grasp, filled with his lifeblood, the 200 pills represented a significant fortune. He was well aware of the effects of these pills, particularly their remarkable efficacy in certain areas, and he was certain that the feudal lords would be eager to acquire them. Noticing Kakuzu's peculiar smile, Haiden felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing that Kakuzu was once again plotting against someone, he silently prayed for Kakuzu, hoping that the dark god would take notice of him. Chapter 81. The Boundless Tao Sect. Afterward, Ye Muyun and Itachi resumed their journey back to the village. During the trip, Itachi learned about their transaction and was astonished to discover that conflicts could be resolved with money. However, contemplating the attire of their adversaries led him to suspect they were members of a certain organization, leaving him to wonder how many such individuals existed. If their prowess was akin to that of these two, it could spell trouble. This mercenary group, given the right financial incentive, would dare to undertake any task. If they were to deliberately target Konoha village, it would represent a catastrophic blow to the community. As Itachi considered this troubling scenario, a sense of unease filled his heart, prompting him to ponder the possibility of infiltrating their organization to gather intelligence. Itachi, what troubles you? Ye Muyun inquired, noticing his companion's distracted demeanor. Muyun, what do you think of the strength of those two individuals? If they are backed by a mysterious organization, it poses a potential threat to our village. Itachi halted. Worry etched upon his face as he voiced his concerns. Oh, Itachi, you tend to overthink. With so many capable individuals in the village, there's no need for you to dwell on such matters. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there are tall ones to hold it up. We have the Hokage. After all, we should focus on living happily and protecting those we cherish. Yet, the root of all worries, at its core, stemmed from a lack of strength. If you were exceptionally powerful, who would dare to provoke you? It's akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine. As she spoke, Ye Muyun suddenly paused, leaving Itachi in suspense. What does it mean to light a lantern in a latrine? Itachi queried, clearly puzzled by her final remark. To seek out waste. Ye Muyun chuckled, finally revealing the meaning. How amusing. Truly, you never disappoint. However, with your reassurance, my worries have diminished. You are right. There are many stronger individuals in the village. So why should I fret? I imagine those of significant strength are not numerous. Upon hearing Ye Muyun's explanation, Itachi couldn't help but laugh, his earlier gloom dissipating, replaced by a smile. Hey, Itachi, why don't we establish an organization ourselves? It sounds quite entertaining. The thought of founding a sect, reminiscent of grand tales where one unifies the world and attracts followers from all directions, excited him. What would be the purpose of our organization? At this moment, Itachi found himself struggling to keep pace with Ye Muyun's imaginative ideas, as he had not anticipated that his companions sought to establish a faction. The initial ambition? To unify the ninja world. What do you think? After contemplating for a moment, Ye Muyun resolved to set a goal, regardless of its feasibility. This seems quite challenging to accomplish. However, if you require my assistance, I shall wholeheartedly support you in achieving it. Itachi was taken aback by the magnitude of his friend's aspirations. Such a monumental feat had never been realized before, not even during the time of Uchiha Madara. Nonetheless, as his dearest friend, he felt compelled to lend his aid, regardless of the outcome. Splendid. With your involvement, Itachi, we will undoubtedly reach this objective. I have already devised a plan to recruit Naruto and his companions. If your brother wishes to join, would you object? Ye Muyun looked at Itachi with excitement. Eager to bring those he knew into the fold, mindful of Itachi's protective nature towards his brother. No problem. Consider it a form of training. By joining our organization, I can keep an eye on him. Itachi's understanding nature pleasantly surprised his friend, who felt fully supported. Excellent. It's settled then. Now that we have established our organization, we need to choose a formidable name. Itachi, do you have any suggestions? Ye Muyun joyfully patted Itachi on the shoulder, beaming at him. Never mind. You can decide this matter. After all, I am but the worker you referred to. At that moment, Itachi was entirely disinterested in such matters. Any name would suffice as long as the purpose remained unchanged. Let us call it the Wuji Dao sect. I shall be the sect leader, and Itachi, you will be the deputy leader. Together, we shall strive to realize this goal. Thus, Ye Muyun founded a faction, the Wuji Dao sect, with the current aim of unifying the ninja world and ensuring that all recognize the existence of such an organization. Years later, whenever the Wuji Dao sect was mentioned, the name of its founder, Ye Muyun, would inevitably come to mind. He left behind a multitude of legends within the ninja world, earning immense admiration from future generations. Regrettably, no one knew his whereabouts, save for a select few who were close to him. The establishment of the Wuji Dao sect marked the dawn of a new era, igniting hope for countless individuals to attain greatness, shattering the age-old ironclad rules of the ninja world, where ninjas could easily dictate the fates of ordinary people. Thus, this status quo was irrevocably transformed. In the present moment, our influence is rather tenuous. Therefore, I intend to cultivate our potential for a while before we reveal ourselves to the world. The Infinite Path sect shall be the most formidable of all. I aspire for future generations to revere us. I yearn to rid the world of suffering. I wish for everyone to have the opportunity to ascend to immortality and become ancestors. At this moment, Ye Muyun envisioned a grand blueprint for the future. Extending his hands with an air of authority, confidently declaring his ambitions. Beside him, Itachi felt a surge of passion. He was taken aback by the lofty aspirations of his friend and resolved not to hinder his progress, silently vowing to assist in the realization of this noble dream. Subsequently, the two began to finalize the details of establishing their sect, thoroughly engrossed in their discussions. Ultimately, Ye Muyun realized that his resources were still insufficient. It seemed he would need to enlist Kakuzu to manage logistics, certain that he would be more than willing. After all, who among those who are obsessed with wealth would not desire to be surrounded by money? Thus, he decided to leverage Kakuzu's skills to ensure he worked diligently for their cause. Reluctant? Then he would simply offer more. I cannot believe that the corner can withstand such a trial. Ha ha ha. After contemplating these thoughts, Ye Muyun's mood instantly brightened. He never anticipated encountering such a capable individual. A few days later, Ye Muyun and Itachi finally approached the village of Konoha. They had spent nearly a month returning home, whereas ordinarily, it would only take about half that time, largely due to the extensive deliberations over sect matters. Chapter 82. The 5 Elements Returning to the Origin Technique. Upon returning to Konoha, Itachi bid farewell to Ye Muyun, intending to return to his clan to discuss some significant matters with his father. As Ye Muyun re-entered the village, he was enveloped by a profound sense of solitude. A seemingly unrelated person had resurfaced here, and no one seemed to care about his presence. At that moment, Ye Muyun felt an intensified desire to establish a sect that would truly be his home. Thus, he returned to his former residence and found it remarkably tidy, likely due to Naruto's efforts during his prolonged absence. After coming to this realization, he settled into his usual meditation practice. The time spent wandering had considerably enhanced his strength, and he was not far from the next breakthrough. Coincidentally, the time for the opening of the Enlightenment realm had arrived, where he planned to create a technique for Naruto and others, effectively laying the foundation for his sect. Little fairy, I wish to enter the Enlightenment realm. Ugh, why must there be so many trivial matters? Can't I just go in myself? You're disturbing my sleep. At that moment, a pair of ethereal white legs materialized before Ye Muyun's eyes, and the system forcefully kicked him in the face, propelling Ye Muyun into the black hole behind him, where he could only let out a scream before vanishing. With a loud thud, Ye Muyun landed harshly on the ground of the Enlightenment realm, still bearing the imprint of the earlier kick on his face, lying dazed and motionless. Initially, he was inclined to curse the system and its ancestors, but recalling past experiences, he chose to endure. He thought that by tolerating the current situation, peace would eventually follow, but the more he contemplated, the more agitated he became. Alas, he had no choice but to endure. He felt completely at the mercy of the system, reminiscing about the early days when the system, though harsh, was still somewhat benevolent towards him. Nevertheless, he was curious as to when the system had become so anthropomorphized that it could now manifest legs. Perhaps, never mind, the matter at hand was more pressing. This time, Ye Muyun resolved to be prudent, to provide for himself, knowing that the system would intervene when necessary. Thus, Ye Muyun began to formulate a technique suitable for practitioners of all physiques. Of course, this generalized technique could not compare to his own, as his was tailored specifically for him. Although this seemingly ordinary technique was something many yearned for, it still held the potential to lead one to immortality and was considerably simpler. He named it the 5 elements returning to the origin technique. This technique primarily revolves around the practice of breath control, enabling the practitioner to absorb the ethereal energies of the universe, thereby refining the internal organs and facilitating the transcendence of the mortal realm into the spiritual. This process culminates in the consolidation of one's spiritual roots, paving the way for the individual to embark upon the path of immortality. As Ye Muyun's prowess grew, the efficiency of his method creation accelerated significantly, allowing him to complete his endeavors in a remarkably short span of time. He resolved to utilize the remaining moments to devise a series of elemental spells. After all, it would be remiss for his sect to lack even a single incantation, for how could he possibly manifest his divinity before others? With determination, Ye Muyun dedicated himself to the creation of a spellbook. The time invested in this endeavor was considerable, nearly causing him to run out of time. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, he successfully finalized the elemental incantations, producing a comprehensive tome on the art of universal derivation. This manuscript proved immensely beneficial to Ye Muyun, as it contained a plethora of wondrous and intricate spells that would greatly enhance his daily existence. Notable among these were the summoning of culinary spirits, which would alleviate the burden of meal preparation, an endeavor he was not particularly adept at. Additionally, the book included spells for summoning elemental sprites, constructing shelters, facilitating remote communication, and even cloaking oneself in invisibility, each possessing the potential to astonish. Indeed, this universal derivation tome encompassed a vast array of spells, allowing for the generation of any incantation one could conceive, unrestricted by the contents of the manuscript itself. Nevertheless, the spells contained within were primarily minor. For the purpose of engaging in duels, one would still need to derive and innovate independently. Ye Muyun's intention was merely to enlighten others, rather than confine their imaginations to a limited set of spells. Before long, Ye Muyun returned to his abode, realizing that he had spent a considerable amount of time in the realm of enlightenment and was on the verge of a breakthrough. It had been nearly a month since his last advancement, and the abundant spiritual energy of the enlightenment realm had expedited his progress remarkably. Thus, Ye Muyun devoted several consecutive days to intensive cultivation, successfully ascending to the 12th layer of the Qi refinement stage. His next objective would be to reach the foundation establishment stage, at which point he would confront Tuanzong for a reckoning. In his pursuit of vanquishing Tuanzong, he had labored diligently for nearly 6 months, immersing himself in training to the point of nearing the brink of inner demons. Ye Muyun had gleaned information regarding his clan's circumstances from Itachi, surmising that Tuanzong was the nefarious force instigating much of the turmoil, truly a parasitic presence. Therefore, even if it were not for the sake of vengeance, he could not stand idly by while his friends suffered under such oppression. If you treat me with sincerity, I shall reciprocate with heartfelt devotion. If you guide me to enlightenment, I shall embrace the path of darkness to confront the divine. In this world, true affection still exists. Alas, it is often obscured from the gaze of sincerity. Ye Muyun suddenly realized that it had been rather quiet these past few days. According to previous circumstances, Naruto would have rushed to find him upon learning of his return. This time, however, several days had passed without a visit from him, indicating that something must have transpired. As Naruto's older brother, he felt compelled to check on him, and also to see those young ones whom he had not encountered in quite some time. He found himself missing them dearly. If they were aware of his sentiments, they might jest about his desire for companionship, having not forgotten the arduous training they had endured and experience that had left them feeling less than human. Thus, Ye Muyun set forth, making his way towards Naruto's residence. Feeling a touch of boredom as he traversed the path, he decided to employ a spell from the universal derivation technique, summoning a small paper crane. He intended to pay a visit to the Uchiha clan to meet Itachi's parents. After all, they had become friends. And it was only fitting to meet the family of a friend to better understand his background, thus enabling him to assist him more effectively. Subsequently, Ye Muyun infused the crane with spiritual energy, imparting a hint of Itachi's essence, and sent it forth to relay his message. The paper crane flapped its delicate wings, becoming invisible and vanishing from Ye Muyun's sight. He had considered that such a method of communication might be too conspicuous and susceptible to interception. Hence, he had included an invisibility feature, ensuring that it would likely go unnoticed. However, an unforeseen incident did occur. At that moment, Ye Muyun remained unaware that the paper crane he had dispatched had been intercepted by members of the Uchiha clan. He continued on his way towards Naruto's home. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Naruto's doorstep, only to find it seemingly deserted. Consequently, he opted to visit the school instead. Utilizing the universal derivation technique once more, he summoned a bird for flight. To avoid drawing attention, Ye Muyun cast an invisibility spell on himself and his steed, taking to the skies towards the school. Most of the creatures summoned through this technique were devoid of any offensive capabilities, serving solely as ordinary means of transportation, which proved to be swift and exceedingly practical. Thus, Ye Muyun soared on the back of the bird, circling high above the school, observing its layout, yet failing to spot Naruto. However, he did catch sight of those young ones. Perhaps they held some knowledge. Ye Muyun guided his steed to a spacious area, gradually descending before dispelling the spell and reclaiming his mount. Maintaining his invisibility, he approached Sasuke, one of Naruto's closest friends, amid the gathering crowd. "Hey Sasuke, where has Naruto gone?" he whispered softly in his ear. "Who is barking like a dog?" At that moment, Sasuke was startled by a sudden voice in his ear. He shouted angrily and glanced around, sensing that someone intended to harm him. Ever since he had become acquainted with Naruto, he had frequently heard fresh phrases in their conversations, which he claimed were taught to him by his elder brother, Naruto. Under such influence, Sasuke began to adeptly grasp the essence of Ye Muyun's teachings, eloquently expressing himself. At this juncture, Ye Muyun gazed at the once obedient and polite youth, who suddenly resembled a ruffian, wishing he could deliver a few resounding slaps. If not for the fact that he was Itachi's brother, he would have acted long ago. "He is my pupil. He is my pupil." In an attempt to suppress his fury, Ye Muyun reassured himself that Sasuke was indeed his disciple. "What are you barking like a dog for? Can you do nothing but hide and yelp? Show yourself if you dare." To his surprise, Sasuke audaciously insulted Ye Muyun by repeatedly calling him a dog, oblivious to the consequences awaiting him. "Oh, it seems you have grown quite arrogant in my absence, Sasuke." This time, Ye Muyun could no longer tolerate it. He resolved to give him a good thrashing first, then administer medicine for recovery, for he was indeed a little genius. With a resounding thud, he exclaimed, "I'll make you stop barking. Help. I'll teach you to be arrogant." Thus, Ye Muyun forcefully pinned Sasuke to the ground, delivering a merciless beating. The students and teachers present, witnessing such brutality from Ye Muyun, quickly distanced themselves. Nara Shikamaru, who timidly sought to remain inconspicuous within the crowd, watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself that he was familiar with such occurrences. Soon, he would be administering medicine. As anticipated, Sasuke lay on the ground, battered and gasping for breath. "Feed me." Subsequently, Ye Muyun poured a handful of medicinal pills and forcefully stuffed them into Sasuke's mouth, repeatedly urging him. At that moment, Sasuke understood what Ye Muyun intended, resolutely refusing to open his mouth, fearing another beating if he complied. With no alternative, Ye Muyun cast a spell to pry open Sasuke's mouth, compelling him to swallow the pills in one go. The effects were instantaneous. Not only did Sasuke's injuries heal completely, but his strength also significantly increased. "Brother, spare me. I promise I won't dare again." Sasuke, realizing his injuries had miraculously vanished, quickly pleaded for mercy, tears streaming down his face as he disregarded the gazes of others. "Well then, let us see if my fists agree." With that, the relentless beating continued. "Shikamaru, I am on the brink of despair. Hurry and come to my aid. I am aware that you have secretly spoken ill of brother Ye behind his back. There is no escape for you." At this moment, Sasuke found himself in a predicament, compelled to disperse his efforts, attempting to pull anyone down with him. "Oh, Ye Muyun caught wind of Sasuke's words, his gaze emanating a dangerous aura as he turned to face the students. Good heavens! That wretched Sasuke! When did I ever insult him? I may have grumbled internally, but that is not the same. You truly are a beast. At this juncture, Nara Shikamaru, who had been reveling in the misfortune of others, felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Sasuke's cries. Regardless of the truth, his adversary was simply seeking a scapegoat. It was time to flee. Yet, to his astonishment, not only had Sasuke betrayed him, but all his classmates scattered, exposing his own desire to escape. In an egregious act, someone even kicked him from behind. Damn it! Who was the scoundrel that kicked me? However, Ye Muyun was unfazed, swiftly seizing Shikamaru and dragging the hapless Sasuke along as he prepared to leave the scene. Hinata, come with me. He suddenly remembered Hinata and turned back, smiling at her. All right, brother Ye. With no other option, Hinata followed him, all the while feeling the pitying gazes of her classmates upon her. I swear, if I discover who is so vile, I shall unearth your ancestral graves. I will even pilfer your offerings and dance upon your grave. Thus, amidst Shikamaru's incessant curses, Ye Muyun invoked a spell, summoning a majestic eagle to whisk them away from the place. As they departed, the students began to speculate about Shikamaru's fate, their curiosity piqued by the giant eagle summoned by Ye Muyun, chattering incessantly. Hey Ino, why did you kick Shikamaru just now? Aren't we comrades? At that moment, Yamanaka Ino approached Dingji's side, having been keenly observing Shikamaru, astonished that Dingji had betrayed him. Humph, that boy never shares his treats with me. I have often seen him secretly indulging in snacks without offering me a bite. Anyone who refuses to share their food is certainly not a good person. Dingji, visibly indignant, scolded Shikamaru, lamenting his selfishness, though he conveniently overlooked his own similar tendencies. Alas, Shikamaru is truly unfortunate to be ensnared by such a fool. Upon hearing Dingji's words, Ino silently mourned for Shikamaru. Ino, do you know where they have gone? Recently, I have frequently observed them huddled together in an air of mystery, their intentions unclear. At this juncture, Sakura Haruno approached, inquiring with her close friend about the situation concerning Sasuke and his companions, though her true motive was merely to seek an opportunity to draw closer to Sasuke. Do I appear to be someone who possesses knowledge? In any case, Shikamaru refuses to divulge anything to me, likely regarding some perilous matter. Ino gazed at her companion with a look of bewilderment, helplessly waving her hand. Subsequently, the incident was suppressed by the teachers, allowing the continuation of the lessons. Meanwhile, certain individuals became increasingly curious about their movements, eager to uncover the truth. However, Ye Muyun led the group to their usual training grounds, gently guiding a giant eagle to land. Once everyone had disembarked, the spell was lifted, causing the magnificent creature to vanish in an instant. This spectacle left the youngsters in awe. They initially believed it to be a summoning technique, only to realize it was something entirely different, a manifestation of energy rather than a living entity. Chapter 84. The transmission of techniques. Do not envy me. I summoned you here for a purpose. By the way, have you any idea where Naruto has gone? Ye Muyun, standing before them, noticed the expressions of envy on their faces and interrupted their daydreams. I know. It seems Naruto left the village with an elderly man with white hair. He didn't elaborate on what they were doing, but he appeared very reluctant. At that moment, Nara Shikamaru eagerly sought to present himself favorably, hoping that his demeanor might persuade Ye Muyun to go easy on him later, adopting the guise of a well-behaved child. Jiraiya, is it? Very well. I shall grant you mercy this time, for you possess a modicum of insight. After all, Ye Muyun is not a tyrant. His anger had long since dissipated. Ah, you promised you would spare me. Moments later, Ye Muyun clapped his hands, observing Shikamaru suspended in midair, and cast a spell to elevate him further, ignoring his protests. The more vehemently he cursed, the faster he spun, ultimately causing Shikamaru to become nauseous, akin to a sprinkler fertilizing the ground indiscriminately. The other two watched in trepidation as Shikamaru endured his unfortunate fate, refraining from uttering a word, silently mourning his predicament. Now, regarding what I spoke of before my departure, have you given it any thought? At this moment, Ye Muyun contemplated his influence, intending to cultivate a few individuals to bolster his reputation. Brother Yemu, may I learn both techniques? At this point, Sasuke had long ceased to act defiantly in front of Ye Muyun, having been thoroughly beaten down in their previous encounters. Moreover, he dared not report to his brother, fearing an even harsher punishment, and thus felt a twinge of apprehension towards Ye Muyun. Do not fear. Speak boldly. However, how could Ye Muyun possibly have failed to hear the words spoken by the other party? This lad actually intends to tread two paths at once. Do you think you are the master here? In an instant, a vine appeared in his hand, and he spoke with a benign demeanor. I declare, I am willing to relinquish my learning from Brother Yi. The other party nonchalantly waved the vine toward Lushikamaru, causing Sasuke to feel a surge of fear. And he shouted in frustration, It seems you are not entirely willing, huh? No worries, I am quite reasonable. When venturing out, I rely on virtue to persuade others. For instance, like this. As the words fell, he waved a stick inscribed with the character for virtue forcefully to the side. Bang! A blade of energy nearly struck Sasuke, whizzing past him and wreaking havoc among the surrounding trees, leaving a scar several meters long. I am doing this of my own accord. Even the Grim Reaper cannot deter me, I declare. At this moment, Sasuke bore no resemblance to his earlier aggrieved self. Tears streamed down his face as he passionately affirmed his resolve. Indeed, a child worth teaching. It is your turn, Lushikamaru. For heaven's sake, do not vomit. You almost spewed it all over me. Ye Muyun looked upon Sasuke with satisfaction, then turned to Lushikamaru, who had been rattled by the recent attack and was still spewing rainbows, nearly splattering Ye Muyun in the process. Yes, my apologies. I did not mean to. Alas, no amount of explanation would absolve Lushikamaru from the impending beating. And you, Lushikamaru? How could I possibly choose to inherit the detritus of my family? Brother Yi is guiding us in the cultivation of immortality. Although I do not fully comprehend what it entails, witnessing your prowess assures me that he would never lead us astray. Therefore, I am 100% willing. My father even advised me to be cautious. Upon hearing that, I immediately backhanded him. I wish to cultivate immortality. No one can stop me. Gazing at the stick around his neck, Lushikamaru earnestly crafted words to delight the other party, fervently declaring his intentions, even invoking his father to lend sincerity to his plea. This is splendid. Truly, the ancients do not deceive. One must persuade others with their own virtue to genuinely inspire them to undertake great endeavors alongside oneself. With his objectives largely achieved, Ye Muyun found the forthcoming matters easier to address. So, Brother Yi, do you not wish to inquire about my situation? At this moment, Hanabi noticed a significant change in her brother, Naruto, seemingly related to recent events. Feeling a bit shy, she raised her hand to signal him. Oh, Hanabi, it's quite all right. You are unlike the others. Even if both of you wish to learn from me, I shall gladly teach you. With a gentle demeanor, Yemu conveyed this, acknowledging her as a prospective sister-in-law, asserting that she could not be compared to others. This is unfair. Why can't we be like Hanabi? You are biased. Upon hearing their conversation, Sasuke immediately protested, feeling distinctly singled out. As a proud member of the Uchiha clan, he could not remain silent regarding this disparity. Who would have thought Sasuke would be so bold? Does your brother know? Shikamaru observed Sasuke with wide eyes, contemplating the situation. Feel free to pursue your path, but I advise against straddling two boats. What about you, Shikamaru? Do you share the same sentiments? Yemu remained remarkably calm, contrary to everyone's expectations, as he regarded them with a measured gaze. How could I? I have vowed to pursue immortality, and no one can deter me. The astute Shikamaru sensed the peculiar tension and resolved to maintain a low profile, pondering how Sasuke's choices affected him. Well, since that is settled, let us commence. Everyone, gather around. Following Yemu's directive, the group assembled closely. He then brought his fingers together and gently tapped each of their foreheads, bestowing upon them the 5 energies returning to origin technique. Initially beyond his own capabilities, he had managed to do so with the system's assistance. Thus, the 3 began to absorb the immense information flooding their minds, nearly overwhelming them. Fortunately, their strong willpower allowed them to endure the experience. As they gradually acclimated and explored the depths of their newfound knowledge, they discovered the profound intricacies within. Albeit incomprehensible, they sensed its extraordinary essence. Excitement surged within them. They had not anticipated the existence of what Yemu had described. Indeed, immortals were real. Meanwhile, Sasuke grappled with a dilemma: to uphold the pride of the Uchiha clan or to pursue the elusive path of immortality, leaving him in a state of turmoil. The technique I just imparted is known as the 5 energies returning to origin. It is suitable for anyone wishing to cultivate towards immortality. However, whether one reaches that stage depends on individual fortune. Those who choose to abandon traditional chakra should focus solely on mastering this technique. If you have any questions, feel free to consult me. Henceforth, there will be no need for you to attend school. Follow me in your training. Chapter 85. Seeds of the Future. Ye Muyun elucidated the martial arts techniques he had just imparted while cautioning his listeners that the methods could not be retained within their minds and must be cultivated through personal practice. Upon hearing his words, they initially intended to share this knowledge with their families, only to find their plans thwarted. However, Ye Muyun reassured them that by joining his sect and undergoing trials, they would be granted the opportunity to learn his techniques, thus leaving it to their discretion to discuss this matter with their clans. Ye Muyun, having sensed their subtle intentions, remained unfazed. His sect was in need of members, and their endorsements would serve him well. Brother Yi, does this mean we are now considered members of your sect? Luan queried, seizing upon the pivotal aspect of Ye Muyun's statement with curiosity. Indeed, my sect is called Wu Ji Dao Zong. Currently, it consists solely of myself and Itachi. As the sect has just been established, we require a substantial number of hands, and I intend to recruit several individuals, Ye Muyun replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he regarded the assembly with a serene demeanor. May I inquire as to the true purpose behind your founding of this sect? Brother Yi, I apologize. It is not my intention to doubt your intentions, but I must comprehend your objectives to persuade my kin, Lu Wan remarked, seeking clarity after acknowledging their involuntary involvement. I understand that you all harbor the same question. My aim is straightforward, to guide you toward a broader world. Of course, the immediate objective is to unify the ninja realm. If we cannot accomplish this simple goal, how can we aspire to explore the vastness beyond? Ye Muyun observed the intrigue in their eyes and began to articulate his vision. However, I recognize that this may seem too distant for your acceptance at present. Yet, I must share a secret with you. I am from another world, not of the ninja realm. This means that within your limited understanding, you are aware only of the circumstances of the ninja realm, oblivious to the existence of countless other realms. I stand as a quintessential example. Upon hearing Ye Muyun's revelation, the gathered individuals found themselves momentarily at a loss, grappling with the notion that there existed realms beyond their own, a concept that seemed utterly fantastical. Never mind, you may as well disregard what I just said. As long as you reach a certain level of prowess, you will naturally comprehend the current paramount requirement, to diligently cultivate your skills. Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the crowd, Ye Muyun feigned ignorance of his previous remarks. How could they not take this seriously? They were practically itching to rush home and interrogate their parents. Subsequently, Ye Muyun began to elucidate the principles of cultivation. To practice the 5 Qi returning to origin technique, one must employ a specific breathing method to inhale and exhale the essence of the universe. This vital energy, although tangible, is imperceptible to the naked eye. It nourishes all things and enhances one's constitution. Through tranquil breathing, one can gradually absorb this energy, which, aided by the functions of the spleen and lungs, transforms into pure vital essence that flows to the kidneys, settles in the dantian, while the remaining portion integrates into the body to improve overall health. Throughout this entire process, the vital essence circulates through the 5 internal organs. As the cultivation period extends, it strengthens the divine spirits of these organs. The soul and will are essential in maintaining the equilibrium of one's vital energy. Consequently, the 5 senses of the body begin to awaken, sensitivity is heightened, and the efficiency of absorbing vital essence increases, leading to an extension of life. At a certain stage, one may even awaken the 6th sense, spiritual awareness. This awareness is the fundamental ability on the path of immortality, enabling one to constantly detect changes within the body and assess their own strength. Thus, Ye Muyun expounded upon the cultivation of the 5 Qi returning to origin technique, advising them to endure the tedium of practice to reap rewards. Otherwise, they would achieve nothing. He intended to impart the technique of universal manifestation only after they had entered the Qi refinement stage, further igniting their motivation to cultivate. After bidding farewell to them, Ye Muyun set off to meet Itachi. Once he departed, the assembled crowd gazed at his retreating figure with awe, evidently captivated by his earlier discourse on cultivation. They could hardly believe such a method of practice existed. It was simply astonishing. Were it not for the presence of the cultivator Ye Muyun before them, they would never have believed in such fantastical notions. Yet the reality stood undeniable before their eyes. Sasuke, do you still wish to learn chakra? At that moment, Shikamaru recalled Sasuke's previous reluctance and couldn't resist teasing him. Learn? What a joke. I aspire to cultivate immortality. I want to be as dashing a cultivator as Brother Yi. Moreover, I heard from Brother Yi that reaching a certain level of cultivation could extend one's lifespan. It's utterly ridiculous. In comparison, chakra is simply beneath me, unfazed by the teasing. Sasuke had only one thought in his mind, the pursuit of immortality. Hinata, what about you? I suggest honing a single skill. For the cultivation of both chakra and spiritual energy demands a considerable amount of focus. At this moment, Shikamaru noticed Hinata beside him and spoke earnestly to her. Yes, I share the same sentiment. I just heard from Brother Yi that once we reach the chi refining stage, he will teach us spells. I aspire to soar through the skies like Brother Yi. Hinata reminisced about the scene of Ye Muyun riding his flying sword, her face brimming with envy. Me too. Yes, I wish to fly as well. The other two resonated with Hinata's words, nodding in agreement. Since we are all resolved, let us wish for a smooth journey in our cultivation of immortality. Let us celebrate. Sasuke, no longer the aloof individual he once was, proposed a gathering. A rare transformation indeed. Of course, isn't Brother Ye's sect in need of members? We could arrange something. Thus, Shikamaru and the others deliberated on how to invite their friends over, hoping that if they performed well, Ye Muyun might, in his delight, impart spells to them ahead of time. As they walked, they joyfully discussed how to charm their acquaintances, sharing laughter along the way. However, Ye Muyun was currently facing a significant dilemma. He found himself cornered by Uchiha Shursui, who seemed intent on engaging him in a lengthy discussion about life, a topic he detested, as it was utterly taxing on the mind. Yet, he could not simply dismiss Shursui. After all, they were allies now and needed to maintain amicable relations, lest he cause trouble for Itachi. Chapter 86. The Brotherly Love of Shursui. Excuse me, do you need something? After a moment of awkward silence, Ye Muyun finally inquired, noticing Shursui's reluctance to speak. Are you Ye Muyun? Shursui blocked the path, his demeanor slightly agitated. Yes, that is I. Do you seek me for something? Ye Muyun was perplexed, having never met this handsome young man before, wondering what his intentions might be. I heard that Itachi risked his life to save you not long ago and almost got injured because of you. Is that true? The atmosphere around Shursui shifted, as if he were on the verge of confrontation. Haha. I certainly didn't expect Itachi to come to my rescue. I am deeply touched by his actions. If he were in danger, I would do the same for him. After all, we are friends. However, Ye Muyun was completely oblivious to the subtle and peculiar expression on Jishui's face as he excitedly recounted the events of that moment. You bastard. It is because of you that Itachi left me. Jishui, unable to tolerate the sight of Ye Muyun reveling in Itachi's affection, shouted in fury. What is going on? Confused by the inexplicable anger directed at him, Ye Muyun could not comprehend what he had done wrong. Itachi is my dearest brother. How could you make him undertake such a perilous task? If it weren't for my concern for my brother's feelings, I would have ended you right now. As Jishui observed Ye Muyun's bewildered expression, his ire intensified, wishing fervently to shatter him with the blade in his hand. What? You must be seriously ill. How was I to know he would come to rescue me? At that moment, Ye Muyun finally grasped the situation. He was confronting a protective brother, much like Itachi himself, standing up for his sibling, and it left him utterly speechless. Oh, you seem quite brave. I must teach you a lesson on behalf of Itachi. With that, Jishui, amused by the absurdity of the situation, activated his Sharingan, ready to let Ye Muyun experience the agony of awakening. During this time, Itachi had gone missing from the clan for a while, causing great alarm as everyone mobilized to search for him, yet to no avail. After all, Itachi was the linchpin of Ye Muyun's connection, and his absence was unacceptable. Eventually, Jishui, having returned from a mission, learned of his beloved brother's disappearance. In a state of anxiety, he searched tirelessly until he finally located Itachi, who had just returned to the village. Upon hearing Itachi's explanation, Jishui understood the reason for his silent departure. It was to save Ye Muyun, who had nearly perished at the hands of Orochimaru. Had it not been for the fortunate awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan, he might never have seen his beloved brother again. Furthermore, having endured the pain of awakening himself, Jishui was astonished that Itachi had awakened his Manjiki at such a young age. His heart was filled with sorrow and even hatred towards Ye Muyun. If it were not for him, Itachi would never have had to experience such anguish. Jishui had always refrained from disclosing the dark realities of their village, hoping to shield Itachi from early exposure to such burdens and allow him a joyful childhood. What a surprise. I never anticipated that, shortly after my departure, my home would be invaded. You bastard. It is all because of you that Itachi has been exposed to such harrowing experiences. How young is he? Do you realize the immense damage this inflicts on his tender heart? In this moment, Ye Muyun could only defensively endure, while Ji Shui relentlessly launched his assault. However, he soon realized that Ji Shui bore no intent to kill. He merely sought to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, Ye Muyun had improved his strength. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly faced a severe beating. This is a misunderstanding. I have heard about the curse on your clan from Itachi, but you need not worry about Itachi losing his sight. I possess a method to heal his eyes. At that moment, Ye Muyun felt warmth in his heart as he considered that Ji Shui acted out of concern for Itachi, a rare bond of brotherhood indeed. Thus, he promptly proposed a crucial solution to the dilemma. Indeed, upon hearing Ye Muyun's words, Ji Shui's movement slowed. Is what you say true? You aren't deceiving me, are you? If you dare to trick me, I will certainly kill you. Even if Itachi comes to despise me, I will do it. Ji Shui gazed at him with skepticism, his eyes revealing a deadly intent as he issued his threat. Of course, I would gain nothing from deceiving you. Itachi is my friend. How could I turn a blind eye? Ye Muyun retorted, feeling anger rise within him at Ji Shui's distrust. Ji Shui understood the repercussions of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. Its power was indeed formidable, yet it ultimately led to the loss of sight, a price far too steep. Were it not for the fact that he and Itachi were not blood brothers, he would willingly offer his own eyes to his friend, in hopes of dispelling the darkness and attaining eternal light. After contemplating for a moment, Ji Shui reluctantly decided to trust Ye Muyun's words, retracting his kunai. With a sigh of relief at the sight of Ji Shui lowering his weapon, Ye Muyun noted the formidable strength of his opponent, even surpassing that of Itachi. He contemplated the possibility of recruiting Ji Shui into his own clan when the opportunity arose. Now that the matter is resolved, could you please clear the way? I intend to speak with Itachi, Ye Muyun remarked, noting that Ji Shui still blocked his path. What? You dare to seek out Itachi? You scoundrel! Prepare to meet your demise, Ji Shui exclaimed. Initially intending to depart, he found himself pondering various matters. He could not allow Ye Muyun to meet his dear brother. Stop! I merely wish to see Itachi's parents. Ye Muyun protested. What are you getting so worked up about? Damn it! Do you think I am an easy target to manipulate? At this point, Ye Muyun's frustration boiled over, leading to a fierce confrontation between the two. The sound of clashing echoed as they engaged in battle. In the narrow alley, the two individuals clashed, the sound of their weapons echoing through the space, drawing the attention of several passers-by who gathered to witness the spectacle. Oh, have these young men caught each other in a scandal? Why are they so intent on each other's demise? Their strikes are truly ruthless. Indeed, this is what one might call a desperate struggle, akin to trying to extricate oneself from a pit of despair. Laughter erupted from the onlookers as they speculated on the tumultuous relationship between the two combatants, encircling the entrance with mirthful intrigue. Get lost! Get lost! At that moment, both fighters found little inclination to continue their duel, their faces awash with anger and embarrassment upon hearing the jeers from the crowd, and they shouted in fury at the spectators. Chapter 87. An audience with Uchiha Fugaka. Thus, panting and glaring fiercely at one another, they found themselves at an impasse. Ye Muyun harbored a deep disdain for that wretched system that had thrust him into this cursed place, surrounded by individuals of questionable sanity. At this juncture, Shursui, with his Sharingan activated, glared at his opponent, wishing to employ the mightiest of Jinjutsu to alter his thoughts and keep him away from Itachi. Alas, what is happening here? Suddenly, a handsome youth at the entrance, familiar with the scene, inquired with curiosity. Itachi, when did you arrive? Upon hearing his voice, both turned simultaneously to face Itachi, instinctively questioning him in unison. Stop mimicking my speech. Prepare to meet your end. However, both parties found themselves incensed as they realized the other was imitating them, leading to another bout of fierce fighting accompanied by a barrage of curses. Magical bind technique. At this moment, Itachi could no longer bear the chaos and activated his Manjiki Sharingan, casting a Jinjutsu that immobilized both adversaries. In an instant, Ye Muyun and Shursui discovered they were unable to move, recognizing that Itachi had intervened, and they reluctantly calmed their tempers. What on earth are you two doing? Itachi, seeing them quiet down, furiously demanded to know why they had resorted to violence. Ask him. What the? You're still imitating me. You are the one. Thus, the two resumed their quarrel, but fortunately, Ye Muyun, having undergone training in the art of verbal combat from Zhuan, managed to render Shursui speechless. His face turning a shade of deep indigo, reduced to silence as they exchanged deadly glares. "Humph, you little wretch, do you think you can contend with me in insults?" Ye Muyun remarked, reveling in his opponent's apparent disadvantage. Don't invoke the divine deity." Yet, Shursui, unwilling to be outdone, resolved to unleash his most potent genjutsu, the divine deity. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Itachi sensed that something was amiss. He approached and delivered a few sharp blows to the two individuals, leaving them with swollen heads. With an expression of indignation, Itachi demanded that they explain the circumstances of the situation. Thus, they began to recount the events that had transpired. After listening, Itachi found himself in a state of bemusement. Feeling utterly helpless, he had not anticipated that Shursui would be so indulgent towards him, akin to his own affection for Sasuke. Subsequently, through Itachi's mediation, Ye Muyun and Shursui reconciled, transforming their conflict into camaraderie, thus establishing an unexpected acquaintance. Suddenly, Ye Muyun recalled his intention to pay a visit to Itachi's parents. And upon realizing he was present, he explained his situation. "Itachi, did you come to find me because you received my paper crane? I was considering visiting your clan and, in the process, paying a visit to your parents." After consuming a few medicinal pills, Ye Muyun's previous injuries had completely healed, and he looked at Itachi with eager anticipation. After all, using the paper crane technique for communication was a novel experience for him, and he was uncertain of its efficacy. What paper crane? At that moment, Itachi looked somewhat perplexed, failing to comprehend the meaning behind Ye Muyun's words. However, Shursui, standing nearby and overhearing their conversation, broke into a cold sweat, obediently standing to the side with his eyes cast upward. Impossible. Could it be that the paper crane is directionally challenged? Never mind. Since you are here, let's return together, Ye Muyun thought to himself, unaware of Jishui's unusual demeanor. After a moment of internal conflict, he decided to let it go. After all, it was his first time employing such a technique, and mistakes were inevitable. Jishui sighed in relief upon hearing that the matter would not be pursued further. If Itachi were to discover this, he would certainly face another reprimand, and being scolded by his beloved younger brother was quite a source of embarrassment. All right then, let us be on our way. To avoid drawing attention, Itachi led Ye Muyun through a circuitous route back to the clan's territory. As they stepped into the Uchiha compound, Ye Muyun immediately sensed an eerie stillness, as if the place were devoid of life. The prominent Uchiha clan emblem loomed over him like a curse, casting an oppressive shadow. Itachi then guided them toward his home. Upon their arrival, scouts reported to the elders about a figure resembling Ye Muyun entering the clan grounds. The elders were filled with excitement. They had long awaited this young man, for their clan had benefited from his kindness. The training methods of the five-animal play were enough to warrant a grand reception for him. At that moment, the Uchiha clan had long lost its ancient glory and was beginning to decline. They could not afford to be negligent towards someone who had bestowed them with such favors. Thus, upon learning that Ye Muyun was headed to the clan leader's residence, the elders eagerly expressed their desire to convey their gratitude. Naturally, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku was already informed and awaited their arrival in the main hall. Shortly thereafter, Itachi escorted them to meet his father. "Father, Muyun wishes to pay you a visit. He has some important matters to discuss with you," Itachi said, stepping aside to reveal Ye Muyun to his father, gesturing to indicate the intent of the visit. "Greetings, uncle. My name is Ye Muyun, and I am a friend of Itachi's. I arrived rather hurriedly, so please accept this bottle of elixir as a token of my visit." Ye Muyun, as a time traveler, was well versed in etiquette, understanding that presenting a gift to an elder was a sign of sincerity. So it is Muyun. My dear boy, since you have come all this way, there is no need for such formalities. Please, sit down and treat this place as your own. Do not be too anxious, Uchiha Fugaku said, looking quite pleased with the polite young man before him. He recognized the value of the elixir. Had it not been intended for Sasuke, he would have seized it immediately, pretending to be modest by not accepting it right away. He kept signaling to Itachi, hoping his son would take it on his behalf. To his astonishment, Itachi's most esteemed friend failed to comprehend his subtle cues, mistakenly believing there to be an affliction with his eyes. Infuriated, he was tempted to deliver a resounding slap, his eyes reddening to the point of resembling the Sharingan. Uncle, you are too modest. As a junior, I must observe certain courtesies. This is but a small token of my regard. I implore you not to decline it. Ye Muyun, keenly aware of the other subtle gestures, quickly discerned their implications and promptly thrust a vial of elixir into his hands. Ha! Truly, you are a paragon of elegance and charm. Itachi is fortunate to have a friend like you. I am genuinely pleased for him, having finally acquired the coveted elixir, rumored to extend one's lifespan. How could he possibly resist? It was merely a matter of proper timing. Ha 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 ha. The two shared an unspoken understanding, concealing their mutual acknowledgement. He achieved his desire and heard what he longed for, erupting into a fit of laughter characteristic of the Uchiha clan. The other two onlookers were bewildered, watching the pair laugh heartily, unaware of the source of their amusement. However, Itachi was witnessing his father's uncharacteristic joy for the first time, and it filled him with happiness. After a considerable time of laughter, Uchiha Fugaku felt he had lost his composure and turned his attention to Ye Muyun. Chapter 88. The Path of Cultivation. Muyun, I have heard you wish to discuss an important matter with me. I am curious to know what it entails. In a good mood, he lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, eager for insight. Uncle, it is not of great significance. I have recently established a sect, currently. It consists solely of Itachi and myself, as the others are not yet worthy of mention. Thus, I seek your perspective. As he finally broached the topic, Ye Muyun adopted a serious demeanor. With the support of his esteemed uncle, his endeavors would become significantly easier. Oh, this is the first I am hearing of it. Itachi, is this true? To his surprise, the day had indeed arrived. Uchiha Fugaku had long suspected that Ye Muyun was no ordinary individual and would inevitably soar to great heights. Yes, father. I had intended to discuss it with you after some time. Many aspects are still in their infancy, and revealing them now may lack persuasiveness. Itachi immediately rose to clarify the situation to his father. Please, sit down. Muyun, I have no objections to your endeavors. However, I wish to understand your motives behind this initiative. After gesturing for Itachi to take a seat, he began to regard Ye Muyun with a serious demeanor, eager to discern the latter's genuine thoughts. Ha ha ha. Uncle, allow me to express my somewhat immature musings. You see, I am actually a traveler from another realm. A notion that may be difficult for you to comprehend. To put it simply, I hail from a world distinct from yours, which accounts for the abilities you have yet to witness. Ye Muyun chose not to conceal his origins. After all, what difference did it make if the people here knew? How many would truly believe him? What? Are you implying that beyond our shinobi world, there exist many others like you? Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku did not perceive them as deceitful, but rather found it challenging to accept such a reality. Itachi, standing nearby, had long been aware of this. He too had been taken aback initially, which broadened his horizons beyond the confines of Konoha, igniting a desire to explore the vast world outside. Thus, Itachi resolved to assist his friend in realizing his aspirations with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, the onlookers, particularly Shursui, found themselves in a state of disbelief, utterly overwhelmed by the revelations. Caught in a dilemma of whether to remain seated or depart, paralyzed by the gravity of the revelations. Indeed, if I am an anomaly, it stands to reason that I am not alone. I have perused various texts that document the existence of myriad realms. There are countless domains akin to the shinobi world. However, due to a lack of sufficient power, they remain undetectable. Recalling his memories of online literature, he relayed these fabricated tales to them, uncertain of their veracity, yet relishing the opportunity to impress them with his grandiose claims. The gathered crowd was enveloped in profound astonishment, their unwavering belief in one another's words stemming from the ancient texts that chronicled the absence of chakra in the ninja world until the arrival of outsiders. However, the information was scant, merely a fleeting phrase inscribed within those tomes. Thus, the ultimate aim of my establishment of a sect is to guide everyone towards other realms, to witness their splendor. Concurrently, it serves as a plea for assistance from all of you, enabling my return to my own world. This may be regarded as a personal desire, and I hope it does not evoke any disdain. At this moment, Ye Muyun recalled the passage regarding the convergence of fortune's power, which could expedite the enhancement of one's strength, thereby shortening the journey home. It's all right. Had you not spoken of it, I might have hesitated to agree, he mused. Having personal ambitions is commendable. What is truly concerning is the absence of such desires, leading us blindly towards the abyss. Therefore, I shall exert every effort to advocate for you with my clan. As for what shall transpire, I cannot guarantee. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku exhibited the poise befitting a true leader, perceiving no fault in the situation. although he could not fathom what Ye Muyun's eyes had glimpsed. If his assertions were indeed accurate, he could lead his clan toward prosperity, surpassing all predecessors, earning reverence from future generations. The opportunity lay before him, and he was unwilling to relinquish it. Given Uchiha's current circumstances, what could be worse? Excellent. When the time comes, I shall grant you the position of Vice Master. You will not only continue to oversee your kin, but also earn the admiration of the masses. After all, the sect is but a hollow shell at present. It is prudent to promise benefits to foster goodwill. Ha ha ha. Then I shall rely on my dear nephew Muyun for much guidance. Upon hearing the words of his counterpart, Uchiha Fugaku did not feel constrained by his subordinate position. Rather, he was pleasantly surprised by the esteem in which he was held. He felt fortunate to have seized this opportunity. Despite Ye Muyun's current lack of formidable strength, his lofty aspirations implied a solid foundation. Given his remarkably far-sighted perspective, Fugaku felt no regret regarding his present decision. Your modesty is unwarranted. Our sect is called the Wuji Dao sect. As it stands, I am the sect leader, while you and Itachi serve as vice leaders. Upon passing the trials, you may join our sect, and I shall impart to him the techniques. Ye Muyun began to elaborate on the particulars of joining the sect, simultaneously teaching Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku the 5 Chi Chao Yuan technique and the 10,000 Things derivation art. Initially perplexed by his actions, they were soon overwhelmed by a deluge of information, leaving them astonished at the prospect of such a method of cultivation. Both were filled with excitement, eager to begin converting their chakra into spiritual energy and practicing those formidable techniques. Meanwhile, the bystander, Shui, felt quite aggrieved at being overlooked. Shui, would you care to join my sect? At that moment, Ye Muyun turned to Shui with a sincere invitation. Since you've put it that way, I shall acquiesce. Shui replied, feeling a twinge of emotion that he had finally been acknowledged, yet maintaining his persona by feigning reluctance as he begrudgingly accepted. Likewise, Ye Muyun bestowed upon him the techniques and secrets, deeming it unnecessary to conduct trials given the current scarcity of members. They would filter candidates when the numbers increased. Thus, they resumed their discussions regarding the construction of the sect, acknowledging their commitment to contribute. What Ye Muyun did not anticipate was that after imparting the knowledge of the myriad realms and techniques, their worldview would be profoundly impacted. As astute individuals, they would not limit their ambitions to the trivialities of Konoha village. Instead, they began to strategize